This is Not Alone, The Awakening, written by Craig A. Falconer, narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Part 1. Harbinger. No one is so brave that he is not disturbed by something unexpected. Julius Caesar. Saturday. P-99. Fraser Steading, Thurso, Scotland. Just as a preview of the night's big football game began, Colin Fraser reluctantly turned the dial of his countertop radio all the way down. The cacophony of noise that had caught his ear then streamed in unchallenged via the kitchen window, all of it coming from the flock of sheep in the field by his driveway. Colin's sheepdog, Finn, already alert to the panicked-sounding baas, stood ready at the door. Something very unusual had clearly spooked the normally indifferent sheep, who were used to vehicles and pedestrians passing by at all hours. A marauding dog free from its owner's control struck Colin as the most likely reason for this unwelcome racket, and he couldn't let another second pass by without putting an end to it. "On ye go, boy," he said to Finn, as though the dog needed any encouragement to check on his flock as soon as the door swung open. Colin followed close behind, immediately surprised that the endless chorus of unsettled baas was only getting louder. An even bigger surprise came when he saw the stampeding sheep heading for the driveway side of their large field, continuing with clear urgency, even as Finn sprinted towards them and leapt over his usual spot on the fence. Sheep running towards the dog? Colin thought to himself. You don't see that every day. Only then did he spot the two male tourists standing at the adjacent boundary, one taking photos while the other piloted an expensive-looking drone directly above his field. "Oi!" Colin yelled. "What in the bloody hell is this?" "Dunno," the drone piloting man called back. He sounded relatively local, Scottish at least, which, if anything, only annoyed Colin even more. The area was quieter than it used to be, what with all the latest political nonsense that banned Americans from visiting the country, but a steady trickle of English, Asian, and European tourists still stopped by Thurso on their way to or from John O'Groats, the most northerly tip of mainland Britain that lay just 5 miles from Colin's farm. "It wasn't us that spooked them," the other man added, shouting loudly to be heard over the incessant calls of the sheep. If Colin's eyes weren't being confronted with so much strangeness, his lips would certainly have told the men that this was no defense for trespassing on his private driveway and filming on his land without permission. As it went, though, those weren't the issues to fixate on for now. By now, all but one of Colin's sheep were right at the driveway side boundary, and although there was nowhere left for them to go, this didn't stop several of those at the front of the herd trying to leap the fence that Finn had cleared in the opposite direction a few moments earlier. Up close, Colin saw a panic in his sheep like nothing he had come across in his decades of farming. He let out a very sharp trilling whistle sound, prompting Finn to herd the lone straggler over to the rest of the flock so he could then get them away from the fence. But to the dog's visible frustration, this one particular sheep was having none of it. The outlier stayed stubbornly in its position at the far edge of the field where land met sea, not budging an inch or looking up from the ground. It stayed still even when Finn circled close enough for its wool to feel the physical effects of air displaced by the dog's rapid strides. Colin turned back to the young tourists as if to make sure they were seeing this too. His brief lapse in focus meant that he missed the moment when the lone sheep, so still for so long, began to slowly topple onto its side in a very unusual manner. For all the world, it looked like a rug had been pulled from under the animal's hooves. In an instant, Colin's concern became great enough to send him climbing over the fence and hurrying towards the fallen sheep. "That one hasn't moved for about 5 minutes, the drone pilot called after him. "The others bolted just before you came out, but we noticed that one acting weird long before then. It's almost like it's entranced, hypnotized or something." Before the man could finish his sentence, he dropped the large remote control from his hands and gasped in shock. He then shook his hands and blew on them as though he'd been holding fire. At his side, his friend simultaneously dropped the phone he had been using to take photos. Feeling mildly burnt and majorly frightened by whatever was going on, the men fled for safety without a second thought. Colin didn't see this either, because he was too busy grabbing his own mobile phone from his pocket and throwing it to the ground. His thigh felt like it had been scalded by the suddenly and inexplicably hot device, and barely a few more seconds passed before the tourist's expensive drone joined all the other electrical devices on the damp grass. The lone sheep, knocked off its feet by whatever had messed with the men's devices, awkwardly shuffled itself upright and ambled towards its flock, like nothing had happened. Colin turned after it and saw that the other sheep had all become just as calm, while the tourists were almost out of sight on their way back towards the main road. It looked like their drone was well and truly kaput after its free fall from a considerable altitude, but Colin walked over to pick it up nonetheless. He wisely hesitated, feeling the burn on his thigh, and nudged the drone with his foot before tapping it with a single finger to make sure it wasn't still painfully hot too. Although the drone would never fly again without major refurbishment, Colin wasn't giving up hope that the footage on its memory card might still be accessible. Anything that could shine a light on what had happened was welcome, so he picked up the drone and carried it off. On his way back, Colin paused in the spot where the lone sheep had been standing. His mouth fell open. The marking, whatever it was and whatever it meant, was absolutely unmistakable. A perfect ring of concentric circles lay scorched into the grass of a field he wandered across several times a week, in a spot that had most certainly not been marked like this just a day earlier. This was no crop circle or optical illusion, but a very clear sign of something decidedly unnatural. Colin crouched down and tentatively touched the yellowed grass. Yellowed was definitely a better term than scorched, he decided, not least because this odd patch of grass was colder to the touch than everything around it. Finn whimpered at Colin's side, seeming to urge him away from the circles. Colin stared at the bizarre sight for several seconds. His right leg still felt burnt by whatever had happened to his phone, and Finn was standing tight against his left leg in a manner that Colin couldn't quite pin down. He couldn't tell whether the dog was trying to seek protection or trying to provide it. As Finn stood uneasily still, his intelligent canine eyes looked up to Colin as though asking the same and only question that was already running through his owner's mind. What the hell? P-98, London Eye, London, England. From the top of the London Eye on this bright summer's morning, 13-year-old Piper McCarthy could look out at the city's famous skyline without seeing any of the vast crowd that had gathered below when word of her family's presence got out. For these glorious few minutes, she could smile and imagine that her life was normal, that she was normal, and that it wouldn't all end as soon as the descent began and the madness resumed. Piper knew only too well that her life was anything but normal and never would be, but every so often it was nice to pretend. One good thing that came with Piper's territory as Dan McCarthy's daughter had been diplomatic permission to enter the UK in the first place, which a politically motivated tit-for-tat travel ban currently made impossible for other U.S. citizens following on from a trade disagreement between the country's increasingly petty leaders. At the other side of the large pod they had reserved for this pre-birthday treat, Dan and Emma McCarthy watched and listened with feelings of warm happiness as their daughter pointed to one landmark after another and rattled off their years of construction and lead architects as though reading the information from a list. She truly was a child like no other, and despite all of the challenges and trials that came with her miraculously powerful mind, they wouldn't have changed a thing. The first full day of Piper's 14-day, 14th birthday trip to Europe was off to a great start, relieving everyone after the tragic false start a year earlier when they had been all set to leave only for her grandfather Henry to fall ill the night before they left. Henry passed away shortly afterwards, by which time the cancelled trip was the furthest thing from anyone's mind. He told Piper on his deathbed to make sure nothing stood in the way next time, and made her promise that she would see the sights for him, if not for herself. Someone who didn't know Piper well might have interpreted her lack of visible emotion in those moments as symptoms of an autistic spectrum disorder, including a school-appointed grief counselor who Emma quickly ensured would never speak to her again. In truth, however, Piper McCarthy's mind was atypical in a manner for which no terms even existed. Conceived while her father had been temporarily granted alien powers of telepathy and telekinesis, two cursed abilities she had thankfully been cured of in early infancy, Piper's brain developed in ways that made the few neuroscientists lucky enough to get near her gasp in amazement. Those doctors, and everyone else who the family had to let close to Piper for various reasons of medical or psychological necessity, invariably worked for Timo Fiore and lived in the isolated environment of his expansive orbital research station, Il Cercatore. Aptly named Seeker in Italian, the station housed many of humanity's greatest minds. Gathered in one place to pursue progress in the fields of space and life sciences without concern for politics or profits, Timo's scientists were pushing boundaries that most on Earth had never even contemplated. That the world's richest man was one as good as Timo Fiore, a loyal friend and selfless figurehead, was something Dan thanked the heavens for every single time he looked up towards the tiny dot of Il Cercatore as it passed overhead. Although Piper had visited the station on several occasions to willingly undergo some experiments and assist with others, she had ironically never previously set foot in another country until her recent arrival in England. Every invitation to appear as a guest of honor at the Interspace Contact Agency in Argentina was turned down by her parents, even when their warm acquaintance, William Godfrey, resorted to borderline begging. And Piper understood why. While Godfrey was the ICA's chairman, Dan remained the agency's ceremonial chief planetary liaison, with Piper's aunt Tara as his deputy. The level of celebrity they carried on their shoulders was nothing they would wish on their worst enemies, let alone Piper. Dan's history of direct contact with the friendly messengers from New Kerguelen, not to mention a certain less friendly visitor from elsewhere, was the stuff of genuine legend. To this day, he drew vast crowds wherever he showed his face, even 12 years after the last time an alien openly walked on Earth. The current scene in London could attest to this, and both of Piper's parents were equally committed to keeping her out of the media spotlight, and especially politics, as much as possible. The girl understood this part perfectly well, but what she longed for was the simple freedom to be herself and fully express herself anywhere outside of her home. That home, in Birchwood, Colorado, though as comfortable and loving as any could be, occasionally felt to Piper like the guarded castle in the cursed fairy tale that was her life. Piper loved her time on Timo's station and endlessly asked when she could return, precisely because it was the one place where being herself wasn't just allowed, but encouraged. Timo and his right-hand man, Alessandro Bonucci, another trusted family friend who had stood at Dan and Emma's side in many trying times, were the only non-family members who got to see her full range of mental abilities. Effortless language translation, near-instant calculations of vastly complex equations, memory feats that made each man believe the other had to be working with her on some kind of trick. Whatever it was, Piper had endless fun on Il Cercatore. This was all a far cry from Piper's usual Monday to Friday life, in which she had increasingly come to lament the need to downplay her intelligence in the classroom and even to deliberately lose at games of skill every so often to avoid raising any suspicion. When Piper argued that none of this was fair, her parents couldn't disagree. When they told her that everything they had ever done was for her own good, she tried her best to accept it. The change of scenery in London was already proving good for everyone, especially in regards to a mother-daughter relationship that had been fraying slightly as social restrictions caused more disagreement with each passing month. A normal childhood had never been in Piper's cards, but now that she was nearing 14, she hoped that her generally excellent and always diligent behavior would at least earn her a semi-normal adolescence. But in one shattering instant, Even before the giant wheel's pod arced back towards the world below, Piper McCarthy was painfully reminded in the strongest terms yet that normality was not on her horizon. "Ah!" she yelled, holding a hand to the back of her neck. Her legs momentarily buckled, but not quite enough to bring her to the ground. She caught her balance before Dan and Emma reached her, at which point she sunk her head into their collective hug of support. They looked at each other over her head, more than a little disturbed. "Are you okay, darling?" Dan asked. Something's happening," the girl stammered, fighting sobs as she shook her head. "I think it's them." P-97, Planetary Research Committee, New Birchwood, New Kerguelen. After a quick breakfast of fruits grown in the small greenhouse next to his home at the edge of New Birchwood, Billy Kendrick made the short walk to his office in New Kerguelen's Planetary Research Committee. The freshness of the air and the friendliness of his alien hosts never got old, and nor did the beautifully landscaped central plaza he crossed every morning. The colorful statues of deserving messengers of times gone by were a particular highlight, and even now Billy still chose one to study in close detail every morning. After stepping away from his chosen statue, he waved to several passing messengers, smiling like he always did at how gladly, if imperfectly, they had adopted human gestures like this. Even when he got to work, Billy kept smiling. He felt like the luckiest man in the universe and never took an ounce of it for granted. The PRC was a social hub as well as Billy's workplace, and rarely a day went by that several of his closest alien friends didn't stop by for a briefing on the latest progress from his endless treasure hunting, as one jokingly called it. That side of things was Billy's hobby, truth be told, while his work was overseeing the development of enormous telescopes and launch facilities on behalf of one of his greatest human friends, the inimitable Timo Fiore. A crew of humans was currently putting the finishing touches on a conventional launch facility on New Kerguelen, which would use new spacecraft constructed on site as a way of getting around the twin problems that human craft couldn't pass through the mysterious gateway between planets, and that even the Messenger's largest motherships didn't have hold areas capable of transporting large spacecraft inside. The new launch facility was set to enable true exploration and discovery on a scale few humans had ever even dreamed of, but humanity really did have no idea what lay in the skies beyond New Kerguelen. Those skies were infinitely less explored even than Earth's, which was saying something given how frustrated people like Billy and Timo had been by humanity's lack of investment in space research for so long. New Kerguelen was not a human colony in the true sense of the word, since no humans had signed up to stay there permanently. There was a widespread expectation that the first batch of scientific experts nearing the end of their 5-year placements would be offered extensions and accept them with haste, but none of that was yet official. Billy Kendrick was the only human on the planet without a contractual placement via Fiori Frontieri or the ICA. By virtue of being a politically uncontroversial man on Earth, a human representative rather than a specifically American one, and one adored by his alien friends, Billy was deemed welcome by leaders of both planets to remain on New Kerguelen for as long as he wanted. As Billy quickly ran through the messages he'd received overnight from his human charges, he couldn't help but notice that his alien colleague, Boone, was placidly looking at an abstract painting above Billy's desk. The messengers were almost human in so many ways, mentally and physically, but these similarities really served to make the differences all the clearer. This was most true in terms of the way messengers could completely zone out, like Boone was doing right now, but the lack of complexity in their daily lives also stood out. After all, despite his high-ranking role among his kind, Boone wasn't currently dealing with dozens of supposedly urgent messages. The huge elephant in the room, of course, was that the messenger's early social evolution had been bluntly and brutally upended by the arrival of a race of giant beings that humanity had since termed the architects. The term architects itself reflected the race's manipulative nature, referencing their design and construction of a so-called Great Shelter to protect the messengers from some ancient cataclysm they claimed to have foreseen. Humanity's arrival on New Kerguelen many thousands of years later revealed that the air outside the shelter was not noxious like the architects claimed, and further, first-hand study revealed that the architects had, in fact, used the structure to cage the messengers and make them utterly dependent on advice from a series of radio-like machines. Worst of all, the architects had done all this so they could shape the trusting messengers into effective guardians against another race that had been deemed too dangerous to be left to evolve without close monitoring: humanity. The history of New Kerguelen, ancient and modern, was nothing if not complicated. In the present day, however, humans and messengers lived cooperatively side by side, with no reason to think the long-gone architects would return. The architects' interest in humanity seemed to have ended with their disabling of all Earth-based nuclear weaponry, and the messengers seldom even spoke of the giant liars anymore. As well as being quick to trust, Billy had known for a long time that the messengers were quick to move on. Most of humanity's knowledge of the architects had been gleaned from signpost-like transcripts the beings had left behind. Invisible to any messenger who hadn't been fully uplifted, and any human who wasn't wearing the appropriate neck-based adhesive uplift patch, each transcript triggered a rapid influx of rich information to the mind of whoever glanced at it. The alien currently sitting at Billy's side, one named Boone, who served as New Kerguelen's planetary historian, was among the few messengers trusted enough by his peers to be fully uplifted. Back when their great deceit began, the architects had uplifted a lucky few messengers who they placed at the top of a newly created caste system. A militaristic squadron and an instruction-reading group of interpreters were two such castes, with successive generations of the latter uplifted to interpret messages from afar, while most of the planet's population could no longer even read or write in the language of their own ancestors. This had all been put right in recent years, since human crews led by Dan McCarthy had won the messengers' trust and freed them from their age-old shackles. In these new democratic days of self-determination, it was now the case that only well-trusted individuals were considered worthy candidates to be fully uplifted via the remarkable devices the architects left behind upon their sudden abandonment of the planet. The pertinent fact for Billy and Boone, both far more inquisitive than most of those who lived on New Kerguelen, was that the messenger's pre-contact history remained all but unknown. And perhaps even more pertinently for these discovery-driven individuals from vastly different races, that history wasn't going to find itself. One obstacle Billy had to overcome before the launch site's construction began was how hesitant the messengers remained about sending things into space. Quite understandably, in his view, given both how they had been treated by the architects and all of the trouble that had come from the discovery of a second gate that used to sit in the sky high above New Kerguelen. Along with his dear Earth-based friends Dan and Tara and New Kerguelen's leader, Leisha, Billy had crossed that second gate to prove its safety and prevent its potentially cataclysmic destruction by a group of messengers who had grown concerned about what might one day come through it in the other direction. What Billy found on the world of sanctuary that lay beyond the gate, a kindly race of waist-high beings known affectionately as the Smalls, mind-bendingly trapped in another time as well as another place, had been necessarily kept quiet from most of humanity as well as most of New Kerguelen's population. In a personal sense, Billy was very glad of the memories, though smiling every night as he remembered the Small he had called Depp, as well as the race's very unimposing principle. The discovery of a world like Sanctuary was something Billy never expected to come close to matching, but he endlessly reminded himself that he would have once considered the alien city he was currently sitting in as fantastical beyond his wildest dreams. And so it was that even when he woke up every day surrounded by aliens and in control of a launch site that could take humanity to unimagined new frontiers, the urge for Billy Kendrick to keep looking under every rock was as strong today as it was when he had graduated with his archaeology degree a full 50 years earlier. The large planet of New Kerguelen had been extensively mapped by high-altitude drones, and as helpful as this was, Billy couldn't help but think it took away some of the excitement that human circumnavigators of centuries gone by would have experienced in stumbling upon unknown lands. The romantic part of Billy's mind longed for a compass and a sun hat, some dirt under his fingernails, and the pleasantly exhausted feeling that came at the end of a good day's digging. The detailed maps of the planet that hung in Billy's office made it unfortunately clear that there were no outstanding or even promising candidates for dig sites to be excavated. There was certainly nothing like Dortlu Tepe on New Kerguelen, he occasionally mused, harking back to the glory days when deep scanning technology identified an otherwise unassuming Turkish hill that turned out to be hiding pillars carved with depictions of the first ever contact between ancient humans and the untrustworthy architects. None of this was to say that Billy lived without hope, however, for what New Kerguelen lacked in unexplored land, it made up for in unexplored oceans. To this end, Billy woke early every day to study data from a small fleet of unmanned submarines that his small human crew had constructed at the fabrication site. Today was no exception, and as usual, his good friend Boone was by his side in similar hope that something might have been picked up by one of their scanners overnight. There may have been no pillars to dig up on the land, but the optimist in Billy never stopped hoping for a sign of a sunken continent or even some previously undiscovered life forms. The total lack of animals on New Kerguelen had recently led to speculation on Earth that the messengers weren't truly from New Kerguelen and that their ancestors may have been put there by the architects in an initial intervention, even before the manipulative shelter business began. Billy didn't put a lot of weight in that idea, but was always open-minded. He also saw no sense in sharing the theory with Boone or any other of his messenger friends, all of whom had been through more than enough in finding out that what they knew of their history was a lie. Pulling the rug from under their feet once again, especially with an unproven theory, would have struck Billy to be as senseless as it was cruel. All of a sudden, Boone excitedly uttered a few words in the messenger's soothing sing-song language. Bal, Funip. The sound was both needless and worthless in terms of Billy's understanding, since he couldn't speak the messenger's language, but could hear Boone's silently delivered thoughts, thanks to their neck-based telepathy patches. The patch on Billy's neck enabled his brain to know exactly what Boone was thinking and exactly what he had said. Transcript. Instantly, Billy tore the telepathy patch from his neck like it was on fire. He replaced it with a transcript reading patch just as quickly, knowing that as soon as he followed the wide finger-like division of Boone's hand that was pointing him to the encoded transcript, his patch-uplifted mind would instantly take in whatever rich information was embedded within it. Billy blinked hard several times and took a deep breath as he got ready to look. Transcripts had brought all kinds of news in the past, but good or bad, it was always revelatory. Billy Kendrick, a searcher and a seeker through every stage of his life, was no stranger to the incredible feeling of information overload that was about to hit him. But never in 1,000 lifetimes could he have guessed at the kind of realizations and discoveries this particular transcript would bring. P-96, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. Where the hell does this kid get all the energy? Clark McCarthy panted as his young son Aiden dashed back into the cornfield yelling about how no one could ever catch him. Have you been feeding him again? Tara, sitting comfortably on the porch, chuckled as she gently pushed Clark towards the field. Don't let him get too far. As Clark set off, his old childhood neighbor, and still Dan's current neighbor, put down his lemonade and turned to Tara. I'd never say this to Clark, Mr. Bird whispered, but damn if I ain't starting to see so much of Henry in him. Tara chuckled even louder now. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that to him. An empty wheelchair sat in the back corner of the porch, a constant reminder of Henry McCarthy's life and sacrifices. He had always made the best of the hands he was dealt and put his family above all else, so Tara had been as keen as Clark to leave the chair in Henry's favorite lookout spot as a small tribute. At the age of 4, when his grandfather passed away, Aidan had been comfortably old enough to know Henry and old enough to miss him. That he liked climbing onto the chair to watch the sunset, as he often had when Henry was visiting, was just one more reason to keep it around. Clark and Tara were grateful every day that Henry had held on long enough to not just meet, but leave such a positive mark on the grandson he'd always wanted. Little Aidan was a different child from his cousin Piper in more ways than anyone could count, but both had brought boundless joy to Henry in his final years. Tara was now pregnant with a second child, due in little over 4 weeks, but she had been utterly insistent that Piper's birthday trip to Europe wouldn't be canceled again because of the pregnancy. Henry's passing had already postponed it a year earlier, and she eventually succeeded in convincing her naturally protective sister Emma that everything would be fine for the 2 weeks they were gone. No one had any concerns that the new baby would be the dangerous kind of different, and they were all fairly certain of this, given that the now 5-year-old Aidan had never displayed any unusual powers or mental abilities to speak of. Clark and Tara were absolutely sure of this, thanks to several neurological scans carried out by some well-trusted doctors recommended by Timo Fiore. The test results had been seen by the messengers, but Aidan himself had not. This was no accident. The boy's parents made a very conscious decision to give him the most normal life possible, and introducing him to aliens or taking him to man-made space stations didn't exactly fit in with such a goal. A quiet family life was Clark's #1 priority, and one that the ranch provided in spades. Having been lucky enough to inherit it from the late Phil Norris, Clark changed the name from Stevenson Farm to McCarthy Ranch. Since no one even knew who Stevenson was, and Clark had always liked the idea of having a ranch, even if this one wasn't really big enough to fit the image most would have in mind if they heard the name, the change was a no-brainer. Now into his mid to late 40s, mid if you asked him, late if Tara or his brother Dan were trying to antagonize him, the still muscular Clark found himself tiring after chasing Aidan around the newly subdivided fields for only 10 or 15 minutes. This was a far cry from his super fit days in the Army, and it reminded him in no uncertain terms that time truly did wait for no man. That Tara enjoyed the quiet life just as much as Clark did would have surprised her younger and wilder self to no end, but age, as well as the alien-related challenges she had come through with her close friends and family, had changed her perspectives on almost everything. Although she still diligently and proudly oversaw a world-leading fashion line bearing her famous maiden name, Tara did so from home, when possible, and avoided as many interspace contact agency obligations as she could. This wasn't always easy, owing to her technically being the global organization's third highest-ranking official behind her brother-in-law Dan and ICA chairman William Godfrey. At the age of 19, Tara had been an aspiring model, seeking the spotlight wherever she could find it. The search took her from Georgia to New York with a few stops in between, but 19 years later, there was, quite simply, no place like home. Birchwood and its people had been good to Tara from the start, showing a welcoming kindness that was perfectly exemplified by the likes of old Mr. Bird, who still stopped by from time to time. Clark and Mr. Bird had grown closer since Henry's death, which left Bird as the last of the 3 musketeers, given that the farm's former owner, Phil Norris, had passed away some 13 years earlier. Mr. Bird now much preferred to spend the occasional quiet evening looking out over the cornfields rather than in his old haunt of New Care Grillin' Bar and Grill at the edge of town, where the memories of his old buddies were sometimes too much to bear. Clark truly was starting to look like his father to a remarkable degree, and there was no one Bird would rather sip a beer with at the end of the day. As Mr. Bird gazed out to the fields with nary a care in the world, a very uncomfortable sound suddenly left Tara's lips. Somewhere between a gasp and a gulp, it worried the old man immediately. "Are you okay?" he asked with a great deal of urgency in his always soft voice. "Is it?" Tara shook her head and turned the phone in her hand so Mr. Bird could read the message. He had been there for everything over the years and knew it all, so the usual care needed in revealing anything about Piper wasn't necessary here. Neither of them knew what was necessary, because neither of them had any strong hunch as to exactly what a sudden jolt in the poor girl's neck could mean. They knew what it was bound to be related to, however, and this made them more uneasy than they could bear. The message from Dan explicitly asked Tara not to call him or Emma back until they'd had some time with Piper, leaving her mind all alone to think and overthink about what could be going on. He had waited to send the message until early morning arrived in Colorado, and this at least gave Tara a modicum of hope that it wasn't anything too serious. "Should we call Clark out of the field?" Mr. Bird asked, thankfully taking Tara out of her worst thoughts. Feeling a well of stress-driven sickness building at the worst time, but selflessly thinking only of everyone else, Tara shook her head. "Let them have their fun," the normally upbeat and positive woman said. "Because whatever did that to Piper, I've got a horrible feeling it's just the start." P-95, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. Never had an international gathering under the auspices of a trade summit meant so much, and never had so much pressure to de-escalate a major standoff fallen on one man's shoulders. ICA Chairman William Godfrey might have grayed and wrinkled more than a little in the 13 years since the elected leaders of the United States and United Kingdoms were removed from office and prosecuted in disgrace, but his resolve had never been stronger. Ensuring meaningful peace between the Western world's leading powers was a task he would perform at any personal cost, and as far as Godfrey was concerned, leaving the summit without a change in the status quo was simply not going to happen. Godfrey's will was so strong that he hadn't just accepted an invitation to moderate this showdown dressed up as a trade summit, as most believed, but had, in fact, essentially invited himself and then gone even further in leaning on the organizers to relocate it. He considered the new setting to be highly symbolic, with a rugged Spanish island off the west coast of Africa, one which lay in the vast Atlantic pond that separated the day's two belligerents, far superior to the originally announced choice of Madrid. Following some fortuitous political timing 15 years ago, Godfrey had led several forerunners of the now stable ICA, from the Global Shield Commission to the Global Contact Commission, and his decade-plus of largely apolitical service to the global community had won him a special place in the hearts and minds of billions. The hyper-refined English accent that was once mocked at home brought Godfrey instant gravitas from foreign observers who had been raised on a Hollywood diet that assigned strength and authority to a voice like his. His unmatched way with words and rarely seen but always effective, ruthless streak rounded out a rare combination that made Godfrey uniquely placed to attempt the current task at hand. Alone in his suite as the hours ticked away until his remarks would bring the opulent event's opening night gala to a close, Godfrey was internally debating whether the de-escalation strategy in his mind was the right one. It certainly wasn't the obvious one, but he still felt it was best suited for dealing with the young and brash American upstart who had somehow stumbled his way out of Wall Street and into the White House. U.S. President Nick Mason, a former public prosecutor and high-profile investor, had been a constant thorn in Godfrey's side, as well as a fly in the ointment of international stability. Mason routinely attacked Godfrey's ICA by aggressively stating his opposition to supposedly reckless research into technologies that didn't originate on Earth. He often sought to remind everyone that not only did humanity not understand such things, but that the messengers themselves had even less insight since they had been gifted it all by the architects who manipulated them so fully. "The messengers trying to teach us anything is like one kid trying to teach another kid how to drive," Mason lamented on that topic. "A car crash waiting to happen." President Mason was especially preoccupied with anything relating to the uplift powers, to the extent that his rival, British Prime Minister Diane Logan, had recently suggested that perhaps the American gentleman doth protest too much, clearly insinuating a common suspicion that Mason was authorizing ground-based research into the uplift powers despite a binding and absolute international moratorium against it. Many nations felt that the American government was well placed to unilaterally benefit from potential alien-related discoveries, All of the occasions the messengers had landed in various U.S. locations had given them multiple sites to study, the theory held, from Colorado and Montana to New York, the latter of which played host to the one-time arrival of a fear-inspiring architect whose horrific appearance and frightening power led to the far gentler messengers being banned too. There was an unmissable and great irony that the race of aliens willing to obey such a request would adhere to it, while the only race who posed a threat to Earth would doubtless have dismissed it out of hand if their sole representative had even stuck around to talk about it. Mason frequently lambasted other governments as short-sighted compared to his own, chiefly, but not solely regarding the alien issue, more than once stating that anyone picked at random could have done their jobs while no one on the planet could do his as well as he could. This kind of bombast played well with his base, if not his critics, and in more serious interviews, Mason had sometimes expanded to explain that he had always put a lot of faith in the underutilized field of super forecasting, mastery of which saw him utilizing data in ways other leaders just didn't. This had helped him privately, he said, taking him from a comfortable prosecutor to a very wealthy investor. The most detail he ever gave was that his methods of prediction and analysis were based on new twists on some fairly standard commercial practices, such as scrutinizing mass social media metadata for sentiment. "Juries move on sentiment and markets move on sentiment," he once famously said in his unadulterated New York accent. "And I'm finding out every single day that politics isn't so different." Another famous and often quoted line had been Mason's quip that it doesn't take a genius super forecaster to know that alien powers are dangerous and shouldn't be allowed on Earth, or allowed to be played with by rich people on space stations that soar high in the sky over our poverty-stricken inner cities. Godfrey was anything but a fan of Mason and knew that renowned PR supremo Emma McCarthy, long out of the game, also hated the man with a burning passion and could never understand how he always seemed to be one step ahead of her usually unmatched instincts. And to Godfrey and Emma's commonly undying consternation, Mason's chief international rival, the UK's Diane Logan, was hardly any more palatable. After first coming to prominence as William Godfrey's own deputy prime minister, Logan had found herself replaced by the abrasive and ultimately overreaching John Cole. Up until then, she had been a cautiously progressive counterbalance for Godfrey's old-fashioned social conservatism, but those days were long in the past for both of them. For his part, Godfrey hadn't needed to bother pretending to subscribe to any neat basket of policy positions for the better part of 15 years, while the politically reinvented Logan was now anything but cautious in everything she did. When former Prime Minister Cole and the equally disgraced former President Valerie Slater were exposed for their crimes, chiefly their roles in the political assassination of innocent archaeologist Mesut Demir, Logan had been seen as a safe pair of hands to fill the void left by Cole's dramatic arrest. In the background, however, she was bitter for the way Godfrey had discarded her several years earlier. The undeniable success of brash operators like Cole left Logan with little choice but to pivot away from her once reserved ways, too, and in the intervening decade, she had carved out a profitable niche as a populist rabble-rouser with socially progressive and fiscally conservative positions that she expressed with religious vigor at every opportunity. Hardened by 4 decades in politics and sharpened by the chaos of the present, Diane Logan was a formidable foe. The John Cole genie would never go back into its bottle, even as the man played out his days behind bars, with his hardline populism energizing a base who had quite legitimately felt like mainstream politicians had ignored their interests and taken their compliant obedience for granted for far too long. Logan's first order of domestic business was speaking to those selfsame voters. She did this more successfully than any challengers for the party leadership, and had since gone from strength to strength throughout an almost unprecedented decade-plus stay in number 10. If anything, ensuring domestic dominance was the hardest challenge Logan faced. The extent to which President Slater and the American establishment as a whole had been caught up in the damning Emporion scandal meant that the nation's global prestige was at an all-time low, leaving Logan with little political choice other than to double down in a war of words against her country's longtime greatest ally. With global opinion of the U.S. as an international political leader also shot to pieces by the taint of the Slater years, a vacuum of Western leadership emerged into which Logan did all she could to step in. Changing security needs in the post-nuclear era impacted these trends too, as the dissolution of NATO further eroded once unbreakable transatlantic links. Chinese Premier Deng Xiang, the world's longest-serving major leader, was personally affronted and betrayed by Slater's antics with coal. The UK and China had since aligned closely on issues of trade and defense, along with a select few other large nations such as India and Australia. Peace through interdependence, in the vein of the European project of the second half of the 20th century, saw a grand-scale de-escalation of conflict between India and Pakistan, for which Logan was happy to take disproportionate personal credit. Results like this further cemented her growing cash as the world's foremost national leader. The average citizen of any country likely would have named Godfrey as the world's most powerful leader of all, but Logan had her sights on that designation too. For Godfrey, personal prestige hadn't meant anything for a long time. His every perspective on life, as well as politics, had been changed by the time he spent embedded with the McCarthy family in Birchwood, Colorado, while the world had been all but crumbling down around them, and yet they and their inner circles so consistently acted with a degree of selfless integrity that made him feel dirty in comparison. Humbled by the challenges they defeated and their willingness to bring him in on the closely guarded secret of their daughter's gifts, Godfrey was a changed man, who now tended to raise his voice only when unwarranted criticism of Chief Planetary Liaison Dan McCarthy's decisions to keep his distance from ICA proceedings raised its head. When Godfrey postponed a high-stakes annual ICA summit at 4 days' notice to attend Henry McCarthy's funeral, few were surprised. When he delivered the well-spoken eulogy at the family's request and to a television audience well into the hundreds of millions, dry eyes were few and far between. Today, however, Godfrey had about as little patience for some of the leaders gathered in Lanzarote as Henry McCarthy always had for politicians in general. With U.S.-UK tensions at boiling point, Godfrey and his ICA were seen as the only thing keeping things from truly tipping over the edge. Now an Argentine citizen, Godfrey had gone so far as rescinding his British citizenship as a sign of neutrality. This gesture went down well with the American public and caused little ill feeling in the home country where he was far more revered than he had been during his days in charge of it, which irked both Mason and Logan. Keen political observers might have noted that Valerie Slater and John Cole had once aligned in their mutual goal of eliminating the otherwise untouchable William Godfrey, but no one even considered that there would ever be any such link-up between Mason and Logan due to the truly adversarial positions of their nations as well as their chalk-and-cheese personalities. To Godfrey's endless frustration, it was absolutely no exaggeration to state that Anglo-American relations were at a 300-year low due to a domino effect catalyzed by the fateful arrival of a lone alien architect in New York City some 13 years earlier. There had been no direct open hostilities as of yet, but fire had recently been exchanged by close allies of the Western world's competing powers. These satellite conflicts were of a kind familiar to those who lived through what was now spoken of as the First Cold War. Japan, as one of few major nations still unambiguously aligned to the United States, had suffered the worst casualties after a naval encroachment brought them into conflict with combined Indian and Australian forces. In short, externally and immediately imposed nuclear disarmament had failed to usher in the peace that many long hoped it might. As a lifelong student of the realist school of international relations, Godfrey hadn't held out much of that hope in his own right, but he would certainly have never predicted that Slater and Cole's political demise would usher in two even bigger idiots with even less regard for anything except the perceived strength of their own positions. In the past few years, various branches of the Mason administration had suffered from a series of increasingly damaging cyber attacks. By now, pretty much everyone realized that the assumption that Britain's ever-expanding cybersecurity task force was involved was less of a suspicion than an absolute given. Working with India and possibly China to invest unprecedented resources in this field, Diane Logan all but admitted involvement by saying, verbatim, "Perhaps the American gentleman should have super-forecasted his aides some better antivirus software." Godfrey was running through all of these variables and mentally debating whether to temper his planned speech when his phone suddenly chimed in his pocket. A glance at the screen brought some most unwelcome news, in the form of a heads-up from Dan McCarthy that young Piper had just experienced an ominous pain at the back of her neck. The silver-haired ICA chairman gulped. This was all he needed, today of all days. But his immediate concerns were for Piper herself and for what this might mean. He responded quickly, thanking Dan for the update and wishing the family well during their stay in his own home city of London, but the news put a whole new spin on Godfrey's day. With everything the McCarthys had gone through, and considering how diametrically opposed their personalities were to the Masons and Logans, who somehow ruled what were, to his mind, the two greatest nations in the world, William Godfrey's decision was made. He would go with the original plan and the original speech. And by the end of the night, Nick Mason and Diane Logan wouldn't just be wishing they hadn't shown up to hear it, they would be wishing they'd never been born. P-94, Gravesend Kensington Hotel, London, England. The 15 minutes between a jolt-like pain hitting Piper McCarthy's neck and her family's reserved pod on the London Eye reaching the ground were among the most uncomfortable any of them could remember. Stepping into their double suite at the Gravesend Hotel in Kensington brought a relief like no other, granting privacy and an ability to fully process the events when it was most needed. The one positive they tried to take was that they had at least been high up when it happened, safely out of sight of even the most opportune paparazzo. That gave Dan and Emma some time to calm Piper's unease before they had to step into full public view, although in truth they were at least as troubled by their daughter's pain as she was. There was nothing random about a sudden and shooting pain in the back of the neck, as Dan could attest only too well from the several occasions when the messengers had called to him before more nuanced methods of communication were at their disposal. The procedure for granting uplift powers involved a sharp cable being inserted into the back of the neck, and the less invasive adhesive patches Dan stumbled across on New Caerglen did the same job in the same place. It went without saying that the messengers, led by humanity's great friend Leisha and his close partner Sacco, would never call to Piper in such a way. When Piper speculated the pain may have been caused by them, she was referring instead to the so-called architects who had granted the incredible powers to the messengers in the first place as a means of manipulating the trusting race to do their bidding. 13 years since either race had been seen on Earth, every child in the world learned about messengers and architects as every generation before had learned about mammals and reptiles. Rather than using contemporary animals, a better comparison may in fact have been one between the aliens and dinosaurs, since there was a lot of supposition involved in any discussion of the architects in particular. Even though one had landed on Earth and physically connected itself to Dan McCarthy in the middle of New York City, all while its gargantuan hovering mothership recklessly crushed the tips of nearby skyscrapers, or perhaps because of all that, there were far more questions than answers. Piper naturally had more to learn than anyone, including things the other children could never know, things about herself, and most specifically about her early powers. All parents had to make decisions about their children, which sometimes led to disagreements and compromises that pleased no one, but for Dan and Emma, those decisions were even more consequential and more challenging. On their anniversary, around the time of Piper's 3rd birthday, when her developing sense of self and growing inquisitiveness made things especially hard, Emma's younger sister Tara gave them a card with a Seneca quote Dan had mentioned to her once before. "Fire is the test of gold, adversity of strong men." Those circumstances had been adversity's way of testing the couple's bond, Tara said. An adversity no one else would ever have to face, and an adversity she believed no one else could have ever handled. For most other children of Piper's age, meanwhile, The strange alien times when life on Earth had been utterly dominated by the twists and turns of one discovery after another were generally considered in the same terms as the war years of decades gone by. The few years between Dan's initial discovery of an impossibly complicated cover-up and his frightening public encounter with a giant horror movie-worthy architect, as remarkable as it had been for those who lived through it, was just one more chapter, albeit a chapter like no other, in the history book of planet Earth. In essence, the alien times of Earth-based contact were considered firmly in the past tense. At least for 13 years they had been. In Dan's mind, it was quite surprising that aliens had gone from the only issue to a niche side issue in the past decade. The visiting architect's unilateral and permanent disabling of all nuclear weaponry within Earth's atmosphere had caused more unexpected strife than most people could have imagined, and had birthed a new transatlantic Cold War that no one saw coming. In the context of all this, there seemed to be little room for national leaders to consider what united them, chiefly their coexistence under the same alien-filled sky. Direct human cooperation with the friendly messengers occurred on Timo Fiore's space station and on the messenger's home world of New Kerguelen, where a permanent human crew was stationed to both assist in technological matters unknown to the aliens and to seek even broader new horizons for humanity itself. One messenger lived permanently on Il Cercatore, a kindly doctor and gifted empath by the name of Melly. Melly had known Piper since the girl was less than a year old and had sparked an instant bond with what she immediately considered the most remarkable child ever born of any race. When baby Piper exhibited dangerous powers of telekinesis and a potentially double life-ruining ability to effectively see through her father's eyes, courtesy of a remote viewing ability she was far too young to understand, it had been Melly who assured the parents these were the only powers she would be better off without. Thanks primarily to Melly's nuanced analysis at the unsettling time when all of Piper's superhuman abilities began to manifest at once, the child's genius and brilliance had not been stunted by any procedures to render her more normal. No one had ever wanted to stop Piper from shining as brightly as she could, least of all Emma, but for a few difficult days, the prospect of raising and protecting a truly superhuman child had weighed impossibly heavily on her mother's mind. Melly's willingness to stay within easy reach on the station had made the intervening 13 years much easier than they would have been without her, and neither Piper nor Emma would ever be able to thank her enough. On the station, Melly was able to communicate with the humans using the telepathy-granting uplift patches that were banned from Earth in the same way the messengers themselves had been. No one in the McCarthy's close circle was remotely happy with the second of those bans, given how much Melly and her planet's leader, Lisha, had done to help the humans. It was unfortunately necessary, however, as part of a compromise reluctantly agreed by Dan and ICA Chairman William Godfrey to ensure that none of a succession of anti-alien American presidents would hold back from pushing for an absolute alien ban within Earth's orbit as well as on its surface. Given Piper's closeness to Melly, it came as no surprise when the girl requested a phone call to the station in the wake of her painful experience. Dan looked at the time and asked if she could wait a few hours so he could mention the incident to William Godfrey and obtain explicit approval for not just a call, but perhaps a visit to Il Cercatore. A visit would be much better, Dan said, and approval from Godfrey was only important today of all days because an extremely tense and potentially combustible international summit was underway on the Atlantic Spanish island of Lanzarote. It was probably a one-off, Piper insisted, looking through their suite's wide window to the exciting city beyond. Can we go back out? Emma and Dan shared a look, both quickly deciding it would be better for him to be the one to say no. We'll give that a few more hours to be sure, he said. Then later you can choose London or the station. You did great keeping that neck pain to yourself, but I don't want you to have to do it again. Taking this surprisingly easily, and giving both parents a hunch that despite her love for Melly and the station, she was almost certain to choose London, Piper rolled over and picked up the Rubik's Cube by the sofa. While Dan had quickly shared the major news with Godfrey, Emma's immediate instinct was to solely tell her younger sister Tara. Telling Tara meant telling Dan's older brother Clark, too, since the siblings had paired off in a quirk of fate no one had given a second thought since the cards began to unfold that way. Neither Clark nor Tara had felt any pain, leaving it looking very much like Piper was alone in experiencing what she described as a sharp pulsing in her neck. The rest of the day's birthday week events were on hold for now, and there was no telling what would come next. P-93. Control Deck, Space Station, Il Cercatore. On the 6-year-old space station Il Cercatore, named for the word seeker in the native language of Timo Fiori, its well-liked sole funder, the man himself currently sat pondering the troubling news from Earth. Timo's dear friends Dan and Emma McCarthy, whose daughter Piper's specialness he was one of precious few people to understand, were currently struggling with a worrying development. Dan had just sent a brief encrypted message to Il Cercatore's high-security control deck, giving Timo a heads up that they might soon seek to make a trip to the station at short notice. Piper had experienced a sharp pain in her neck, it said, the most meaningful place for anyone who had ever been uplifted. Timo was lucky enough to count himself in that club, too, if only via the uplift patches rather than the genetic inheritance Piper alone had experienced, and he took the fact that neither he nor the adult McCarthys had felt anything as a good sign. With Dan's explicit permission, Timo shared the news with his two most trusted confidants. Melly, known for her warm kindliness even among the universally amiable messengers, tried to assure Timo that the sudden neck pain Piper described, per Dan's report, might have been some kind of reaction to a hormonal or neurological development. With her 14th birthday just days away, Piper was coming of age and could simply be further growing into her own special mind, Melly said. Simply wasn't a word Timo would have used, but he took the point on board and couldn't help but be soothed by Melly's characteristically calming words. Those words, as Melly's now always did, reached Timo not in any patch-enabled telepathic manner, but rather through a vocal translation device his scientists had created with Melly's tireless assistance. The device and its software were imperfect and constantly improving, so Melly spoke slowly and carefully in her native tongue whenever she wanted to be understood by Timo. Her translated words were relayed almost instantly in English by a pleasant computerized voice. In this way, it wasn't entirely unlike the devices used in international business and diplomacy-related contexts, with the real breakthrough being that Timo's linguists, admittedly with Melly's very direct help, had succeeded in translating a truly alien language in the first place. Timo alone relied on the vocal translator, and his right-hand man, Alessandro Bonucci, was usually there, wearing his telepathy patch, to step in if ever the translator was slightly off base on any particular words. There was a good reason for Timo's interest in the translator. He saw it as a breakthrough which could possibly ease concerns on Earth about the use of uplift powers such as telepathy, which were otherwise necessary for interspecies cooperation. The existence of temporary power-granting patches was now well known on Earth, but such devices were understandably banned. None had ever fallen into the wrong hands, and in being glad of this, Timo could understand why others on Earth were opposed to the powers being used there more generally. He trusted the messengers implicitly, but could see why those who didn't know them so well might not, particularly when Earth's own political leaders were so ill-deserving of such trust. This was why Timo had asked his team to focus on a vocal translator rather than a hypothesized thought transcriber. In pondering that something like that might ever be created and fall into the wrong hands, the dystopian implications kept even Timo's ordinarily optimistic mind on edge. More than anything else, Timo was always tremendously wary of the prospect of any kind of telepathic arms race. The diabolical umbrella corporation he helped to expose around 13 years earlier, trading as all kinds of names, either under or disguised from the Emporion banner, had been actively working on such a device with the ostensibly noble goal of turning mute patients' thoughts into words. In a saner world, Timo would have been fully behind such research, but knowing what else Emporion's mucky hands were involved in left him in no uncertain terms what would really have been done with the technology. Prior to the translator, The biggest breakthrough of Timo's Fiori Frontieri Space Research Corporation had been its launch of the ambitious Heartbeat probe, one which would travel much further and much faster through space than anything that had come before. Some questioned the wisdom of spending as much money as he had on this probe, since humanity already not only knew what else was out there, intelligent aliens, but already had full access to their home planet. Timo steadfastly defended the value of humanity continuing to humbly utilize its own methods of research, however, and insisted that sending such a sophisticated probe so far beyond the sun could pay unimagined dividends for humanity's knowledge and understanding of countless bodies and phenomena. As the world's wealthiest man, thanks to a combination of 2 dynastic inheritances and a series of hugely profitable tech investments, Timo sought no profit from any of his projects. Indeed, he had by now sunk tens of billions of dollars into space research following decades of no-strings investment that preceded even the breakthrough moment of Dan McCarthy's first contact with the messengers. No one else was investing in space anymore, what with national governments more intent on wastefully rebuilding their conventional militaries in this post-nuclear era, and with the ICA solely focused on managing contact with the messengers rather than searching for anything else. Whenever he thought about the ICA and everything its chairman, William Godfrey, had to do under the general descriptor of managing contact, Timo didn't envy the role for a second. In reality, Timo had infinitely more contact with the messengers than anyone else on Earth's side of the gateway to New Kerguelen, since Melly was rarely far from his side and none of her kind were permitted to set foot on Earth. Some anti-alien activists wanted the messengers banned from Earth's orbit as well as its surface, chief among them the loathsomely reactionary American president Nick Mason, and to this end, Timo understood why William Godfrey had struck a compromise. It was certainly better than nothing, but in lamenting the unfairness of this fear-driven compromise, Timo considered it very lucky that the messengers didn't bear grudges. For while none of them were allowed to walk on Earth, Timo and the ICA had a jointly established team of human scientists not just walking freely on New Kerguelen, but building launch facilities on its surface. All kinds of human instrumentation and materials had been carried across the gate to that end, but the frustrating inability of any human craft to pass the gate meant that the human-designed rockets and ships, which would be launched from New Kerguelen, would have to be built there, too. Somewhat ironically, Timo himself had never been to New Kerguelen. He lived instead on Il Cercatore, at a midway point between Earth and the Gate, seeing his role as facilitating continued access for both species. President Mason loathed this setup, likening it to a private entity occupying a geopolitically crucial gateway state, like Turkey. Timo remained popular on Earth, even among most of Mason's devoted supporters, however, due in no small part to the eternally ego-free manner in which he conducted himself. What no one on the station besides his personal doctors knew about Timo was that he was sadly now not long for the world, with a condition best identified as a parasitic pathogen slowly eroding countless cellular and neurological functions in a way even these field-leading doctors couldn't begin to tackle. Melly's remarkable gifts as an empath meant that she knew, of course, but her loyalty to Timo meant that she kept it quiet even to their mutual friends. This ate away at her, given how firmly honesty was ingrained in the modern culture of her kind, but she reluctantly accepted that Timo's death sentence was quite simply not her truth to tell. Timo and his scientists knew precisely where the gate was in its geosynchronous orbit, much further from Earth than the station itself, but only because they could see precisely where the messenger's spacecraft seemed to disappear when leaving and reappear when returning. Besides that, nothing else was visibly or otherwise detectable. Ultra-high-quality video footage had been studied of the craft disappearing, both footage of the craft and footage taken from the craft as it passed through the physics-defying portal. Alessandro Bonucci, an astronomer by trade but gifted polymath who coordinated the station's activities, frequently took issue with terms such as physics-defying and physically impossible, stating the concept of physics as a discipline understood by humans didn't even exist when the gate was constructed. To Alessandro's brilliant mind, The gate should have been considered no less impossible by modern humans than the concept of a space station would have been by ancient ones. Seeing was believing, for one thing, but he had high hopes that his own research into dimensional flux might provide an answer as to how the gate worked. What mattered most for both Timo and Alessandro, however, was less how the gate worked and more that the gate worked. Without that, there could be no distant launch site and no decisive realization of just where exactly New Kerguelen was relative to Earth in the great expanse of the universe. The quest for discovery kept Timo going, so his heart happily skipped a beat when a video call came in from his team leader on the other side of the gate. This extremely useful ability to call between worlds was theoretically possible due to the instantaneous nature of the gate, and was made actually possible by reverse engineering the radios in the messenger's craft, which had always enabled them to conduct this kind of cross-gate communication. The messengers assisted directly in the engineering process, as they always did when asked, and Timo felt like thanking them for it every single time he engaged in a cross-gate call. "Billy," he beamed. On the other side of the screen, and the other side of the gate, Billy Kendrick smiled back even wider. A friendly humanoid alien sat at his side in the shape of Boone, just as Melly stood next to Timo, but the two said nothing. Since both were fully uplifted, their messenger-to-messenger ability of telepathy functioned across the gate, whether they could see each other like this or not. "Wait, what's up?" Billy asked. Timo gulped. Just like his illness wasn't Melly's truth to tell, it wasn't for him to tell Billy anything about Piper. "Long day and a short night," he replied. "Nothing for you to worry about, my friend. But tell me, to what do we owe the pleasure?" "We found an underwater transcript near a densely covered island," Billy blurted out. Timo's eyes widened. "I'm going to seek approval to send an expedition as soon as we can get it moving," the excited old archaeologist continued. "None of this would have been possible without all the resources you provided, just like when we found Dortolu Tepe, so I wanted to tell you right away." "I appreciate that. But to be absolutely clear, did you say you found a transcript underwater, beside an island?" Timo asked, making sure he'd heard correctly. Billy nodded, then grinned broadly. "And Timo, I'm glad you're sitting down, because trust me, that's not even the half of it." P-92, Fraser Steading, Thurso, Scotland. On the strangest day he could ever remember, Colin Fraser was still trying to make sense of what was going on at his usually quiet coastal farm. Seeing the footage captured by a tourist's drone had in one sense revealed why his sheep had been so spooked and why the one who remained in the center of the field had suddenly fallen over, but he had more questions now than he'd had at the time. What the crystal-clear footage revealed was something that had to be seen to be believed. Seconds before the drone fell from the sky due to some kind of electrical interference, a small patch of ground literally pulsed upwards, slightly but noticeably, like a tarpaulin sheet being punched from below. The sheep that fell over no longer struck Colin as clumsy, now that he realized that somehow or another the ground had quite literally moved from under its feet. It wasn't easy to judge the amount of movement or the size of the affected area from the drone's aerial vantage point, but Colin figured it had to be concentrated around the small series of concentric circles he'd spotted when he ran to check on his fallen sheep. The footage ended abruptly, and before the patch of grass looked yellowed, but Colin was able to confirm that it definitely hadn't been yellowed at the start of the footage, and thus that the unexplained phenomena was indeed responsible for that effect. None of the electronics in Colin's home had been damaged, at least as far as he could tell, which indicated that the radius of whatever kind of pulse had occurred was mercifully small. Short of answers and reluctant to go public or to the authorities before making sure he wasn't missing something obvious, Colin sent the footage to a small group of local farmers via the chat app they used to discuss things like upcoming markets and weather conditions. Several hours later, while he certainly hadn't forgotten the incident, he was going about his day in the relatively calm assumption that everything else seemed normal. Colin wondered now whether the drone itself might have been the issue, emitting something he didn't know about, something along the same basic theme as the infamous blood drones that often dropped paint on unpopular politicians, but something a whole lot weirder. No illuminating suggestions had come from his fellow farmers, so when Colin's doorbell rang, he assumed it might be one of them popping round to discuss the footage or to have a look in his field. The sun would still be out after the all-important football game on TV was finished, though, so if they were going to take more than a few minutes, he'd have to ask them to come back later. To Colin's surprise, no farmer was waiting on the other side of his door. Instead, he saw two smartly dressed and official-looking men. "Colin Fraser?" one asked, a bald man who looked to be in his mid-50s or so. He wore a stern expression as he lifted an ID badge from his jacket's inner pocket. Like the tourists from earlier in the day, his accent was Scottish, but not local. "We're from the security service." Finn, Colin's loyal dog, walked over to see who was there. Colin's eyes flitted to the other man, who was much younger and less intimidating. "MI5, he asked them both. "What's going?" "Your farm is being locked down pending ongoing investigations," the bald agent interrupted. He then waved an aggressive hand in Finn's face, far too close for comfort. "Oi, watch yourself!" Colin boomed. The agent's eyes widened. "Rich, your landline and mobile lines have been cut off, and your doors will be monitored at all hours. This should be over in a day or two, but in the meantime, keep your curtains closed and stay out of our way. If you can't follow that instruction, at least don't try to find a way to be the next Dan McCarthy by posting any more footage online. Will you?" "I didn't post anything anywhere," Colin replied. "Well, it didn't post itself." The group chat, he realized. One of them shared it. "But wait," Colin said, his mind suddenly locking on to something. "You just said Dan McCarthy. Does that mean you think this is... you know?" "That means you don't leave until we say so, all right?" The increasingly impatient agent boomed. "It's not a complicated order. And Christ, will you get that bloody mutt away from me?" Colin looked down at Finn, who was behaving as well as ever while studying the man for signs of any overt hostility. He then turned to the other agent, much younger and less belligerent. "Is this a good cop, bad cop kind of thing? Or is he actually this much of an arsehole?" The younger man didn't answer, fighting to keep a straight face. "You're lucky he's here," hissed the object of Colin's insult. "If I was alone, your face would be against the floor, and that mutt wouldn't be so full of itself. Just stay inside and let us do our job, or you'll regret it. Capiche?" Before Colin could answer, the bald agent took it upon himself to take control of the door, then pulled hard to slam it closed. Stunned by the man's confrontational approach, Colin paced over to the window on the other side of his house with a great deal of frustration. He looked out and saw no fewer than 6 similarly dressed agents nosing around on his land. Jesus. Colin didn't quite regret sharing the footage of the mysterious event, only ruefully wishing that it hadn't occurred where it had, but with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, he was starting to think that he perhaps hadn't gone about things in the most optimal way. Of all the fields, it had to be mine, he mused with a long sigh. He then poured himself a whiskey and slumped down onto the couch in front of the TV. "Ah, well," he said to Finn, "at least the satellite TV is still on, and the football is about to start. And whatever happened out there to bring that idiot over, it seems like it's past." But despite Colin Fraser's laudable optimism, the latter of those statements would soon be proven more than a little ill-founded. P-91, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. At 9:30 p.m., a few hours after witnessing one of the most breathtaking sunsets of his life from a balcony looking west across the Atlantic Ocean, William Godfrey made his way downstairs to give a speech that would go one of two ways. The diplomatic situation between the preeminent national leaders on either side of this glistening ocean had deteriorated to such an extent that doing nothing was no longer an option, and Godfrey's run at the ICA had been long enough that he would no longer feel desolate to go down swinging, like he would have even a few years earlier. As he descended the hotel's grand stairway and walked alone into the plush conference space, Godfrey noticed with no surprise that U.S. President Nick Mason's front row seat was empty. Ding Xiang, a longtime ally of Godfrey's who had irked him greatly by aligning with the UK's Diane Logan in an international standoff that should not have been happening, sat on one side of the empty seat with his Japanese counterpart on the other. Logan sat on Ding's other side. If there was a battle, its lines were clearly drawn. Godfrey cleared his throat at the podium, standing before the most high-profile gathering of national leaders seen anywhere in the world for at least a decade. A vast television audience was watching, too, and much of what Godfrey was about to say was for their ears at least as much as it was for any in the room. An ICA official standing behind the seated leaders held out his hand and counted down his fingers from 5. On 0, he gave 2 thumbs up. The lights of every news camera flicked to life. "Where is he?" Godfrey asked the Japanese Prime Minister, knowing full well the show had started. "He will be 1 minute," the surprised leader replied. Godfrey gave a slightly upturned smile and shrugged. "We'll wait. I guess young Nick should have super forecasted when he would need the toilet, so he could have done his dirty little business at a more appropriate time." A brief moment of shocked silence gave way to laughter among some of the delegates, but the expression of Diane Logan, who knew Godfrey better than anyone with the possible exception of Ding, didn't break, despite how little time she had for Mason. Godfrey's remarkably out-of-character crudeness had just set the tone for an uncomfortable 15 minutes, and Logan knew that Mason wouldn't be the only one in his sights. "Ah, he made it." Godfrey then boomed as Nick Mason sheepishly made his way into the room. An attempt to sit at the back made clear that he'd planned to make a fool of Godfrey by not showing up, and then did so only reluctantly after being called out. "No, down here," Godfrey added with a smile. "Come on, young Nick. There's a seat with your name on it." Like everything else Godfrey said and did when he was in this kind of takedown mood, his usage of young Nick was extremely deliberate, and the stare he then sent President Mason's way as the man sat down wasn't just unfriendly. It was openly and deliberately hostile. "Anyway," the ICA chairman groaned, "I'll begin by thanking the organizers of this fine event and the hotel for its fine hospitality. But I won't pause for applause. This isn't a pageant. It's a speech I shouldn't be having to make. And this isn't a show, but the cameras are rolling so the public, that so many of you have let down so badly, can hear what I have to say." Even Ding, foe of Mason and borderline friend of Godfrey, furrowed his brow in uneasy anticipation of what might be coming next. "To begin with, I'll state the obvious," Godfrey said. "Just to get it out of the way now. Some of you might be here to talk about trade, but I'm not. I'm here to talk about war. I'm here to talk about peace, and I'm here to talk about the self-serving fools who are flirting with the former when an unprecedented opportunity to cement the latter could so easily be ours for the taking. Let me next briefly state the 3 developments that have changed geopolitics and international relations forever since I assumed my chairmanship," he continued. "Number 1. Thanks to an irreversibly decisive intervention from the long-absent extraterrestrial architect who arrived in young Nick's hometown of New York City 12 years ago, nuclear weaponry no longer poses a threat to our species. You all know this because your national scientists have all confirmed it. But for the sake of any viewers who might have doubts, it's a clear fact that however the architect did it, he ruled out future nuclear weapons from functioning in the same moment he neutralized all of our existing stockpiles. The hows and whys are a matter for another day, but the end of our existential nuclear threat also brought the end of nuclear deterrence. Number 2. The old textbooks, whether for biology or physics or just about anything else, are no longer valid. We now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are not the most advanced beings in this universe. Smarter men than I have argued that this alone brings a different kind of psychology, since animals at the top of their respective food chains tend to be less violent among themselves than do animals slightly further down. As it was stated to me,
Dogs fight, and tigers don't. Third, and most pertinent of all for our purposes today, Valerie Slater's actions damaged the status of her country and her office so greatly that not only can someone like Diane Logan stake a claim as the leader of the Western world, but so greatly that someone like young Nick Mason can sit in that chair and stake the same claim.
When Godfrey paused, the palm-muffled sneeze of a hotel waiter served only to amplify the silence it briefly broke. No one had heard silence like this since President Slater's infamous "We Are Not Alone" speech, because no one had expected anything like this.
You see, the reason we're having a conflict now isn't that we don't have the threat of nuclear weapons to keep each other in line, because, well, be real. Britain and America were never, ever, ever going to get embroiled in a standoff like that. A standoff like this, on the other hand, is what happens when rationality is jettisoned in favor of reactionary nonsense. I want to make an important point that the absence of war does not equate to the presence of peace, and the lasting peace that can be ours will be ours only if peaceful relations become the mutual goal of everyone in this room. Domestically speaking, meanwhile, I believe we can reasonably point a finger at social media for the increasingly binary divisions that opened a path for people like you two to step in. In the same way our metabolisms weren't designed to cope with the hyper-processed foods that have brought an obesity epidemic that we would have considered impossible a century ago, our democracies simply weren't designed to cope with the inherently divisive nature of social media platforms that reward with heightened visibility the most abrasive of all posts and opinions. However, we can't fully blame the apps in the same way we can't fully blame the food. Human beings have agency, and the systems created by the few can entrap the many. Just as incentives exist for food producers to make their products as addictive as possible, strong incentives now exist for political campaign advisors to make their candidates stand out as aggressively opposed to everything the other side ever says. And for some reason that's utterly lost on me, the leaders of two of the countries dearest to my heart are currently acting as though they're running against each other in an election for leader of the free world. But for the avoidance of doubt here, to the extent that such a chair exists, I'm sitting in it. And I'll still be here a long time after both of you have been found out by your own electorates.
For the first time in his speech, Godfrey was heartened to see Mason and Logan exchanging a confused and uneasy look behind Ding Ziyang's head. This was the first belated sign that his plan might be working, his plan to distract the fools from their damaging transatlantic pissing contest by giving them a common enemy to rally or at least defend against.
Because of you two, we now find ourselves in a position of shamelessly self-serving performative conflict,
Godfrey stated with an increasing strength of anger building in his voice.
And it's the least rational conflict of all time. You're not going to invade each other, and neither of you has a political or economic philosophy that threatens the other's existence. So if this is the new Cold War the corporate media is hyping it up to be, it's the most pointless one ever. Spending money defending your computer systems against each other in a digital arms race with no endpoint in sight, all while leaving our planet's space-related ambitions in the hands of a not-for-profit private investor we're all damned lucky to have? It seems like that's what passes as rationality in London and Washington these days. Tit-for-tat travel bans between two of the most culturally and economically connected nations of the world, an atmosphere in which Britain accents are distrusted in American businesses, and the reverse holds equally true. This is the world you want? The two of you have been turning diamonds into dust from the day you walked in the door.
Amid the piercing silence that fell between his sentences, Godfrey pointed accusingly at Logan and then Mason.
And I don't even know which is worse, the politician playing an idiot on one side, or the idiot playing a politician on the other.
More than a few gasps came this time, and heads were turning far more frequently as the world's most powerful leaders glanced around at each other as though trying to make sure they weren't imagining all of these words leaving the normally reserved lips of the ICA's well-respected chairman. I don't know how many of you know that the old Planet of the Apes movie was filmed on this island. Godfrey then segued, drawing confused expressions. I mention that only because when we are considering that the reins of two of the world's largest economies are currently in the hands of the two specimens who sit before me, the analogy of chimps on horseback seems rather apt. Diane Logan looked particularly affronted now, unspeakably embarrassed to be spoken about like this in front of not only a room full of her peers, but a world full of TV viewers. Godfrey noticed this, unsure whether Mason had a better poker face or simply had less shame, and opted to go for Logan's jugular first. But I think it's important that when we talk about Diane Logan, we always remember that at least she's not John Cole, he said. Some laughter followed this statement, and Logan tried to force a more neutral expression, even while anything close to a smile was impossible. Then again, let's not forget that this is the woman I sacked to make way for John Cole. Guffaws broke out at this comment, all while Diane Logan's face contorted into an expression of full-blown rage. I've made mistakes, ladies and gentlemen, Godfrey went on, and John Cole was one of them. But believe me, I've never been rejected for John Cole, and I've certainly never been ousted and replaced by John Cole. So while it's Not just mid-sentence, but mid-word, Godfrey's selflessly high-risk roast turned evisceration of Mason and Logan was cut short by a shooting pain in the back of his neck. His eyes closed in reaction to the sensation, and it took all of his political experience to think on the spot. Whatever was going on, the possibility that it was an alien-related episode foreseen by the preternaturally gifted Piper McCarthy meant that Godfrey couldn't let anything slip without putting her in danger, and that was without even considering the problems that general panic could usher in. With no way to play the incident down as nothing after his sharp gasp and pained expression, Godfrey clutched a hand to his heart and slumped forward onto his podium. His heart was fine, but his mind was positively racing with possibilities. And no matter how hard the ICA chairman thought, none of them were good. P-90. Fraser Stedding, Thurso, Scotland. Although his phone line and internet connection had been cut, just as the man who identified himself as an MI5 agent promised, Colin Fraser was relieved that his satellite TV reception had stayed steady through the evening. At halftime of the big game, he flicked over to a news station and was slightly surprised to see absolutely nothing about the incident at his farm. He figured the tourists who lost their drone might have spoken to the media, or that the footage one of his farmers had shared publicly from the group chat might have been a story in itself, but there seemed to be nothing so far. On reflection, he figured that the security and intelligence agencies no doubt had their ears to the ground on anything that had a remotely possible connection to the aliens, as the agent's loose-lipped Dan McCarthy reference suggested they thought this might, and that if they deemed the footage sensitive enough, it had likely already been forced down a digital memory hole. Nothing much had happened in the few hours since the doorbell rang, and all Colin had spotted during his occasional furtive peeks through the curtain were a handful of agents quite literally putting their ears to the ground in his field. His sheep didn't seem to care, far more comfortable around humans than they were around mysterious tremor-like pulses, so Colin tried not to care too much either. His bizarre day looked set to end very happily, too, with Scotland currently winning with only a few minutes of the big game left to play. If they could score again, Colin would go as wild as the tens of thousands of spectators in the stadium, a few hours' drive down the road in Glasgow. Colin was on the edge of his seat as the commentator grew increasingly excited. "The corner kick is floated in," his smooth voice noted. "And there's a great connection on the header from McGrigg." At the worst possible moment, the TV shut off.
Colin was now out of his seat for all the wrong reasons, cursing the TV and banging it in a fruitless attempt to bring it back to life. Within another few seconds, however, the realization hit hard and fast. Something much bigger was at play than a dodgy TV. First came the sound, like nothing he could describe and nothing he would wish on anyone, and then came the force. From his standing position, a powerful hurricane-like force suddenly threw Colin sideways into the wall as his windows exploded into 1,000 dagger-like shards of glass. Colin's ragdoll-like body knocked down a framed photo of his late wife, which he just barely managed to catch before it smashed, but the continued power of the unmistakable force proceeded to smash the glass of that frame and every other, as well as Colin's TV. He shielded his eyes and waited for an end to the madness, an end that didn't come for another 10 seconds or so. When the world went quiet and still, the damage to Colin's home was heartbreaking. Everything besides the actual structure was broken, including his antique dining table. "Finn!" he called, barely able to hear his own voice over the ringing of his ears, even though the near-deafening sound that caused it had dissipated. "Finn!" Whimpering but relatively unscathed, Finn emerged from under the base of Colin's badly cracked armchair. He hurried to Colin's side and helped him upright. Only a few seconds later, a frantically screaming voice arrived in the space where Colin's door used to be. He instinctively backed away towards the far side window, and that was where he saw it. The sight that would stay with him for the rest of his life. Colin froze so completely that he didn't react at all when the agent approached him, or even when the man slapped his face several times in an effort to break the trance. Eventually, a much harder slap got through, and Colin saw the young agent from a few hours earlier. "Come with me," the man demanded, urgency dripping from the words. "Mr. Fraser, right now." I didn't do anything," Colin swore, breaking into slow sobs. "I promise. I don't know what this is. I didn't do that to him. Please don't arrest me. It wasn't me." Tears stained the young agent's face. "Mr. Fraser, I know you didn't do that to him," he said in the strongest voice he could muster. "But please, let me get you somewhere safe before it does the same thing to you." Part 2. Enigma. There is no such uncertainty as a sure thing. Robert Burns. P-89. Thomas Residence, Pontypridd, Wales. "You're watching ANX, Alternative News Express," Carrick Thomas spoke into his microphone. "And believe me, you're in the right place." In countless nights of broadcasting and years of following conspiracy-related topics across the internet, the 24-year-old journalism graduate had never seen a night like this. The kind of viewer counts he was seeing in the corner of his screen made him wish his bedroom was better decorated, with a grander in-studio feel than his budget efforts were able to create. But people aren't here for the decor, he told himself. They're here for the info. It all started when Carrick picked up on a post someone shared about a third-hand account of some weirdness in the Scottish Highlands, and from there his signal boost of the bizarre footage had gone viral and brought tens of thousands of viewers his way. The footage, captured by a drone owner who set out to film the coastline, showed a flock of sheep acting very strangely, even going against their every instinct in running towards a sheepdog while trying to get away from something else. The one sheep who remained in the affected area of the field, most oddly of all, was knocked over by what looked for all the world like some kind of upwards pulsing of the ground below. People within driving distance of the area, identified as a farm by the small town of Thurso in the northernmost reaches of Scotland, had since reported something that gave the footage an alarming degree of legitimacy. Heavily guarded roadblocks were in place, with no explanation and no exceptions. "I'm going to take a call now from our regular contributor Carl in Slough," Carrick said, his voice doing its best not to crack under the pressure of an audience 10 times bigger than any he'd ever spoken to. More than a few comments about his strong Welsh accent were flooding the chat window from new viewers, but he'd tried to push all of that out of his mind. "Take it away, Carl. What do you make of all this?" "Well, I do wish the footage didn't cut off when it did," the caller replied. "And I definitely wish you could reach whoever was controlling the drone. To be fair, if the area wasn't locked down, I wouldn't put too much stock in this. But that's the thing, mate, you know. The area is locked down. Whatever happened there, someone has been interested or worried enough to put up the roadblocks. The next thing to watch for is when they start evacuating locals, if they haven't already." Evacuate is an interesting word," Carrick replied. "I don't think we've seen any reason, at least not yet, to think the government fears for anyone's safety. Knowing our government, they probably just want to keep this thing quiet and probably just see the locals as an inconvenience." "Maybe you're right, mate," Carl said. "I guess we'll see." Carrick nodded into his camera. "Thanks as always, Carl." As well as broadcasting to his highest ever live viewership by far, Carrick was watching his virtual switchboard light up with waiting callers. Something major was undeniably happening in the Scottish Highlands, and it had undeniably captured people's attention. But little did Carrick Thomas know that by the time the night was through, far more explosive developments would make footage of scared sheep and unprecedented public interest seem like absolutely nothing. P-88, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. "Clark!" Mr. Bird yelled, hobbling and holding his neck in pain. The old man pushed aside his own discomfort in desperation to make sure Clark was there for Tara, whose pregnancy naturally meant that her own condition was more of a concern. She had just felt the jolt, too, whatever it was, and her own immediate reaction had been to try to call Emma to make sure Piper was okay. It went without saying that this jolt, felt by all of them, had to be related to the similar feeling that young Piper alone had experienced earlier in the day. Tara was unable to even hold her phone without dropping it in the moments after the mercifully brief instance of shooting pain, and Mr. Bird really wished Clark had been there for it. The senior McCarthy brother was in fact inside with Aiden, cooking in the kitchen ahead of the nighttime picnic under the stars the boy had asked for. Clark then emerged from the bedroom with Aiden in his arms and a pained expression on his face, just as Mr. Bird stepped into the house. "I'm coming," Clark yelled, running straight for Tara. He handed Aiden to Mr. Bird, underestimating the challenge that the weight of a well-fed 5-year-old could pose to a man of his age, and sprinted outside. Mr. Bird walked behind him, holding the child as best he could. "Did you feel anything, little man?" he asked. Aiden shook his head solemnly. "Daddy did, on his neck when we were making the hot dogs. Did you feel it?" "Just a little tickle," Mr. Bird euphemized. "But then I am a lot tougher than your daddy." This brought the intended laughter from Aiden. Outside, meanwhile, and just in time for Mr. Bird to hear it as he stepped out, Tara was by now on the phone to Emma, having stubbornly walked down the steps to gather her fallen phone. She put it on loudspeaker so everyone could hear. "Did Aiden feel it?" Piper's voice asked, speaking from her hotel room in London where night was already falling. "No," Tara replied, "but the rest of us did. I think I felt it more than Mr. Bird." "It seemed like I definitely felt it more than Emma," Dan chimed in from Piper's side. "And I think Piper felt it more than me." Clark felt his phone vibrating and quickly looked at the screen. A message had just come in from his friend, Chip Petrovich, who had spent a lot of time with the family and around the messengers back in the day. Chip had felt the pain at the same time as Godfrey, and figured Clark would have too. Clark typed a rapid reply telling Chip to forget about it and tell no one until one of the group called him. A confirmation of Chip's understanding arrived immediately. "Piper felt it more than anyone else," Tara echoed. She let her thoughts run for a few seconds, but she didn't like where they went. "Piper, did you feel it more or less this time than you did last time? And are you okay, sweetheart?" The girl didn't hesitate. "A lot more. It's almost like last time was a warning. You know, almost like the opposite of an aftershock." No one had the foggiest idea what was going on, and no one seemed hurt in any lasting way, but Clark took the words from all of their lips. "Well,
Let's just hope there won't be any more. And if there are, let's just hope they don't keep getting stronger. P-minus 87. Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. Less than a minute after the jolting pain at the back of William Godfrey's neck subsided, he was surrounded by professional paramedics and seemingly halfway to a stretcher. "That won't be necessary," he insisted, palming them away. "Thank you, but I'm quite all right. I think maybe this Spanish water doesn't agree with me." Given the theatrical manner in which he had gone down, clutching his chest, anything to divert attention from the painful neck his hands had instinctively wanted to reach for, the medics were understandably skeptical. Almost all of the world leaders in the room were on their feet, peering in as closely as they could without getting in the way. The identities of the two notable exceptions almost went without saying, but it soothed Godfrey somewhat to see that Diane Logan and Nick Mason, objects of his highly public criticism which had bordered on open ridicule, were currently engaged in conversation. The sole purpose of his roast-like speech had been to distract the two from the personal animosity that threatened to drive an irreversible wedge between their usually allied nations, and to that end, it seemed like the neck pain had only added to the show. The good news ended there, though, because the ICA chairman could think of no positive explanations and only too many negative ones as to why a jolt of pain had just struck him in the one area of his body most linked to human-alien contact of all varieties. "Sir," Ding Xiang said, bursting past a line of medics in a sudden movement to get close enough to Godfrey to whisper, "Are you okay? I think you should listen to the doctors and go." More than anything Ding said, Godfrey realized only then that he hadn't felt anything. Ding had experienced varying degrees of contact with the messengers back when Cole and Slater were quietly scheming against the ICA leadership, yet he hadn't felt anything. And while this context didn't tell Godfrey much, it did rule a few things out. Godfrey nodded, appreciating Ding's personal concern even at a time when the two weren't on the closest of politically cooperative terms. "Thank you all, but I'll call my own doctors," he said loudly enough for everyone to hear. "No offense to anyone, but the insurance situation is rather clear on that front." This moment of quick thinking would mean Godfrey could be assessed by doctors whose discretion he could count on, which would be important if his hunches were correct. He took his phone from his pocket to fire a quick message to Dan McCarthy to ask if he, and particularly Piper, had already felt a jolt at the same time, but a message was already on his screen. It came from Timo Fiore on his orbital space station, Il Cercatore. "If you felt something, do not use their doctors. Call when you can." This message gave Godfrey two immediate thoughts. The first was that great minds clearly did think alike, but the second, far more troublingly, was that whatever had caused the pain in his neck, it couldn't be escaped, even in space. P-minus 86. Control deck, space station, Il Cercatore. A matter of hours after Billy Kendrick's underwater discovery on New Kerguelen, the awesome wonder of what its details might mean were the furthest thing from the minds of both Timo Fiore and Alessandro Bonucci, because now, and since the very instant when William Godfrey had abruptly stopped talking in Lanzarote, the men knew something was seriously wrong for two reasons. The first was that they both experienced painful jolts at the back of their necks at the exact same time as Godfrey. The second, with far-reaching implications that hardly bore thinking about, was that the station's only resident extraterrestrial, the kindly Dr. Melly from New Kerguelen, had come running to them in panic just moments later. Melly wasn't upset by a pain in her neck, at least, but this was scant consolation. For what Melly dashed from her room to reveal was that when the jolts struck, something changed in her mind. Her voice, normally so soothing and melodic, sounded unusually dissonant as she boomed into the air of the control deck. "Busha lin kad, namoso transo, burbup
Vok Busha Lin Kad.
Within 2 seconds of the last words leaving her alien lips, the vocal translator on Timo's desk relayed them in a language the men could understand. My uplift powers are all gone, all of them, every one. Telepathy, telekinesis, transcripts. My uplift powers are all gone. Timo placed a telepathy patch on his neck to see if he could pick anything up, but he couldn't. This isn't working either, he glumly reported. Alessandro had meanwhile jumped to his feet and was now placing a reassuring arm around Melly's shoulder. She was much shorter than him, as the messengers all were, just under 5 feet, but as her browless face contorted in anguish, she looked more human than ever. It's going to be okay, he told her. We felt something too, and so did Godfrey. Watch this. Alessandro's words replayed in Melly's mother tongue, at which point she gazed at the television broadcasting live satellite footage from Lanzarote. She then breathed deeply and made a blunt request via the translator. I need to see Piper and Tara. Timo, the baby. We'll talk to them soon, Timo said, putting his phone down just moments after rattling off an urgent message to Godfrey about being careful of who he allowed to medically examine him. But first, we need to see if this hit on New Kerguelen, too. Melly's eyes widened in fright all over again as soon as these words were translated. Timo then initiated a video call across the remarkable gate, which allowed instant communication across the indeterminately colossal distance it bypassed, as well as instant travel. Lisha, the messenger's leader and no stranger to the humans on the station, gave his trademark, almost but not quite human smile when the call began. It faded quickly, however, as he realized that he couldn't communicate silently with Melly. He spoke quickly, and the words played from Timo's translator. What's happened? I can't pick up anything from any of you. Melly and Lisha continued a conversation in which the humans didn't participate, but thanks to the translator, it was one they were able to follow. Once Lisha was efficiently looped in, and once he assured everyone on the station that no one had lost any uplift powers on their side of the gate, he confirmed that neither Billy Kendrick nor any of the other temporarily uplifted humans stationed there had reported any neck pain. Curious and curiouser, the rarely flummoxed Alessandro thought to himself. I'm coming now, Lisha announced, disappearing in a literal flash before the sentence finished translating into English. No one was technically supposed to cross the gate off schedule without ICA approval, even Lisha, but no one was going to find out. And besides, unlike the no aliens on Earth's surface rule, this bureaucratic restriction didn't strike Lisha, or indeed Timo, as a particularly legitimate one. Unusually, however, and more than a little disconcertingly, Lisha didn't appear immediately at his chosen destination, as was normally the case. Instead, Timo received a report almost a full minute later that Lisha had shown up at the station's dock. The craft's inbuilt cloaking mechanism clearly still functioned, but Lisha's own uplifted cloaking ability and likewise his flash teleportation ability were just as clearly out of operation. So Lisha's powers are gone too, Timo stated in disbelief. At least while he's here. They weren't on New Kerguelen. Alessandro, please, tell me how this makes sense. Alessandro looked blankly at Timo, as though he'd just asked him to fly. Timo, if you want me to make sense of this, I'm afraid you might be waiting for a while. Several uncomfortable minutes passed as Lisha made his way on foot to the control deck after docking, in which time Timo received several notifications of the alien's arrival. Upon his eventual entry, Lisha shook hands with the two men and nodded at each. He had internalized these human gestures and stuck to his interpretation of human politeness rigidly, even at times like this. He then tried to soothe Melly with promises that everything would work out, and with a reminder that she could return to New Kerguelen whenever she liked. You should be able to use your uplift powers on the other side of the gate, he said to everyone at once, speaking aloud out of atypical necessity. Whatever happened here, It didn't just de-uplift everyone within its range. It stopped the uplift powers from working within its range altogether. Melly, that makes me think your powers haven't been removed in any final sense. They are simply being blocked. By what? Timo asked once Leisha's words were translated out loud by a device intended for Earth but which was suddenly coming in far more useful on the station than anyone could have predicted. Leisha, less used to the translator than Melly, looked at it with keen interest as it then fired the English words his way in his native tongue. Perhaps the real question is by who? He soon replied, hardly soothing anyone by outright stating something they'd all been thinking about. After several seconds of uncomfortable silence, Timo announced that he was about to make a new video call to the McCarthys. Seconds later, Emma, Dan, and Piper were all huddled around Dan's phone in their hotel suite. Did you two feel it too? Piper asked before anyone could speak. She could only see the humans, but Leisha and Melly quickly followed Timo's hand-waving request to come into view. Wait, Leisha? The girl added in surprise. What are you doing there? Busha lin kad, Melly butted in, clearly upset. Piper's mouth widened immediately, even before her parents did the same when the translated words rang out. Nabu kal trosna, Piper replied, flooring everyone other than Melly with the demonstrative revelation that she could both understand and speak fluent messenger without the need for any translation device. Melly's expression eased with the words, which were quickly translated for the other humans' benefit as, "We can still talk to each other." I was there when Alessandro and Melly were programming the translator, Piper quickly added by way of explanation, turning to her stunned parents as she said it. And, my brain doesn't let me forget things. Melly then inquired about Tara, at which point Piper relayed the mixed news that she had felt the jolt more than Clark, but that it passed quickly and didn't seem to have caused any problems. Melly breathed the deepest relieved sigh of her life. Billy found an underwater transcript beside an island on New Kerguelen, Timo announced, seemingly out of the blue. He's having it double and triple checked, but he seems to think it indicates that the architects once planned to place a shelter around that distant island instead of building one beside New Birchwood. What that means, we don't yet know. But as interesting as it is, Alessandro said, or as interesting as it was until this all kicked off, that's not our immediate concern. We know that none of the humans on New Kerguelen have reported any neck pains, and that Leisha's uplift powers were working perfectly on that side of the gate, so at least we're starting to make some distinctions. But Piper, I have to ask bluntly while I have your ear, what do you think this is? No one was surprised he asked Piper more urgently than any of the others, and they all listened closely for her reply. I really don't know, the remarkable child replied, cursed and gifted in equal measure. But I'll find out, and we'll fix this. Piper then addressed the two messengers in their own language, before it was automatically translated for the others. I promise I will get to the bottom of this and put things right. Don't worry, Melly. Please don't worry. Melly forced a weak smile as Leisha gave his trademark slow nod, all the way up and all the way down. And Leisha, Piper continued, getting ready to use the alien leader's famous motto to reassure him, just as he had so often used it to reassure her family in years gone by. A promise I make is a promise I keep. P-85, University of Texas at Dallas, Dallas, Texas. Late in the Texan afternoon, Serena Cruz was hurrying to her dorm after a study group that ran much later than she'd realized. With one earphone in, she was listening to a live broadcast from the small-time internet journalist who first broke the story that she and her fellow geosciences students had been discussing for the past few hours. The bizarre anomaly the footage captured in northern Scotland had to be seen to be believed, and even then a lot of Serena's friends hadn't been sure. It certainly wasn't every day, or pretty much any day, that an interesting story so closely related to their coursework was ever in the news, but the aerial footage of a flock of sheep reacting so strangely to what seemed to be some kind of pulse or tremor would have been interesting in itself, even if the pulse hadn't been so visible. The footage, which had seemingly made its way to viral prominence via an obscure farming forum and ultimately a show called ANX and its Welsh host Carrick Thomas, was truly remarkable. There was a lot of speculation that the roadblocks being reported could be in place to enable a cover-up related to fracking or oil drilling, but neither Carrick nor Serena were buying that. She felt that the guy was way out there in some of the things he was saying, but others were surprisingly insightful and not a million miles from the kinds of things she had written about in recent papers. Despite having a moderately large audience and a clear interest in topics she followed, Carrick and AXN had slipped completely under her radar. The Welshman had an unusual accent and spoke with an excitement that didn't sound forced, which was refreshing in itself within the increasingly cynical, metric-driven world of online video. Serena was most interested in the story because she positively knew that whatever was going on near the tiny town of Thurso wasn't a drilling or fracking-related earthquake like the kind that had quite often been detected in other parts of Britain. Because that was the point. When such things happened, they were detected. It went without saying that there wasn't a whole lot of earthquake tracking in Scotland compared to parts of the world that experienced seismic activity on any kind of meaningful scale, but there was still some. Through her studies and pre-existing interest in the topics, Serena knew that global seismic monitoring had come on far enough that there wasn't a spot of ground on planet Earth where a quake big enough to spook any animals like that, let alone one that could cause visible ground movement, could possibly occur without registering on computers at a dozen universities within seconds. One of her friends had joked that a study group of geologists wouldn't have discussed footage like that with the open minds they did, and since geosciences was typically the butt of enough jokes in the other direction, they all shared a hearty laugh. She now found herself nodding along to Carrick's heartfelt words aimed at commenters on his video who were saying he was crazy for reading anything into the footage. You'd think now that aliens have walked among us, we'd accept that the universe is a more complicated place than observable science can explain, he said. You'd also think we could see that maybe the Earth itself is a more complicated thing than our settled science understands, but I guess you'd be wrong to think that some people could ever admit that they might not know everything. As the strength of her nodding increased, Serena caught herself in the moment and felt surprised to be finding so much common ground with a self-described conspiracy theorist. She was almost home when she saw a lone child standing across the street, on his own near the edge of the road. The boy couldn't have been older than 6 or 7, and was certainly too young to be out there without an adult, so she couldn't hurry on without checking on him. "Are you okay?" she asked, rushing over as quickly as she thought she could go without spooking him. The head of the boy's father then popped up from behind the other side of the car, where he'd been busily and urgently changing a tire. "Oh, thank you," he said, "but he's fine. I'm here." "No problem," Serena smiled. "What do we say?" the boy's father urged. "Thanks," he mumbled, almost smiling for a second before going back to being fully glum. "We're going to be late for his baseball practice because of this," the father explained. Serena glanced at her watch, then looked at the boy. "Well, I'm going to be late for my all-night shift at a pizza place," she laughed. "At least you're going somewhere cool." She then hurried back across the street, worried that her tight schedule had just gotten a few minutes tighter, but still glad that she'd checked on the young boy. Once she got into her dorm, Serena opened her laptop to watch and listen to Carrick's show on a bigger screen than her phone's while she got ready for work. Her computer booted up with a bird's-eye view window still open, playing the same live stream she'd been watching in the background that morning. Bird's Eye View was a service she had subscribed to for a long time, one that provided thousands of live feeds of beautiful landscapes captured from tiny cameras harmlessly attached to wild birds. She paid a small amount every month to the non-profit organization, which funded conservation as well as improving tracking of rare species and acting as a strong deterrent to would-be poachers and egg thieves. Serena had always put her passion for birds down to her native Costa Rica being a global mecca for twitchers and casual observers alike, and the fact she usually watched feeds from her home country was testament to the accuracy of her theory. Not a single other soul was watching the feed currently on her screen, which wasn't unusual when the bird in question was neither rare nor nesting. A lot of people only watched nesting birds, and almost all of the rest were only interested in seeing the world from a rare one's perspective. But particularly in the morning, Serena tended to go for scenic views captured by birds who flew relatively long distances without touching down. Carrick's heavily accented voice was still playing through her phone, and he had just launched into another call, which meant he wouldn't be replaying the footage anytime soon. For this reason, she left the soothing landscape views on her computer while listening to the call as she hurriedly grabbed her work clothes. "This drone footage is the best we've got for now," the Welshman said. "I have no doubt the intelligence agencies are sitting on satellite imagery of whatever happened, but it probably goes without saying that I think the chances of us ever seeing that are two fat zeros." As thoughts about the different kinds of aerial imagery that could illuminate the bizarre event in Scotland ran through Serena's head, a fresh idea suddenly popped up. The impulse to check something was so strong, and while it was nothing like the protective impulse she'd felt to check on the lone child a few minutes earlier, the inquisitive "what if" wouldn't leave her mind once it was in there. Serena shook her head to get rid of it. No, there's no chance, she thought to herself. Like the guy said about the satellite footage, two fat zeros. Just as she'd started to unbutton the top button of her blouse, however, Serena turned back to the computer and its bird-captured footage. But I'd kick myself if I didn't look. P-84, Planetary Research Committee, New Birchwood, New Kerguelen. When word reached Billy Kendrick of Leisha's brief trip to and from Timo's station on the other side of the gate, he wasted no time in calling the station for a direct human insight on what sounded like a truly remarkable incident. He had recently been firmly advised not to cross the gate, following some slightly concerning medical readings around his heart function that one trusted alien doctor believed may have been weakened by the effects of time dilation during Billy's overlong stay on the lost world of Sanctuary. Billy hoped his friends were all okay and that nothing ominous was on the horizon, but he found himself slightly disappointed that Leisha was too preoccupied by all of that to give much attention to his own underwater discovery from earlier in the day. That discovery of a transcript, which 3 independent observers had since confirmed as saying what he thought it said, had the potential to change everything about the known history of New Kerguelen in ways that no one else seemed to realize. The encrypted message, left by the architects like every other for the benefit of future visitors of their own race, stated, quite simply, in the past tense, that they had considered placing a shelter around the island before opting instead to put it near the messenger's capital city of New Birchwood. Everyone else seemed to think this meant that the architects had considered putting the messengers onto the island and to manipulate them from afar, just as they had after placing them in the great shelter that was ultimately built. But Billy had a different idea. In his always optimistic mind, ideas were swirling that maybe, just maybe, there had already been messengers on the island when the architects first arrived. Maybe, just maybe, the pre-contact messengers had been a seafaring race with outposts or even cities spread across the vast oceans of their world. Many of the islands on Billy's drone-created maps were densely forested, and this now created a hope in his mind that there might, just might, be some signs of ancient habitation waiting to be uncovered. The longing for mud on his boots and dirt under his fingernails was stronger than ever as the aging archaeologist excitedly asked Timo to authorize an expedition, and he was more than a little disappointed when Timo said it wasn't the day to consider such things. The Italian was no stickler, but his proximity to and physical experience of the unexplained pulse gave him a different perspective on things. The loss of uplift powers on Earth, and indeed off Earth on this side of the gate, is a complication of a kind you might not be grasping, Billy, he said, not trying to sound condescending and not coming across that way to the old friend who knew him so well. Billy's face displayed a ponderous expression for several seconds until a eureka-like light bulb went off in his mind. Guys, put a transcript on your screen and share the screen with me. Anything. Even one of the old photos from the ones they left on Earth. Alessandro's face then illuminated in a similar aha realization, and he wasted no time in holding a printed transcript in front of the camera to see whether Billy could interpret it. I'm ready with the transcript, Patch, Billy said. Alessandro exhaled slowly in defeat. It's already there. You just can't see it. Ah, Billy sighed. Ah well, worth a try. Silence circled for a few seconds until Timo broke it. It was a good idea, but it seems that this is even deeper and odder than we thought. It's like something on this side of the gate is blocking everything related to the uplift powers. Or someone, Billy mused uneasily, sharing a similar concern to the one Leisha had raised shortly beforehand. Neither of the men on the station could reply with any sureness. I'll analyze everything and look for reports of strange happenings on Earth, Alessandro said. I'm sure the others will be doing the same, scouring news sources and social media trends, so we'll see what comes up. Timo nodded with some degree of confidence. And something will come up. First thing in our morning, I'll brief more of our people on this. Here on the station, we have the best minds humanity has to offer, and they've never let us down yet. I'll leave you to it for the night, Billy said. Good luck, and stay safe. Thank you, both Timo and Alessandro replied at once. Oh, but Timo, one last thing, Billy added. Yes? Well, earlier on I was asking out of courtesy, the archaeologist said with a mischievous grin. But I'm going to that island, whether you authorize it or not. Timo couldn't help but smile, glad of the break Billy had given from the gravity of the moment. I know you are, my friend, he replied. I know. P-83, University of Texas at Dallas, Dallas, Texas. Serena Cruz liked to learn something new every day, and today's lesson was that Scotland had more bird's-eye view cameras per square mile than any other country on the planet. This made sense when she thought about it, given how popular its rugged landscapes had always been with the American tourists who were no longer able to visit due to the petty tit-for-tat political games of Nick Mason and Diane Logan. The number of feeds for Serena to choose between was almost overwhelming, or at least would have been if she didn't have a very specific purpose in mind. Mindful of how little time she had to spare, less than none, really, she quickly typed in the name of a town she'd never even heard of until around an hour ago, Thurso. From there, she looked at the trails of birds who had flown over the area within the time frame she selected. She drilled down to the hour between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. local time, which was when the initial poster of the remarkable drone footage stated it had been filmed. But nothing came up. There were plenty of options without the time filter, so Serena took a look at those. After all, she considered, seeing the field in question any time after the supposed event could still be highly illuminating. Serena clicked into the first feed that caught her eye, but it was from too high an altitude and moving at too great a speed for the mediocre camera to keep up. The second, even worse, featured a camera that didn't even work and delivered only a black screen. Third time lucky, she hoped, clicking into a feed that looked like it had passed directly over a field beside a small farmhouse on the coast. If any of the remaining feeds were going to be the right one, she felt this was the best bet. Bingo! She grinned as the field filled her screen. She hit pause immediately. In the familiar field, empty of sheep but for one area near the fence, she saw two men in dark outfits. One held some kind of instrument over a small area of grass that looked discolored compared to the rest, while another stood a short distance away. Carrick Thomas was right. Something really was going on in Thurso. But within a few seconds of Serena hitting the play button to see what happened next, she wished with every fiber of her being that she had been wrong. She shot to her feet as soon as it happened, backing away from the computer as though what she was seeing might jump through the screen. Only a few seconds after seeing it, she felt sure that what she had just witnessed would never leave her. Her hands covered her face, and when she peeked through her fingers, she was glad to see that the bird's movement had already carried the harrowing image out of shot. Serena Cruz knew she had two options: pretend she hadn't seen it, and wait to see whether anyone else would stumble across this obscure and seldom viewed feed, or send the link to a man who could get it in front of a huge audience within seconds. In that moment, it was impossible for Serena not to think of Dan McCarthy. She had only been a young child when Dan leaked the documents he stumbled upon in the infamous Kerguelen folder, but everyone knew the story. He had published the files online as anonymously as he could, knowing that it risked making himself a target, but doing it anyway out of a laudable sense of public service, especially upon considering that Carrick would be the one taking whatever credit or heat came from the footage. Serena then considered that her situation wasn't quite the same as Dan's. She had no excuse not to share what she'd seen, and as harrowing as it was, she felt like the world should know what had happened. It could be the biggest story since the alien architect touched down in New York all those years ago, she figured, and knowing what had happened to the unfortunate man in the footage might enable people nearby to make sure it didn't happen to them too. With all of this in mind, Serena copied the link and dropped it into an email. She quickly found Carrick's email address and sent it along with a brief note. "Watch this before you air it. It's 100% legit." She didn't give her name, and she made sure to drop a quick comment on Carrick's current AXN livestream to tell him to urgently check his email for something that would elevate the story of the ground pulse into the stratosphere. When the deed was done, Serena exhaled the deepest breath of her life and got back to getting dressed for work. She was going to be late, and wouldn't have gone at all if she didn't need the tips so desperately. But right now, that seemed like the least important thing in the world. P-82, Thomas Residence, Pontypridd, Wales. As his live stream moved into the early hours of the British morning, Carrick Thomas was still pinching himself at how high the view count was climbing. He was getting sizable donations, too, well into the hundreds of pounds per hour. If only every night was like this, he mused, hoping that his commentary was interesting enough to hook at least some of the people who had tuned in purely for the primary content. That content had by now been played and replayed to within an inch of its life, and Carrick felt like he was walking a fine line of trying not to bore the viewers who'd been there for more than 20 minutes with endless repetition, while also trying to make sure the constant influx of arrivals got what they were there for without too long of a wait. Most of the chat comments followed that pattern, either asking where the full footage was or asking him to stop replaying it. But one new message in all caps caught Carrick's eye as it came in. "Check your email. Massive development in Thurso." He followed the instruction with little in the way of expectation while he took another call, but as soon as he followed the link and played the footage, he hit pause on his camera and apologized for a brief technical hiccup. In truth, there was no hiccup, but Carrick was entirely unable to control his expression as the new footage played, seemingly filmed on a camera attached to a bird, and he wanted to see exactly what was happening before his reaction was public. Even his attempts to talk about fixing the camera failed when the impactful moment hit, and a deep gasp escaped, despite all of his best efforts. "Give me a second, guys, my mic is glitching too," he fibbed, playing for time. It was unbelievable, so much bigger than Carrick imagined, but better only in the technical sense of showing the big moment in perfect clarity. The nature of that moment was worse than he could have predicted, but it was something the world had to see. "I'm going to share some incredible footage," Carrick announced after reactivating both his camera and microphone. "I have to warn you that it's very graphic and will be disturbing for all viewers. This came from Thurso, about 12 hours after the sheep footage we've all seen so many times." As Carrick spoke, another all-caps message in the chat box caught his eye. "New email. Do not show anything until you read it." He quickly checked his email, expecting to see a new message from the same sender as before, but instead saw a message with the subject, "Call me ASAP." The sender, if Carrick's eyes could be believed, was none other than Clark McCarthy.
Inside the email, Carrick saw a photo of Clark captured on his front-facing camera, with a timestamp of just a few seconds before it was sent. "Hang on just one more second, folks," he pleaded. "I promise it'll be worth it." With his camera and mic turned off once more, Carrick made a video call to the U.S. phone number in the email without any real hope that he was really going to be connected to the Clark McCarthy. On this night of incredible news, he should have known better. "What's the footage?" Clark asked. Almost as stunned as he had been when he saw the footage itself, Carrick stared dumbly at his phone. You're Clark McCarthy?" he stated, saying the name out loud as though it would help him to believe he wasn't dreaming. It didn't. "Dude, seriously," Clark said. "What's the footage? I need to see it first. This isn't a game. It's much bigger than you realize." Carrick turned his phone towards his second monitor and played the footage for Clark. Somehow emotionless in the face of the harrowing images, Clark had one question. "And you're sure this is real?" "No," Carrick admitted. "Someone just sent the link in an email, but it's on a website where people watch feeds from cameras attached to birds. It seems like you can watch a few minutes for free, and it says only one other person has watched this feed today, so it's not out in the wild yet. I'll send you the link." "I need you to send me the full email with the original headers intact," Clark requested. "Then I need you to pack a bag and be out of your house within a half hour at most. You're going to drive most of the way to London and wait until I call you again tomorrow. Get a hotel, sleep in your car, whatever you want, but get most of the way there, then wait. Tell no one." Carrick gazed into his phone as though waiting for the punchline. When it came, he couldn't believe his ears. "Tomorrow, you're going to meet up with Dan and Emma," Clark said. "I don't know what the hell is going on here, man, but it's something seriously weird and it's starting to look like something seriously bad. I can't tell you why this is so important to me, but I need to keep you close, and I also want to keep you close." "But why?" Carrick couldn't help but ask. "Dude, we'll tell you tomorrow, okay? Can you do what I'm asking you to do now? Send the email, go most of the way, talk to no one, and wait for my call?" Carrick hesitated. "I've got tens of thousands of people waiting for the footage I just promised them. If I air this, I'm set for life. If I don't, I'm a tease who will never recover." "Listen to what I'm telling you," Clark pleaded. "There's more going on here than I understand, but I know more of it than you do. Please, don't share the link until you've spoken to Dan. You know someone else has it, whoever sent the link, and you know it's already online on this bird site. So it's not like I'm trying to suppress the truth. But Carrick, please don't post it yet. I need to talk about this with some other people and try to figure out what's going on in Scotland before this story blows up. That's all. Please. If money is a factor here, you know I can..." Carrick shook his head briskly. He had never heard Clark McCarthy adopt a tone like this. Still not exactly begging, but certainly a far cry from his typically insistent cadence. "It's not about money, Clark. If you're serious that you want me to meet Dan tomorrow and talk about this, I'm figuring it's something to do with the aliens. But part of me..." "I also know where you live," Clark interjected. "As it stands, we're on the same side here, and if I were you, I really wouldn't want to do anything to change that." There was the Clark McCarthy that Carrick had expected. Carrick had been coming round to the request even before this very blunt threat, but there was no denying it sped things up. "It's a deal," the young Welshman said. "Thanks, man," Clark said. "You won't regret it. I'm going to figure this out, but I think Dan is going to be into some of the theories you've been talking about, too. If you knew everything, you could help. Plus, you're going to be safer with us than you are on your own. And I'm not trying to scare you by saying that, but I'm starting to think this is bigger than even I've been thinking." Carrick nodded weakly. "I've never seen anyone die before," he said, as though the new footage was only sinking in now. "Never mind like that." "Don't think about it," Clark said. "Follow my instructions, and this can all work out." "Are you sure?" Carrick asked. Clark gulped. "Please, dude, just follow the damn instructions." The call ended. Seconds later, and with no closing commentary, so did Carrick's live stream. He was in no mental state to talk to anyone now, let alone tens of thousands of strangers. The footage on its own had shaken him to no end, but the level of concern it brought to Clark was what really troubled Carrick.
Whatever was going on, the stakes were clearly much higher than he could ever have imagined. P-81, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. As Clark tried not to second-guess whether he'd done the right thing with Carrick Thomas, he sought to focus instead on how glad he was to have searched for trending conspiracy-related topics in the first place. If he hadn't stumbled onto Carrick's stream like over 100,000 others over the course of its running time, the footage of the destructive pulse would already be public, and any semblance of control would have been well and truly lost. The real question now was how to identify the person who shared the footage with Carrick to make sure they didn't spread it any further. With this in mind, Clark kept his phone in his hand after disconnecting from Carrick and called a close friend who had also experienced the neck pain, Chip Petrovich. Chip, a lawyer who Clark trusted in a personal sense but wouldn't exactly have recommended to a stranger seeking a straight-down-the-line associate, was just the man he needed. "Yo," Clark said. "Can we do video?" "I'm in St. Petersburg," Chip whispered shiftily. "I can't talk much, but listen, when I get home, there's something I want to tell you. I'm not supposed to tell anyone, but this is huge, and I could use a level head to bounce my ideas off." Clark didn't even know where to start. "You're in Russia? And what do you mean this other thing is huge? Huge compared to the neck pains? Because there's more going on with that than you know. I want to talk in person, but there's something I need really quick. It's beyond urgent. Shouldn't take you a minute, but I really need it." "Yeah?" "Yeah," Clark said. "I'm going to forward you some email metadata, and I need an ID on the sender. It looks like a regular private email address and like it's coming from a University of Texas IP address. That should be easy enough for someone like you to cross-reference with a database or whatever, right?" "Someone like me?" Chip asked in mock offense. Clark laughed. "But seriously, minutes will work, seconds preferred." He ended the call. His phone rang again almost immediately. "Chip," he sighed. "Please, dude, just—" "Serena Cruz, student of geosciences," Chip interrupted. "Interests include seismology and ornithology. That means earthquakes and birds. That's literally from the first search result for the email address, and the others all lead straight to her socials. I'll send you a phone number. How do you even get dressed in the morning without my help, man?" "Thanks, bro," Clark replied, breathing a sigh of relief even though he'd never really doubted Chip for a second. He would have looked it all up himself if he'd expected it to be that easy, but there was no harm done. The girl's academic background and interest in earthquakes was something of a bonus, too. "And as for the next stuff," he went on, "I really don't have much else to tell you on that right now. We're working on it, hard, and I'll keep you looped in. If you feel it again and you're in public, try to undersell it. We can't have anyone else knowing about this and linking the two things. Not until we understand it. And get home as soon as you can, okay? I don't want us all spread out in different places." Chip let out a deep breath of his own. "Sure thing, man. But real quick before I go, what about your thing?" Clark asked. "I can't even guess how much money it took to get you to Russia. What's going on? Who are you dealing with?" Chip was quiet for several seconds, clearly weighing it up. "I really can't say over the phone." He didn't sound like his usual bright self and certainly wasn't boastfully holding out news. "But the line is safe enough for us to be talking about all this next stuff?" "Trust me, Clark," Chip said. "I know you're saying we don't want anyone to know that I felt that neck thing when Godfrey did, but we really don't want to risk anyone else hearing what I just found out." P-80, Gravesend Kensington Hotel, London, England. Very late in the English night, Dan woke to the sound of his phone beeping. It was set to VIP alerts only, so he knew it could only be from one of very few people. "It's not about Tara," he said, immediately allaying Emma's fears as she bolted upright. "It is from Clark, though. He says he's found some new footage from some farm in Scotland." "No way." "No way what?" Emma asked, leaning in to read the message. "He says there was a pulse in the ground at the same time Piper felt something this morning, then a bigger incident when we all felt it tonight. This footage is from the second time." Dan hit play, bringing up an overhead shot of a bald man who wore the clothes and held the sophisticated-looking equipment of someone who had to work for some very serious people. The yellowed patch of grass from the earlier footage was visible, with the man somewhere around 30 meters away from it. A second man was even closer to the epicenter. "So this is going to be the pulse?" Emma asked. "Who recorded it? Is this camera attached to a drone or a plane or something?" Emma's words were cut off by a gasp that was so sharp it almost took the air from Dan's lungs. She had never been more shocked in her life than she was by what she saw, and neither had he. The sound was bad enough, like truly awful radio interference, but the sight of the bald agent meeting his grisly fate was one Emma already wished she could unsee. Dan's inner reaction wasn't all that different, but he sat far more still and without contorting his face too much. Did that guy just... "Yeah," Emma said, just as stunned. Before their disbelieving eyes, and those of the agent standing directly above the charred circular pulse point, the man some 20 meters away was suddenly thrust into the air and thrown like something between a dart and a rag doll. The force responsible was invisible, but for its effects, like an instantaneous hurricane, and it projected the doomed agent around 100 meters across the field until he catastrophically collided with an equally unseen force field. Like a snowball on a window, the man effectively exploded on impact. His remains hung grotesquely in the air for the few seconds it took until the force field deactivated. The field's sheep, all gathered at its extreme boundary nearest to the road, looked to have escaped the extent of the force field by the skin of their teeth. When the force field deactivated, everything fell to the ground. The surviving agent, seemingly having been fortunately situated within some eye-of-the-storm safe zone, took his hands from his pained ears at that point and sprinted for the nearby farm cottage. "Not good," Dan said. His words were more than a little understated, but the despondent tone said a lot more. Emma, famous for her way with words, could add nothing. "What are you guys watching?" Piper asked through sleepy eyes, slowly tiptoeing towards the light of the phone. Emma and Dan exchanged a painfully helpless look. Not good. P-79, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. As soon as Serena Cruz was identified, Clark called the number Chip provided to reach her. The call rang and rang until it reached her voicemail, the prompt for which sounded very much like something recorded by the student he expected. "Hey, this is Serena. Sorry I missed you, but you can always just, text me. Bye." He left a message after the tone. "This is Clark McCarthy. Call me immediately." To be safe, and following her instruction, he also texted the same thing along with a time-stamped and unsmiling selfie. Loath to waste any time, Clark then proceeded with the next stage of his plan as though he had already succeeded in the last. He opened his phone's contact book and moved to the map section, then zoomed in to Dallas and looked for someone he could trust and ideally someone who owed him a favor. An obvious choice immediately presented itself in the form of Trey Myers, even though the independent TV producer didn't owe him anything. Trey had earned a level of trust normally reserved for close family only, chiefly by way of his assistance way back when he'd helped Dan out in the days of the IDA leak and then drove all the way to Montana to record something important. That kind of willingness to go the extra few thousand miles would be crucial for what Clark was going to ask, and he didn't mince his words when Trey picked up. "Hey man, can you drive to Colorado tonight? You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important." Trey burst out laughing. "Clark, I think you've got the wrong number. It's me." "Yeah," Clark deadpanned. "So are you in?" "Is this about Godfrey?" Trey asked, his voice suddenly low and serious. "Is something going on with, them? Is that why he started acting weird all of a sudden?" Clark considered his words. "There are a few things we need to figure out, but look, Tara is almost 8 months pregnant, and this Godfrey thing is deeper than you know. There's a girl in Dallas who found something that could either help us or hurt us.
I need you to bring her here so we can discuss it. And it really has to be soon, dude. As soon as I get hold of her and she agrees, I'll... She doesn't even know? Trey asked, unable to contain his surprise. And Clark, seriously, you know there are such a thing as planes, right? We're talking a 12-hour drive. I don't want her being that easy to track. At this, Trey fell silent. Hello? Clark said, worried he'd lost the call. No, I'm here. It's just... Clark, I can't get involved in any trouble. We're not looking for trouble either, man. You're the guy who can help us make sure no one has any trouble. The girl is a student, so she should be smart, and I'm pretty sure she wanted to help. She just didn't know the best way to go about it. Once she's home, can you please drive her up here? Or at least leave early in the morning? You can name a price and I'll pay it. Trey sighed. Jesus, Clark, it's not about... I know, but it's a big ask. Please. Tara and Piper are going through something that could be worse than any of us thought, and I just need this girl here so she's close. Please. Piper? Trey asked through a pained sigh of acceptance. Okay, for Piper and Tara. But you're the one who will owe me. For the rest of my life, Clark acknowledged. I love you, man. I'll connect you to the girl as soon as I get hold of her. Be ready. P-78. Wicked Willie's Wild World of Pizza, Dallas, Texas. In the halfway break of a long waitressing shift, throughout which her mind had been on only one thing, Serena Cruz lifted her phone from her otherwise empty locker with a great deal of trepidation. She didn't know what might have happened since she sent the email to Carrick Thomas, and she wasn't sure whether he might have read out her email address. She had spent the past few hours wishing desperately for the ability to rewind time, not to unsend the link to the gruesome footage, but at least to have set up a disposable email address. Her hopes were pinned on that fact that Carrick was evidently a conspiracy-focused kind of guy, and she guessed that most of those types were probably privacy advocates who wouldn't reveal someone's email address for no good reason. He's also a journalist, she considered, trying to further ease her mind. And aren't they supposed to be famously protective of their sources? Serena's father had once told her that there was no sense in worrying about what might happen, because usually the bad things she'd imagine wouldn't come to pass, while any bad thing that did would blindside her from nowhere. Never in her life had Serena ever imagined that she might be blindsided by a voicemail and call from someone purporting to be Clark McCarthy, but to her utter disbelief, that was exactly the situation she found herself in as she stood in the staff room of Wicked Willie's Wild World of Pizza. Before calling back, Serena took a few minutes to browse the latest trending topics and see whether Carrick was still broadcasting. He wasn't, which didn't surprise her given what time it must have been in the UK by now. What did surprise her, though, were the hundreds and possibly thousands of posts from people wondering both why the Welshman had ended his stream so abruptly and what might have happened to the remarkable footage he'd promised to air. Speculation was rampant that he might have been threatened or intercepted by agents of the state, but none of the stuff about Carrick had gotten a look in on any of the main news platforms. Everything everywhere was about ICA Chairman William Godfrey's suspected heart attack at a trade summit in the Canary Islands, which happened midway through a speech that no one could believe he'd delivered. Serena typically had as much interest in politics as she had in eating light bulbs, but reading that William Godfrey might have had a heart attack got her attention, even with all that was going on in her mind about the Scottish incident. "Cruz, 4 minutes," her boss called, bringing her back down to earth. With his limited time frame in mind, Serena stepped out into the relative privacy of the parking lot and returned the call. "Share your video," she requested as soon as he picked up, unwilling to believe it was really Clark until he did. His instantly recognizable face appeared on her screen, looking much older than in all the famous footage and seeming very heavy with concern. She gulped, stunned. "Okay, what do you want?" Clark held her eyes for several seconds. "I want you to come to Colorado tonight.
You found something that's extremely important for reasons I can't begin to explain over the phone, and I'm hoping you're going to tell me you didn't send the link to anyone besides Carrick Thomas."
"You're the one who told him not to air it?" she asked. "Did you threaten him?"
"He's on the way to London to meet Dan and Emma, just like you're about to be on the way here to meet me and Tara," Clark replied, slightly evasively. "There aren't a lot of people we can trust here, but the fact that you two have seen the footage means we kind of have to trust you. But you in particular. I'm glad you got yourself in front of me. You know a lot about earthquakes and stuff, right?"
"Well, yeah," Serena said uneasily. "But this was no earthquake. Earthquakes don't make circles on the ground bounce like jello, and well, earthquakes don't lift people into the air and throw them into force fields that smash their heads like watermelons on concrete."
"No, they do not," Clark stated flatly.
Serena hesitated. "But aliens can, and they do, sometimes. I've seen the footage from Buenos Aires when that guy tried to kill you and Godfrey and Leisha did what he did."
"I was 5 yards away from that shooter when Leisha took him out," Clark said, a slight tinge of anger in the words. "I was breaking my nose on alien force fields when you were God knows how young. I've seen powers you wouldn't believe in situations you can't imagine, so please don't talk to me about what aliens can do. And believe me, the messengers are the best friends we could ever have."
Serena's voice cracked as she tried to speak. So maybe the architects?" she forced out. "Do you think this has something to do with them? Maybe that they're back? And wait, maybe they did something to Godfrey too. You don't think—"
"I don't know what to think," Clark replied, "but my friend Trey Myers is in Dallas and he's ready to drive you here overnight. It looks like you're out, so he'll be waiting at your place when you get there. Pack as much or as little as you want. I don't know where this is taking us, but you're in it now. And if you don't know Trey, you can look him up. He's kind of a public figure with the media stuff he does. You're safer in his car than anywhere else."
That sensible concern hadn't even had a chance to enter Serena's mind yet, but she would certainly be sure to look up her prospective long-distance chauffeur. "So tomorrow Carrick will be with Dan and I'll be with you guys?" she asked, an understandably disbelieving tone kicking in. "All because I sent him the link?"
Clark shrugged. "Pretty much. I might have had something to do with the facilitating. Starting to feel like a damn receptionist here with all these calls. You, Trey, Carrick." He stopped himself from mentioning Chip, just in time. The receptionist joke made Serena laugh slightly for the first time all night. It was brief, but it was welcome, piercing the tension that had been all but consuming her. "So you're in?" Clark pushed. For the second time in a matter of hours, Serena Cruz stood on the verge of the rest of her life. She didn't know what would lie ahead in either direction, but she did know that everything hedged on her choice. "When we figure this thing out, I'll fix it so you can go to the space station," Clark said. "And ask around. I'm as good as my word."
Serena smiled. "I was going to say yes anyway, but when you put it like that, I'm all the way in."
Clark gave a half nod of approval. "See you tomorrow." As the phone call ended, Serena's contemplation of what she had just done was interrupted by an angry voice calling from the restaurant's staff entrance. "Hey, Cruz!" her boss yelled into the air, gesturing to an imaginary watch. "What the hell is this?" Serena walked towards the door and removed her apron, then placed it in his hands.
"My resignation," she said, before setting off on the short walk home.
Sunday. P-77. Planetary Research Committee, New Birchwood, New Kerguelen. Billy Kendrick walked with an extra spring in his step as he ventured to his office for the usual morning ritual of checking his self-piloting submarines for any interesting new footage they might have picked up in the previous 24 hours. This time he had something of an audience as the latest batch of footage played, with a few other messengers joining Boone after the planetary historian had told them about the previous day's discovery of an island set apart from every other by a transcript on the ocean floor beside it. In general, it was very fair to say that, on average, The messengers as a race held far less interest in exploration and discovery than humans did. Billy knew this was in no small part down to how ruthlessly and effectively the manipulative architects had streamed them into castes and actively discouraged almost all of them from any kind of creative or imaginative thinking. Thousands of years of laser-focused behavioral programming hadn't been fully defeated in 15 years, to Billy's complete lack of surprise, but there were encouraging signs among New Kerguelen's younger generations in particular that curiosity was making a comeback. It was a comeback, rather than a first appearance, Billy knew, because the pre-contact record books in New Birchwood's Hall of Memories spoke of all kinds of specialized roles that had existed on the planet before the architects showed up and decimated the native culture. Billy was trying not to get ahead of himself, but once the idea entered his head that the shelter the architects had considered building around the island might have been intended to protect a group of messengers who were already there, rather than a group who would be relocated there from New Birchwood, it was an idea he simply couldn't shake. One idea he didn't even dare to dream of was that there might still be a living population, untouched by the architect's manipulation, since heat signatures of beings their size should have been detected from the fairly low-flying mapping drones, if that had been the case. Nonetheless, however, there was much to be excited about. Following an order Billy had pre-programmed the night before, the submarine whose footage filled the screen then breached the surface and provided the first ever sea-level shot of the new object of Billy's obsession. "There it is, my friends," he told the onlooking messengers with a proud and hopeful smile. "The Isle of Answers." P-76, Gravison Kensington Hotel, London, England. To put it mildly, Piper McCarthy's first few days in London hadn't exactly passed as any of the family had expected. The events of the previous day were too fresh in their minds and too unexplained for them to feel confident going outside without fear that more neck pains would come, so the entirety of the second was spent in their plush hotel suite. The girl was glad they had gone for the river cruise before the previous day's second jolt, because there was no way her parents would have sanctioned such a thing now. The risk of being out in public, if they all felt another jolt, wasn't one they could take, and the fact there had been 2 jolts within such a short time left them all uneasily believing that a third was more likely to follow than not. What amplified everything was the gruesome footage they had now seen of the unfortunate man who fell victim to whatever mysterious phenomenon was at play. A small farm in the Scottish Highlands was the apparent epicenter of everything, with a patch of ground near the coast seeming to pulse, while deafening interference of some kind simultaneously arose at the precise moment of the neck-based jolts. That only individuals who had direct experience with the uplift were feeling these jolts raised more questions than answers, and some of them couldn't quite decide whether they even wanted to know what was at play. That footage of a British security agent whose brutal demise Clark had prevented from going public still hadn't gone public. This was thanks mainly to Clark's intervention, but also to the obscurity of its source. With that in mind, it was still hard for everyone to believe that a camera attached to a bird of prey had captured something so remarkable, but it was the sheer remarkableness of the video's content that really shook them. As soon as her parents announced that a conspiracy-focused internet host was coming to join them, Piper looked closely into the kind of content Carrick put out. She spent the day watching some of his most viewed shows and quickly fell down a rabbit hole related to some books his grandfather, Norman Thomas, had written many decades earlier. Norman's interest in ancient cultures was clearly what got Carrick interested in such things, but Piper was far more intrigued to learn that some of his writings had also influenced Billy Kendrick, when Billy opted to break away from the mainstream of academic archaeology in favor of a more open-minded approach to analyzing Earth's history. Piper was very excited to meet Carrick by the time the young man arrived, as was Dan when he learned of the secondary connection to Billy. Emma, meanwhile, understood why Clark had acted in the way he had in the spur of the moment, but wasn't sure sending Carrick to their hotel had been the best of moves. Keeping Carrick and his knowledge of the footage close was a wise move, she acknowledged, but the fact that he hosted an online show made her greatly concerned that he might seek to use this hastily arranged rendezvous as a way to boost his own profile. No one was more attuned to things like that than Emma, and her eyes would be wide open for any warning signs. Almost as soon as Carrick did arrive, however, she quickly realized there had never been anything to worry about. The young man was excited, polite, and clearly humbled to meet them. His Welsh accent certainly took some getting used to, but that was all. "I can hardly believe this," Carrick said, meaning it very literally, as the strangest 24 hours of his life now had him sitting on a hotel couch with one of the most famous families in the world. His eyes flicked back and forth between Dan and Emma as his mind tried to decide whose presence was more intimidating. Dan McCarthy was Carrick's ultimate idol, a man who had put his neck on the line like no one in history, and whose bravery had ushered in a once undreamed-of era of cooperation between intelligent races from different planets. If there had been a signed poster of any global icon on Carrick's bedroom wall, it would have been Dan. But then there was Emma. Carrick had vivid memories of watching the IDA leak play out on TV with his grandfather, back when Emma was the PR expert keeping Dan's head above water in an ocean of political sharks vying for his blood. Emma was known to be sharp-tongued and sharp-minded in equal measure, and on the rare occasions in recent years when she had made public statements to maintain stability in the face of rabble-rousing anti-ICA rhetoric, she never missed the targets of her ire. Carrick was glad to be on her side. The evening proceeded gently enough, with talk of another video call to the Il Cercatore space station the next morning. But when the sun sank behind the London skyline and Piper McCarthy suddenly threw a hand to the back of her neck as another jolt hit her, and her alone, Carrick Thomas suddenly saw precious little to be glad of. P-75, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. The news that Piper had experienced another sudden and sharp dose of neck pain was about as welcome as a hole in a hot air balloon, raising the prospect in Clark McCarthy's mind that another painful jolt might soon hit all of the others, including his heavily pregnant wife, Tara. He felt for Piper, too, the niece he had always loved and protected like she was his own, and could imagine only too well what kind of stress Dan and Emma must have been going through. Clark dearly wished they could all have been together, but there was no sense in crying over spilt milk. They had gone to the UK at the worst possible time, and no amount of wishing could undo that. He had personally done all he could to ensure that the two people outside his inner circle who had definitely seen the footage were being brought into the fold, with Carrick Thomas already at Dan's side in London and Serena Cruz well on the way to Colorado. What would come of this, Clark didn't know. His friends on the Il Cercatore space station, Timo and Alessandro, had been monitoring the mysterious site in Scotland from their highest of all bird's-eye views, and from what they could tell, there had been no physical pulse on the ground when Piper felt the latest jolt. Alessandro Bonucci, a genius in several fields, as yet had no theory as to what was going on. He had felt one shooting pain in his neck at the same time as the others, with their prior experience of alien uplifts being a factor he held as crucial to getting to the bottom of whatever was going on. He had requested that Piper note precisely when she felt anything, and he was currently in the process of feeding that time data and everything else he could gather into all kinds of modeling and analytics software in search of patterns and clues. Several hours after Piper's second singular jolt, Clark heard a car coming down the road to his ranch. As expected and not before time, it was driven by his old buddy Trey Myers and contained one passenger, a potentially useful earthquake expert and a potentially dangerous loose end, the young and somewhat overawed Serena Cruz. Trey was first out of the car, and after greeting Clark with a "you owe me" expression and a warm hug, he headed straight for the porch and the old man who was beckoning him with a waving hand and a waiting beer. Since he would be going inside for a sleep before his drive back to Texas, Trey happily took the offer and sat next to Mr. Bird. "Trey Myers," he said, extending a hand. Mr. Bird shook it but looked at him with a confused expression. "You thought I'd forgotten?"
Here I am sitting here thinking we'd spoken a dozen times back in the day. Oh, no, I remember you, Trey said. You and Phil were never apart, and Dan could never speak highly enough of all you did for him. I just didn't know if you'd remember me. The old man smiled. You were the only other person who helped Dan at the very start when everyone else thought he was crazy. He smiled. I remember people like that, son. As the two caught up and speculated about the origin of the weirdness in Scotland, Clark walked to the car where Serena was still buckled up in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window. She rolled it down. Thanks for coming, Clark said. Serena gulped. Her eyes were fixed on the house, and when Clark followed them, he saw that Tara was now standing at the front door with her arms folded. Less than impressed by Clark's decision to bring a stranger into the fold without clearing it with anyone, let alone bringing one all the way to their house, Tara was making no effort to hide her feelings. She'll come round, Clark promised. And believe me, she's not as mean as she looks. Just don't tell her I said she looks mean. Serena's face cracked into a slight smile at this, and she stepped out of the car a few seconds later. Tara went back into the house, but not before shooting one last disapproving look at Clark. He really should have cleared his idea with her before inviting Serena, he acknowledged, but the necessity and the urgency of that moment meant his feelings were only of regret, rather than guilt. I just can't believe I'm here, the girl said, gazing in wonder at the vast cornfield she'd seen so many times in the famous TV footage of the only occasion Dan had used his temporary uplift power of telekinesis. The scientist and student in Serena wanted to conduct experiments in the field, too, where the messenger's remarkable crafts were known to have landed on several occasions. Get used to not believing stuff, Clark replied, because things are only getting weirder. Clark McCarthy's circle of trust was small but total, and its membership had just increased by 2. Within a few minutes of their arrival, Trey and Serena knew everything. The news about the neck jolts stunned both of them, even more so than the news that Piper had been born with uplift powers. That, in turn, surprised Clark, but it only seemed to present an explanation to the others of why she might be feeling more jolts than everyone else. What happened in Scotland wasn't an earthquake, Serena said. But would anyone agree that it seems like Piper is the only one feeling something kind of like aftershocks? Something along those lines, at least? Clark shook his head. Piper felt a jolt before anyone else. That was when the sheep were acting weird in the footage Carrick aired. Then 12 hours later we all felt one, at the exact same time when the guy died in the Bergcam footage you found. Piper just got another jolt today, but Timo's satellites didn't pick up any sign of another pulse on the ground. They're working on the early theory that Piper is getting, before shocks. Kind of like the opposite of aftershocks, more like warnings. So, yeah, if they're right about that and the pattern holds true, the rest of us who have used the uplift powers are probably going to feel another jolt in about 12 hours. When Clark had warned Serena that things were only going to get weirder, she hadn't quite expected this. Mr. Bird then went inside, ostensibly to use the bathroom, but he returned with Tara a brief moment later. She introduced herself to Serena, neither grumpily or amiably, and took a seat on the step by the porch. So, Mr. Bird began, shuffling himself back to comfort in his seat. Serena, have you ever heard of anything like a before shock for an earthquake in your time? These aren't earthquakes, the girl reiterated. But going back thousands of years, there are oral accounts from across the world of areas where energy was felt. Ancient peoples didn't have explicit words for abstract notions like energy, just like Westerners didn't until a few hundred years ago. But there are a lot of theories that the locations of major temples and even towns were built where unusual kinds of energy were felt by the shamans or soothsayers of the day. I wouldn't say this next part to anyone else, but hopefully you guys won't think I'm crazy. By now, even Tara was listening carefully. Go on, Clark said. Serena took a deep breath. Well, we know the architects touched down thousands and thousands of years ago and connected themselves to at least one person, right? The pillars at Dortelu Tepe tell us that. But the pillars that tell us that were the first to be engraved, so we don't know if that's exactly where it happened. If we bring some theories together, maybe the person who was connected to the architect had their brain uplifted and was then able to feel these energy pulses like you guys can, or even more acutely, like Piper can. Maybe their civilization built Dortlu Tepe where they could feel pulses, not dangerous ones, I guess, and maybe other civilizations did the same. Maybe the architects talked to the Incas before they built Machu Picchu. Maybe they talked to the people who built Stonehenge. It's all about maybes, but these are maybes with more weight than they would have had a few days ago. No one said anything. I don't know, the girl admitted. All I'm getting at is that people feeling energy they can't explain isn't new. It's old. It's ancient. And now that we know about ancient alien visitation, maybe we should start reevaluating our understanding of ancient humans. I don't know offhand of any major ancient sites near the Pulse Point in Scotland, but I haven't been online to look anything up since I left Dallas. I downloaded some episodes of Carrick's show for the drive, but nothing else and nothing since then. I followed that order to stay offline. She nodded towards Clark. Just as things were getting interesting, the front door creaked open and young Dan McCarthy tiptoed out. "Where did you go?" he asked sleepily, reaching out for Tara. "Daddy brought some new friends," she replied, the upbeat tone slightly at odds with her expression. Dan looked across at Trey and Serena. Trey raised a hand to wave. "Hey, kiddo," Serena smiled. "I'm Serena." "Hi," Dan replied. "I've got 4 little brothers, you know," she said. His eyes widened. 4? I don't even have 1. Almost, but not yet. "They're fun. One of mine is your age. 11, right?" "I'm 5, the boy laughed. "But where are your brothers? Are they here too?" She shook her head. "They're with our dad in Costa Rica." "Where's Costa Rica?" "Have you ever seen Jurassic Park?" Serena replied with a question of her own. Tara interjected with a chuckle. "God, only about 5 times a month. Right, 80?" The boy's mouth was now as wide as his eyes. "They live in Jurassic Park?" "Kind of," Serena smiled. "If you get some sleep, I'll make sure your dad promises to tell you all about it tomorrow. Deal?" Tara tilted her head towards the house. "You heard her." "Okay," the boy agreed. Tara ruffled his hair and took him back to bed. When she reemerged a minute later, she sat on the porch instead of the step. "What did you say you study again?" she asked Serena, softened by the girl's kindness to Dan as well as very interested in what she'd been talking about before the interruption. "Geosciences," Serena replied. "But my mother was an oral historian, Mesoamerican cultures specifically. She always told me that the past holds the answers to questions we haven't even thought to ask yet. Everything you guys and Dan have achieved with the aliens, it has opened our eyes to so much. But as a species, or at least as a Western civilization, our eyes are still so closed to this planet's past. Billy Kendrick, Timo Fiore, their work found Dortelu Tepe. But since then, we've stopped looking. We've stopped digging. If I was in their shoes 13 years ago, Dortelu Tepe would have whet my appetite to keep looking for more discoveries on Earth. It wouldn't have satisfied my curiosity and led me to jump ship to focusing somewhere else." Clark made a ponderous sound. "Yeah, Billy is always twisting Timo's arm about expeditions on New Kerguelen. I think he has this idea now that whatever we could find on Earth, it's going to pale in comparison to what he thinks we could find up there and beyond. You know what I mean?" "Serena, I think you should be with Timo and Alessandro," Tara suddenly interjected. "Or at least you should talk to them. We should be attacking this mystery on all fronts." "I think you should be in Scotland," Mr. Bird chimed in. "Or at least with Dan in London, where you'll be close. The other kid is there now. That way you're all together." "You could keep an extra eye on Piper, too," Tara said, quickly warming to the idea. Serena nodded slowly in thought. "But can I even get into the UK?" "Yeah," Clark said. "The stupid tit-for-tat travel ban is for citizens of the other country, not residents. Your passport is Costa Rican, right?" She nodded.
Clark's phone was in his hand as he typed and scrolled quickly. Okay, so there are no direct flights between here and the UK, obviously, but you can go to Iceland, then to London from there. Leaving at 7 a.m., you'll be there tomorrow afternoon. First class flight and the best room we can get at the Gravison. Are you in? Aliens? Mysterious ground pulses? Looking into ancient cultures? The girl smiled as she trailed off. Clark, I'm not just in. I feel like I was born for this. Deal, Clark said, holding out his hand. Serena shook it gladly. And you said first-class flight and the best room at the Gravison? We all heard, she chuckled. Mr. Bird laughed warmly, too. Henry would have liked that one, he said. Clark couldn't help but sigh at the mention of his late father. Mr. Bird always meant well and probably missed Henry as much as he did, but he lacked tact in certain moments. Clark shook it off. And you did bring your passport, right? He sought to clarify before booking the flight. Serena nodded. With a name like Serena Cruz, you've always got to carry your papers. This time it was Clark who laughed loudest. He turned to Mr. Bird. My old man would have loved that one. P-74. Control deck, Space Station, Il Cercatore. We can get to the bottom of this, Alessandro Bonucci insisted. He spoke into the large screen in the center of Il Cercatore's control deck, where he stood with Timo Fiori and Melli, engaged in a worrisome video call with the McCarthys. Another individual was with the McCarthys in London, but Carrick kept quiet for the most part. If the young Welshman felt awed before, he really felt like he was in over his head now. Talking to Timo and Alessandro as they stood in Earth's orbit was one thing, but seeing a messenger in real time and hearing her spoken words translated into English was something else entirely. Alessandro, a man of science and research, repeatedly affirmed that the main variable they had certainty about, so far, was the timing of the mysterious incidents. It was unmistakably relevant, he insisted, that Piper's second solo neck pain came precisely 24 hours after the ground pulse in Scotland that made everyone in their close circle of uplift-experienced individuals feel the pain. Piper's initial jolt was followed by the first pulse almost exactly 12 hours later, and that was followed by the second jolt precisely 24 hours later, he said. We do not know much yet, my friends, but my view is that we should all expect another pulse tomorrow morning, 12 hours after Piper's recent jolt. Piper herself was first to reply. My first one hit at 9:30 yesterday morning, she said. Then the pulse was at 9:45 last night, and the second jolt was 9:45 tonight. I don't think that's enough data to expect anything, especially when the first gap was 12 hours and 15 minutes. If we had exact numbers screaming at us with their clear relationships, maybe, but I don't know. Carrick, awed as he was, cleared his throat to chime in. So, excuse me, but are we now thinking this is definitely something non-natural? If we're thinking about hours and minutes, I mean, because those aren't really real, are they? They are in a sense, Alessandro replied. He had briefly looked into Carrick's background after hearing of his involvement from Clark and trusted the family's judgment in bringing him in, even if it was mainly for the purpose of keeping him close due to what he knew and what he had seen. A day is a real thing, the most natural unit we have. Hours are a man-made way of dividing it. At the risk of sounding like I'm talking down to you, the Earth takes a certain length of time to rotate on its axis, regardless of what units we invent to measure it. We could use Alessandros and say there are 17 Alessandros in a day, and if these events were happening exactly 17 Alessandros apart, I would see some significance in that. Sure, Piper said, sighing slightly, but I still don't see this as clearly as you do, Alessandro. Whatever this is, the first 12-hour gap being so inexact is throwing me. We'll know more tomorrow, the Italian said. If there is to be another pulse, its timing will tell us a lot. In the meantime, I'm going to set in place as much monitoring of the Scottish pulse site as I can, with the satellites at our disposal and the friends we have on the ground, in seismology labs and so on. Everyone listened carefully. encouraged that Alessandro at least had some plan of action. We have seen no empirical signs of the last jolt, he continued. That indicates there may have been no ground pulse accompanying it, and the lack of word from anyone on the ground strengthens that view. The first jolt caused small-scale electrical issues, as we saw with the drone, but the actual pulse on the ground was barely visible compared to the next incident, which we all felt, that caused major damage in the area. As well as the man it killed, that pulse blew out the windows of a house and several vehicles over 100 meters from the circular markings where it all seems to be originating. It appears that only the pulses cause damage beyond electrical interference, so I'm currently of the mind that we should be thinking of the Piper-only jolts as pre-pulses, warnings, if you will. And you think another pulse is coming in the morning? Emma asked. I think so, he affirmed. Emma's expression was strained. So, there's going to be another one, and it's going to cause serious damage on the ground? In that case, we absolutely have to tell whoever's in charge down there, she said, turning to Dan and Piper, who both agreed. When we all but know that something bad is happening, we have to at least warn people. We need to be careful what we say about what we know and how we know it, because nothing about Piper can get out. But this is on us. Alessandro nodded in full agreement. It is, Emma, and I wouldn't expect any less from you than this selfless concern, but the area is extremely sparsely populated. The house that was damaged is the only one by this farm, and even the nearest small town, Thurso, is over a mile to the west. Our images show that the British personnel on the ground have quietly cleared the affected area and a reasonable buffer. I don't know where the farmer is, but even the sheep were moved out before last night's pulse. Theories are all I have for now, but very soon I will have knowledge and data, my friends. And so will you. It's going to be a long night here, but I do hope you can get some rest down there. Until tomorrow, he signed off with a nod. With little left to do but wait for a pulse everyone hoped wouldn't come, but which they knew would at least illuminate some theories if it did, they all said their goodbyes. Everyone except Carrick, that was, who had a nagging question and a determination to ask it during the only chance he might ever get. I think there's something in the ground, the young man said, mainly to Alessandro. And with the fact only you guys can feel it, you guys who have experienced the uplifts, I think it's something to do with the architects. So what I'm wondering is, has anyone thought about trying to fix the elders, to try to ask them what's going on and how we can stop it? Everyone fell silent. No one had spoken this word in a long while, and few had even thought about the objects it referred to. Carrick was talking about a small number of pillar-like radio machines in New Kerguelen's now empty great shelter, via which the messengers had, for thousands of years, received instructions from the distant and deceitful architects. A central element of that deceit was the messengers' belief that the machines were considering and providing answers themselves, rather than relaying information from afar. Upon Dan's discovery of the elders some 15 years earlier, he learned that the messengers, spoon-fed information for the thousands of years their species had been caged, like dogs, didn't even have a meaningful distinction between the living and the inanimate, truly viewing their supposed elders as gods. Indeed, when the elders stopped working, perhaps simply because the architects stopped responding, the messengers had been desolate over their supposed deaths. In the few years between that discovery and the moment a hellish-looking architect descended to Earth, a debate had raged around the world as to whether humanity should try to revive the elders in order to communicate with the technologically advanced, if morally stunted, architects. Nothing ever came of the talk, officially at least, and the likes of Alessandro Bonucci, who would have been tasked with the work, ruled out elder revival as all but impossible, above and beyond the huge concerns over potential dangers he saw as highly legitimate. I haven't thought about that for many years, the Italian scientist mused. But if these neck pains and ground pulses were to continue, with no solution in sight, perhaps we should reconsider— No, Dan interrupted. When I spoke to the architect in New York, it said it was stopping the nuclear escalation that day because our evolutionary path had become one worth protecting. If something was happening that they could help us with, they would. We have to assume they're always watching. Do we? Piper queried.
And yeah, Dad, you are the only one who spoke to him via the cable, but Melly told me what I was feeling when that thing showed up. I was less than a year old, but she heard my feelings clear as day. Melly, what did you hear? Everyone's attention turned to the only alien on the call. Jul Neftasib, she said quietly. Just as everything the humans were saying had been translated for Melly's benefit, a necessary step since no uplift powers such as telepathy were any longer working on Earth's side of the gate, the vocal translator now repeated her words in English for the benefit of the humans. We are in the presence of evil. Now, everyone turned to Piper. I still don't believe a word it told you, the girl said to Dan. It could have been rogue, working on its own, or it could have been ordered by the collective to come down and lie to you. Look at what they did on New Kerguelen with the shelter. How could we ever trust a word they say? Piper's mother, Emma, couldn't hide her confusion. So, because you don't trust anything they say, you want to fix the radios, if they're even broken, so we can hear more of what they have to say? I don't want anyone to talk to them, the girl said, turning to Carrick as she said it. I was just asking, he replied, his face turning red, and I didn't know what you sensed about them. On the screen they were watching, Alessandro nodded. And you do now, but rest easy, Piper. I could not reach the architects even if I tried. If you'll excuse a clumsy metaphor, exploring their abandoned technology is almost like a shark swimming through a shipwreck. It can see the wheel, but the wheel is broken in half, and the shark wouldn't know how to use it, even if it wasn't. Please just keep measuring as much as you can in Scotland, Emma requested, having spoken far fewer words than normal. I'll tell Tara and Clark you're expecting a pulse tomorrow morning. And Godfrey, I suppose. We don't want any of us being out in public again when another one hits. Not until we know what's going on. That shouldn't be too long, Alessandro said. One way or another, tomorrow has much to teach. P-minus 73. McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. As night wore on in Colorado, Clark McCarthy and Serena Cruz were the last two people left awake at the ranch. They'd spent much of the past hour talking more about her theories that ancient civilizations may have felt pulse-like energy fields and built history's most celebrated sites near their epicenters, and the more he heard, the more interested he was. Excerpts from William Godfrey's speech of the previous night were currently airing on TV, and Clark unmuted it when it reached the point when Godfrey had felt the same pulse he had. The ICA chairman did a manful job of misdirecting attention from his neck, with speculation about a heart attack, while still unwelcome, clearly being preferable to the media having a sniff as to what was really going on at this delicate stage, when public panic could be as harmful as misinformation or even deliberate disinformation. The network then cut to a comment from U.S. President Nick Mason, who took serious umbrage to many of Godfrey's extraordinarily personal criticisms. Mason spoke in his usual manner, brashly and deliberately appealing to the lowest common denominator. He talked of a British conspiracy and challenged the obvious conflict of interest Godfrey had in supposedly mediating discussions between the U.S. and U.K. delegations. Rather Godfrey than him, Serena muttered under her breath. Even Clark, a patriot to the core, couldn't disagree. He won't be around for long. This proved true in the immediate term as the beeping of Mason's phone took his attention away from the interviewer. It has to be important to get through, the young and sharply dressed president said as he reached for the phone, never one to apologize. In this replayed footage from earlier in the night, Mason's expression stiffened when he looked at his phone. Like Godfrey during the pulse, if less successfully, he tried to downplay the moment and force his face to stop betraying his unease. They always tell you to delegate and then you end up having to do it all yourself anyway, he groaned, rolling his eyes. Sorry guys, I have to dash off. But Godfrey, this isn't over. The news network then got right to analyzing these odd few moments, beginning with their surprise that Mason had, for once, apologized. Young Serena Cruz, however, noticed something else. Clark,
she said, gulping and reaching for the remote control. She rewound the show by a few seconds and paused when Mason was back on the screen, standing in the lobby of the Gravison Atlantic Hotel. Yeah? He asked, noting an expression on her face that wasn't too unlike Mason's in the footage. Look at those clocks behind him. Clark looked, and kept looking. It took the better part of 5 seconds for the meaning to sink in, but when it did, it really did. The clock marked London was sitting at 9:45 when President Mason checked his phone and abruptly cut off an interview that he himself had arranged. That's exactly when Piper felt the jolt, Clark said. Serena gulped. That can't be a coincidence. For him to act so weird when he gets an emergency phone notification at the exact time it happened? The footage remained paused, with President Nick Mason's perfectly groomed face looming large and Clark McCarthy staring into his eyes like a man possessed. How much does this scumbag know? Clark rhetorically grunted under his breath. And how in the fuck does he know it? Part 3. Il Cercatore. It is wise to disclose what cannot be concealed. Frederick Schiller. Monday. P-72. Gravison Kensington Hotel, London, England. The elegant breakfast room of the Gravison Kensington was quiet and peaceful as 8 a.m. approached on Monday morning. Most of the high-flying business customers who frequented the hotel were long gone for the day, while most of its well-to-do leisure guests were still in bed and would make their appearances much closer to the 10 a.m. closing time. The McCarthys hadn't chosen the quiet hour by chance, but for 2 good reasons. Even on a normal morning, they would have preferred to eat in as much peace as possible, and their global renown made this difficult in any kind of crowded environment. That was the first reason. The second, and more particular to this morning, was that if Alessandro Bonucci's prediction was correct, they would all be feeling the neck-jolt effects of another Scottish ground pulse sometime between 9:30 and 9:45 a.m. This made getting back to their room before then absolutely crucial, and so it was that they were almost finished before the clock even hit 8. Of his own accord, their new ally, Carrick Thomas, had arrived at breakfast not too long after them, and was sitting at a table near the other side of the room. He avoided any public greetings, as he'd been advised to the previous evening, but did exchange a friendly nod with Dan while the two were waiting by the coffee machine. I'll get some more milk to cool this down faster, Emma said, lifting her coffee cup as Piper finished her tea. She walked towards the coffee machine and the adjacent, tasteful arrangement of single-serving milk pots. You're really getting a taste for that tea, huh? Dan asked. I like it, Piper smiled, sounding surprised at herself. It's not as bitter as coffee. Before the girl could finish the word coffee, her mother's cup of the stuff was falling to the ground. Piper didn't have to wonder what was happening because her speech hadn't been cut off by that sight, but rather by the sharp pain that caused it. She balled her fists tightly and gritted her teeth, all while Dan shot to his feet and rushed to Emma's side. He gritted his teeth, doing all he could to act like the back of his neck didn't also feel like someone had just stuck a needle in it. It burned a little bit of my hand, Emma said as nonchalantly as she could. This took no small effort, given the throbbing pain at the back of her neck, and even more so the knowledge that her poor daughter was experiencing it too. I'm really sorry. I'll clean that up, she added to a member of the waiting staff. Don't be silly, Mrs. McCarthy, the young woman replied. Please, I'm sorry it was so hot. Emma shook her head. It's not your fault, and thanks, I'll go and get changed. Piper, were you finished? Come on, darling. Only 3 or 4 other tables were occupied, one by the frightened-looking Carrick, and the company was polite enough to ensure there were no phone cameras pointing in the family's direction. As soon as they reached the even quieter hallway, Emma gently took hold of Piper's hands and opened them. Don't hurt yourself, she said, even before she saw the blood. When she did see it, like Dan, the situation felt even worse. Trickles of blood had begun to pool in the palms of Piper's hands, originating where her fingernails had pierced the skin during her successful fistballing attempt to avoid letting out any yelps or screwing up her face too much during the painful jolt. "It's too early," Piper said, her voice weak. "Alessandro said 9:45. Dan and Emma shared a glance. Neither wanted to say that Alessandro was basically guessing about every element of this, just as they were. Emma in particular recalled his statement that the timing of this second pulse would give him a lot more data to work with, however, so she wasn't giving up hope yet. "Let's get cleaned up and talk to the guys on the station, okay?" she said. Piper, normally so enthused about such things, could only sigh out her subdued assent. "Until your brain finishes developing, Alessandro is probably the smartest human alive," Dan said, trying to keep his daughter's spirits up. "By the time we call, he'll have more ideas about this than we could imagine." These words, optimistic to say the least, soothed Piper a lot more than they did Emma or Dan. P-71, Control Deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. "Are you all okay?" Alessandro Bonucci asked, relieved to see Emma and the others via Il Cercatore's large call screen, but anything but calmed by the circumstances that had led to their call. The McCarthys were huddled around Emma's computer, with Carrick present too. "It wasn't much worse," Piper replied first. "A little bit sorer than the first pulse, and definitely sorer than the warnings, but not much worse. This was a pulse, right? You saw this one on the ground?" The pallor of Alessandro's face confirmed as much without the need for words. "What exactly did you see?" Emma pressed, experiencing stress levels beyond anything she had known. "We saw no more deaths," Alessandro replied, starting with the good news. "Or at least no more human deaths. The pulse scared a lot of wild birds, and those near the inner edge of the affected zone didn't make it. Like with the British agent, they were pushed outwards to the edge of the affected zone with brutal force, and again, like him, they collided into what seems to be a force field. But, once again, there was a small area with a radius of around 20 meters in which no major effects were noticed. Last time, we saw the surviving agent cover his ears but remain safely on the ground. This time, there were a handful of birds on the ground in that zone who barely reacted at all. Those within the affected zone, as I said, were blown into the circumferential force field at quite literally breakneck speed." "How big are we talking?" Dan queried, almost afraid to ask. "The affected area is still not enormous and did not reach the town of Thurso," Timo Fiore said, fielding this one. "But it looks to be twice the size of the previous area. And Dan, not approximately twice the size, exactly twice the size. There appears to be a clear pattern here." "Jesus," Emma said, blowing air from her lips. "How long until it would reach the town and the cities?" Alessandro gulped. "I cannot say, and I will not guess. Not yet." "Roughly?" Piper pushed, backing up her mother's question. "2 data points is never enough to predict a third, let alone more," Alessandro insisted. "But 3 certainly can be enough to predict a fourth, with assumptions I should note. I will be more confident to predict future timings once the third pulse hits. So far, we've seen a steady 24-hour gap between a pulse and the next warning, and then a decreasing gap between that warning and the next pulse. With that in mind, I think you can expect another warning tomorrow at 7:53 a.m., and another pulse tomorrow between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. The timing of that pulse will tell us a lot. My focus today is on monitoring the affected area to see what we're dealing with. Then will come the firmer forecast of when we can expect more." No one replied. Timo, standing over the seated Alessandro, couldn't hide his concern. "Like he said, the area is still relatively small," the billionaire chimed in. "But what worries me is that, as well as the area doubling in size, the force of this pulse seems to have been stronger, too. There is now more damage to the farmer's abandoned car, and far more tree damage within the original impact zone. I say impact, But we don't know what we're dealing with. My friends, all I know is that it is not good. What's your hunch? Dan asked. Timo upturned his palms. I have none. Alessandro, meanwhile, was clearly thinking hard. I wouldn't call my thoughts a hunch quite yet, Dan, he said, but the gap between warning and pulse is clearly decreasing, and whether a decrease is steady or accelerating, a continued decrease of anything eventually tends towards zero. In this situation, and I can't stress enough that it's too early to have confidence in this theory or any other, if the gap continues to decrease until it reaches zero, we will have a convergence of the warning and the pulse. And if these pulses are getting stronger, as seems to be the case, a convergence at pulse zero does not strike me as a thing I want to see. As these ominous words hung in the air, Piper's expression was the most focused. So you're saying you think we have to stop this thing before it gets there? She asked. Before convergence? For now, I'm saying we have to study it, Piper. Alessandro tried to reassure her. Study brings knowledge. It's doubling in size from a small starting point, but it still won't take long to be truly disastrous. One more pulse will bring a lot more knowledge of what we're dealing with, which in turn should bring some idea of how to mitigate its effects. And yes, if it comes to that, we will hopefully develop some idea of how to stop it. Hopefully? The girl pushed. Hope is the foundation of all things, Alessandro said. Hope put me on this space station, and hope will come through. I'm as hopeful as anyone. Dan McCarthy sighed in a dejected manner that ran somewhat counter to the sentiment. But come on, Alessandro. We can't just keep studying and hoping. People are in danger. Alessandro nodded very solemnly. They are, Dan, but not imminently. The next doubling in size will only take the pulse zone radius to around 500 meters, and there is no one within that range who the Scottish police or UK security agents haven't evacuated already. The only road that passes within that range has already been closed. This isn't public news yet, but it will be soon, and the British seem to be on top of it for now. This isn't going to be our problem to reveal. We're gathering as much information as we can while we can, and our early work will be beneficial for everyone in dealing with this. And Godfrey is talking to Logan today, Timo announced. I spoke to him a few minutes ago, right before this call. He's going to play it cool, to see what she knows or what she's willing to share. If she's open with him, he'll be open with her. If not, we'll monitor this next pulse and share the future predictions based on what it tells us. This isn't a time for politics, but it's not a bad idea to see how much Logan wants to share with us. Naturally, that can inform how much of the background we share with her, as in, how much we tell her about how we know what we know. A thick silence circled, broken eventually by young Piper. I hate all this partial truth stuff, she lamented, stating it generally, rather than in any angry manner aimed at Timo. I hate it too, darling, Dan said. It's for your own good, but I hate it too. We all do. This is how it used to be for us, with the hoax and then Il Diavolo. It's not nice and it's not easy, but sometimes it's better for everyone if we sit on some of the details. Knowing when your warnings come, or that they come at all, wouldn't help anyone right now. Carrick's first drone footage of the sheep put eyes on Thurso, and now the area is locked down. People know something is happening, and since people were already paying attention to Thurso, the pulse that just hit is probably going to be news. As soon as Alessandro is confident in his forecasts for future pulses, we'll share them. Precisely, the Italian scientist said. And besides, on the ground they'll be recording the warning jolts as well as the pulses. Remember, the jolts don't seem to cause damage, but they do seem to have an effect on electronics. It seems like Mason has a mole somewhere on the ground, based on what Clark spotted last night. Did you speak to him yet? The McCarthys confirmed that they had spoken to Clark, or at least exchanged quick texts due to the difference in time zones. A quick call immediately after the pulse focused only on making sure Tara was okay, which she was, broadly speaking, but the issue of President Mason's knowledge lingered uneasily in the background. Alessandro's suggestion of a mole among the agents on the ground in Scotland, in fact, slightly eased their minds by way of offering up a relatively mundane explanation. The call was over soon afterwards, with Emma keen to talk to Godfrey before his apparent meeting with Diane Logan, particularly in relation to what Logan's arch-rival, President Mason, might or might not know about the pulses. With the screen on their computer now black, Piper turned to her mother and looked up at her concerned expression. Is this going to be like all the stories I've heard about the comet and the shelter, when you have to make sure news gets out in the right way so people don't panic? Everyone says you were the best in the world at that. Message management, you called it, right? To make sure people's reactions to something bad don't end up causing more problems than the actual something? Beyond precocious, Piper was a gifted child without precedent, and one who Emma had already seen as at least an intellectual equal for several years. She was too sharp to be fooled by hollow words, and deserved more respect than that, in any case, so Emma rarely shielded her from cold realities. I was good at that, Emma said, glad to have heard the pride in Piper's tone, but still too humble to accept a superlative descriptor like best. But I'll be honest with you, darling. If this thing really is doubling in size and getting stronger each time, I don't think that's going to be a message even I can manage for long. P-minus 70. Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Iceland. Serena Cruz had never before been on a flight that lasted more than a few hours, but in the grand scheme of her current situation, there wasn't a lot of room for her mild aviophobia to kick in. She slept for a while, thanks in no small part to the mental exertion and exhaustion of the previous 24 hours, but in her waking hours she read and listened to some things about a few of the issues she thought it might be worth looking into. Most of the listening ended up involving Carrick Thomas, the conspiracy-focused Welshman who she would be meeting on arrival in London. A handful of his comments were uncannily similar to those she had shared with Clark McCarthy the previous night, chiefly her frustration that humanity had all but stopped digging on Earth once aliens had been discovered. Carrick also made the point that humanity had all but stopped looking for space-based signals and other signs of intelligent life, too, with the knowledge that some aliens existed, seeming to have satisfied everyone else when, to him, it only increased the urge to search for more. The bulk of his complaints were saved for the lack of Earth-based excavations, however, with one comment catching Serena's ears in particular. There could be another site even better than Dordalu Tepe waiting for us somewhere, either telling us what other ancient humans made of any alien visitors, or maybe even containing whatever those aliens left behind. Serena spent most of her listening time nodding along, as she had in the other episodes and shows she'd listened to in the car ride from Dallas to Colorado. Carrick spoke well, and he spoke convincingly. She could see why he had an audience. Her reading, meanwhile, mainly focused on an area closer to her own expertise, that of ancient records and folklore regarding earthquake-like phenomena, and particularly stories of soothsayers who supposedly saw them coming. It seemed to Serena like there was one missing piece just waiting to tie everything together, what with Piper's uplift-driven ability to foresee the pulses hitting Scotland and the textbook-defying nature of those pulses themselves. When she stepped off the plane for her short layover in Iceland, Serena lifted her phone from her pocket to see if it was picking up any kind of signal. It wasn't yet, but insisted it was searching. Upon reaching the waiting area for her flight to London, Serena belatedly got word that a second pulse had hit in Thurso. This didn't come from her still offline phone, however, but rather from a large TV on the terminal wall. A crowd was formed around it as though watching the closing minutes of a high-stakes sporting event, and the hush was eerie. Serena's eyes scanned the screen for clues of how bad it might be. There was no visible damage behind the on-site reporter, and the uncertain headline spoke of a mystery alien incident rather than any destructive pulse. The only surefire giveaway that it was pulse-related came in the form of the location stamp. Thurso, Scottish Highlands. The roadblocks have just been massively extended, the female BTN reporter announced in a well-spoken Scottish accent. And this is starting to feel a lot more like an exclusion zone.
The field at the center of all of this is now empty of sheep and full of equipment that wasn't there in the bizarre drone footage we've all seen, and the authorities are clearly very interested in those concentric circles that seemed to pulse upwards to send the sheep fleeing. Whether they know what's going on or are scrambling around to find out, the stakes are clearly very high. The reporter then turned to the side and grinned, tilting her head to send her cameraman's attention that way too. As you can see, some of my colleagues appear to be one step ahead, or above, with their techniques. But we'll bring you all the footage and the best analysis here on BTN, so stay right where you are. The reporter was referring to the cherry picker, which was currently rising from beside another network's van, quite geniusly rushed to the site to enable the best views of whatever was going on in the field. In any case, the reporter continued, as well as an extension of the roadblocks, we've also just witnessed a massive increase in the police presence, as you can see. Just as she finished this sentence, an officer stepped towards her from behind the camera, just out of shot, and said she would have to leave for her own good. The well-intentioned officer, only trying to protect a civilian, then uttered a phrase that would have a profound impact on both the public mood and the level of attention that was about to fall on Thurso. Listen, pal, we don't know what this thing is, but it's getting worse every time, and if yous are standing here next time it hits, you'll be dead. However many viewers you're getting by being as close as you can, if you'd seen what I've seen, you'd ken it's no worth it. Serena got most of what the man said, as did the Icelanders around her who spoke English as well as anyone, but the subtitled captions on the screen helped her with some of the most Scottish elements of his speech. A horde of reporters immediately surrounded the careless policeman, bombarding him with questions about alien artifacts and public evacuations. The word evacuation rattled around in Serena's mind, trapped as soon as it entered. There was more than a little irony that people were beginning to flee the area around Thurso, and that others would likely be fleeing from much further afield once more details came out, all while she was flying into the UK to get closer to it. While this footage played out and the network's studio-based presenters brought in talking heads from around the world, the crowd around Serena slowly dwindled. This wasn't because they were losing interest in the story, however. On the contrary, it was because many had instantly and decisively lost their appetite to fly towards whatever was happening. There was a logic to this that Serena couldn't deny. After all, Britain was an island currently experiencing a bizarre phenomena that seemed to be getting worse across a bigger area each time it happened, if the limited information presented by the news was correct. Iceland, meanwhile, was an island firmly insulated from it. By the time the boarding call came, the waiting area at Serena's gate was almost deserted. She was in the last boarding group, so kept watching the TV while hoping that her phone would hook up to an Icelandic network so she could get an update from Clark and Tara, or even the others in London. At one stage, the boarding agent began reading the names of everyone he was still waiting for from groups 1 and 2. Serena wasn't entirely sure where one Icelandic name ended and the next began, but she figured there had to be at least 40 names on his list. More to the point, she had only seen 2 people boarding. Am I crazy? She asked herself, as if there was any doubt. Her phone didn't get online before her own time came to board, at which point she showed it to the uneasy-looking boarding agent with the QR code on display and proceeded to the plane. The typical low buzz of the aircraft's engines sounded like a cacophony over the total silence of an empty cabin, bringing Serena's mild fear of flying straight back into focus. There was no first-class option on this shorter flight. Not that she cared or had ever experienced such luxury until earlier that morning, but as it turned out, she had even more space now than she'd had on the way from Denver. For although Serena was supposed to be in between 2 people for this flight, when the announcement played out that the cabin doors were locked, she still had a whole row to herself. She glanced forward, stunned to see that she could have had 2 rows to herself if she wanted. A quick look backwards made that 3 rows, and Serena was ultimately relieved when she leaned out into the aisle and saw some people further down. Their presence made her feel less alone, if not a whole lot less crazy. Serena tried to shake off her doubts, convincing herself that it would all be worth it.
She thought back to what she said to Clark the previous night. She was born for this. She now also wanted to repay the immense faith Clark had shown in her. The trust to keep quiet about what she knew, but also the faith to do well and to prove herself of value. This leg of the journey may have been taking her from Iceland to London, but Serena Cruz was in no doubt that Scotland was calling. P-69, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. After 2 days of a trade summit that hadn't gone the way anyone expected, ICA Chairman William Godfrey made his first public appearance since his very public reaction to the first pulse. As expertly as he had navigated that moment, it had nevertheless taken a frustrating level of attention away from the deliberately inappropriate speech he delivered as a means of uniting U.S. President Nick Mason and UK Prime Minister Diane Logan against him to distract them from their own damaging rivalry. In Godfrey's 2-day absence, firmly encouraged by the McCarthys in case another pulse was to hit, Logan and Mason had been exchanging barbs incessantly and threatening even greater tit-for-tat trade sanctions and travel restrictions than were already in place. Until the previous evening, this had been encouraging Godfrey into thinking they at least knew nothing about the pulse, since he didn't think even they would focus on trivial rivalries while a situation of such potential danger was developing. Clark McCarthy's heads up that Mason seemed to be alerted to a supposed warning jolt experienced within the group only by Piper had changed this view, however, and Godfrey was now more than a little concerned about what the irresponsible American might know. It was for that reason Godfrey had called a private meeting with Diane Logan immediately after he and the others felt a second pulse. There was never going to be a less likely time to experience a pulse than right after experiencing another, he figured, and the increasing media attention being paid to the pulse site in Scotland made a conversation with Logan urgent as well as important. She entered the room alone, to his mild surprise, and sat down without speaking. "What do you know?" Godfrey asked her. Logan exhaled deeply. "In public, William," she scolded. "In front of everyone you embarrass me like that?" The two had a long history, going back decades to the time when they were both ambitious political climbers who ultimately struck a pact for Logan to step aside in a party leadership election to ensure Godfrey's victory and her eventual position as deputy prime minister. It hadn't always been rosy, but it had never been like this. "Now isn't it, Diane?" he sighed. "But there will be a time to discuss that. I won't be apologizing, I should forewarn, because peace and prosperity are more important than your feelings. You've fallen into Mason's trap time and again with this retaliatory nonsense, and I just cannot let it keep happening." Shaking her head, Logan rose to leave. "Wait," Godfrey said. He walked to the door and stood in front of it. "Forget all that for today, please. We both have our ways of knowing that something is happening in Scotland, and I'm sure we both know more than the others out there who get their information from the news. You have your agents on the ground in Thurso, and I have, well, you know who I have." Logan sat down once more. "What do they know?" she asked. Having just been briefed by Alessandro on the latest data, and by Emma on her view of how to handle Logan at this delicate stage, Godfrey paused to consider his words carefully. "We have reason to believe this is an extraterrestrial phenomenon," he said, "which, as you know, means that I can commandeer the site under the terms of the International Contact Agency's Charter, Article 3, Clause 4. As you know, it could not be any more explicit. If looks could have killed, William Godfrey would have been dead 5 times over." "If you even think about—" "But I won't do that," Godfrey said. "I want the ICA to work with your British forces on the ground. If I invoke the clause, just like in Turkey when Dortelu Tepe was discovered, we would have to brief the delegates on everything we know. Worst still, every delegate is entitled to nominate a national observer to monitor on-site operations." "And?" Logan asked, pleased by Godfrey's decision but not quite following his reasoning. Godfrey rubbed his chin and exhaled slowly. The two would go on to talk about their team's basic observations and their own hunches so far, as well the crucial importance of discretion. But with this in mind, Godfrey wisely kept his instinctive reply to himself. In one way or another, I fear that Nick Mason already knows far too much. P-minus 68, Gravesend Kensington Hotel, London, England. When Serena Cruz arrived at the Gravesend Hotel, she followed the McCarthy's instructions to head straight for room 431. They'd already reserved it, they said, and it was best to minimize contact with anyone else for now. Such a long journey and remarkable departure from her everyday life had Serena feeling more ready for a comfortable bed than she could ever remember. And as it turned out, she opened the room's door to find that it contained not one plush bed, but two. To her shock, however, one was already taken. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," she yelped as the man turned around in reaction to the sound of her arrival. "I thought this room was... Wait, Carrick? Tex?" he asked, rising to his feet. "Huh? Oh, the message I signed as Tex," she realized. "Yeah, that was me. But yeah, they told me room 431. "Yup. Turns out the hotel is fully booked," Carrick replied. "Perfect," she sighed. "I mean, no offense or anything. I've just had the longest 2 days of my life, and I was going to collapse under the bed until someone woke me up." "Feel free," Carrick said, gesturing to the bed. "No, not that one. Not my bed. I mean, just, for the sleep." Serena couldn't help but laugh. "Relax," she said, flashing a warm smile that did put him at ease somewhat, but didn't exactly calm the pretty girl in the room nerves he was feeling. She looked remarkably refreshed for someone who'd just gone through so much traveling, too, he noticed, with her lightly curled black hair glistening as though it had just been moosed. "Have you just been chilling out here?" she asked as she placed her suitcase next to the empty and still-made bed on the far side of the large room. Carrick nodded. "I met the McCarthys last night and saw them at breakfast, but we're trying not to be seen together. It's not like I'm famous or anything, but a lot of people were watching when you sent that footage." "Makes sense," Serena replied. For his part, Carrick was taller than she imagined and had a deeper voice than came across during his videos and podcasts. She then tilted her head towards the TV. "Looks like news is getting out about this thing, huh? They still haven't stumbled on the bird cam footage yet, though. Seems like only you thought to look there." "I'm kind of a geek for birds," she admitted. "I have a sub for a website that lets you watch footage filmed by birds. And when I saw the drone footage you aired of those sheep acting weird, not to mention the ground pulse, I looked for birds in that area. You should thank the Falcon, really. I think his name was Kyle." "Pass on my gratitude to Kyle," Carrick replied with a chuckle. "But all of this with the McCarthys, Timo, pulses, do you feel like you're dreaming too? Tell me that's not just me." Serena laughed heartily. "Believe me, I was going to ask the same thing. Oh, and it's Piper's birthday tomorrow," Carrick said. "Poor thing. It's hardly going to be a party. But just so you know, in case Emma or Dan don't mention it when they talk to us tonight, if they talk to us again tonight, it seems like tomorrow is the big day when this is all going to accelerate. Alessandro is waiting for one more data point, and there's talk of sharing it with the authorities." Serena was glad to hear this, and thankful for the heads up about Piper's birthday, which was an important day for the girl, even amid everything that was going on. They went on to speak for a while about the latest news speculation in Scotland, which hadn't really developed since Serena first saw it in the Icelandic airport, and then briefly about President Mason's potential knowledge of some of it. The appearance of Mason's face on the news alongside those of William Godfrey and Diane Logan spurred this, but Carrick and Serena were understandably even less interested in issues related to trade deals than the newsreaders pretended to be. "I hate that guy," Carrick stated unprompted. "I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't like any of them, but there's something about him. When I look at him, I get the same feelings I get when I see an old photo of John Cole. That slickness, you know. They seem like the kind who lie because they enjoy it. I wanted him to win the election, Serena admitted. He was more progressive about a lot of the things I care about, but I know what you mean. Him and Logan? If that's the best we can do. Exactly, Carrick said. I really thought you were a guy at first, by the way, he inelegantly segued. Like, I wasn't even thinking about it, I just 100% assumed you were. Thanks, Serena replied with the straightest face she could muster. No, not today, he sought to clarify. Obviously. I mean, when I got your message with the video source. She gave a half nod of understanding. Oh, because girls can't discover stuff. I get it. You signed your name as Tex, Carrick contended. Dude, I'm joking. And that was Tex as in messaging you from Texas? Carrick's eyes widened in belated realization. She was quick and sarcastic. Good to know. Well, I'm glad you made it anyway, he said. Clearly, what everyone always needs is another American to save the day. Oh, he snaps back, Serena grinned. But I was born in Costa Rica. Like Jurassic Park? Guys in Jurassic Park, I swear, she laughed. But whales is dragons, right? Mm-hmm, he replied, turning more serious. Another thing distant cultures have in common, just like aliens. And you think something like that about earthquakes too, don't you? That's what the others have been saying. Serena mimicked an mm-hmm of her own. I listened to a lot of your stuff on my way here. Long journey to Colorado, then here. It's pretty interesting. And your grandfather really wrote a lot of the early stuff that Billy Kendrick expanded on, huh? The stuff about a mother culture as an explanation of why similar myths and imagery emerge in civilizations separated greatly by distance and time. I'm interested in that stuff, but I'd never heard the name Norman Thomas. Carrick nodded. Not a lot of people have. He was a hobbyist, really. Kendrick has credited him in a few of his books, but my granddad's stuff was never written to sell. He published it himself, back when that meant pamphlets and mail order. Is he still around? Physically, Carrick said, leaving it there. But I've got copies if you ever want to see them. I do, Serena replied. She thought she got the gist of what Carrick meant about Norman still being physically around, which made a sad kind of sense given what age he must have been. He sounds like a smart guy. But speaking of pamphlets, Carrick watched as Serena lifted a small in-flight magazine from her bag. I got this guide to the UK's best tourist sites on my way here, she explained, rifling through the pages. And look at this one. Skara Brae, Carrick said after the most cursory of glances, not even needing to read the caption. It's on Orkney. You know it. That's maybe the best preserved and oldest ancient human settlement anywhere in Europe, he replied. If you're into that stuff, I thought you would know it too, to be honest. As anthropologically important sites go, they don't come much bigger than Skara Brae. Not literally because it is tiny, but in terms of the significance. People say the houses are better preserved than Pompeii, and I know it's older than the pyramids. I've always been interested pretty specifically by Central and South American civilizations, Serena shrugged, taking the point in the spirit intended. Her eyes had widened with wonder, though, because Carrick's brief words had already told her more than the touristy blurb she'd read in the magazine. But if you're saying this is a majorly important site, why hadn't you mentioned it? This place is on a tiny island 50 kilometers pretty much due north of the Pulse site. Carrick, Earth's diameter is almost 13,000 kilometers. But more to the point, there's basically no land between them. And for it to be straight to the north, too? Tell me that's a coincidence. Carrick leaned back. I don't think I can, he admitted. There's been so much going on, and the scale so far is so small, I wasn't even thinking about the islands. But now that you mention it, yeah. Wow. Maybe. Serena's finger traced a dotted line on the page of her magazine, a line showing the route of the ferry crossing that departed the Scottish mainland just a few miles from Thurso for the short passage to Orkney. Well, she began with a knowing smile. I sure hope you don't get seasick. P-minus 67. Planetary Research Committee, New Birchwood, New Kerguelen. As far as Billy Kendrick had been assuming, getting approval for his expedition to the mysterious transcript-marked island that recently piqued his interest was a foregone conclusion. His views and work were both well respected on New Kerguelen, perhaps even more so by the planet's decision-makers than its general population, and its two leaders, in the shape of Lisha and Sacco, were personal friends. Unlike his jovial request for permission from Timo Fiore, however, the messenger's word would be the law. This was partly because Billy was, after all, a guest in their world, quite literally, but more to the point, because he needed their assistance in getting there. Precious few messengers were fully uplifted, with abilities including flash teleportation, as well as the more standard telepathy and telekinesis. Being flashed to the island by Lisha or Sacco, as Billy and his human friends had been flashed around on Earth back in the days before the powers were somehow rendered unusable on that side of the gate, was meanwhile his only easy way of getting there. Billy thought all of these considerations would be academic, in any case, but that all changed when Lisha dropped the bombshell that he couldn't authorize such a trip. Billy was almost too stunned to ask why right away, but Lisha expanded on his decision without having to be asked. As ever, with help from his powers and Billy's telepathy patch, he did so completely silently. Billy, we simply cannot risk flashing anyone to a remote island. If something was to happen which disabled the uplift powers here as they have been disabled on Earth, well, you see the problem. We would have no way of bringing you back. What if I put together an expedition using a regular craft, no flash needed? Billy pushed. The nature of Lisha's refusal gave him some hope for this line of argument, but the messenger's expression didn't offer a lot more. It's not the time, Billy. So much is going on. Our attention... I'm not asking for your attention, Billy interrupted. He spoke aloud, needlessly, but out of a stubborn habit he saw no real reason to try to break. If I could help on Earth, I would, but at my age and with my heart condition, I can't even cross the gate. Let me do something, will you? Please. It's not the time, Lisha repeated, the brevity of this answer drawing a firm line under his decision. As Lisha walked away, Billy decided to speak up for Boone and the handful of other aliens in the Planetary Research Committee, who all wore dejected expressions. My staff and I did our job, he said. We found an island surrounded by a huge underwater transcript that talks about protecting a population of your ancestors on it within a shelter. All we're asking is that you let us keep doing our job. All we're asking is for you to let us explore the island. Lisha paused momentarily but didn't turn around and quickly resumed his walk to the exit. That island is going to hold some answers, Lisha, and you know it as well as I do, Billy called again, more than a hint of frustration coming through in his voice. I might not know what the questions are just yet, but I know that much. Tuesday, P-minus 66, Gravesend Kensington Hotel, London, England. Tuesday morning's breakfast came for the McCarthys at 8 a.m., just 7 minutes after Piper experienced a warning jolt right on cue. Emma uncharacteristically glanced at her phone a few times during breakfast, which the others understood, and she was more than a little relieved to see no discussion about a pulse or any other event when Piper felt it. William Godfrey's tactful bridge building with Diane Logan meant that further data from the British boots on the ground was likely to be in the group's hands before long, and most importantly in Alessandro's hands, which gave hope of meaningful answers to come. Carrick and Serena, fast friends, were already present in the dining room when the McCarthys arrived. Emma took a momentary break from the gravity of the situation to subtly and playfully raise her eyebrows at them in suspicion that they were perhaps fast more than friends, but they didn't take the bait. As planned by text the previous night, the McCarthys headed to room 431 after breakfast to meet Serena and catch up with Carrick. You must be Serena Cruz, Piper said first. Clark told me you study geosciences and you think some ancient people felt gentler energy pulses and maybe even built their temples and settlements at the epicenters.
Is that what you think is happening here? You're supposed to say, pleased to meet you, Dan jokingly whispered in his precocious daughter's ear. Happy birthday, Serena began with a smile. I know it can't be easy. 14 isn't easy anyway without all this, but at least we're in a nice hotel, right? It's the nicest place I've ever been, Piper said. Me too. Although your folks did fly me here first class and via Iceland, which is pretty cool. When the plane started coming down to land, everything outside the window looked like the intro for a fantasy TV show. It's beautiful. Yeah? We were supposed to go there at the end of this trip and fly back from there too, Piper replied. I always wanted to see the volcanoes. You'll get there, Serena said. Emma smiled a silent thanks in her direction, and then another to Carrick, who had obviously told her about the birthday. Tara had mentioned the young woman being good with little Aiden back in Colorado, and it was proving to be true. My plane was almost empty, Serena went on, knowing full well that Piper wasn't a normal child who had to be shielded from things. On the contrary, she was, without doubt, the sharpest among them. People saw the news from Scotland with the rumors of an alien discovery in the field, and they didn't want to fly here. I felt like I was swimming against the tide. But you kept swimming, the girl replied. And here you are, to help us get to the bottom of this, right? Serena smiled. Here I am, and I sure do hope so. I'm glad you came, Piper said. So, about these ancient settlements near pulse zones? Carrick cleared his throat. Yeah, about that. Have any of you ever heard of Scottabray? P-minus 65, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. After a long afternoon of trade negotiations in which neither Diane Logan or the summit's neutral chair, William Godfrey, were particularly interested, the two were glad to get back to their more urgent discussions about what were now being described in official circles as simply the pulses. Godfrey still hadn't told Logan everything about the McCarthy's knowledge of the pre-pulse warnings that Logan confirmed were electrically, if not kinetically, measurable on the ground, because the related background of young Piper's remarkable brain was quite simply not his story to tell. The timing of the first pulse coinciding so perfectly with Godfrey's public medical incident, as he verbally slaughtered Logan from his podium, hadn't been lost on her, and for this reason, he couldn't have pretended not to be somehow linked to it all, even if he wanted to. He shared with Logan the belief that everyone who had ever been uplifted, even temporarily, by a neck-based patch, felt a painful effect of each pulse that hit. He ran through a list of everyone he knew this to include, and assured Logan that no other world leaders had ever been granted access to the patches. The only names that slipped his mind were Chip Petrovich, the lawyer who had assisted the group during some of the darkest days in Birchwood, and the eminently harmless Mr. Bird. Godfrey's revelation that the messengers were at a loss as to what was going on, and particularly that the first pulse had disabled all uplift powers on Earth's side of the gateway to New Kerguelen, left Logan as concerned as she was confused. If it's nothing to do with them, she said, neglecting to finish a thought that Godfrey and the others were all struggling with. Alessandro Bonucci is working on all the data we have, Godfrey replied. And when he has everything from the ground, or maybe even just what he can measure from the sky when the next one hits, he thinks he'll be able to forecast the size and timing of future pulses, as well as how many more there will be. Promising, Logan said. Godfrey nodded. I'm sure you have good people on this, Diane. And I mean sure, because I appointed some of the agency heads who are still in place. But as far as I'm concerned, Alessandro's word is the one I hear loudest. He found the comet, and there's a reason Fiore has him at his side instead of anyone else. Logan found little to disagree with in any of that. In turn, she shared her knowledge that scientists and intelligence specialists on the ground in Thurso had recorded kinetic forces equivalent to the strongest hurricanes ever seen on Earth, and that a mass evacuation was being considered. Wise, Godfrey said. We're expecting the next pulse to hit within an hour or two, based on the pattern so far. Once that comes in, we should... With a pained grimace and something of a muscular spasm, William Godfrey's body told Diane Logan in no uncertain terms that the time of the next pulse was right now. "Are you okay?" she asked. Godfrey, eyes tightly closed, nodded. "I think they're getting worse," he said. "But you should go and make some calls. Get briefings from whoever has eyes on this. I expect that the McCarthys and Timo's team will want to speak to you tonight, so gather as much as you can. And Diane, evacuation is a big word. This is just like the comet, when Alessandro found it and Cole spilled the beans. If that word gets out into the public sphere in the wrong way..." Logan inhaled sharply through her nose. "Don't I know it, William?" she sighed, heading for the door. "Don't I bloody well know it?" P-minus 64. Control deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. "Bina flick no." Melly smiled into the camera as soon as the call connected. The translator on Alessandro's desktop quickly relayed the message in English. "Happy birthday." Piper, with no need to wait for such assistance, was already halfway through her thanks before the other humans knew what Melly had said. Unsurprisingly, however, the happiness ended there. "I found what I was looking for," Alessandro Benucci told his Earth-based friends. Timo, standing at his side, wore the face of a man who wished he didn't know what they were about to hear. "The point of convergence?" Dan asked. "The point when there will be no gap between Piper's warning and the next pulse? When we think this should all be over, since the gaps are trending down towards that?" The Italian nodded. "So, by your calculations, how many more pulses are left before convergence? And how long do we have until then?" Piper followed up. "We have 8 more pulses before convergence on the 9th, which will be the 12th in total," Alessandro replied. He was speaking as he would to a colleague and an equal, emphasizing how highly he thought of Piper based on all the time he had spent testing the limits of her remarkable mind. "Convergence will hit at 12:46 p.m. local time on the 14th, 10 days from now. I'll share the data screen." The screen then morphed from live footage of Alessandro Benucci to an annotated table of his workings and discoveries. "You see, the green data is past and the blue is still to come. Piper's next warning is always going to come 24 hours after the last pulse, if you see what I mean, and we now know the formula for the gap between each warning and the next pulse." "So the last gap was 10 hours 8 minutes and this was 8 hours 13 minutes, the girl said, reading from the table. "But the next one is 6 hours 29. By the second last pulse, we're down to just 6 minutes, and then convergence. What's the formula for the rate of decrease? Is it something natural that makes sense? Something with pi as the basis?" "Naturally," the Italian scientist replied. "I didn't stumble upon it. I put everything we know into the system and highlighted what I thought would be most relevant. That was pi, as you say, as well as the 24-hour basis we've seen for the pulse-to-warning gap. I also flagged the gaps we knew of so far and asked it to find a formula that would retrospectively fit perfectly with what we know so far. Long story short, it gave me the square of r over pi, where r is 12 minus the ordinal number of that pulse." "Pi is a natural unit," Piper chimed in, turning mainly to her confused-looking parents. "It's like a day. It exists whether we measure it or not. It's a constant that basically defines the relationship between a circle's key characteristics like its radius, area, circumference, all that stuff." "Precisely," Alessandro said, glad rather than irritated by what was a welcome explanation rather than an interruption. He was grateful for Piper's reminder that perhaps not everyone was as familiar with some of the language he was using as she herself was. "The data is clear," Timo said, "but Alessandro will talk you through it." "I will," he said. "And here you can all see for yourselves. In looking at the first warning to pulse time gap, we used 11 over pi, which gave around 3.501. And we then squared that to get 12.26, 12 hours and 15 minutes. Okay?" "Why is there a formula?" Dan asked very plainly. "I'm not questioning its accuracy, but where is the 11 coming from? Why are we squaring things?
Isn't this just forcefully retrofitting something onto existing data? Alessandro, again, didn't look at all annoyed by this interjection. There is a formula because there is a progression, in essence, he said. There is a formula to all things, Dan. You can think of a formula as something that governs a relationship between data points, and when concentricity and convergence are at play, the formula is a relatively simple one. As for the 11, like I said, the system seeks patterns and uses meaningful variables to identify them. Perhaps the easiest way to explain it is to say that 3 data points allowed the system to see there would be 12 pulses in total, including the final one upon convergence. So, it then used 12 minus 1 in reference to the first gap. It's proving much harder for me to explain this out loud than it was for me to understand and accept it as indisputably accurate, and I mean that as no slight. I get it, Piper said. I just want to hear the rest. Dad, I'll explain more later if you want. Dan shrugged and urged Alessandro to continue his rundown. If he and Piper were buying it, that was good enough for him. Okay, so we were at 12 hours and 15 minutes, the Italian continued. That was the gap between the first warning felt only by Piper and the first pulse we all felt. For the second warning to pulse time gap, we did the same calculation using 10 instead of 11. And believe me, despite my lack of elegance in describing it, this formula is remarkably elegant, with very few moving parts. It's also precise to a level I didn't expect to find so easily. I was astounded, to be frank. And with all of this in mind, proven further by the third time gap fitting perfectly with the same predictive formula, I'm absolutely sure that Piper's next warning, tomorrow at 4:06 p.m., will be followed by a pulse at 10:34 p.m. Absolutely sure? Dan pressed. Absolutely is a big word, Alessandro, and the consequences of this are huge. The Italian's face returned to the screen. Dan, if I had a bigger word, I would use it. Silence let this certainty sink in. Do we have anything more on the size and power? Emma asked. There are 2 traits that make these pulses predictable, Emma, Alessandro said. Convergence, as I have discussed, and concentricity. The circular area affected by each pulse is doubling each time. I have a theory that the effects might not cross water, but that's not a factor for right now. I don't know anything concrete about the power aside from the fact it's getting stronger. The roof and walls of the farmhouse are taking a bigger hit each time. On the basis of what Alessandro had told them, the group was far too concerned about the effects of future pulses and the uncomfortable possibilities of what convergence might bring, to be glad by his data table's prediction that it would all be over in 10 days. There was a huge one way or another feeling hanging in the air, and the group both lacked a plan to get to a good way of ending the countdown and deeply feared the other. Sensing something of a disappointment among some of the group that his prediction for the final pulse was indeed still 10 days away, however, Alessandro took it upon himself to reframe things. I have to say, guys, he began, I am more glad to see this much time than I would have been to see half as much. Yes, 9 more pulses are going to hurt, and it is quite likely each is going to hurt us more than the last. Also, this means 9 more doublings of the affected area until the radius reaches hundreds of kilometers. But, and it is a big but, the point of convergence is what troubles me most. I'm glad we have time to clear a large buffer zone and more time, ideally, to prevent convergence altogether by tackling whatever is at the root of this. Piper inhaled deeply. So you're still worried about what could happen at Pulse Zero, as you called it last time? Because I am. I feel like we literally can't afford not to get to the bottom of this before then. To be blunt, that is what terrifies me, Piper, Alessandro admitted. If the pulses were getting bigger but not stronger, as in covering a progressively greater area but not with greater blasts of energy, I would be concerned but not terrified. I can confidently predict the area that will be affected by each pulse, but not how badly it will be hit. So, for all we know, Pulse Zero could be some kind of event horizon. I am sure we are all quietly assuming that the architects have something to do with this, perhaps dating back to ancient times and their initial visits to Earth, and that terrifies me most of all. If I could fix the radios they called elders, I would do it today without hesitation.
If we could call them back to ask what was happening, I would risk waking that sleeping dog in a heartbeat. Because, like you say, we simply must get to the bottom of this. So, speaking of getting to the bottom of it, Carrick Thomas dared to interject, feeling more than a little out of place in the A-list company he somehow found himself surrounded by. And speaking of tackling the root of this problem, yes, Alessandro asked, always keen to hear from new voices. I think we need to start digging right now, Carrick stated in a very straightforward manner. I mean, there's something in the ground. You see the circles, you see the physical pulsing in that spot. There's clearly something down there. And when there's something in the ground, what else is there to do except dig it out? Timo Fiore raised his hand slightly, taking everyone's attention while he thought. Our new friend sounds like a certain old friend who would be saying the same thing if he was here, he stated with a slight smile. If not for Billy, we would never have found Dortolutepe and learned what we did about the architects. We can't do this without cooperation from the British forces, but I fully agree. I'll deliver what they need and whatever you need. Are you talking to me? Carrick asked, disbelieving it could be true. You have a background in archaeology, I understand? Timo asked. I've never worked in the field, the young man said. Let alone that field. I'm not really an archaeologist. Serena knows more than I do. Surprised to be brought up, let alone like this, Serena gulped and shyly raised her hand as though Timo might not know who she was despite being so familiar with everyone else in the shot. The billionaire smiled. Our circle is small, my friends, and in the quest for archaeologists, it sounds like you two are the closest things we have. Any friend of the McCarthys are friends of mine, and I've heard only good things about each of you. Thanks, they both said. Serena, emboldened, then took over. I do have some theories about these pulses, separate from all this empirical stuff, and I think the ancient site of Skara Brae could be crucially important to understanding it. I'm not saying anyone should be asking me, but if you were, I'd say we should send some diggers there as well as to Thurso. I am vaguely familiar with the site, Timo replied, appearing very pensive now that it had been brought into the discussion. Rather than diggers, I think we would move forward with aerial scanning equipment and conversation with the local ground teams, but we'll look into that as a matter of urgency. Again, it depends on cooperation from the authorities in Scotland. Which is why this seems like a good time to bring in Godfrey and Logan? Emma interrupted. And I'm talking to everyone here, no one in particular. If there's something you're not sure about saying when Logan is here, don't say it, okay? I'll take the lead on talking to her. No one disagreed. Melly, however, the only individual looking carefully at Piper, noticed a shift in the girl's expression. It didn't take any uplift powers to see that the youngest member of the group was deep in thought. But Melly didn't see it as her place to interject. But within a matter of minutes, she might just be wishing she had. P-63, Gravesend Kensington Hotel, London, England. Neither Carrick nor Serena had anything close to hard feelings when Emma suggested that they probably shouldn't be on the video call with William Godfrey and Diane Logan in Lanzarote, particularly since Timo and Alessandro would be present via their satellite feed from the station. This would be the first time Logan was brought into the fold, and bombarding her with new faces didn't strike Emma as a good idea at a time as delicate as this one. When the newcomers left for their shared room, the McCarthys engaged in a quick pre-call briefing with Timo and Alessandro. We absolutely need to work with Logan, Timo said. It pains me to say it, because you know my feelings on the whole lot of them, but this is too important for politics to get in the way. Godfrey has been softening her on an ICA-commanded ground operation with heavy UK involvement, and he's been pushing for their side to be military rather than police and intelligence-led. I fully support that, and if he has her in a position to accept that kind of setup, we should do whatever we can to seal it. Emma breathed deeply. Okay, but like we said, I'll do most of the talking if anything gets sketchy. Are we going to have to tell her I can sense the warning pulses? Piper asked. Both of her parents' spines stiffened. At the same time, but with different words, they replied in the firmest negative terms they could think of. Anything that leads to questions that could lead to a hint of suspicion that you're different is off the table, Emma said. Piper, the consequences could... Could what? The girl interrupted, an out-of-character moment of borderline rudeness brought on by the heat of the moment and a full day of pondering. It's not exactly like I have a normal life now, is it? It's my birthday, and look at us, she went on, holding her hands out to the computer. This is my life. Think back to Saturday morning and the crowds we had to fight through just to get to the wheel. We were lucky I felt the warning jolt when we were at the top and not the bottom, but walking through crowds like that isn't normal. I didn't choose to be different like this, and I know you didn't choose this life for me either, but don't you think I should at least have a say in what we do with it? This is a bump in the road, Emma replied as calmly as she could. And when we go over bumps in the road, we don't take off our seatbelts and open the doors. Piper tipped her head back and looked at the ceiling. Come on, this is hardly a bump in the otherwise smooth road of my life. I feel like I can help and you won't let me. Do you know how hard that is? I don't have a best friend to tell all my secrets because every day of my life you've told me how important it is to keep those secrets. I have to get questions wrong on purpose. I can't enter any contests. I can't put anything online. I can't do so many normal things. My life is can't, and now, when there's a chance that I can help in something as important as this, you're really going to blame me for wanting to take it? Timo cleared his throat, risking an intervention in what was very much a family dispute. To be blunt, Piper, I don't see how it would help for you to divulge anything else to Logan. We know you feel the warnings, and Alessandro used that knowledge to find the formula. We'll give her the formula, and if she asks how we arrived at it, we'll point to his genius. We know the credit is shared. It's not about credit, the girl sighed. I just think it could help. What if there's a British Alessandro who could spot something else? Or what if you guys had never told Alessandro and never let him study the differences in my brain? We wouldn't even have this formula now. For a few seconds, no one had an answer. Look, you were too young to see the strength of feeling against the powers when Leisha was on Earth, Emma said. If you don't believe us, ask your Aunt Tara. Ask your Uncle Clark. They were there. They felt it. And in everything we've ever done since then, all we've ever tried to do is give you the most normal life we could. Although she wasn't quite crying, Emma's eyes were visibly moist with welling tears. Piper hadn't meant to bring any of this on, but she felt that some of it had to be said. And here I am, she said. You did give me a pretty normal life, and I'm thankful for everything. You definitely protected me. All of you, Uncle Clark and Aunt Tara too. But that's the whole thing. Everything has always been about protecting me, and I get that. But maybe I'm getting old enough to have a say. Emma held her eyes. And maybe my say is that I want to use my gifts to protect everyone else, Piper went on. Maybe when we're all facing an actual threat that I feel more than anyone else, just maybe, I think it's time to stop hiding my powers away and start trying to use them to help people. Or maybe not, Emma said with an uncharacteristic sharpness that told Piper in no uncertain terms this was the end of the discussion. Timo, connect Godfrey and Logan, would you? On it, the amiable billionaire replied. A few moments later, two of the world's most unlikely bedfellows appeared side by side from an enormous suite in a Gravison hotel on the Spanish island of Lanzarote, William Godfrey and Diane Logan. The greetings were terse and brief, with Godfrey doing most of the talking from his side of the three-way call and essentially vouching for Logan by talking about the access he'd had to officials on the ground in Scotland. No one was surprised to hear this, since it was all part of the rehearsed approach to lowering Logan's guard that he had already discussed ahead of time with Emma. In any case, Godfrey went on, Diane, my good friend Alessandro, has been conducting some very careful observation and analysis from Il Cercatore, and he has crucial information to share with you. Isn't that right, Alessandro? The Italian nodded. "Good evening, Prime Minister," he said, seeing no harm in throwing in some politeness to further put her at ease. "The short story of my breakthrough today is that I can confidently provide you with a definite list of times when the next 9 pulses are going to hit, as well as the size of the affected area for the next 8. "Why the next 9? Logan asked. "And why only 8 for the area?" Alessandro was slightly taken aback that she was so totally focusing on the apparent limitations of his forecasts rather than the fact he had them in the first place, let alone that he was prepared to openly share them with Logan. "I'll explain in good time," he replied, trying not to sound affronted. "What do you have for me from the ground-based observation you've been briefed on?" "Well, there's a safe zone in the immediate vicinity of the mound." "Mound?" Alessandro asked. "The small patch of concentric circles that, well, pulsates upwards when the energy is released," Logan replied. "It creates a kind of mound effect, 20 meters in diameter, I believe." Hearing it all in these terms put a different spin on things for the group, who were used to thinking of pulses and jolts. "In any case," Logan went on, "we seem to be dealing with a dome-like force field which doubles in size with each release." "We're calling them pulses," Timo interjected. "It's easier to be consistent with our language. I like mound, but we're looking at periodic pulses, not releases of energy. Pulses." Logan shrugged indifferently. "That hardly strikes me as the pressing issue, Mr. Fiore, but I do gather that you're used to getting what you want." "None of that," Emma cut in. "We're talking to you as a courtesy, and I expect you to extend some courtesy to Timo, okay?" Everyone fell silent. Those who knew Emma well, including Godfrey, recognized that she threw in the okay to make it necessary for Logan to reply directly. Dominance was perhaps too strong a word, but they recognized a characteristic attempt to put Logan on the back foot and remind her who she was dealing with. It might have been a long time since Emma had been involved in frontline confrontation with world leaders like this, but the calm projection of strength was second nature by now. "But of course," Logan replied, "a little humor between friends rarely hurts, is all. But I understand if you don't think this is the time." Emma left it there. Godfrey was the only one to recognize the strategy this time, of allowing Logan to save face with her deflective reply, rather than doubling down by saying they weren't friends. The point had already been made loud and clear, with Logan hearing loudest of all, and turning a quiet reminder into a protracted dressing down would do no one any favors. "But on the matter at hand," the embattled Prime Minister continued, "I gather you've all been feeling neck pains during the pulses, like William has?" "We have," Alessandro said. "Emma will tell you more about that." Logan tried to hide her thoughts, but Emma was too good at reading poker faces to miss that the Prime Minister appeared frustrated to have stumbled into an exercise in message management. "That's why we believe this is linked to the architects in some way," Emma said, "which I'm sure you and Godfrey have discussed. I believe you already know that only those of us who have experienced the uplift powers feel this thing, and perhaps even more importantly that the messengers, who were our intermediary in delivering those powers, have no idea what's happening. And I'm sure I speak for everyone in saying we trust Leisha more than we trust you, with respect, in case your next line of inquiry might call them into question." Unflustered, Logan continued. "William has also informed me that none of the uplift powers now function on our side of the gateway to New Kerguelen. Does that remain the case?" "It does," Alessandro affirmed from the station. "The first pulse knocked them out." "The first full pulse?" Logan pressed. "Or the first mini-pulse from the footage that went public of the sheep and the mound's barely visible pulsation?" "The first full pulse. But what do you know about the mini-pulses so far? They're much harder for me to measure," the Italian said. "As far as I can tell, they cause no damage." Logan nodded. "No physical damage in any event? So far, our personnel on the ground have observed mini-pulses exactly 24 hours after each of the main pulses. These are far less obvious to the naked eye, but the electrical interference is unmissable. Do you know anything about those pulses based on aerial observation that we might have missed on the ground?" "No," Alessandro said. Since dishonesty didn't come easily or naturally to him, even when he selflessly understood the need for discretion in certain matters, he was glad Logan had phrased her question in the specific manner that allowed him to say no with a straight face. After all, the things he and the rest of the group knew about the pre-pulses didn't come from aerial observation. Mason knows something about them, Emma suddenly chimed in, very directly and in a manner intended to draw a reaction from Logan that would reveal a lot about her own level of understanding. He what? Logan replied, her face contorting in a manner that would have made the world's greatest actors blush. There was no way she was faking this surprise. We're aware of the timings, Emma went on, a necessary admission in the context of her broader point. And we saw that President Mason appeared to receive word about one of those mini-pulses the instant it happened. He was live on TV at the time, in the very hotel you're sitting in. I wouldn't advise confronting him over that, but I would advise ensuring the tightness of the ship you're running in Thurso. You know what they say about loose lips. Indeed, Godfrey sighed. And Emma, good observation, he added, convincingly pretending to be learning of it for the first time. Logan shook her head several times in general frustration that Mason might have an ear to the ground, quite literally, at what was supposed to be an ultra-secure site. Level with me here, because this is important, she said to everyone and no one in particular. Is that how you all know about the pre-pulses too? Is there a mole? A leak from the inside? No one spoke for a few seconds. Melly and Piper exchanged a tense glance via the large screens and Ultra HD cameras they were each looking into, but everyone else was too preoccupied to notice. The vocal translator was currently disabled, which meant Melly didn't know exactly what was being said, but her general empathic abilities and particular connection to Piper left her in little doubt what the girl was thinking. No, we know something else about the pre-pulses, Piper said. I certainly wouldn't overstate that, Emma said, more than a hint of unease creeping into her voice. She nudged Piper's foot with her own. What were you saying there, Piper? Logan pressed, before adding a well-practiced smile. And by the by, I gather it's your birthday today. Happy birthday from the Canary Islands. 14, I believe. Thanks, and that's right, Piper said, taking the deepest breath of her life and gulping away her last-minute doubts. 14 years ago to this very day, I was born with alien uplift powers.
Part 4. Evacuation. Fortune is powerless to help one who does not exert himself. Leonardo da Vinci. P-62. Gravison Kensington Hotel, London, England. Within both the Il Cercatore space station and the Kensington Gravison, a falling pin would have sounded like volcanic eruption in the wake of Piper McCarthy's stunning revelation. That she had openly admitted the truth about the powers she'd been born with to anyone outside the group's trusted inner circle was a shock they could hardly believe, but that she had looped in an often belligerent politician who behaved recklessly at the best of times, well, the silence truly did say it all. More than a little ironically, Diane Logan, joining them with Godfrey on the call via their hotel in the Canary Islands, seemed to be the least surprised out of everyone.
Uplift powers, you say?
The Prime Minister mused, as though Piper had merely boasted that she could hold her breath for 40 seconds or something along those far more trivial lines.
I suppose the timing works out, since that was the year your father openly used the powers in front of the media scrum at that cornfield of yours.
Emma, as furious as she was concerned, went into full message management mode and felt suddenly like the stakes she was now facing were the highest of her life. The only way to deal with this was to act like Piper hadn't been told not to say it, she reckoned. The only way out of the unexpected skid was to steer into it. The fury would come later, and as sure as night followed day, the fury would come, but this was a time for cool heads and cooler words. We managed to get rid of the powers before she turned a year old, Emma said, not quite sounding full-on nonchalant to be discussing the one thing she had spent 14 years of her life keeping quiet, but certainly getting an admirable portion of the way there. We have the messengers to thank for that, one in particular, and also the devices Dan and Tara found on New Kerguelen, which can grant and remove the powers without the painful neck cables the messengers used on the two of them. Prime Minister Logan was nodding, looking interested but not astounded. That makes sense, too, in terms of how you were able to keep this quiet. If a developing child had telepathy and telekinesis... She trailed off, laughing awkwardly at the thought. That's a secret even you couldn't keep for long, Emma. We'll probably just stick with Mrs. McCarthy, Emma replied insistently. Although silence once more followed this frosty comment, it was a very deliberate statement from Emma, and one whose nuance Godfrey appreciated from his spot at Logan's side. In one fell swoop, the single sentence served to knock Logan off her current train of thought and further imply that Emma had nothing to hide. Firmly insisting upon a particular form of address was the opposite of a groveling, please don't tell anyone, and there was more thought behind it than any of the others realized. They all fully trusted Emma's instincts for handling any form of conflict or negotiation, of course, but the adoption of a confrontational tone at such a delicate moment was nevertheless surprising and a little concerning for some of them, not least Dan. But as I was saying, Emma continued, ready to complete her strategic play by highlighting what she did want Logan to focus on. We were fortunate enough to find a way to get rid of the powers before they could become a problem for all of us. As you know, though, every single one of us who ever had the powers has been feeling these pulses, even the likes of Godfrey, who only used a patch a few times in our presence to communicate with the messengers. Dan and Tara seemed to feel the pulses a little bit more, which we think is because they were temporarily uplifted for real, the old-fashioned way with the cables. And Kendrick? Logan asked. Billy's temporary cable-based uplifting on New Kerguelen, way back in the day, was no secret. No one was therefore surprised to hear Logan reference him, but Emma in particular was glad of how well her own tactic of redirection, if not misdirection, had worked. Here Logan was, asking how the broadly irrelevant Billy Kendrick was reacting to the pulses just moments after learning that a human child had been born with alien powers, and it took a great deal of effort for Emma not to let any of the associated relief she was feeling show on her face. Everything on the other side of the gate is insulated from this, Emma replied. Il Cercatore isn't, which is remarkable in itself, but New Kerguelen is. Anyway, what we've been trying to tell you since the start of this call is that Piper can feel the pre-pulses. We think that has to be because the powers worked differently since her brain grew around them, literally from the beginning. We were at the top of the London Eye when the first pre-pulse hit, and we didn't know what the hell was going on. She just felt a painful jolt in her neck. Logan inhaled deeply. I can't even imagine, she said, seemingly over any annoyance she may have felt at Emma's earlier insistence upon being called Mrs. McCarthy. But the question we have to ask is, what does it all mean? Pre-pulses, pulses, the mound. What is it all? Did they really leave something behind? In the ground? In Scotland? I don't know, Piper said, chiming in for the first time since dropping a bombshell that had caused far less devastation than the others might have feared. All I know is that I can feel it. Alessandro Bonucci then cleared his throat in his highly characteristic manner, always trisyllabic and sounding something like a rapid-fire hit-hit-hit. I would very much like to talk about the urgency of my forecasts and the protective measures we need to start considering, he said, speaking directly to Logan. Emma interjected again. We'll get to that, Alessandro, and we'll leave you for that so you can run through the finer points of the data with some of the British eyes on the ground. But, Timo, was there not something else you wanted to ask? About ground access to a second site as well as the field in Thurso? Logan's eyebrows furrowed, more in curiosity than confusion. Ah, Timo said, of course. Prime Minister, we appear to be dealing with something alien here. Perhaps a buried relic of some kind from an ancient visitation.
It's come to my attention that a historic site of immense anthropological significance lies only 50 kilometers north of Thurso, and with only a few miles of land in between. I trust you'll be familiar with Skara Brae? Logan gulped. Go on. And go on, Timo did, retelling much of what he had only recently learned about the site in question. I would like to propose a non-invasive but highly intensive scan of the site, as well as the field in Thurso, using much of the same equipment we used in our discovery of Dortelu Tepe. It's speculative, for sure, but we know the architects engaged with ancient humans, and we know there's an ancient human settlement remarkably close to where all of this is happening. My people will be happy to work with ICA and British personnel, but they will need full non-invasive ground access to complement our aerial surveys. Is it Kendrick? Logan asked, pleasing Timo by not shooting the idea down immediately or even providing any intense questioning about what was, in essence, so far, nothing more than a strong hunch. Unfortunately, our friend Billy is not in a physical condition to cross the gate, Timo replied. Our boots on the ground in this case will be Carrick Thomas and Serena Cruz, who are already in the UK. I'll also send one of my experienced site-scanning crew down from the station to liaise efficiently with the rest of our team. Time is of the essence, so he will be brought to Earth in an alien craft. But they're not allowed on Earth, Logan replied without missing a beat. We all know that. Timo didn't flinch. Chairman Godfrey? He said, 2 words and a subtle inflection leaving so much to be read between the lines. Godfrey turned to Logan. Taking a turn from Emma's book, he was staying silent here to allow Logan to save face and make a decision that seemed like her own. They both knew that at the stroke of a pen he could annul the ban, issuing an executive order as ICA chairman that no amount of political wrangling could halt. But in these circumstances, you can count on our discretion, Logan decided. Thank you, Prime Minister, Timo said. As a courtesy, I formally seek your blessing to dispatch the craft that's currently docked in my station, with assurances that none of our friends from New Kerguelen will be stepping outside onto your country's land. Godfrey stayed quiet, his blessing going without saying, while Diane Logan nodded curtly after a brief moment of thought. Excellent, Timo smiled. The craft will be piloted to the field by the only messenger with us here on Il Cercatore, assisted by some highly trained humans. We'll fill the craft with atmospheric monitoring equipment which, with the greatest of respect, is likely to be considerably more advanced than anything your teams have had access to. Much of this is technology from New Kerguelen. If it works, I couldn't care less if it was technology from North Korea, the Prime Minister quipped, allowing herself a slight grin. But which kind of craft are we talking about? The relatively small kind that touched down openly in Colorado? Timo nodded. Precisely. One of those very same saucers. Its visibility cloaking will still function in flight and on the ground, since that technology is naturally inherent to the vehicle and not subject to the disabling of neurological uplift powers. However, there is a natural complication that the craft's cloaking cannot be in effect when the door is open and the ramp descends to allow an uncloaked individual in or out. Logan scratched her lip and tilted her head at a very slight angle. The area is already locked down, but we'll step that up with a much bigger buffer and a no-fly zone. The Prime Minister shrugged after a few seconds of thought. The only personnel on site will be military, and a handful of civilian experts with high-level security clearance. I have no concerns about that. Okay, Emma said, clapping her hands together in decision. We'll make our way to Scotland with Carrick and Serena, since there's going to be a craft we can ride into the station. This way we can be as close to the epicenter as possible while staying safe. Do you need a flight from London? Timo asked, surprised but pleased to hear of Emma's plan.
By the look of it, Piper was feeling the same thing, while Dan's calm demeanor looked very much like he had already discussed the idea with Emma. It seemed like one that was more likely to be his than hers, Timo reckoned, but in any case, it was one that he was firmly behind. "If I may suggest taking a train," Logan interjected. "A private jet landing in the Highlands might be a little conspicuous when I assume attention is something you want to avoid. A train will get you from London all the way to Inverness in total privacy. There's an overnight service, too." The family silently conferred on this with a few glances and nods. Emma, and to a lesser extent Dan, were having a hard time looking at Piper after the irresponsibly defiant, and to their mind pointless risk she had taken in telling Logan about the powers she was born with, but the strife around that was wordless for now. "Sounds good," Emma said. A train ride to Scotland had ironically been part of their long-planned itinerary for Piper's birthday trip, albeit to Edinburgh rather than Inverness, so it was an easy enough idea to say yes to. "Are you flying home any time soon?" Dan then asked Logan, speaking for the first time in a while. "When news of this starts really taking hold, which it will if we can't stop the pulses from getting bigger, where are you going to be?" "London," Logan said. "And you?" Dan asked Godfrey. The ICA chairman flicked his eyes to Diane Logan. "London," she said. "If news of this does start spiraling, we need to present a united front. I'm concerned about Mason knowing something too. We'll get to the bottom of that. But the two of us being together has a secondary benefit of potentially flushing him out. We'll see." In the grand scheme of things, the group's collective focus had moved beyond President Mason's apparent and inexplicable knowledge of the pre-pulses which only Piper among them could feel. It was an undeniable concern, however, and one they hoped would soon be explained away as a simple leak from the data-gathering ground teams in Scotland. "And Piper, in the meantime," Logan said in a higher-pitched and slightly gentler tone than she'd been using for the most part, "if you feel anything in your neck, please do pass it on to your parents and to us, even if it's a false alarm. Don't worry. You've already helped my country and perhaps our whole world a great deal here, but the curse of those powers you were born with could yet do more good." Piper nodded. "I'll tell you if I feel anything," she promised. "Well," Emma said, still disbelieving of what Piper had done, but unspeakably glad of Logan's surprisingly low-key reaction, "we'll leave you guys to the data analysis while we get ready to leave. Keep us posted of anything you find, too." "We will," Logan said, mistakenly thinking Emma had been speaking to her. The McCarthys said their goodbyes to the Italians on the station and the surprisingly united English politicians on the island of Lanzarote. As Dan ended the call and Piper immediately left for the bathroom to escape the dressing down she rightly assumed was coming her way from Emma, he couldn't help but think it was going to be a long train ride to Scotland. P-61. Control Deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. In the absence of the McCarthys, Alessandro invited Prime Minister Logan to bring some of her own scientific advisors onto the call for an important discussion of the data and its implications. Before sharing his data-driven forecasts for future pulses, in terms of both their timing and their extents, Alessandro wanted to know what the British scientists on the ground had been able to measure. He had a list as long as his arm of things he would have been doing if he was down there, and as another priority he wanted to share these suggestions well in advance of the next pulse. That pulse was due to hit at around 11 p.m. the next night, which he realized was very short notice to gather specialist equipment in any circumstances, so there wasn't a lot of time to waste on that front either. Within minutes of the invitation, a man Logan identified as her chief science advisor appeared on Alessandro's screen and introduced himself as Philip Holmes. It was agreed ahead of time, when raised by Godfrey, that Logan would stay away from any mention of Piper at all costs. How the group had first become aware of the pulses, by virtue of Piper feeling the mini-pulses that preceded them, was of no material consequence as to what came next. This was why Emma had been so adamant there was no need for Logan to know either, and the others knew it was likewise why Piper was almost certainly in for a lot of trouble having unilaterally flipped the script. Logan so far seemed relatively and surprisingly indifferent to Piper's news, which in the context of the massive threat currently facing her country was quite understandable on reflection. Those who knew Emma, though, knew that the relatively fortuitous outcome wouldn't affect how angry and disappointed she would be by what was, to her mind, the reckless and needless risk her daughter had taken. Logan, for her part, insisted that Philip Holmes was an apolitical figure and hadn't been personally appointed by her, and after a quick glance at his credentials, Alessandro was more than willing to accept this. By the time Holmes appeared on screen, both Alessandro and Timo were glad to see him. "Professor Holmes," Alessandro greeted, "a pleasure to meet you." "And you, Dr. Benucci," the Englishman replied. "You too, Mr. Fiore, and Chairman Godfrey. It's been a while." Although the slightly younger Holmes spoke with a much deeper and raspier voice than Godfrey, they shared a similar refined accent and were evidently from the same upper echelon of British society. "Philip," Godfrey said with a slight smile and something that looked like an oddly diagonal nod, but was clearly a friendly gesture. This reaction indicated without doubt that Godfrey was personally familiar with Holmes and approved of his involvement. "Straight to it, then?" Logan prompted. "Philip, why don't you share with our friends on the station what you know so far, and then they'll do the same?" Holmes dived straight into a rundown that focused primarily on the timings of the pulses as well as the more minor pulse-like energy releases, as he termed the mini-pulses. When it became clear that he knew less about this than everyone else did, thanks to Alessandro's breakthrough, Logan interrupted to ask him to talk more about the pulses themselves, with a particular focus on things Alessandro couldn't easily measure from space. "On paper, in many ways, this thing seems to behave more like a sound wave than anything else," Holmes said. "The trouble is, we can't put a lid on it. It's not like the sound is getting louder and we can simply cover the speaker to muffle it. In that metaphor, it's more like the whole of the ground is made of speakers. Cover one, the others are still there." Alessandro paused in thought. "And when you say you can't put a lid on it, do you have any firm idea of whether the pulse wave seems to operate within a dome or under a ceiling, for lack of a better term? What I mean is, do you have any information on the effects at altitude?" The man was nodding. "It's a good question. We didn't know when another pulse was coming, and we didn't even know for sure that one would come at all. But we did have a lot of measuring equipment in place at the site. That included monitoring drones at various altitudes." "Perfect," Alessandro replied. "What did that tell you?" "Well, that the electrical effect of the pulses only hit our monitoring drones at very low altitude. Surprisingly, the same was true of the kinetic effects. The incredible wind speeds we saw on the ground were only present to a height of a few 100 feet. There wasn't a hard stop, like the kind of dome or ceiling effect you speculated on, but the kinetic force had all but faded by the time it reached 1,000 feet. Alessandro didn't have a clear idea of whether any of this was good news or bad, but it was, at least, news. All data was good data, he told himself, because it brought them closer to the kind of understanding that could enable a meaningful intervention before it was too late. He would pore over as much data as he could in great detail, in good time, but while he had Logan's ear, as well as Godfrey's, he really wanted to push home the need for rapid action based on his own projections. The two clearly had a lot of respect for Professor Holmes, so Alessandro considered that making a certain politically difficult case to him would be the quickest way to decisively win them round two. If Timo had been calling the shots, politics wouldn't have come into it. He wasn't, however, but Alessandro could at least call on the experience he'd had around his discovery of Comet Il Diavolo as a lesson. In those days, he certainly wasn't awed by talking to the politicians he had to brief, but it was doubtlessly more difficult and more complicated than when he was conversing with others like him, who spoke the language of science and data above all else. Someone in a position as a chief science advisor had to be used to walking lines like that himself, Alessandro figured, and no doubt to an even greater degree. His primary hope was that decades of living on the edge of the murky world of high-level British politics wouldn't have warped Holmes's gifted scientific mind too far in the direction of primarily political thinking, but in any case, he expected the man to remain more open-minded about the need for immediate and sweeping public safety measures than Logan herself might have been, at least until the next night's pulse proved the formula beyond all doubt. "The altitude data is very interesting," Alessandro said. "I'd like to return to all this later in the night, perhaps just the two of us. But first, I'd like to share some of the data I've gathered, and, more pertinently, the conclusions I've reached." "By all means," Holmes encouraged. Alessandro gave a half-nod in reply. "Thank you. The Prime Minister and Chairman Godfrey have seen the following table of my data-driven forecasts for the timings of the next 9 mini-pulses, and indeed the next 9 pulses. I'm sure you've noted that the time between the mini-pulses and pulses has been decreasing, but you may not have stumbled upon the formula that they're following. Please, peruse this table in your own time." As soon as Alessandro shared his screen with Holmes, the man let out an involuntary groan. Logan and Godfrey glanced at each other, as did Timo and Alessandro. No one was surprised that Holmes sounded gravely concerned as soon as he saw the data, but it was one more reminder of what they were dealing with. "As you can see, the next pulse is forecast for tomorrow night at 10:34 local time," Alessandro said. "And as you can see, the pattern of time gaps between each mini-pulse and pulse is tending towards zero at an accelerating pace. Convergence, whatever it might mean, is forecast for next Friday." Holmes was now silent, poring over the table with increasingly visible dread. "Dr. Benucci, how sure?" was all he could say. "Sure is an absolute term," the Italian replied, "and unfortunately I am sure about this. I have only too much confidence in the predictive accuracy of the formula that fits the previous timings to the second, and we can discuss that in depth later if you feel the need. For now, meantime, in terms of the area I forecast to be affected by all of this—" "I can help on that front," Holmes stated exactly as Alessandro hoped he would. "Good," the Italian replied. "I have tried to be as precise as possible with the satellite observations I've been able to make, but precision is limited without access to the ground. I'll tell you what I have seen, and we can see how it tallies." Holmes nodded in invitation for him to continue. Feeling more and more like he was talking to a colleague on the station rather than anyone tied up in politics, Alessandro was more than happy to do so. "Based on the placement of vehicles that have and haven't been destroyed," he began, "it's very easy to make a rough estimate. Taking into account tree damage and, unfortunately, the resting position of the birds we saw thrust outwards to the edge of the force field, I have placed the radius of the first blaze zone at a best estimate of almost exactly 120 meters. Is that in line with what's being discussed by everyone you are liaising with?" Holmes couldn't help but look impressed. "To the nearest meter, Dr. Benucci. 120 followed by 240 and most recently 480. So it clearly doesn't take a man of your distinction to see where the next will take us. Of potential interest is what we're considering as the inner circle, a circular area with a radius of just over 20 meters, in which no kinetic effects are seen or felt." "Radius?" Alessandro pressed. "To be clear, a 20-meter radius? The Prime Minister mentioned a 20-meter diameter prior to this call." Logan upturned her palms. "I must have misspoken," she said. "But radius is surely better, no? It means the safe zone is twice as large as I suggested, perhaps allowing larger testing equipment to be left there even during pulses. That's very helpful because as the affected area gets larger, moving things in and out is going to get progressively more difficult." "Absolutely it's better," Alessandro said. "Being able to test and observe what happens at the epicenter is potentially priceless in our battle for understanding. Every battle is a battle of understanding, but this one more than ever. Measurement and analysis may be the only weapons I can personally wield from here,
but my hope is that they can be as effective as any other. When I discovered the comet all those years ago, we knew it would be bad. But at least with a comet, we knew what we were dealing with. Here, we don't yet have any real idea of what is causing these pulses, let alone what an unstopped convergent pulse would bring. My gut tells me it could be terrible, but my mind offers no firm notion of how terrible, or even what kind of terrible it might be. So we don't really have as much certainty about all of this as some of your earlier comments suggested, the Prime Minister asked. Her tone was one of concern and disappointment at this thought, quite naturally, rather than anything reflecting impatience with the helpful and cooperative Alessandro in any personal sense. Prime Minister, I can't stress how certain I am about my time projections, Alessandro insisted. Certain. I thought you were on board with that, and I hope you still are. Regarding the geographical extent, however, while the doubling is clear for now, I'm only fully confident that will continue up to and including the 11th and penultimate pulse at 12:46 p.m. next Thursday. For the 12th and convergent pulse at 12:46 p.m. next Friday, it's possible there could be some kind of amplification, and perhaps a major amplification. Convergence could signal many things, but one of them is that. And what are the others, to your mind? Logan inquired. Exhaling loudly enough to be heard by everyone, Chairman Godfrey spoke for the first time in an unusually long time. For all we know, the bloody architects could come back, he said. This could be a weapon they planted eons ago to raise the planet. Who knows? All we know is when the signs pointing to a certain moment are as violently disastrous as these pulses, the moment is hardly going to bring about a surprise party, now is it? No one said anything for several seconds. I think our only move is to attack this on two fronts, Alessandro said, breaking a lingering silence no one else seemed to know what to do with. We need to analyze this, and, as the others already argued, we also need to excavate before it's too late. Excavate? Holmes echoed. Alessandro shook his head to dismiss the topic for now. Forget that side of things at the moment. Professor Holmes, I'm sure you've already drafted maps to show the range of pulses that keep on doubling in size, but allow me to share with both yourself and the Prime Minister my forecast map of not only the progressively large concentric pulse zones, but also the exact time each will be hit. With a few button presses, Alessandro shared another slide of data with Holmes in London as well as Godfrey and Logan in their Lanzarote hotel. In the key image, much of Scotland was covered by a red zone containing concentric divisions with a time marker at the outer edge of each. Even assuming no amplification on convergence, these areas would all be hit either by or before the final pulse, Alessandro announced. And if this red zone was ironclad as the zone we're going to lose, we would be fairly lucky, he added. Lucky? Diane Logan echoed incredulously. Alessandro, that zone covers half of Scotland. Yes, he acknowledged, but my understanding from the population data I've glanced at is that despite the geographical size of this area, only a small proportion of Scotland's population lives in the red zone. Again, I will stress that the final convergent pulse might be stronger than the already accelerating progression predicts, but the salient point right now is the absolute urgency of clearing this red zone. I'll try to put this as plainly as I can. Please do, Logan prompted. Alessandro Bonucci took a deep breath and forced out the words. Prime Minister, if you don't act in accordance with the measures I'm about to suggest, I see it as a tragic inevitability that millions of your citizens will be killed next Friday. P-60, Planetary Research Committee, New Birchwood, New Cairglen. When the news came in from Earth about the prospect of a convergent pulse in little over a week's time, word quickly spread from the Planetary Research Committee that Billy Kendrick was despondently concerned for his friends on the other side of the gate. Billy had been in his office all day, poring over the transcript that now seemed to taunt him about what kinds of things might be lying in wait on the unexplored landmass he had optimistically termed the Isle of Answers. He had countless questions, Chief among them, whether anyone had been living on the lushly forested island when the architects left themselves a note of consideration about sheltering the area in the same manner they had ultimately covered a tract of land on the edge of New Birchwood with the Great Shelter. What made the island such a strong candidate site was another question he couldn't shake, as was whether further transcripts might be written on the shoreline but just out of sight of passing drones due to the overhanging trees. Staring so intently at a remote wilderness he had effectively been prohibited from reaching for the time being, Billy Kendrick couldn't help but feel like a child looking at a wrapped box. If it had been Christmas Eve or even December 1st, he would at least have been able to console himself that he would see what lay inside soon enough. But so far he didn't even have that. "Now is not the time," was all Leisha had said. Now, with night having fallen, Leisha had entered the PRC offices so quietly that Billy didn't even hear him. With Leisha unable to send any telepathic thoughts since Billy was currently wearing a transcript reading patch on his neck instead of the usual telepathy patch, Leisha clapped his hands together. The sound was different than it would be coming from a human, due largely to the fact that the messenger's hands were composed of two wide finger-like divisions and one very long and highly dexterous thumb. But Billy was quite used to it by now. He spun around and began switching to his telepathy patch even before the unsurprising visual confirmation that the alien calling him was Leisha. "You can launch the expedition," Leisha said. "No flash, so you'll travel the old-fashioned way." Billy was too pleased by this sudden change of heart to dispute Leisha's categorization of venturing to the island in a bona fide flying saucer as old-fashioned, and could only grin like the happiest kid in Santa's grotto. "What changed your mind?" he asked Leisha, never one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but also forever unable to silence his own curiosity. "Our friends on Earth are dealing with something that has the architect's fingerprints all over it," Leisha replied, his face scowling as it always did at the thought of those deceitful beings. "If you think you can find anything new about their actions or their motives, we have to try." "Thank you," Billy said. "I have no heavenly idea what I'll find on that island, but it's the one other place on this planet where we know those scumbags thought about building something. There has to be a reason, Leisha, and it's not going to find itself." P-59. Control Deck, Space Station, Il Cercatore. The faces in front of Diane Logan turned white as the brutal bluntness of Alessandro's words got the message across loud and clear. Millions of deaths was a prospect no modern Western leader had faced, let alone in the space of little over a week. If there had been any doubt whatsoever regarding the stakes relating to the so far relatively low-key events in Scotland, Alessandro's dire warning had just shot them to shreds. "But as I hinted," the Italian went on, "with potential amplification on convergence, I fear your whole country is at risk. We can and will further test my belief that the pulse does not cross water, but I implore in the strongest possible terms that we should immediately pursue an evacuation of the red zone, and I also firmly urge you to consider a national mainland evacuation as a matter of priority. This is a threat like we have never seen, but the saving grace is that we have been blessed with a full week's notice." Logan's eyes widened, as much as anything else at the notion that a week's notice was something to be thankful for, but she remained too stunned by the strength and breadth of Alessandro's suggestions to say anything in reply. "And sadly, the politics of this can't be ignored," Timo Fiore chimed in. "Prime Minister, with Alessandro's point in mind that the entire mainland could be at risk, where would you plan to evacuate? Is there infrastructure on your islands to receive an influx from the cities? Or would you be looking at Ireland, Scandinavia, maybe France?" "All fair choices," Alessandro agreed. "I'm sure you have noted the same thing on the ground as I have, but in case you haven't, the concentric area affected by the last pulse covered a small amount of water, due to the farm in question's close proximity to the sea. From what I could see on our satellite imagery, the waterfowl present at the time did not flee until they saw debris slamming into the force field in front of them.
It looked like they couldn't feel anything, and they certainly weren't blown away, so as I alluded to a moment ago, it does appear that these pulses only affect terrestrial areas. Air-based monitoring over water will tell us more, because I have a feeling the pulses will have no problem going around water, a lock, for instance, but won't go over something like an ocean if there is no land for the force to sweep around. But we don't know that, Timo added. It may not move around water either, in which case Scotland may not be the worst place for this to have happened. Alessandro allowed himself a smile at this humorous but valid point. With some 30,000 locks in the relatively small country, anything that couldn't cross water wouldn't make it all that far. We don't know it, Alessandro continued. But we have to be cautious and work on assumptions that make sense. Another thing observation will tell us is whether the field of influence these pulses have is dome-shaped, like we touched on briefly, or if the force does rise upwards from the ground across the entirety of the affected area. No one said anything for a few seconds, and this time, for once, Prime Minister Logan was first to break the silence. Evacuation is going to bring panic you can hardly imagine, she sighed. Well, perhaps you can as well as anyone, given everything that happened. Alessandro could only glumly nod his head. I think it goes without saying that giving the world news of a ticking clock to potential destruction is dangerous in itself. The astronomer turned polymath stated with much hesitation in his voice, I'm no politician, and have no wishes to ever become one. But when I discovered Il Diavolo, we kept it under wraps while a solution could be sought. I accepted the argument, although not without dispute, that the kind of chaos the sensationalist media would have whipped up if I shared the find publicly would have been a serious obstacle to solving the problem in itself. That's why I'm proposing what I'm proposing here, an immediate evacuation of the red zone, but no immediate disclosure of our worst-case scenarios for convergence. I don't disagree, Philip Holmes replied. I support a rapid evacuation, Dr. Benucci, but not an immediate evacuation. Once this formula has proven itself to be predictably as well as retroactively applicable, I'm sure the Prime Minister will have everything ready to issue the order. Logan nodded decisively. I will. And on the point of the ticking clock to destruction, her chief science advisor continued, again, I broadly agree. But if this progression of pulses continues unabated, and we have no reason to think that a catastrophically more powerful pulse is any less likely to occur at the moment of so-called convergence than anything else we believe the moment of convergence could signal, well, that's something I would want to disclose. Not out of any particular ethical concern, although there is a place for such discussion, but rather because, by sharing the burden of the knowledge, we would also be opening the door to other potential problem solvers. Someone else might have a solution that the best of our men and women miss, so the time to share our convergence-related fears with the wider world might be, if or when we run out of ideas. Clearly, we don't have long. So we're on the same page with a lot of this, Alessandro observed. He was frustrated by elements of how the conversation had gone, particularly Holmes's reluctance to support an immediate evacuation of Thurso and an initiation of broader measures in the wider area. But there had been a great deal of mutual understanding. It could have gone a lot worse, he reflected, and when the following night's pulse arrived on schedule, it seemed like there would be no more obstacles to the necessary evacuation measures. We are united on most of this, Holmes said, sounding equally glad of that. It's really just that your forecast for convergence is still 8.5 days away, which is shorter than I'd like, but likewise long enough to avoid acting in haste. Acting at speed, but not in haste, I'm sure you'll agree, is the wise move. Alessandro hesitated. He still didn't quite want to concede the point, but he also didn't think it was the hill he wanted to die on. So, we're in agreement, Holmes concluded. I'm glad, because when moving too soon could cause unnecessary disruption on an incredible scale, and when waiting to confirm if your forecast is predictably correct will only cost us one of those days, our only choice is to wait. It would be unscientific to act on this prediction now, for as long as it remains an untested prediction." Alessandro looked at him incredulously. The goodwill between them seemed to evaporate in an instant, due in no small part to the use of a word Alessandro considered an insult on par with many of the four-letter variety. "Unscientific," he echoed, almost having to force the word out through gritted teeth. "Professor Holmes, look at the formula. This isn't my formula, and it's not speculative or inherently forward-looking. This is the formula the system found by looking at existing real-world data from the timings of the pulses we've seen so far. It couldn't be any clearer. Whatever is going on here, there is an elegant and consistent mathematical relationship between these pulses. The principles of convergence and concentricity lie at the heart of all the data we have, and delaying our protective actions until tomorrow would be reckless lunacy." Diane Logan moved her thumb toward her lips and nervously bit the nail in a rare and uncharacteristic show of uncertainty. "Reckless lunacy," Alessandro repeated for emphasis. "Prime Minister, please tell me, how ready are you to evacuate the Red Zone? My understanding is that the Scottish Highlands are the least densely populated area of Europe, and this is a country where you have, or at least usually have, no natural disasters that ever require mass evacuations. We need to get moving on this now, not tomorrow." "He's right," Logan eventually said, addressing her chief scientific advisor after a few moments of deep thought. "Philip, he's right. We won't announce anything yet, but we need to be ready to have boots on the ground on Thursday morning. If this forecast is right and there is a pulse tomorrow night, which we all hope there isn't, we need to be ready to act on it. A wasted day could cost lives." "And the area that's going to be hit tomorrow night?" Alessandro probed, very glad of Logan's decision so far, but keen to make sure nothing was left unchecked. "That area, at the very least, will be absolutely cleared, correct?" "It already is," Holmes replied. "I've been liaising with various teams, and we'd already identified the doubling of the affected area caused by each pulse, which tallies with your own observation. Through an abundance of caution, we've already evacuated everyone within the range of another 2 pulses." "2 more? So what about when a pulse almost but not quite reaches the town of Thurso itself?" Alessandro asked. "My observation has the epicenter at 2.53 kilometers from the edge of town. 2 more doublings will take the pulse zone radius to 1.92 kilometers. I would argue that you're taking a needless risk by only leaving 600 meters as a buff." "With respect," Holmes butted in, interrupting for the first time. "Mr. Bonucci, I would argue that you're either confident in your data or you're not. The forecast chart you've shown me suggests that Thurso will be hit by the 6th pulse at 7 a.m. on Saturday. That's more than 80 hours from now, and we would still have 56 hours after the next pulse, assuming your forecasts are proven to be valid. Evacuating 8,000 people from the town won't take anything like that long, so moving them out before the validity of your forecast is tested would be senseless when that test is less than 24 hours away. I wouldn't call it lunacy, but I really don't see the sense in it. You spoke yourself about the media and how this would be received. We've already got a lot of attention on the area, but a false alarm would have ripples across the whole country." Neither Timo nor either of Godfrey or Logan were saying much of anything, leaving the more technical aspects of the discussion to the scientists with an unspoken understanding in the air that the decisions would fall on them once the cases had been made. In truth, Alessandro and Holmes weren't arguing in any adversarial sense so much as they were coming at a common problem from different perspectives. Both wanted the same thing, but each had a different view, quite literally, given that Alessandro was looking at hard data from a laboratory in the sky, while Holmes was far more attuned to the feeling on the ground and the growing unease among Britain's political class. Locking down the immediate area around a field was one thing. with the few dozen homeowners forced to vacate their properties posing no more of a news story than any other similarly sized groups who were fairly often moved amid fears over gas leaks and other unspectacular threats. When a local lockdown became a town-wide evacuation, however, and when a buffer zone became a ghost town, a genie would be let out of the bottle, which quite simply would not go back in. "We're both men of science, Dr. Benucci," Holmes said, purposefully adopting a gentler tone than he'd been using for the last few minutes. "All I'm getting at is that behavioral science cannot be neglected either. If we start evacuating towns before we know we have to, and before there is any immediate danger, we risk causing more harm than that particular intervention would prevent." Alessandro said nothing. To his mind, everything he had to say on the subject of an urgent evacuation had already been said. He was hopeful that Logan would commit, but was clear of conscience that he'd done all he could and relatively relaxed in the knowledge that she would come around when the next pulse hit, if not before. "Let's just say," Logan began, closing her eyes to consider the best way of phrasing something she couldn't believe she was having to contemplate, let alone say out loud. "Let's just say that the next predictive forecast does play out to give all of this undeniable credence. And let's just say that if, from an overabundance of caution, we did evacuate the entire country." "Yes?" Alessandro prodded, filling a tense silence in which Logan finally reopened. "Well, why on earth would we ever need to involve Ireland or Scandinavia in the evacuation procedures, let alone the French? Timo mentioned that, and you didn't counter it, so I have to make sure I'm not missing something, and that you do know that when you leave Scotland, England comes before France." Alessandro leaned back in realization. "Oh, my apologies," he said. "When I spoke of a national mainland evacuation, I meant mainland Britain. Prime Minister, if the pulse magnitudinally intensifies on convergence, I didn't mean that the entire country that's at risk of being effectively annihilated is Scotland. It's the whole of Great Britain." P-58, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. "You're asking me to evacuate the entirety of Great Britain in little over a week?" Diane Logan asked. Sure, she must have misheard. Sure, she must be dreaming the worst nightmare of her life. Sure that nothing could really make such a move necessary, and sure that no one could really think it was possible. Alessandro chose to say nothing, sticking to his guns in a silent manner that only served to add weight to the words he had spoken. "That can't be done, and it won't be done," Logan said very plainly. "Alessandro, we're looking at 80 million people when your red zone projection showed me an area populated by 1/40th of that number. Without a data-driven projection that shows the whole country being affected, this isn't something I can even entertain. Thurso, we will be ready to evacuate on Thursday morning if the pulse next hits when you predict it will tomorrow night. That's taking a more active and more cautious tack than Philip would have recommended, it seems, but I'm willing to go that far. The red zone, too, reaching from Thurso all the way to the northern edge of the central belt, we will be ready to evacuate on a sweeping basis to ensure everyone is clear of the progressively larger pulses before they hit." Godfrey cleared his throat, drawing much internal speculation among each of the others as to which side of the issue he was going to come down on. "Alessandro," he said, the downbeat tone of this single word hinting that he was not about to side with the Italian. "Evacuating Britain is not feasible, and fortunately I don't think it's necessary either. If you're knowingly asking for too much in the hope it'll make Diane compromise with the urgent red zone evacuation you're really trying to push for, I appreciate the strategy. But it really is best to be plain about things when the stakes are as high." "I'm not here to play games," Alessandro snapped, thumping his fist into his desk in a remarkably uncharacteristic display of anger. "I don't know what we're looking at here, okay? And neither do you. But it seems like I'm the only one who sees that convergence could make the 12th pulse a whole lot worse than any predictive model is going to suggest.
I'll go further than I have already and say that I'm almost sure, based on what I saw with the birds just off the coast, that these pulses will not cross any oceans or any other bodies of water, that their full extent won't take them around. Timo joked that if the pulses can't cross water at all, Scotland isn't the worst place for the epicenter to be. He was right, but he would have been equally right if he said that if the pulses can't cross oceans, a relatively small island like Britain also isn't the worst place this could have happened. Timo nodded in support of this comment. Godfrey, meanwhile, though neglecting to apologize for his comment, looked like he more than slightly regretted accusing Alessandro of strategically overshooting in his requests for action. This thing could have turned up in North America, Alessandro went on, or China, or the Indian subcontinent, somewhere with a population multiple times what we're looking at, and with massive areas of ground to cover before it hit the coast. And look at the position of the epicenter within Scotland and Britain, right at the coast. If my water-based theory holds, we essentially have to worry about concentric semicircles, if you follow my meaning. Like the seabirds I saw through the satellite scopes, someone could sit in a boat just a few hundred meters from the epicenter and feel no kinetic effects of this thing. If we had enough boat capacity, we would be set. So while I'm not going to say we're lucky, especially when I'm talking to 3 people from the country affected by this, but as a species, we could have been a lot more unlucky.
He's not wrong, Philip Holmes sighed. When it's put like that, with the perspective about where the epicenter might have been, at least we have a chance. Even if it had been somewhere like Birmingham, relatively central, the first pulse alone could have caused mass casualties, and each that followed would be destroying lives and land in every direction. If you'd told me about this problem before telling me where it was happening, I would have mentally pictured the least worst spot to be somewhere rural and somewhere coastal, and I would have breathed more than a few sighs of relief to learn it was in a spot that quite literally couldn't be any further north.
I still don't think a national evacuation is in the realm of feasibility, Logan said. And even if you weren't looking for compromise, Alessandro, your point, and indeed Philip's follow-up, are leading me to consider a Scotland-wide evacuation if your forecast does play out. The millions of citizens in the Central Belt, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and everything in between, would otherwise be dangerously close to the edge of the 12th pulse zone, even without any amplification on convergence, as you've repeatedly put it.
Alessandro nodded firmly. Even if the area hit by the convergent 12th pulse was 2.5 times larger than the area hit by the 11th, rather than twice as large, we would be staring at millions of imminently preventable deaths in the Central Belt. I fully agree that any decisions on this have to be taken carefully, and perhaps announced with even more care than that. If I may suggest bringing Emma back in to consider the implications of how the message is delivered to the public, you won't find anyone better, and you certainly won't find anyone more discreet.
Discretion is everything, Logan said, her tone suddenly shifting. And on that point, Philip? Her chief science advisor felt his spine stiffen under the pressure of a famous Diane Logan stare-down.
Yes? He asked with feelings only of concern rather than guilt, and no idea where she was going with this.
How and why did Nick fucking Mason know about the second mini-pulse on Sunday evening as soon as it hit? Logan hissed.
At this, Holmes's spine relaxed. His brow furrowed, however, and he felt himself leaning forwards in his office chair as though trying to inch closer to something. Mason? He echoed.
Mason, Logan repeated through tightly gritted teeth.
And when you say he knew as soon as it hit, Holmes pressed. Timo Fiore stepped in to field this one. Literally as soon as it hit, Professor Holmes. He was giving a live interview when he was interrupted by an advisor within a minute of the pulse, and he cut the interview off without explanation. No two ways about it. He knew. It's not my area, Prime Minister, Holmes said, a worried look on his face. But I think perhaps you should instruct those in charge of such things to conduct an audit of all outgoing communications from everyone who could have known about the mini-pulse within that time frame. It can't be many of our people. Not for the one on Sunday, certainly. So if you suspect a mole, then frankly our suspects are few.
Do you suspect a mole? She asked. Speaking candidly, Philip, and in the full understanding that I'm only asking for your instinct because I value it and not because I plan to act on it, which is to say, there's no pressure on your answer.
Holmes shook his head and gulped several times, accompanying the movement with more than a few rapid blinks that made him look extremely uncomfortable about something.
No, you don't want to share your hunch. Or no, you don't think someone is talking to the Americans. Logan pushed.
No, I don't think someone is talking to the Americans, Holmes eventually managed to reply. He gulped again. Diane, he said, the atypical use of her first name reflecting how flustered he was by the idea that had tunneled its way into his brain. I don't think anyone has been talking to the Americans about the pulses, but if Nick Mason knew about the mini-pulse on Sunday, before the second pulse had even hit to bring the first meaningful bout of media attention.
Yes?
She asked, more concerned than frustrated by Holmes's sudden trailing off. His entire demeanor was greatly concerning her, truth be told, given how at odds it was with his usually unflappable manner, but this moment had Logan particularly worried. Chairman Godfrey mentioned a weapon, Holmes said, blurting out enough of the crux of his point to give the others a dread-filled feeling of where it was going. And to my mind, knowing how few people could have known about the mini-pulse from first-hand observation within a minute of it happening, I fear that the only outsider who could know about the timing of the pulse is an outsider who knows a lot more than that. You asked me to speak candidly without fear that you would act on my hunch. Say your piece, my friend, Timo Fiore gently urged from his space station hundreds of miles above Philip Holmes's head. Say your piece. While William Godfrey held the man's eyes with a flood of emotions rushing through his own body, Diane Logan nodded her encouragement. Well, Holmes began, stopping not for effect, but to catch his breath as his heart felt fit to pound out of his chest. What I'm thinking, as awful as it is that we know there seems to be something in the ground that's causing the pulses that release all this destructive energy. Chairman Godfrey did raise the possibility that we're dealing with an alien weapon here, and all of a sudden I can't shake the possibility that it might not be so alien after all. Alien-inspired, no doubt, but perhaps alien in no way beyond that. It pains me to say it, but perhaps, just perhaps, the only outsider who could know so much about the timing of the barely detectable mini-pulse emitted by a weapon buried on our territory is the outsider who put it there. P-57, Central Plaza, New Birchwood, New Kerguelen. As was typically the case on New Kerguelen, members of the planet's general population were happily oblivious to the problem that was giving their trusted leaders great cause for concern. It had long been realized that a key difference between the species was that everyday messengers lacked everyday humans' natural curiosity to everything that was going on. In their world, there was no concept of news as such, with the social simplicity of their crimeless culture no doubt having a lot to do with this. Neither the tens of thousands of messengers nor the dozens of humans who called the planet's only city of New Birchwood home knew that Earth was currently facing a growing threat like none ever seen, with a tiny handful of exceptions. Indeed, among the huge and vibrant crowd that had gathered at short notice to see a mixed group of human and alien explorers set off for the Planetary Research Committee's first ever manually piloted exploratory expedition, only a few staff from the PRC knew the weight that Billy Kendrick was carrying. Billy smiled and waved to the crowd, an adoring crowd who would never forget the risks he had taken for their kind in years gone by, although it did take considerable effort to avoid mentioning Earth's troubles in his short farewell speech. He also took care not to promise anything too specific about what he hoped to find, knowing that creating a general excitement and over-delivering on it was far better than mentioning his ultimate hope of discovering proof that the island had once been inhabited. A revelation that their ancestors had been a seafaring civilization before the stifling intervention of the manipulative architects would change the way the messengers viewed their own past, Billy considered, in a way that was bound to lead to mass calls for further distant exploration. Billy Kendrick knew that he wasn't going to be around forever, and the legacy he wanted to leave above all others was a spirit of adventure and exploration among his friendly and gentle hosts, two traits the restrictions of the architect-imposed caste system had blunted among the messengers for thousands of years. One big find could create a revolution in their level of interest in exploring their own past, and this drove Billy onwards at least as much as his own inherent urge to look around every corner and turn over every rock. Leisha's comment about potentially finding something that could assist with the current problems on Earth felt to Billy like a more in hope than expectation kind of thing, but he was happy to let hope carry him as far as it could. "We'll be back in a matter of days with samples and insights from an exciting and untouched island," he proclaimed out loud, although the words reached the alien members of his audience telepathically. "I've lived a long life, and a good one, but I don't have to exaggerate to say that I'm more excited by what I might find on the Isle of Answers than I've ever been before any other expedition. It's an honor to be welcome on your planet at all, but the honor of leading this exploration of new lands is the finest ever bestowed upon me. I could never thank you all enough for accepting me like you have, and I promise one thing: I won't let you down." The crowd as one then performed the traditional messenger round of applause, which involved raising their arms straight up in the air and waving them. Billy, who would never get used to this and likewise would never get tired of it, wiped away a sole tear as he waved and set off for the ramp of the craft that would carry him to the island. Leisha, the ultimate point of authority on New Kerguelen, held out his hand in a well-practiced human gesture and shook Billy's like the old friend he was. Although he hadn't said so, Leisha had really authorized the expedition to give Billy something to take his mind off the situation on Earth. In truth, this didn't have to be said for Billy to understand it. "I'm going to find something that'll make you wish you'd let me go 2 days ago," Billy smiled, making a good-natured promise as he walked away. "I hope so, my friend," Leisha replied with an almost human grin. "I hope so." P-56, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. "An American weapon," Diane Logan mused. A few short years earlier, the prospect of any kind of conflict between two countries who had for so long seemed like the planet's most natural and enduring allies would have seemed as impossible as the prospect of a pulse-based subterranean weapon. The world had changed in many ways in those few short years, however, and unfortunately, few of them were for the better. "Philip, we feel the pulses in our necks," William Godfrey interjected. "Given the potential consequences of what you just said, no one would mind my telling you that on the understanding that you'll quickly wish for death if you ever tell anyone else." The strength of Godfrey's later words took everyone aback, but Holmes himself was naturally most stunned by what came first. "Who is we?" "Everyone who has ever experienced the uplift powers," the ICA chairman explained. "From Dan and Tara, who everyone knows experienced the full cable-based uplifts, all the way to myself and our Italian friends who only ever used the neck-based patches. Further to that, all uplift powers were instantly disabled when the first pulse hit. Even in space, our friends can no longer use patches to read transcripts or communicate with the lone messenger stationed on Il Cercatore. If this is a weapon we're dealing with, it belongs to the architects." "Unless," Logan mused. "There is no unless," Godfrey boomed, raising his voice despite sitting only a few feet from Logan in a suite of the same hotel where Nick Mason was currently located. "Diane, how could you give the idiot that much credit to pull this off, even if the underlying technology was remotely, possibly within his grasp?" Logan rubbed her forehead in thought, not her chin as she usually did. Godfrey knew something far out was coming next, but he could never have expected the words she spoke. Colorado Springs. No one said anything in reply. Logan was going somewhere with this, and all any of the others wanted to know was where. 16 years ago, a geopolitically motivated lie changed the world forever, using aliens as the guise, she continued. No, Godfrey cut in before she could go any further. Diane, this is nothing like that. Your thoughts are clouded by Mason. That's a problem in itself. I did what I did and said what I said during my speech on Saturday with the sole intent of distracting you two from each other. The natural state of global order rests upon transatlantic cooperation. That was the case before either of you came along, and it will be the case again long after you're gone. Logan shook her head multiple times, the motion almost bordering on aggressive. Think back to then, William, she grunted. Think back to the IDA leak that turned out to be an IDA hoax, and tell me something. Okay, it all flipped around in the end, but on the leak itself, who was right? I'm not here to gloat, but just tell me that. Godfrey said nothing, holding her eyes with an intense gaze from just a few feet away. The others watched on, be it from London or from space, unable to do anything but stare. You won, Logan went on. Oh, for sure, you won, Mr. Chairman of every organization that popped up, and Mr. Prime Minister second time over as soon as he felt like coming back. But I'm not asking who won. I'm asking who was right. I remember when you and Cole started to back McCarthy over the leak, all to get at presidents later, by the way, and that from the man who's here lecturing me on transatlantic cooperation. Godfrey let out an instinctive but unamused chuckle, effectively saying touché without any need for the word itself. And do you remember that I was standing there telling you it didn't seem right? Logan continued. Richard Walker played the world like a fiddle. One American politician who everyone underestimated. Sound familiar? Walker was a titan, Godfrey muttered. Mason wouldn't have been fit to wipe shit from his shoe. And if we're playing a game of riddle me this, why would Mason seek to do something like this even if he could? Walker's hoax was advantageous for the Americans at a time when China was about to take the moon, the current Prime Minister reminded the man who had filled that position at the time. The alien story put an emergency stop on everything. The motivation here seems even more straightforward if you would just open your eyes. I mean, for goodness sake, think of the economic damage a national evacuation would do even without considering the potential devastation of the pulse itself. The virus lockdowns would look like nothing compared to that. And here's the kicker. This time, we would be the only ones going through it. You came here to settle a trade war, William, but maybe Mason has just won it by crippling us for generations. Godfrey slowly took his eyes away from Logan's and looked back at the call screen, turning mainly to Alessandro for a reaction. But how? The Italian asked. This thing killed the uplift powers and we're feeling each pulse in our necks. This isn't a man-made weapon made to look like something alien. Prime Minister, it is something alien. Perhaps they've had access to things we didn't realize they had access to, Logan mused. It's been 15 years since the messengers announced themselves, and all of those initial landings were on American soil. Their intelligence services scanned Dan's brain immediately after the meeting on Contact Day. We don't know what they know, and we don't know what they did with it. Timo Fiore sighed. The biggest irony is that if the uplift powers still worked, we could read Mason's thoughts and know for sure. But surely if they had any kind of mastery of the uplift powers, they would have taken the upper hand by now. I know some of Mason's investment successes were suspiciously well timed, and there were some semi-serious analysts who thought his whole super forecasting shtick from before his presidency began was boosted by a superhuman ability to predict the actions and understand the motivations of others. I have never believed it because, as I said, if someone had access to the powers, they wouldn't have fallen into a years-long international stalemate. Surely you agree that they would have used them to dominate? You've had access to the powers on the station for all this time without overusing them, Logan countered.
And don't forget that Mason has been the most vociferous of any leader in his calls to ban alien-related research, even up there. Perhaps he wanted a monopoly.
Godfrey breathed deeply. I just don't know. Mason?
I'll tell you what I do know, Logan replied. One of our agents is dead and untold numbers of homes and livestock are about to be lost across an increasingly vast area. There's something in the ground and it's acting like a weapon. These are the things we know. Our number one priority is to be ready to evacuate if these forecasts hold true tomorrow night, and to have all the instrumentation we can think of to measure it if it does happen. We'll have a team ready to start digging, and I'll authorize our intelligence services to take the gloves off and get deep on Mason. We have operatives in good places, so I suppose we're about to find out if the tens of billions we've invested to build our cybersecurity and espionage teams has all been worth it.
If I might interject, Philip Holmes said after an uncomfortable few minutes of listening to the incredible Mason-related theories. To my mind, if this was a weapon designed to hurt us economically, then it seems safe to say the pulses wouldn't amplify on convergence. If his goal is to spread fear to cripple our country, and if the damage itself is collateral, convergence would likely be nothing more than a 12th and final pulse.
Alessandro shook his head firmly. No, no, and no. We can't start thinking like this. We have to protect everyone within the red zone as a matter of urgency, and we have to evacuate as many as we can from the whole of Britain, or at least the whole of Scotland. I'll put my neck on the line here. The neck that feels each of these pulses, and I'll plainly state that this is not a man-made phenomena. They wouldn't have used a concentric and convergent formula we could discover so easily, for one thing, and there's just no way they could have done this without your intelligence agencies picking up something. You have faith in your own setup, don't you, Prime Minister? I do, she said very plainly. And they'll be working to provide decisive information by the time your next forecast is either proven or disproven. Tomorrow night, whichever way we need to pivot, I'll have the pieces in place to make the right moves. Thank you for your data and your viewpoints, gentlemen. But for now, I bid you good night.
Logan leaned forward and closed the lid of her laptop. She then leaned back and slowly blew air from her lips. You can't really think Mason is behind this? Godfrey asked.
I hope he is, the embattled Prime Minister replied.
Godfrey's furrowed brow asked why without any need for his lips to move.
William, if this thing is man-made, at least we'll have a chance of stopping it.
Wednesday, P-55, Fraser Steading, Thurso, Scotland. After a train journey from London that could hardly have been further from the kind they would have experienced if Piper's birthday trip had gone to plan, the McCarthy family arrived at the edge of Thurso around 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning. There was no crowd to meet them when an unmarked police vehicle took them towards the field at the epicenter of the ominous pulse phenomenon, but the emptiness of the lockdown zone brought an eerie abnormality of its own. Every minute made things weirder, and by the time they passed the destroyed farmhouse, a belated feeling of the true gravity of the situation began to sink in. It was one thing to look at data in a table and even watch footage of an incredible wind-like force throwing a helpless victim into a brutally solid force field, but it was something else seeing the effects in the flesh. Given their total faith in Alessandro's forecast that the next pulse wouldn't hit until after 10 p.m., as well as the extra security of knowing that it wouldn't hit before a Piper-only warning jolt from a mini-pulse that was expected at 4 p.m., the family felt safe in the lockdown zone. It was very evident that the handful of military and security personnel on site were far less comfortable, with the driver who brought the group over the edge of the official exclusion zone turning pale as he did so. Piper wanted to reassure him there was nothing to worry about, but Emma had been so angry and so upset by the girl's revelation to Diane Logan that she was now reluctant to say anything to anyone. While it seemed like there was no large gathering of media personnel, this was only the case because the exclusion zone was on the edge of the town of Thurso, and all the reporters were gathered there rather than on the main road from the railway station in Inverness. The local radio news mentioned the odd goings-on near the town, but it was a testament to the work of the Scottish police and British security agencies that the site was completely locked down and the no-fly zone so fully enforced. The news coverage focused primarily on speculation of what was happening, almost all of it still based on the initial drone footage of one of Colin Fraser's sheep being knocked off its feet by a pulse that very visibly raised a section of the ground. No one had stumbled upon the bird cam footage that showed the group the true power of the pulse, and unfortunately relayed its human cost in the clearest possible manner, and they all knew this was for the best. It would come out eventually, as things always did, but right now the leaking of that footage struck them as something that could have similar effects as John Cole's irresponsible decision to leak the path of the incoming comet Il Diavolo all those years ago. There was a time and a place for frightening footage, they all knew, and the current recon and preparation period most certainly wasn't it. The headlines and commentary all mentioned the possibility that something alien was going on, just as they had when Serena Cruz first saw the media's take on things during her brief layover in Iceland on Monday. This was the first big alien-related story for many years, and indeed the first that an entire generation of children had ever woken up to see on their TVs. Serena and Carrick, meanwhile, were in a car just behind the McCarthys, having made the same overnight journey in 2 single cabins of their own. They had grown quite fond of each other's company in the short time since being thrown together by fate, and the ever-astute Emma couldn't help but notice a hint of disappointment on each of their faces upon learning of the split cabins. She wasn't reading anything into it, but the sense in her mind was that there probably was now something to read into. Her sister Tara would have noticed it and probably would have made some thinly veiled playful comments to the unlikely duo, she figured, whereas Dan was the type who could have missed a flashing neon sign above their heads. In any event, Tara and Clark had been kept in the loop overnight, too, and they appreciated advance notice of the pulses. Tara's pregnancy was a concern for everyone given the extra level of neck pain she felt, like Dan, due to her history of being uplifted via the old-fashioned cable-in-the-neck method. Each pulse was getting only slightly more painful, as was the case for the others, and Tara insisted that the first had been the worst since she hadn't known it was coming, and more importantly, hadn't known how quickly it was going to stop. Now that there had been 3, she was content enough with a reliable forecast schedule that ensured she could at least be seated comfortably when one was set to hit. The mental stress of not knowing what was going on, or what would happen upon the convergent event the others had told her about, was the main problem, she said, and they wisely decided to keep from her some of the worst possibilities they'd been discussing. There was absolutely nothing Tara could do about the pulses, far less than her family members who were now on the ground, where it was all happening, so it didn't make any sense to put ideas into her mind about colossally destructive amplification on convergence or anything similar. Needless to say, for Tara's own good, no one had told her anything about the sudden political tension over the possibility that the problem was man-made. The last thing she needed was more confusion and more worries, so this particular piece of news was also kept from her husband to ensure he didn't spill it, whether purposefully or otherwise. The McCarthy family had come to know more than any other that the truth was a powerful but complicated thing, and that the greatest kindness came sometimes in the form of discretion. Discretion was the name of the game in Thurso, too, with precious few people knowing that the McCarthys were there, and even fewer knowing why. The orders for those who did have to know had come from the very top. Diane Logan and the various ministers in charge of the multiple governmental departments who were involved in this thing. The McCarthys knew that a mass evacuation plan was well underway and would begin at speed shortly after Alessandro's forecast was inevitably proven correct, and from Emma's overnight conversations with Godfrey, they also knew that Logan apparently suspected that the pulses might be coming from an American weapon. Godfrey's prime task for the remainder of Wednesday was to be a calming voice in Logan's ear, and especially to keep her away from President Mason. They all remained in the same hotel in the Canary Islands and would be there until the following day once the summit was over, and while on one hand this made it easy for Godfrey to keep tabs on Logan, it also meant that they had to be very close tabs given how easily within her reach Mason was. All around the field where the pulses were originating, a visual barrier of very high, wall-like pop-up fencing had been erected ahead of the group's arrival. This was partly to guard the McCarthys' identities and keep their presence quiet, since few things would create a media storm capable of challenging the lockdown zone's barrier more quickly than word getting out that Dan McCarthy was in town to check things out. The other reason, however, was to guard against the public seeing perhaps the only thing that would create hysteria more quickly than a sighting of Dan: a sighting of an alien spacecraft itself. One was all set to touch down as soon as the McCarthys arrived, bringing from Timo Fiore's space station not only an experienced archaeologist, but also a myriad of equipment for observing the pulses from every angle and in every manner. One messenger would be present, the doctor, Melly, assisted by several human pilots, but she would not be setting foot on Earth. The craft would be cloaked as it descended to Earth, thus avoiding any sightings, but its inbuilt cloaking mechanism naturally didn't work when an uncloaked individual had to descend the ramp to reach the ground. With the uplift powers decisively and seemingly irreversibly out of commission on Earth's side of the gateway to New Kerguelen, not even Melly herself could be cloaked, which was the real reason for her own need to stay on the craft. After all, the ongoing ban on messengers walking on Earth could have easily and harmlessly been circumvented if the messenger in question had been able to make herself invisible. The McCarthys were standing in Colin Fraser's field as the craft made its final landing, avoiding the safe zone at the very epicenter of everything to ensure no damage was done to that most important of all sites of ongoing scientific analysis. A large amount of equipment was already present in the small zone, too, filling much of a seemingly pulse-proof inner circle whose radius was a hair over 20 meters. Piper had been in this very craft before, back when it had been able to fully cloak and take her to the station both rapidly and furtively. Neither Carrick Thomas nor Serena Cruz had ever even seen a craft in the flesh, however, and when Melly hit the button inside to uncloak the saucer-shaped vehicle, they both gasped in marvel at the sight before them. A man who looked to be in his 50s emerged at the top of the ramp and walked down first, introducing himself to the McCarthys and then his new colleagues. "I gather you're the couple who are going to help me oversee the scanning operation at Skara Brae," he stated in a very mild and thus fairly implaceable European accent. "I'm Gio Nunes, Timo's site analysis manager." As the youngsters shook Gio's hand in turn, Emma looked at them with a knowing grin. Neither had blurted out that they weren't really a couple when he seemed to suggest as much, and she mentally noted this down as one more tick in their box. Melly made no appearance at the top of the ramp, quite wisely, but the human pilots who had assisted her spent the better part of 20 minutes removing equipment from the craft. The pilots mentioned to the McCarthys that they could pick them up in the same spot later in the day if they wanted to venture to the station ahead of the pulse. Emma confirmed that they did, both to observe it from above and to participate in a series of neurological tests while it happened, an idea Alessandro had lobbied for overnight. For now, however, they would remain on the outskirts of Thurso and spend most of the day examining the field and discussing things with the members of Diane Logan's ground analysis team, who were based in a tiny cabin-like office that had been placed in the safe zone just a few hours before their arrival. Piper McCarthy's birthday trip had taken her family to Scotland after all, but the similarities between the plan and the reality ended there. "Can you guys hear a buzz?" she asked, speaking only to her parents and only when no one else was in earshot. They looked at each other uneasily. "No," Dan replied first. "Can you?" The girl nodded. "There's something under our feet. I can feel it." P-54, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. "Hey, man," Clark said, walking outside to the porch as he answered a call from Chip Petrovich. Tara and Aiden stayed inside, playing with some action figures as they had been for most of the morning. The news that Emma, Dan, and Piper had made it to Thurso and would soon be on the station had been welcomely received when it came a few hours earlier, bringing them closer to getting to the bottom of the situation as it did, and Clark hoped Chip was about to deliver some equally welcome information. "I'm going to be out of my hotel for a lot of today," Chip said. "I'm coming home soon, but I just want to make double sure on this next pulse forecast so I know when to expect it. I don't know if it would be able to hit me at that altitude if it comes when I'm flying, but it's better to know." It hits the guys on the space station, so you're not gonna escape it in the clouds, Clark replied. It's coming at, let's see, 10:34 p.m. UK time. Then around 29 hours later at 3:33 a.m. on Thursday night or Friday morning, whichever way you look at it. Thanks, dude, Chip said, noting down the times. If I'm going to be later than a few more days, I'll ask for the next ones after those, too. Or you can just text me the list, I guess. I will. So are you flying back here, right into Denver? Sure am. The sometimes sketchy but always on their side lawyer confirmed. But I'm keeping a low profile, so it's commercial, which means at least one layover and maybe even two depending on the flight times. Could be a while till I'm home. And can you tell me anything yet in the meantime? Clark asked, more in hope than expectation. Anything about why the hell you went to Russia and what you thought could be even bigger than the Pulse? Chip sighed down the line. I don't know if I still think it's bigger than this, not since you told me the forecast for how big an area it's going to decimate if we don't stop it. Maybe as big? But no, I can't say. Not just I can't say it on the phone, I can't say it out loud here in case anyone hears. With something like this, there's no such thing as being too careful. Over the years, Clark had found himself on the other end of this kind of situation more times than he could count. There was no part of Chip's voice or mannerism that sounded like he enjoyed keeping a secret from his old friend either, so Clark didn't want to push too hard. I'm not keeping this from you for now because I want to, the lawyer said, as if replying directly to Clark's unspoken thought. I'm not supposed to tell anyone this at all, but I need your input and I need to get this out of my own head so I can think about it more clearly. It won't be long, man. I should be there tomorrow or Friday at the latest. Stay safe, okay? You too, my man, the elder McCarthy brother replied. See ya. Just one last thing, Chip said after a momentary silence which Clark had fully expected to be broken by a simple goodbye. I don't want to give you the wrong idea about anything or set up the wrong expectations, so just so you know, I'm not bringing good news. Looking out over his sprawling golden cornfields, Clark listened as the line clicked dead. Without doubt, this was clearly the kind of thing he had to keep from Tara to save her from unnecessary extra stress. Chip was carrying a burden of one kind or another, and Clark McCarthy's broad shoulders were braced to take some of the weight. Where things went from there, time alone would tell. P-53, Kirkwall Airport, Orkney, Scotland. When Serena Cruz realized that a shaky twin-prop flight across the North Sea was barely registering on the scale of remarkable and challenging adventures she had undertaken over the past few days, the moment brought a sudden burst of perspective of just how much her life had changed. She should have been working on a big geosciences paper that would be responsible for a good chunk of her overall grade, but by the same token, she realized from a glance at obsolete calendar entries on her phone that she should also have been in the middle of a 6-night stretch of shifts at Wicked Willie's Wild World of Pizzas. A bumpy flight beat that any day of the week, she reflected, and having a calm presence like Carrick to reassuringly take her hand during one moment of particular turbulence certainly didn't hurt. They were joined on their flight by Gio Nunes, who had been sent by Timo to undertake the ground-based elements of a non-invasive but thoroughly intensive scan at Skara Brae. The flight was very short, and the three talked about nothing other than what they planned to do once they landed. It turned out that Gio had already been in extensive contact with the staff at the site's visitor center, as well as British government officials about the purpose and permissible boundaries of his intended activities. The news from Thurso, while not yet the show-stopping media event of the decade it was all but certain to become in a matter of days, was prominent enough by now that no one could dismiss the timing of Timo Fiori's sudden interest in Skara Brae as a coincidence. The Italians' team had discovered the history-changing Turkish site of Dortlu Tepe, and anyone with any kind of interest in archaeology knew that Timo's interest had focused on sites and projects he believed to have some kind of extraterrestrial significance. In the relatively short time since Skara Brae had been seen by human eyes for the first time in thousands of years, the remarkably well-preserved Neolithic village had been rightly considered as providing an unparalleled window into the way ancient peoples lived.
The site was so well preserved that theories behind the relative position of different pieces of furniture within the village's cluster of 8 homes had become a focus of anthropological speculation. Anywhere else, the presence of ancient beds and a stone dresser would have been so remarkable that their existence was the headline in itself. At Skara Brae, however, they were almost taken for granted to the extent that books had been written to discuss what the interior design of the homes, older than the pyramids, it had to be remembered, might enable modern observers to conclude about the culture and family lives of the ancient inhabitants. Never in any of that time had theories of alien visitation come up in serious discussion of Skara Brae or any of Orkney's other Neolithic sites. With a decidedly alien pulse emanating from a field just 50 kilometers to the south, however, the day had finally come. Carrick and Serena explained to the very open-minded Geo how they thought it all might fit together, and while there were still more gaps than bridges in their ideas, the older man was more than enthused to hear them. He explained that they couldn't actually see the site up close today, but that it would be closed to the public tomorrow to enable the placement of several small sensors he had brought from the station. Carrick and Serena were pleased to hear they would be able to walk around the settlement at that point too, within the regular boundaries of tourists and with respect for the sanctity of the ancient site. In the meantime, they would be staying in one of the island's better hotels, Geo said. "It's just over that way," he pointed out in the moments after the plane landed. "A car is waiting for us here. It's not quite going to be a Gravison, but you two don't strike me as the snooty type." "As long as there's a bed," Serena laughed. "Just one?" Geo asked, drawing a line in the air as he playfully moved his index finger back and forth between them. If the weight of awkwardness had been literal, their plane would have plunged through the runway in an instant. As each of their faces reddened slightly, Geo laughed heartily. I kid. It's a twin room, so whether you leave the beds apart or push them together, I'll never know. I sense this is new. In fact, I know this is new. I've been briefed on how each of you got involved with the McCarthys. They don't trust many people because in their position they can't. But they trusted you two. And fast. Timo seems to trust you, too, Carrick pointed out. The next few days could be the most important in history, and you're the only person he sent down. Suddenly very serious, Geo nodded. I am here to do whatever I can, he said, just like you two. A lot of this is intangible, but I think we all feel that we are here for a reason. Without having to say anything, their agreement was clear. And the sky is certainly looking good for tonight, the archaeologist, come chaperone, stated. You'll have a nice balcony, and all being well, the northern lights will be yours to see. Nothing wrong with taking a minute to smell the roses, now is there? Nothing at all, Serena said, smiling at Carrick as the thought of an evening under the luminous Scottish sky in his company sank in. Nothing at all. P-52. Control deck. Space station, Il Cercatore. 2 hours before the next pulse was forecast to hit, and just over 4 since Piper McCarthy felt the last pre-pulse right on cue, the girl and her parents arrived on Timo Fiore's space station in an alien craft that was cloaked for the entirety of its rapid journey. The craft had again been visible on the ground as its ramp descended to let them board, of course, and while the journey had been rapid, it had not been instant. This was unusual, given that they were used to being flash transported around by way of an uplift power whose fantasticalness they were only beginning to truly appreciate now that it was gone. In reflecting on this, Dan in particular couldn't help but think how much easier everything would have been if the powers hadn't been taken out of commission by the first pulse. For one thing, Leisha could have cloaked himself, flashed himself to Lanzarote, and furtively deep-dived into U.S. President Nick Mason's mind to determine whether the slippery politician had anything to do with the pulses, and most specifically, how he had known when the warning pulse hit on Sunday night. It wasn't as if everything had been sent back to the Dark Ages, though, Dan reflected as the spaceship he was standing in docked to the huge space station, one where a vocal translator would enable him to communicate with the friendly alien his prodigious daughter was currently conversing with in the language of New Kerguelen. Humanity had been humbled by the elimination of the powers, but fortunately they had never been taken for granted on the station. This was exemplified by Timo's focus on developing the standalone translator and Alessandro Bonucci's sometimes obsessive work in investigating the gateway to New Kerguelen itself, and particularly exploring its function in line with his brain-melting work on interdimensionality. Dan knew nothing about any of that, besides that Piper really thought Alessandro was onto something, which was more than enough for him. There weren't enough words in the world to express Dan's gladness and relief that the gate itself hadn't been affected by any of the pulses, and if he had taken a second to count his blessings, this would certainly have come first. The walkway from the station's docking area to the control deck was quiet and short, but Dan took in every detail as he strode forward and felt more like he was in space than at any moment in the past. This was an ironic thought to occur in the mind of one of only 3 humans who had stood on 3 different planets, but Dan was used to being flashed around or inexplicably transported across vast distances by portals whose creators had long since disappeared. Seeing the station draw near during a steady approach and seeing the incredible galactic views from a walkway that brought to mind an aquarium's shark tunnel made Dan feel wonder he hadn't felt in too long. For these few moments, as Earth hung underfoot like a floating marble in the ocean of space, the pressure and problems caused by the pulses truly felt a million miles away. "My friends," a familiar and welcome voice greeted them from the doorway up ahead. Timo Fiore stepped out and hurried towards them. "It has been far, far, far too long. Emma, for you it has been 4 years. "It's good to see you," she replied, admittedly feeling a little emotional at the reunion. "Dan and Piper, thankfully not so long," he continued with a grin. "Welcome back." "You don't look very well," Piper said, speaking with the bluntness of a child. "I'm probably not the only one who hasn't been sleeping," Timo said, ushering them through the door with an air of calm that was convincing enough to ensure no one followed up on what was a very fair observation. Among the group, only Melly knew of the illness that made Timo's time short, and the billionaire was in no mind to linger on the inevitable at any time, let alone with so much going on. Timo would have to tell his friends at some point, and could only hope they would understand his reasons for keeping it from them in the interim, which were largely based on ensuring the stable running of his operations for as long as possible, and had no element of pridefulness within them. They would be terribly sad upon finding out, as he would have been to find out anything similar about any of them, and Timo Fiore saw little sense in prolonging the length of their sadness when he knew it would do nothing to prolong his time with them. Indeed, what he wanted more than anything was for that time to be as normal as possible. The present circumstances were anything but normal, needless to say, and Timo took no joy whatsoever in seeing Earth face a problem like the one presented by the pulses. But however much of a reach it was, his mind did come up with one slight silver lining that he would never share out loud. The challenges posed by the pulse, as grave and as consequential as they were, had brought his favorite family back into his life and onto his station. It was more than a little ironic that the vast majority of the time Timo had spent with the McCarthys had come during the most trying periods of their lives, and it spoke to how much they liked him, and vice versa, that no negative associations on that front ever developed. Piper was too young to remember most of it and hadn't even lived through the initial challenges, but Dan and Emma had always seen Timo as a friend they were lucky to have. From very early on, he had been one of the first people they would turn to, and one of precious few they could trust whenever the going got tough. Alessandro Bonucci was another individual who had always tended to flit in and out of the McCarthys' lives at the same time as their problems, with the exception of Piper, who had only ever known him as a friendly scientist who treated her as an equal and made a concerted effort to find the limits of her mind in a way no one else ever had. There was a general feeling in the air that the group's members were all glad to be together again like this, and perhaps even that some of them were relishing getting their collective teeth into a good old days alien mystery, or at least that they would have been, were the stakes not so evidently and so imminently apparent. With those stakes in mind, attention turned quickly to what the family had discovered on the ground in Thurso. As it went, This didn't amount to much beyond the fact that Piper alone could hear a light buzz within the concentric area that had been hit by the previous pulse. That area had a radius of almost exactly 480 meters, which would double in size by the end of the night, and Piper's increasingly firm belief that something was buried in the ground came as more of a confirmation to the group than a surprise. Alessandro didn't spend too long talking them through the observational equipment he had sent down earlier in the day for use on the ground, telling them only that he was sure receiving the data that came in a few hours later would be like opening a door they could currently see through only via its tiny keyhole. He did point out, quite excitedly, that several unoccupied boats had been positioned along the coast, within the range of the pulse zone, to prove his theory that the phenomenon's damaging kinetic force could not cross water. This had huge implications for the mass evacuation that was set to kick in when morning arrived in Scotland, providing William Godfrey continued to succeed in his task of keeping UK Prime Minister Diane Logan sane as far-out theories about President Mason's potential involvement polluted her thoughts. The family were ready to watch the upcoming pulse from above, which highlighted the possibility in their minds that others too were seeing the full reality of what was happening in Scotland and how destructive it was. The days of keeping it quiet, both wishing to and being able to, were almost up. Everyone was glad that the incredible footage Serena Cruz stumbled upon had remained unseen by the public at large, thanks in no small part to Clark's quick thinking in bringing both her and Carrick Thomas into the fold. Timo insisted that since no other private satellites passed over Scotland and no national governments had access to the tens of thousands of satellites that fell under the ICA's oversight, no one else would have the kind of view they did. Emma admired the faith Timo had in the ICA's security structures, but doubted that even Chairman Godfrey would have shared it, and she was glad no one was really counting on that faith being well placed in the long term. In the immediate term, meanwhile, Alessandro Bonucci, along with two of Timo's trusted neuroscientists, conducted harmless scans of the McCarthy's brains so the results could be used as baselines for comparisons to those that would be taken both during and after the upcoming fourth pulse. Alessandro revealed that his own brain had been scanned during the previous pulse and showed activity in the same areas the neuroscientists had long ago identified as lighting up more than any others when any uplift powers were used. What Alessandro and his colleagues were most interested in was seeing what happened in Piper's brain, and to a lesser extent Dan's, since the former had of course been born with the powers that the latter had been granted in a far more invasive way than either Alessandro or Emma. Timo Fiori stayed quiet during this discussion about brain scans, relieved that no one pressed on whether he was having one since the condition that was slowly killing him had already begun to degrade his brain function. The two neuroscientists were the only other people in the room who knew, which reaffirmed how worthy of Timo's trust they really were. No one's pre-pulse scans provided any surprises, and the fact that Piper's brain was lighting up in areas her parents were dark was by now par for the course. The minutes before the pulse was forecast to hit were incredibly tense for everyone except Alessandro, who calmly insisted that he wasn't guessing when he told them it was coming. When the pulse hit, jolting their necks and bringing previously unseen levels of activity to light in young Piper's brain scans, the family actually felt an element of relief that Alessandro's formula had been proven indisputably predictive. While this was hardly great news, it did at least ensure that the evacuation procedures Diane Logan had been setting up behind the scenes would now roll out before it was too late for the people of Scotland. Of course, everyone hoped it wouldn't come to that. No specific methods for halting the pulses before the affected area got disastrously large and the power grew catastrophically stronger had been suggested. Hopes, so far, seemed to be pinned on the deep drilling equipment that had been waiting to be transported into the safe zone so it could start looking for signs of what might be hidden in the Scottish ground as soon as the night's forecasted pulse had occurred, and this looked set to illuminate things one way or the other. The boats Alessandro had asked to be placed just a few meters from the coastline, meanwhile, remained perfectly intact even after the pulse, albeit with huge electrical interference detected on all of those within the predicted zone. On the other hand, the farmhouse belonging to the landowner Colin Fraser was now little more than rubble. This provided perhaps the starkest sign yet of the pulse's increasing power, and while the fact that this had been expected did make it slightly easier to process, it certainly didn't make it any less concerning. Data from the rest of the sensors and equipment that had been sent down would arrive before long, Alessandro said, and then the group would have a much better idea of what they were dealing with. The family, luggage and all, were set to stay on the comfortable station for the foreseeable future, at home with the artificial gravity and fresh-tasting air that made it possible for Timo and his scientist to live there for several years at a time. Piper had slept on board before, for 3 nights in a row, and was always happy to be there. When they were retiring for the night, shortly after the pulse, Piper made her way to Alessandro's desk and whispered the last request he expected to hear. "I want to be on the ground in the safe zone when tomorrow night's pulse hits," she said. "But I don't think they'll let me." "Well, they are sane, so I'm sure they won't," he replied. Piper's expression didn't change. "I didn't ask to be who or what I am," she sighed. "And I know I didn't earn it either, but I'm the key to stopping this thing, and you know it as well as I do. Whatever it takes, I need to be down there. I think I can help, and tomorrow might be the last time it's safe to find out. Please, just come up with a reason that'll sell it to them, okay?" "Get some sleep," the Italian said non-committally. "We'll talk tomorrow." Satisfied enough, Piper went to bed. Thursday, P-51, Fraser Steading, Thurso, Scotland. As the sun rose over Scotland and the small circular mound that was already causing so much damage to its landscape, all 8,000 citizens of the nearby town of Thurso awoke to the unprecedented and scarcely believable news that a compulsory evacuation order was coming into effect immediately. The news crews that had descended on the town could hardly believe their luck, capturing remarkable footage of police officers breaking the news on doorsteps across the town. Many residents were reluctant and some were flat-out uncooperative, evoking scenes from large-scale evacuations immediately preceding hurricanes or similar forecastable natural disasters in other parts of the world. Of course, there seemed to be little natural about the disastrous blasts of kinetic energy that were consuming ever larger areas with each pulse. The next pulse, predicted to come less than 24 hours from the moment the evacuation was announced, was confidently expected to almost but not quite reach the edge of Thurso itself. Dozens of scattered homes on the outskirts of town were in that immediately at-risk zone, and so particular urgency was paid to evacuating their inhabitants. Many farmers protested vehemently about their livestock, demanding answers as to what exactly was going on. Following explicit orders, police officers uniformly refused to allow anyone to bring with them anything other than family pets who lived indoors. Even these low-ranking officers themselves didn't know the real reason was that there was nowhere the farmers could drive their sheep that wouldn't be consumed by a pulse very soon. Such was the nature of anything that doubled in size from a small starting point. The fifth and next pulse would be approaching 2 kilometers in radius, but 5 more would take that radius of near total destruction to 60 kilometers. Most of Scotland's geographic area was set to be all but razed to the ground before much longer if a solution couldn't be found in time, and those in the loop were already beginning to worry that an assumption that the 12th and convergent pulse would be the last might not be as solid as its key proponent Alessandro Bonucci seemed to think. If the Italian was wrong, and the pulses didn't stop with the 12th, the entire British mainland could be at risk even without any unexpected amplification at the time of convergence, which seemed to be his prime concern, rather than the possibility that the pulses might not stop at 12. One piece of good news was that the pulse's worst effects had now been clearly shown to not cross water, and to that end, high-level and top-secret discussions were well underway with nearby countries to facilitate a mass-scale evacuation that would make the current practice run in Thurso look like absolutely nothing. Emma McCarthy had spoken extensively to Diane Logan overnight, with the two putting aside all differences to discuss the best way to proceed with delivering the evacuation orders. Emma wasn't the only advisor Logan had on the call, but she certainly paid more attention to her than to any of the others. Godfrey was there too, at Logan's side in the final few hours before they had made their way to London overnight, and he was fully on board with the idea of drip feeding things over the few days that would be necessary to get the logistics in place anyway. Emma had spent most of her life studying the psychology of persuasion, as well as the more general field of public relations and political strategy, becoming the go-to name for the highest achievers and most pressured individuals in all walks of life. Few had ever felt the kind of pressure Diane Logan was currently experiencing as the elected leader of a huge nation which looked like it might have to be fully evacuated within a matter of days, and as the call had progressed, she had grown increasingly glad to have Emma on her side. Emma's two core viewpoints were simple. The evacuation had to be voluntary, and Logan had to appear hesitant to support it outside of the immediate vicinity Alessandro had identified as the red zone, which would definitely be hit if nothing happened to interrupt the sequence of pulses in the meantime. "What we want is people outside of the red zone saying, 'What about us?'" Emma said. "We can show the projections on TV now that we're sure of them, and by showing live footage of the next pulse, we could prove the predictiveness beyond any doubt. But if you use those projections to justify clearing people from their homes outside of the red zone as a precaution, you'll have violent resistance. The same is true if you make the whole red zone evacuation compulsory." "It has to be compulsory," someone had contended. "We have enough people to save and little enough time to do it without dragging non-compliant people from their homes," Emma retorted. "Thurso is different because there's been no time to make a full case before that evacuation, but we have days before the area hits bigger population centers, and it won't take days to scare people into begging for an evacuation. Not when all we have to do is show footage of the pulses." No one spoke to disagree this time. "For a multifaceted approach," Emma continued, "you would also benefit from some ministers leaking comments about how they regret that you don't have resources to clear a wider area. I'd also be talking to the networks and getting them to amplify news stories about wealthy people who are already outside of the red zone but are still using their wealth to get as far away as they can. Those kinds of things will have people asking for you to save them, which is what we want for their sake. This is all short term, and obviously we hope it doesn't happen at all, but it's on our shoulders to do whatever we can to protect as many people as possible. If that takes some manipulation of the facts, I'm sure history will absolve us." Some fairly vociferous counterpoints came Emma's way in the minutes that followed, but Logan appeared more or less sold on the approach of a compulsory evacuation of Thurso and then a media-backed campaign of voluntary evacuation in the red zone and beyond. Emma insisted there were several powerful levers they could lean on to sway the public, not least of all the possibility of Dan addressing the world for the first time in years to state in plain terms that a relic planted by the dastardly architects looked set to wipe out anyone who didn't comply with the evacuation orders. One high-ranking British politician on the call asked Emma if that was what Dan really thought was happening, and all she could say was that it seemed to him like as good a guess as any other. Parallel to the necessary work on evacuations, Logan insisted, aggressive mitigation and suppression measures were going to be trialed as soon as Thursday night, to blunt the force of the pulse, if at all possible. The first such attempts would focus on the outer edges of the mysterious safe zone immediately around the mound, which many considered to be the obvious starting point. Fraught hours-long discussions about unprecedented evacuation measures and other political considerations took a lot out of Emma, but when morning arrived and Alessandro approached Emma as she sat alone finishing her coffee in the space station's breakfast room, the conversation that followed got her heart racing even faster. Following Piper's direct request, Alessandro told Emma he thought it would be a good idea for the girl to be on the ground when the next pulse hit, and not just on the ground, but in the safe zone directly around the mound. Emma had respected Alessandro's intellect and his capacity for problem-solving above anyone else's for a full decade and a half, but in this moment, she couldn't help but wonder whether he'd banged his head on a ceiling on his way to breakfast. "I have a theory that her presence could reduce its force," Alessandro stated, telling the truth without revealing either that it came from Piper or that he knew nothing else about it. "You mean she has a theory, and she wants you to sell it to me?" Emma replied. It wasn't a question. Alessandro's expression grew more severe than Emma had ever seen it. "You think you know her," he said, "and in a mother-daughter kind of way you do, but Emma—" She leaned in, uncomfortably captivated by the intensity of his tone as well as his eyes. You don't see what I see. You see your daughter. You look at that face and that hair and those eyes, and you probably see yourself. But Emma, she's not you. She's not us. Piper isn't just different than us. Piper is more than us. Some of the tests we've done with her, let alone the scans. Alessandro's words drifted off as he shook his head. Let me just say one more thing and hope that you hear it. Based on what I've seen and what Melly and our neuroscientists tell me, this is the truest thing I know. If Piper McCarthy thinks she can do something, she's right. Alessandro stood up. I'll go to Earth with Piper tonight to prove my confidence in the safe zone, in case for some reason you think I would ever suggest something that could endanger her. And if you find yourself doubting how important she could be here, why don't you ask Dan to remind you what the architect said about Piper? If this has anything to do with them, and it quite clearly does, maybe we should be paying a lot more attention to what that lone traveler told Dan in New York. But hey, I just work here. Emma's face was by now almost as white as the milk in the jug beside her coffee. Alessandro's demeanor was so different than anything she'd ever seen from him. A suggestion that would have made her uneasy in any case felt weightier than anything that had come before. She didn't need any reminder from Dan as to what the terrifying-looking but seemingly amiable lone architect had said about their daughter. The words were in fact written in a notebook Emma kept in the drawer of her bedside table, and she had glanced at them more than a few times over the years when challenges in dealing with Piper's incredible mental development had arisen. The motives of the architect who arrived that fateful day were certainly open to question, and Piper herself openly doubted his sincerity. Dan, however, as the only person to have heard the words in his head firsthand, and the only living person to have ever felt a connection to an architect's mind, had long theorized that the one who ventured to Earth alone might have been acting of his own accord, and in his own time, perhaps more ethically minded than others of his kind. The being's comments about Piper, then a tiny baby whose inherited uplift powers had only recently been removed, were the ones that had stuck with the girl's parents like feathers to tar for all of the 13 years since he delivered them. If your planet or species runs into any problems in the future, you will be far better equipped to deal with them than if she had not been born in the circumstances she was, as accidental as they were. She is more special than you know. Not more special than you will ever know, since potential has a way of expressing itself, but more special than you can imagine for now. No notebook was needed for Emma to recall these words, and as she pondered them carefully, one statement in particular stood out. Their relationship had never been a normal one, principally because Piper's brain had never been a normal one. But with words from Alessandro Benucci and a long-gone extraterrestrial architect running through her mind, Emma McCarthy was staring at the realization that perhaps the time had finally come to let her daughter's potential express itself. P-50, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. As his final few minutes at the Gravison Atlantic Hotel ticked away, President Nick Mason decided to make the most of them. The supposedly blockbuster international trade summit he had arrived for several days earlier had turned into something of a damp squib when its key participants became more than a little distracted by something a lot more consequential, and even the attendant reporters were only asking about that one thing. They haven't asked me anything about that, and they haven't even told me anything, Mason lamented, answering a question that wasn't actually asked, but which everyone watching on TV would naturally assume had been. Old town in Scotland next to the field where all this weirdness is happening is being evacuated as we speak, but I found that out from you guys. There seems to be something buried in the ground making it move. And guess what? I learned that from you guys. Godfrey especially. He talks about cooperation and then he just slips away to a 3-hour private meeting with Logan. You know? Neutral, he tells us. Don't make me laugh. A reporter for ACN fired one particularly audible question Mason's way. He still could have chosen to ignore it, of course, but it was one he could run with. Am I worried about what's happening in Scotland? He echoed. Of course I am. I'm worried about who's in charge of dealing with it, too. But yeah, I'm worried about the actual happening, too. The reporter pressed him again. So you feel like you should be involved in the briefings and discussions? These 3-hour meetings you mentioned? Yeah, I'm a smart guy, Mason said with a nonchalant shrug, walking towards the front exit. He then took care to make sure he was looking directly into the camera before delivering his closing line and leaving the hotel. Hey, maybe young Nick knows something they don't. P-49, Coastline, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. Billy Kendrick's journey to the distant island he had come to optimistically term the Isle of Answers passed easily, if not all that quickly, with Leisha's cautious restriction on flash-based teleportation, meaning that it took hours to cross the planet's vast oceans rather than the seconds it could have taken. He wasn't fixating on that, however, as he was feeling both very grateful that Leisha had opted to authorize the trip at all and immensely excited about what kinds of things he could be hours away from discovering. The impromptu gathering of messengers to see the crew off had warmed Billy's heart, and he hoped to give them something worth being excited about. That excitement itself was something of a break from tradition, and Billy knew he was the only one who could nurture it and ensure that a spirit of discovery would endure on New Kerguelen long after his own time was up. Looking down on the planet's unexplored oceans from above brought to Billy's mind the amazement that had taken hold on Earth when it first became apparent that New Kerguelen's great shelter, once believed to cover all or at least most of the planet's surface, in fact only provided 3% coverage. The endless possibilities of what might have been outside, just waiting to be discovered, had excited Billy and countless other humans. The abandoned city he christened New Birchwood certainly lived up to the hype, but beyond that, the vast expanse of New Kerguelen had so far provided no other major finds. Among most messengers, however, there had never been great interest in what might lie beyond the shores of the large archipelago they called home. Billy saw that landmass as their old world and dreamed of an America in every direction beyond the coast, and when he set off with a small exploration crew the previous day, he felt more like the old-time explorers he had spent his whole life idolizing than at any point before. Mapping drones operated by the planet's human visitors revealed that the entirety of the planet's only inhabited archipelago covered just 21% of its total landmass and a far smaller percentage of its total area. No matter how hard he tried, Billy couldn't fully understand why the majority of his hosts weren't more curious about their surroundings. Human psychologists had told him that the impact of the architect's millennial-scale deceit truly couldn't be understated, particularly the deeply instilled general fear of the outside world that had kept them in the shelter for so long. But Billy was at least delighted to have one discovery-driven alien by his side for the upcoming exploration. Boone, the planet's keen-minded planet historian, wouldn't have missed it for the world. Several other messengers were present, all happy to help their friend, and in some cases their hero, Billy, in his mission, but none shared Boone's evident excitement. When the pilot touched down on the island, which had revealed itself as much larger than expected during their final approach, Billy absolutely insisted that Boone should be the first to set foot on it. The alien thanked Billy and walked slowly down the ramp. His feet were soon touching the sand of the picturesque beach, and before long Billy and several others were at his side. "Look," one of the other aliens called, uttering it out loud in his own language while the thought behind it was instantly interpreted by Billy's telepathy patch. Towards the edge of the forest, at the inner extent of the beach, something had caught his eye. Billy stared intently and held up a hand to keep the others still. A few seconds later, something that looked for all the world like a cross between a large crab and a tortoise scampered into clear sight and gazed directly at its new visitors. No one could believe what they were seeing, questioning their own eyes as they fell upon the first ever animal spotted on New Kerguelen. Already, mere moments in, the expedition had delivered more than anyone could ever have reasonably expected. "Billy," Boone said, his gaze fixed on the bizarre creature. "My friend, we are not alone." P-48, Gravison Atlantic Hotel, Lanzarote, Canary Islands. As the duo got ready to leave the Canary Islands for London after a summit that had already been forgotten amid the pulse-based chaos in Scotland,
ICA Chairman William Godfrey and British Prime Minister Diane Logan sat in stunned amazement. Nick Mason's brazen taunt raised all kinds of questions, but Godfrey took it upon himself to convince Logan that it didn't necessarily mean that the American was in on anything. "He's taunting you," Godfrey said. "He's taunting us. He knew when the mini-pulse hit on Sunday, but I still think that might have come from a leak. That leak could have been from the ICA rather than anyone on your end, because our satellite monitoring team is very extensive. I've ensured that none of our satellites that pass over Scotland can be seen by anyone, invoking an exceptional national security request on your behalf without troubling you with the distraction of asking. But before I did so, all it would have taken is for one individual to have been feeding information about the earliest pulses and pre-pulses to the Americans. I hope it goes without saying that none of this means that they've developed pulse-based weaponry and buried it in Scotland, Diane. Take a step back and think about how that sounds." Logan was quiet. Overnight, intensive attempts to find out more about Mason's knowledge of that mini-pulse and his potential involvement in the broader threat had come up blank. The might of the greatly expanded British security and intelligence services had still found nothing regarding any development of advanced weaponry based on alien technologies, let alone its seemingly impossible placement in Scotland. For the first time since her advisor, Philip Holmes, had raised the possibility of the pulses being caused by some kind of American weapon, Logan no longer saw it as a plausible answer. "I know better than to underestimate Mason," she eventually said. "But I also know the value and abilities of our intelligence agencies. Even if a foreign government could create something like this, they couldn't create it without us finding out, let alone bury it under our feet without us noticing." Godfrey was glad to hear this. He despised the Cold War-like conflict between the U.S. and UK, two countries very dear to his heart from which almost all of his closest friends originated. Citizens of the two countries didn't consider each other enemies, despite the efforts of their governments to paint things in that manner, and Godfrey had as little time for Logan's role in all of this as he did for Mason's. For now, however, Godfrey knew that ensuring Logan remained calm and non-reactive was what mattered. President Mason was playing a more dangerous game than he realized in baiting her so publicly, and likely wouldn't have done so if he knew that Logan had been seriously considering the possibility that the pulses were a man-made American creation. They weren't, as Godfrey knew only too well. What they were, beyond doubt, was another reminder of all that united humanity, chiefly its presence under a shared sky and its dependence on the safe ground of a shared planet underfoot. Whether the pulses were a relic or a recent imposition, William Godfrey believed their source to be a creation of the architects from another world rather than the Americans from his own. Ideally, he would have been able to build a bridge across the Atlantic to enable the challenge to be tackled in a unified manner, but the personalities of the two nations' elected leaders rendered such a goal impossible to achieve. William Godfrey was at Diane Logan's side more than he was on Diane Logan's side, but he was there nonetheless. "Even now that I'm seeing he didn't cause this," Logan said, "I still see him toying with us at a time when our nation faces a threat like no other. That doesn't go unpunished, William. That will not go unpunished." "One thing at a time," Godfrey sighed. "Diane, let's just do whatever it takes to make sure we're still around next week before we start worrying about lists of those who wronged us, shall we?" Logan's spine stiffened. Hearing this so bluntly from Godfrey, that he had genuine misgivings about seeing the other side of the final pulse at all, changed her perspective in a very powerful way. "Of course," she replied quietly. "There is a time for all things." Godfrey nodded. "God knows Nick Mason's time is coming soon," he said, rising to his feet in preparation to leave his suite and vacate the hotel for London. "But let's just make sure ours and everyone else's doesn't come at the same time." P-47, Control Deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. Piper McCarthy slept soundly for most of the day in anticipation of the pre-pulse and pulse that were forecast for 10:34 p.m. and 3:33 a.m., respectively. She had always had unusual control of her sleep, just one more unusual thing for the list, and the weight of the situation ensured that she was the only member of the group able to get that kind of rest. The others mainly spent the day watching reports of the Thurso evacuation and the wider British and global reaction. Many people rightly took this escalation as a sign that the Logan government saw the bizarre happenings in a nearby field as a serious threat, but little did they know that a much larger evacuation was in the offing. Steps were taken along the lines of Emma's suggestions for how to make this necessary action as palatable as possible, including the UK's Minister for Wildlife sharing her concern for the critically endangered Scottish wildcat population that called the Highlands home. Small stories like this, when done right, could give people something specific to be worried about that could be solved relatively easily. Every wildcat was chipped and could be captured for evacuation at short notice, meaning that building up this story would lead to an easy and morale-boosting win. At the same time, when any resources were devoted to saving animals, there were bound to be understandable calls from concerned citizens on the safe side of the red zone, which would soon be publicly revealed, that they themselves weren't getting as much help as a bunch of cats. Everything that made people want to clear the area was welcome, Emma insisted, and most of the behavioral scientists advising the British administration agreed. Piper woke shortly before the mini-pulse brought a jolt in her neck at the precisely forecast time. Once awake, she wasted no time in asking Emma if she'd given any further thought to the idea of letting her stand in the safe zone in Colin Fraser's field while the area immediately around it was devastated by a hurricane-force energy pulse. Emma, after her own deliberations and discussions with Dan, consented, with more than a little reluctance. Alessandro was the main supporter of this idea, due to his desire to attach sensors to the girl's head as a means of measuring her brain activity during the pulse. He had utter confidence that she would be perfectly safe in what was quite literally the eye of the storm, and if he had known precisely why Piper herself was so keen on being there, he would have been even more vociferous in his support. As it went, however, Piper McCarthy kept her truest motivations to herself as she walked through the shark tunnel-like walkway towards the station's docking area. Emma and Dan were going down with her, of course, along with Melly and a human pilot. Timo was, for his part, the least sure about all of this, sharing a concern about the deep drilling operation that had begun within the safe zone since the last pulse. Alessandro countered that no stronger electrical interference had been detected within or above the drilling shaft than during the previous pulse, firmly suggesting there was no increased risk in following this course of action. Despite hearing this reasoning, Timo still didn't quite see. "There is always value to caution," he said, "and I feel we are losing sight of that." At the entrance to the saucer-shaped craft that would take her to the very origin of the pulses thousands of people were being moved away from for their own good, Piper McCarthy took it upon herself to counter this point. "If we don't stop this before convergence, the final pulse could hit the whole of Britain, or maybe an even bigger area than that," she said. "And some people are going to refuse the evacuations in the red zone too, so lives depend on us stopping this even before then. Timo, the time for caution is long gone." "I'll see you all in a few hours," the billionaire replied, clearly disapproving of their decision but stopping short of standing in their way. "Make sure the sensors are all in place before it hits," Alessandro reminded Piper, the last words she heard before the craft's door closed. Her reply came only in the form of a telling wink. P-46, Forest's Edge, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. In preparation for his trip to the uncharted and lushly forested Isle of Answers, Billy Kendrick had more than a little optimistically included some containers for live samples in the list of equipment he needed. When it turned out that no such equipment existed on the planet, he asked for the closest things that could be found. Some containers were therefore present in the craft, but Billy instructed his crew to leave everything be for now until they got a better idea of the potential rarity and even the potential danger of the native fauna. The very existence of the crabtus, as Billy decided it should be called, provided an answer to one big question right off the bat. Where was all of New Kerguelen's fauna? The answer seemed to be here,
and while this certainly raised further questions, it at least settled the main one of whether there would be any animals at all. Until now, the lack of fauna had been a huge point of contentious debate among the planet's resident human scientists, with more than a few believing that the apparent lack of any other animals pointed clearly to the reality that the messengers themselves couldn't have come into being and evolved into their intelligent selves on New Kerguelen. There would be evidence of evolutionary chains, they contended, and certainly evidence of other life forms, even in the absence of live specimens. New Kerguelen's atmosphere was remarkably similar to Earth's in pretty much every measurable way, from the strength of its gravity to its air pressure and composition, and to this end, Billy had always expected that anything he might stumble upon would probably look like something that could have evolved on Earth. There was no real telling what anything might look like, and he knew huge surprises might well lie in store given the difference between life forms like lizards and primates that were found in the same forests on Earth. Billy just knew better than to expect anything utterly alien, like a floating blob of slime or a bird-like creature with 36 eyes. The planet's environments had too much in common for that level of evolutionary divergence, but the sighting of the Crabtis nevertheless left him itching to see what else might be waiting deeper in the forest. Billy motioned with his hand for the crew to join him in taking their first steps inland on an island that was clearly going to take several days at least to cover on foot. The trees were enormous and lush, looking like they could have more or less fitted in on Earth without reminding Billy of anything close to a specific species. He then jumped backwards when a hand-sized, spider-like creature shot around from the back of a tree trunk. It was black and white, again not altogether unlike some similar animals on Earth. It wasn't hairy like a tarantula, and it unmistakably had 12 legs rather than the 8 or 6 of Earth's arachnids and insects. Billy inched towards the creature for a closer view, but at some point he seemed to pass its threshold of comfort, and rather than flee, the creature reacted by leaping towards Billy's face. The aging archaeologist threw up a hand to protect himself, but the feeling of contact never came. What did come was an unsettling splat sound as the creature collided with a protective force field the fortunately uplifted and fortunately alert Boone threw up just in time to save his friend. Billy gulped as the creature's bright green blood dripped down the wall-like invisible shield. Most troublingly of all, its razor-sharp and piranha-like teeth were exposed to give Billy the distinct impression that without Boone's intervention, the second animal he encountered on the Isle of Answers would have been his last. "We should suit up before we go any further," one of the others suggested, their whole group standing uneasily behind Billy and Boone at the edge of the forest line. "Just in case we come across more of those things, or maybe something even more dangerous." Belatedly breaking from his stunned stupor, Billy turned around and agreed. "Yeah," he said. "Just in case." P-45, Fraser Stedding, Thurso, Scotland. When the McCarthy family reached the ground and the craft that carried them was briefly uncloaked to allow their exit, it was far from the only new sight in the floodlit field. Some of the measuring equipment that was present had been sent down from the station the previous day, and some of the rest had been sourced locally at Alessandro Bonucci's suggestion. Most intriguingly, perhaps, Piper was struck by the presence of glass panels of various thicknesses and heavy-looking metal objects of various sizes. One very high and thick barrier of what looked like steel sheeting, further reinforced with countless sandbags behind it, had been placed near the outer edge of the safe zone. Some kind of measuring device was immediately behind it, clearly positioned to test whether the barrier would protect against the worst kinetic effects of the upcoming pulse. Physical containment was seen as the most obvious way of mitigating the pulse's destructiveness, while the deep drilling that was well underway in the safe zone was viewed as the best way of coming to understand what was causing the destruction in the first place. With time of the essence, it was clear that many things were being tried at once. Perhaps most oddly of all, dozens, if not hundreds of balloons had been placed around the edge of the safe zone and at regular concentric intervals beyond it. Piper had expected to see this, since it was one of Alessandro's ideas, and she knew that the purpose was to provide indisputable visual proof of the speed at which the pulse's force traveled outwards. Helium balloons had been placed at sea, too, just beyond the coast, where earlier tests had shown that boats on the water were undamaged by the inexplicably strict terrestrial progression of whatever force was at play. Wind speed monitors, Geiger counters, and at least one example of just about everything else were also present in Colin Fraser's field, and the family had been told by Alessandro via his close contacts on the ground that significantly larger and more sophisticated equipment would be present by the next pulse some 28 hours after this one. For now, however, the 3 members of the McCarthy family and 2 drilling supervisors were the only people present within a 2-kilometer radius of the yellowed mound of grass and its ominous concentric markings. The massive drill boring its way through the Scottish earth was a few meters away from the mound rather than directly above, purely because the mound's upwards movement during the pulsing period could have damaged the drill and avoidably delayed the completion of its mission when time was truly of the essence. Being positioned close to the mound, rather than on it, wouldn't be a problem, they all thought, since the sophisticated nature of the drill's shaft-mounted sensors ensured that any physical objects within that kind of range would be detected, even if the drill itself moved narrowly past them. Something had to be down there, they were all sure, and their main hopes on that front were first that it was something the sensors could recognize, and secondly, that it was something they could disarm, if that was anything close to the right word, before it could do any more damage. The 2 drilling supervisors remained in the cabin-like command center that had been set up within the safe zone, although there was an unspoken understanding among the McCarthys that the men's precautionary desire to stay in there was entirely pointless, given that the previous pulses had already been seen to destroy much larger buildings. The safe zone was either safe or it wasn't, and a prefabricated hut that looked something like a mobile library wasn't going to offer any meaningful protection. By way of protection against something that was currently only irritating, but which she feared might become briefly unbearable at the moment of the pulse, Piper was wearing very high-end earplugs to block out the constant buzzing sound that she alone could hear. Dan and Emma wore them too, aware from the birdcam footage Serena Cruz had discovered 5 long days ago that a terrible noise not too dissimilar to that of an old-fashioned dial-up modem would otherwise pierce their ears when the time came. Alessandro assured them that just like the electrical interference levels, no increase in sound had been measured during the last pre-pulse than the one before it, despite the imposing drill just a few meters from the mound having pierced the ground since then. The mini-pulses had never been very loud in any case, however, so no one read too much into that. The family were in any event confident in their earplugs, which worked far better and offered a level of physical protection that wouldn't have been possible even 10 years earlier due to the technological advances in the interim. As the minutes turned to seconds before the 5th pulse was set to hit, one whose area was expected to stretch to 1.92 kilometers and destroy several more evacuated homes in the process, Piper McCarthy focused intently on one of the balloons that had been positioned just outside of the safe zone. Some of the balloons further out, well into the pulse zone that would be hit by enormous forces the group were still getting their heads around, were filled with varying concentrations of different gases. Some also contained small amounts of colored water, and all of this was in place so Alessandro and his ground-based British colleagues could see what the pulse did. At the moment, there was a strong element of throwing things at the wall to see what stuck, and no one would have denied this. In a race against time such as the one they faced, everyone involved understood that it was better to do 10 things and later feel like 8 of them were a waste of effort, rather than to focus on perfecting one type of experiment only to wish more had been tried. Piper herself was following no such scattergun approach, however, and was on the ground with one thing in mind. As she focused on one red balloon and ignored everything, she shook away her mother's offer of a supportive hand while the pulse hit. If they hadn't been wearing earplugs, Piper might have explained that she needed both hands for what she was about to do, and she likely would have taken a moment to apologize to both of her parents for keeping something from them. It had been for their own good, she would have said, just like they always told her about all the things they'd done for her protection. Knowing what they were about to learn before they had to would have made them worry even more than they did anyway, she figured, and they would have been increasingly more stressed out than they needed to be. Being a burden like that was the last thing Piper had ever wanted. All she had ever wanted to do was make the most of the remarkable hand she'd been dealt, partly through an inherent drive to find her own limits and fulfill her true potential, but primarily to help others in the way Melly, Timo, and too many friends to mention had so willingly helped her family over the years. There was no positive to be found about the current challenge facing the family, the country they were standing in, and perhaps humanity as a whole, but Piper McCarthy was at least going to take the opportunity to bring herself closer to finding out just what her powerful mind could do. The girl hoped that what she was about to try wouldn't take her to the limits of her potential, but she sensed very strongly that it was going to take her close. When the moment came, and the ground behind them pulsed upwards, almost knocking Dan off his feet for standing too close, an unprecedented force blasted outwards from the invisible edge of the safe zone in front of them. Piper's hands were by now outstretched, the left open and the right in the uplift activation position no one had seen any human use on Earth for over a decade. Her right thumb was pressed tightly against her middle finger, with the index finger in between, pointing directly at the balloon she had chosen to focus on. Instinctively and unthinkingly, Emma motioned to interrupt her daughter's attempt to invoke a power she had been reassured was no longer there. But Dan, just as instinctively, held Emma back and watched in awe as Piper, her right arm shaking in an increasingly disturbing manner, put every ounce of herself into forming a protective barrier around the balloon. As the pulse smashed through 6-inch thick glass panels and metal sheets, as it threw droplets of colored water and masses of other experimentally positioned liquids into the air, and as it carried everything it was powerful enough to lift towards the new outer barrier almost 2 kilometers from where the girl stood, the small red balloon within Piper McCarthy's protective force field remained as untouched as all of those in the safe zone. When the pain at the back of the three McCarthy's necks faded around 10 seconds after the beginning of a pulse that had sown chaos and destruction in every direction, Piper dropped her hands. The pulse zone was now eerily peaceful, allowing the balloon to hang in the air exactly where it had stayed even when Piper removed the protective field she had somehow placed around it. "It worked," the girl said, fighting to catch her breath while her parents stood in conflicted amazement. Somehow, in some inexplicable way, Piper had retained the power of telekinesis. It would have been remarkable enough for Dan and Emma to have learned this a week ago, given the repeated firm insistences from Melly and others that Piper had neither possessed nor regained any of the core uplift she'd been born with at any time since they were removed when she was a baby. To learn it today, however, so soon after the first pulse had obliterated the powers even within the minds of the very aliens who had granted them to Dan and enabled Piper's unplanned genetic inheritance, well, it was beyond remarkable. The door of the operations cabin, behind the family, then swung open. Only Piper noticed at first, since she was the only one facing that way, and since they were all still wearing their earplugs. Her parents followed suit, still too shocked to speak, and turned to see the men emerge. It was then that Dan McCarthy saw the 2 drilling supervisors staring at his daughter in the very same way a stunned crowd had stared at him out by the cornfield at what was now Clark's Ranch, back when Dan himself had been forced to use his temporary uplift powers to create a force field. The feeling had never left him, the feeling of being looked at like an alien. Above all else, this was the way he and Emma had spent most of the last 14 years, making sure Piper wouldn't be viewed. In one fell swoop, all hopes of that were gone. "It's going to be okay, guys," Piper said to the men, smiling wide as she casually walked towards the remarkably intact balloon. "I think I can stop this." Friday, P-44, Fraser Stedding, Thurso, Scotland. A few hours after witnessing the most remarkable sight of their lives, as Piper McCarthy threw up some kind of telekinetic force field
that protected a latex balloon from a pulse that raised entire buildings to the ground, the two drilling operators left in the safe zone were still trying to come to terms with it. Even during a shift in which they'd seen an alien spaceship land in their field not once, but twice, watching Piper do what she did was the only thing they'd spoken about since. Both had hopes about what it might mean for the prospect of dealing with the threatening pulses originating directly under their feet, but neither knew much about the girl's powers or what level of help they could actually offer. It was a welcome development to see that something could mitigate against the pulse's effects, especially since news had come in that even sensors placed directly behind enormous barriers had reported the same wind speeds as those in the open, in a development that suggested the pulse couldn't be stopped or even blunted by any conventional means. The men weren't counting any chickens, and both were completely cut off from the world with no method of outgoing communication beyond a phone that only connected to the head of Prime Minister Logan's ground operations, but they certainly weren't going to let pessimism chase away their first hint of good news just yet. The breakfast time radio show they were listening to as 7 a.m. rolled around featured calls from countless eyewitnesses who had seen the effects of the latest pulse far more clearly than any before it. As the affected zone doubled in size each time, shielding the effects from public view was already becoming impossible. It emerged that many people had taken to the sea for a sight of the pulse, and several reported seeing huge objects hurtling through the air and crashing into an invisible force field at the edge of the water. One had footage that he was about to post online, he promised, and that footage was already certain to go viral. Most witnesses who called into the radio show were fishermen or others who had been at sea when the pulse hit, some risk-taking thrill-seekers there solely to observe its inland effects, and this was largely because the authorities had put far more attention into clearing a buffer around the edge of the pulse's predicted boundary than they had into clearing the water. That oversight certainly wouldn't be made again for the next pulse, but it wasn't as though any cat was out of the bag that wasn't going to be released anyway. After all, the drilling operators were among those who already knew that a mass evacuation of their Highland homeland was about to get underway. The 9 o'clock news would sound very different to the 7 o'clock news, they knew, with Diane Logan set to address the country at 8. Just as the radio presenter broke the news that Logan was going to speak, however, a shrill alarm accompanied by a flashing red light tore the men's attention from the radio. Both turned around to their instrumentation and knew exactly what had happened. A smile crossed the face of Angus Sharp, the more senior man, as the reality sunk in. "Tell me you're seeing that," he said, an excited tone building. "Connor, tell me it's saying the drill's hit something." "Aye," the younger and more reserved Connor replied. "Well, fucking cheer up then, son," Angus beamed. "We've found it." Part 5. Game Changer. They can conquer who believe they can. Virgil. P-43. Control deck, Space Station, Il Turcatore. In the space of a few short hours, feelings around the situation in Thurso had changed not once, but twice. First, Piper McCarthy stunned every onlooker, her parents most of all, by displaying her ability of telekinesis and using it to protect a fragile balloon against a force powerful enough to destroy vehicles and buildings. The initial reaction to this on the space station was shock, especially since Piper had somehow hidden her ability from even Melly and the neuroscientists who thought they knew her mind as well as she did. Piper revealed that she had been covertly practicing for several years with a stolen telepathy patch she picked up on the station, and that through a dedicated strengthening regimen, she had regained the neural connections that had been taken from her as a baby by the de-uplift process that was performed for her own good. Dan and Emma couldn't for the life of them understand why Piper hadn't told them any of this, and her impassioned explanation that it had been for their own good, just like they always said about everything they'd always done for her, fell on deaf ears. Emma's understandings of so many things had been turned upside down in countless ways over the past week, but the fact that her only daughter had proven willing and able to keep so much of such consequence from her was up there as being almost as hard to process as everything else. Piper explained that when she had been asked to use the patches during tests on the station, as she had many times over the years, she always downplayed her own strengths and pretended she was only capable of moving small objects like any other patch wearer would be. The key difference, however, was that telepathy patches alone had never been able to grant anyone enough power to create a force field capable of keeping a person at bay, let alone a hurricane force wind. Piper's practice with the patch had thus been undoing the work of the D-uplift, in essence, returning to her grasp a power that had always been there in a way it wasn't for anyone else. Some of the group were immediately excited, as Piper was herself, by the prospect that she might be able to place a force field around the mound in the hope that it could contain the entirety of the pulse. If she could do that 7 times, for the 6th pulse the next morning and all others until the convergent 12th, destruction could perhaps be avoided. The time to test that was 7 a.m. the next day, and in the meantime, most attention fell upon the news that the drilling operations in Colin Fraser's field had struck a metal object. The hole, deeper than anyone had expected, was currently the topic of much debate. Some wanted to excavate the metal object as soon as possible, while others saw more sense in testing Piper's ability to fully contain the next pulse first. There was less inherent risk to that than digging up an unknown object with the power to create the unprecedented levels of force being seen on the surface, some contended, and this view found support where it counted most, from Diane Logan and William Godfrey. As much as Alessandro and his team were helping out, and had in many regards taken charge of the analysis and forecasting side of things, they could ultimately only advise the decision-makers on the ground. The question of who would be the ultimate decision-maker if any disagreement arose was one no one on the station had given too much thought, since so far Godfrey and Logan were firmly aligned. If push came to shove, however, Emma, most clued in to the machinations of such things, figured that Godfrey could and perhaps would invoke the most powerful clauses in the ICA Constitution to take control of the situation if he felt like Logan was going the wrong way. So, when news reached them that Logan's long-awaited announcement was going to be less far-reaching than first planned, due entirely to the seemingly positive developments of the past few hours, Emma assumed that Godfrey had approved of the idea. Logan was still going to announce an immediate evacuation of the so-called red zone Alessandro had identified as the area that would effectively be destroyed by the 12th pulse, even if it behaved only as destructively as every other before it. This red zone stretched almost 250 kilometers south from Thurso, getting dangerously close to the metropolitan centres of Glasgow and Edinburgh, and stretching from Scotland's west coast to its east. Somewhere in the region of 2 million people were going to have to be moved within less than a week in what was the most challenging logistical project the British Isles had ever seen. What Logan was not going to announce, for now at least, was the prospect that the evacuation might be extended to include the entirety of not only Scotland, but England and Wales. Plans were afoot to be as ready as possible for that gargantuan undertaking if Piper McCarthy's powers proved incapable of stopping the pulses at their source, and if the apparent pulse-emitting device that had just been discovered either couldn't be excavated or couldn't be disabled once it was. The past few hours had raised hopes of a solution to a dangerous problem no one yet fully understood, but the speed at which the affected area was doubling meant that the red zone evacuation simply couldn't wait. No one on the station envied Diane Logan's position as 8 a.m. neared, but all of them were ready to tune in and hear what she had to say. P-42, 10 Downing Street, London, England. For the first time in well over a decade, ICA Chairman William Godfrey found himself standing at a podium outside the residence he had called home on more than one occasion. Invited by Prime Minister Logan to share in the dubious honor of announcing an evacuation order for a vast swath of Scotland, Godfrey wore a suitably somber expression. In truth, The two were far more upbeat about things than they had been before two potential routes out of the current situation had arisen in the form of Piper McCarthy's incredible ability and their drilling operators' speedy discovery of a metal object exactly where they hoped to find one. The message they were about to deliver was so serious and so unprecedented, however, that no hope about what might come to pass could be allowed to shine through in their words or expression. A TV screen positioned between the duo, currently displaying an introductory graphic that gave nothing away, would soon relay the projections from Il Cercatore, which were now considered bulletproof and had in fact been sent to both individuals from well-meaning allies who were aware of the timings of the pulses and had thus been able to independently identify the same formulaic relationship between them that Alessandro Bonucci had spotted when far less data was available. Something else was going to be shown too, but they would get to that at the end. "Thank you for joining us at this early hour," Logan said to the members of the press who had been lucky enough to get in and would have gladly been there at any time of the day or night. "Time is of the essence, so I'm not going to dress this up or treat anyone like children. Speculation had been rife in recent days over a series of incidents near the town of Thurso, and I opted to follow the advice of my scientific advisors and wait until we had a handle on the situation before issuing a substantive public comment. As of this morning, however, it has become apparent that immediate action is necessary." Logan looked to Godfrey, who took over as planned. "It's always nice to be back in London," he began, "but I'm sure you all understand that I wouldn't be standing here if the series of incidents in Thurso weren't of a kind that fell within the ICA's competence. To be blunt, as the Prime Minister has determined we must be, we believe an underground and otherworldly artifact of some kind is emitting huge amounts of kinetic energy in a pulse-like fashion. The pulses occur at times that follow a progression we have now identified, which brings us to the headline news of all this, both good and bad." Logan then took over again, as they had rehearsed. This show of unity was no accident, and each had been willing to put their ego aside for the greater good. "Good is a relative term," she said, "as I'm sure Chairman Godfrey meant, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank him for the speed with which the ICA has shared data and resources with our world-leading analysts and scientists. The good news is that these pulses are going to stop next Friday at 12:46 p.m., and that we have enough time to ensure no lives are lost. The bad news is that our reliable forecasts show that there will be 6 powerful pulses before then, and that the final pulse will cause great damage across, and this is the most painful thing I will ever have to say, the final pulse will cause great damage across the majority of Scotland." At the touch of an unseen button, a map showing Alessandro Bonucci's red zone filled the conspicuous TV screen. "The area affected by the pulses is doubling with each pulse," Logan continued. "And this map shows the areas that will be hit, and at what time. I stand here today humbled by uncertainty at what we're dealing with, but determined in my certainty that not a single person will be left behind. Data suggests the pulses are strictly terrestrial, so our evacuation procedures will be able to make use of emergency capacity on our islands as well as in neighboring countries who have already stepped up to the plate in a way we will never forget. Evacuation will not be compulsory because evacuation cannot be compulsory, but in the spirit of this blunt disclosure, I'd like to show you now the consequence of being in an affected area when a pulse hits." For the first time ever, the gruesome footage Serena Cruz discovered was then aired in public. It showed an agent being horrifically tossed through the air by the outwards force of a pulse that slammed him to a brutal death against the force field at its outer limits. No warning came before this video, which played on breakfast TV to an audience of children and adults alike, and that decision was quite deliberate. "This is what we're dealing with," Logan stated in a glum tone she didn't have to put on. "I have spoken with not only Chairman Godfrey, but also Chief Planetary Liaison Dan McCarthy, who many of you know was in London for a family visit when the first pulse hit. He has been kept in the loop, as has Timo Fiori and his scientists on the Il Cercatore space station, who have had direct contact with the messengers. Unfortunately, our friends from New Kerguelen know less about this than we do, and their ability to assist has been greatly hampered by the fact
that none of the alien uplift powers are functioning on this side of the gate. We know this due to the legally permitted cooperation and engagement that has been underway on Il Cercatore, and I thank Timo for keeping us in the loop. The long and short of this is that the messengers would help us if they could, but they can't. Whatever and whoever is responsible for this, and we will find out, we are on our own in getting through it. And allow me to stress that investigations into the origin of these pulses are active and ongoing, Chairman Godfrey insisted. And as the Prime Minister said, we will get to the bottom of what we're dealing with here. At the moment, I'd invite you to consider the perhaps clumsy analogy that black smoke is coming from under the kitchen door, and we have to clear the house if we want to survive to see what started the fire. That is where we are right now. But rest assured, our ICA infrastructure and the Prime Minister's administration can do two things at once. We are simply asking you, the great British public and the resilient people of Scotland in particular, to cooperate with us as we seek to protect you as our first and only true priority. This is possibly the greatest imposition our government can put on its people, and I have witnessed your Prime Minister search for every option to avoid doing this. But sadly, the time has come that the safety and sanctity of human life must take priority. Godfrey glanced at Logan, expecting her to take over again, but her eyes invited him to go on. It would be fair to say we face a threat like none we have ever seen, the ICA chairman said with all of his usual gravitas. But I prefer to consider this as a challenge. The people of Britain, and in this case most specifically the people of Scotland, have stood up to challenges few others could sustain. We are a hardy breed, perhaps hardier the further north we get, and we will endure once more. Logan nodded approvingly. He was shooting from the hip along generally agreed-upon lines, as he insisted was the best way to go, and as usual, he wasn't letting himself down. Again, she didn't take over. I said a lot of things last week about both Prime Minister Logan and her American counterpart, Godfrey continued, now well beyond the broad-brush script they had finished delivering. Many of those things were harsh, and some of them were very harsh. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I meant every single one of them, and I regret nothing I said. The United Kingdom and the United States should be allies, not belligerents in a petty conflict driven by their leaders' dislike for one another. I would say that if I was standing in Washington, and I'm not going to shy away from it here in London. Godfrey didn't pause to look at Logan this time, but if he had, he would have seen an understandable scowl break out at these unexpected words before she managed to get hold of her reactions and return to a stony-faced expression. However, he continued, while the Prime Minister and I are at least able to leave our personal feelings aside to tackle this challenge as best we can, Nick Mason is swanning around making cryptic comments and effectively gloating at this country's predicament. I would be standing at Mason's side if this happened in the United States, and he invited me to assist. But something tells me the Prime Minister wouldn't be behaving like the President currently is. I call today for Nick Mason to share any insights or information he may have about the pulses whose damaging effects we are trying so hard to mitigate, and I will happily take any calls he sends my way. Logan nodded. As will I, William, she said, the first name address a mild jab in exchange for Godfrey's fairly needless callback to his critical speech of the previous weekend. This really is no time for politics as usual, and I am very grateful to the other national leaders who have already agreed to assist with our evacuation efforts. The evacuations will be a very temporary measure, and everyone impacted will receive direct assistance very soon. We are working outwards along the concentric progression of the pulse, and a postcode checker is now active online for you to determine exactly when you can expect to be taken to a safe location. The URL for this website appeared on screen, finally replacing the still image of the unfortunate agent whose demise was being held up as a powerful warning to everyone watching. I will be making further comments throughout the day as the situation continues to unfold, Logan said. But I really do want to stress one thing. We are currently working on methods of blocking these pulses at the source, and we believe we are close to unearthing whatever is responsible for emitting them. Evacuations must and will begin immediately along the lines of geographical priority we have determined most appropriate, but I don't want anyone to see the destruction of their homes as inevitable. To finish Chairman Godfrey's metaphor of the fire, you and your family must get to safety, but we are not leaving Scotland to the flames. Our firefighters are working tirelessly to put this thing out, and we believe we can do it. But when the lives of those in this red zone are quite literally on the line, we cannot assume victory, and we must ensure survival. We are at war with the unknown, Godfrey cut in, seeing a great deal of sense in ending with a powerful line along those terms now that Logan had set it up. We are challenged by a threat from below, with no prospect of help from our friends from above. When I lived in this street, I ruffled a few feathers by talking about the past in ways we're not supposed to. But the facts are the facts, and this is not a country that loses wars. We must pull together. "Hear, hear," Logan said. "Please stay tuned for more detailed comments on the pulses themselves from my chief scientific advisor, Philip Holmes, and please do look up our postcode checker. If you have means to go somewhere safe on your own steam, please don't feel any need to wait for our assistance. No one will be left behind, and if you can leave on your own, that will make it easier for us to assist those who need our help most of all. If you have a home with extra space in a safe zone, please register online for our temporary rehoming service. To everyone, whatever your circumstances, and from the bottom of the heaviest heart I've ever known, I thank you in advance for your cooperation and sacrifices of the coming week." Godfrey raised a finger, asking for one final comment. Logan waved him on. "Just one last thing," he said. "The evacuation process will be assisted on the ground by ICA security forces, as well as the Scottish police force and military backup. I'll say this since the Prime Minister can't. Anyone caught trying to take advantage of this situation by stealing from empty homes will be shot on sight and left where they fall, targeted by ICA security forces acting on my direct orders and fully in line with the ICA Charter's Articles of Emergency Engagement. This is not a time for kid gloves. People must have faith that we will guard their homes as we fight this fire, and I can assure you all that we will." Logan certainly hadn't expected that, but she understood why Godfrey had said it. "In any event," she said, ready to conclude, "emergency programming will now fill the airwaves within the red zone and the buffer around it. Today and tomorrow will be days like none we have faced, but we must face them to ensure they are not our last. Please, cooperate with the order and look out for each other. Thank you." In a rehearsed sign of unity, Godfrey then followed Logan into number 10 when their challenging announcement was over. "What's your gut say?" he asked her. "Do you think this will end up looking overly cautious or just in time?" "If I'm remembered as being too cautious about this, I'll die happy," Logan stated flatly. Godfrey considered the words, selfless and true. "Amen, Amen." P-41, Outer Forest, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. A day after first setting foot on the Isle of Answers, Billy Kendrick had recorded no fewer than 9 completely new species. He hadn't captured any as yet, opting only to do so once the whole island had been explored and his crew was ready to return. Every member of that crew now wore a protective suit to guard against surprises of the kind the razor-toothed spider almost delivered to Billy's face before Boone's just-in-time intervention. The island was not only enormous, but more densely forested than anyone had expected, at least in its outer reaches. Billy had once taken the long version of the trek to Machu Picchu and couldn't help but think back to those difficult but eminently worthwhile days. Camping was very alien to the non-human members of his crew, even in their high-tech wire-framed tents that had more in common with pop-up houses than the ones Billy remembered from his days in the jungle. He regaled his crew with those tales when morale threatened to drop amid particularly challenging terrain, telling them all how wonderful it had been to reach the ancient city and how the trials of the trek had faded as soon as it came into view. Billy didn't promise anything like that, of course, and didn't kid himself that the prospect of civilizational discoveries was anything but far-fetched. What he did promise his crew, however, was that they were going to be the first of their kind to see whatever was waiting at the center of the island, and particularly around the volcanic peak in its center. It wouldn't be Machu Picchu, he told them, but it would be a surprise, and it would be a discovery. "We are rolling the dice with every step we take and every corner we turn, my friends," he told them. "And take it from me, that is far more fulfilling than knowing where it's going to land." Boone appeared to agree with this most of all, even more so than the small handful of human crew members, and he added a closing thought of his own as darkness started to fall and the trek wound down for another night. "Whatever we find, we are its finders, and I wouldn't swap that for anything." The words lifted Billy's spirits to no end, and he would sleep in the knowledge that at least one messenger would be driven to pursue discovery for its own sake once he was gone. He still held hope of a blockbuster find at the heart of the island, though, and it was these thoughts that brought pleasant dreams. Because Boone was right. Whatever they might find, they were its finders. And for Billy Kendrick, whether it was turning over rocks in the stream by his house or looking for evidence that aliens had visited Earth before such a thing was taken for granted, that was all life had ever truly been about. P-40, Skara Brae, Orkney, Scotland. For the second day running, Carrick Thomas and Serena Cruz found themselves at the truly remarkable World Heritage Site of Skara Brae. The feeling of walking around such an ancient settlement would have been impossible to describe in any circumstance, let alone with so much going on just a short distance away that felt somehow linked to the site in a manner that wasn't yet clear, so the two were glad to have each other to share the experience with. Throughout the previous day, their new friend Gio had introduced them to various knowledgeable individuals who worked at the site. There had been a fairly gentle series of introductions and promises of insider access to come, but the atmosphere today could hardly have been any more different. Although Orkney itself was safe from the effects of the incredibly powerful pulses that had just been revealed to the world as probably alien in origin by the British Prime Minister and ICA chairman, everyone who lived there had friends or family on the Scottish mainland. Neither Carrick nor Serena had ever seen or felt the dejection that surrounded them when news came out that the entirety of the Scottish Highlands was at risk of being razed to the ground by a series of pulses that tragically seemed to be as unstoppable as they were predictable. Even at their hotel, it had been apparent, with the Scottish workers and guests easy to spot by how much sadness they felt at the news, while tourists from further afield were almost universally identifiable by the fear they exhibited. Between breakfast and their taxi ride back to Skara Brae, Carrick and Serena had watched the news on TV in the hotel lobby. It featured a series of quick-cut reactions of citizens who were being asked to evacuate in the strongest possible terms. "We just never had anything like this," an elderly woman said to a reporter on her doorstep. "It's like one of the American hurricanes, but you never imagine it happening here, son. You never imagine it here." Next up was a farmer who said he was one of the lucky ones who could drive his sheep far enough south to be safe, where his brother had a tract of land that could house them until the pulse threat had passed one way or another. "I feel for the others, he said. Around Thurso itself, they were not even allowed to try to take their livestock. Family pets only, the rules were. It's a sin, so it is." Whether or not the news network had been told only to air sensible clips, Carrick and Serena couldn't be sure, but not a single one of the dozen-plus interviewees objected to the evacuation order itself. The same was true when the report finished and the talking heads in the studio took over. "I can't believe this is happening," Serena said, stating her feelings in the plainest and most obvious terms possible, but drawing a slow nod of agreement from Carrick. Neither of them knew about Piper's intervention the previous evening, but they had heard in a text from Gio that the drill operators in the field had struck metal at a depth too far down to be anything put there by a human and far too close to the mound to be coincidence. They didn't feel slighted to hear this from Gio rather than directly from the station,
and they likewise wouldn't when they eventually learned that they weren't immediately informed about Piper. Both Carrick and Serena knew how much the McCarthys and the Italians had on their collective plate, and all they wanted to do was come up with something at Skara Brae that justified the faith that had been shown in them. Not only in terms of the trust Clark and then the others extended, but the willingness to listen to their shared hunch that an ancient settlement being located so close to the Pulse site had to have some kind of relevance and significance. As Friday wore on and deep discussions with heritage workers at the site proved few and far between due to the massive distraction of the chaos happening just 50 kilometers to the south, the fledgling couple couldn't help but have their doubts as to what exactly they were doing there. The only thing they weren't doubting by now was that they were glad to be there together, as feelings alien to both of them were undoubtedly sparking. "Tomorrow's a new day," Carrick said as they got into their taxi with Geo when the site's workers were going home at the end of their shifts. "Breakthroughs always come when they seem least likely, so I reckon we're due one." Serena grinned. "But if you think something will happen because you don't expect it, doesn't that kind of mean you do expect it? And then it cancels itself out?" That smile, brighter than any he'd known, temporarily pushed Carrick's myriad concerns about everything that was happening to the back of his mind. "That's exactly what I expected you to say," he replied. She laughed at that, and so did he. Moments turned to minutes and then hours once they got back to the hotel, and for one night at least, the weight of the world felt more than 50 kilometers away. The peace was nice while it lasted. Saturday, P-39, Fraser Steading, Thurso, Scotland. When the latest pre-pulse hit on schedule at 3:33 a.m., Piper McCarthy didn't even get out of bed. She had set an alarm for 5 minutes before the jolt to make sure it wouldn't wake her up, which seemed like it would have been a most uncomfortable experience, and wanted to sleep for another 2 hours afterwards to be as ready as possible for her high hopes attempt at using a strategically placed force field to prevent the upcoming 6th pulse from doing any damage at all. The gap between the warning and the pulse, trending towards convergence at 0, was now down to just 3.5 hours. This didn't leave a lot of time for discussing much of anything with the others when she woke up, but by the looks of their tired eyes and haggard expressions, they were probably all talked out anyway after a night of little else. Emma was still rocked by the revelation that Piper had rediscovered, or perhaps reactivated, her powers of telekinesis, so much so that she had some trouble accepting her daughter's word of honor that telepathy wasn't also at her fingertips. Lying about one thing made it a lot harder to be believed about the next, Emma had told her, and Piper's counterpoint that no one would know that better than someone who'd spent half their life in public relations did little to ease the growing tension between them. Dan wasn't so much in the middle of this simmering mother-daughter tiff as he was on the fringes, having wisely decided that the best thing he could do was let them get through it by themselves. Tara's presence or input would have helped, he figured, but she had far too much on her own plate for him to consider asking her to talk to them. Piper did glance at some news headlines before heading down to Earth in the spacecraft, and the main story was a very welcome positive one about various countries coming forward to supply aircraft and housing capacity for Scottish evacuees. This would be hugely helpful and indeed necessary if Logan and Godfrey extended the evacuation area to the whole of Britain like they had talked about, but the purpose of Piper's imminent trip to the safe zone and its pulse-emitting mound was intended to negate the need for any of that. If she could halt the pulse or even considerably blunt it, mass evacuations wouldn't be necessary. That was the goal she focused on as she made the always remarkable but increasingly familiar descent to Earth and then stepped out to the safe zone. The first thing she noticed was how much wider the hole to the side of the mound now was, with the drilling operators well into their attempted excavation of whatever was down there. It was no longer a borehole and was now more of a shaft, as far as she could tell, but Emma was protectively insistent that she shouldn't get too close. Earplugs in place and parents at her side, Piper put the fingers of her right hand into the activation position as the moment of the forecast pulse drew near. All being well, the force field she was currently placing and holding around the mound
would mean that no one other than her would even know when it hit. But to Piper's dejection more than anyone else's, the sixth pulse did hit. She tried to console herself with the consideration that the pulse started at the outside of the safe zone, and so her focus next time would be better spent trying to somehow create a force field covering the whole threshold rather than around the mound itself. Everyone had known in advance that the sixth pulse, if it wasn't contained, was going to represent by far the biggest increase in destruction since it was the first whose area consumed a large population center, the fortunately evacuated town of Thurso. What no one knew, until the moment of this pulse, was that the effects would be felt, for the first time, much, much, much further afield. P-38, Great Pyramid, Giza, Egypt. Mohammed Bashir, a lifelong tour guide who had seen it all and knew 5 different variations of a 4-hour spiel by heart, set off for his first tour of the day at the usual time. He was expecting even more questions about Scotland today than he'd had yesterday, so before leaving home he wisely spent a few hours reading about what exactly was known of the so-called pulses that everyone was pinning on some kind of alien artifact. Sure enough, the first few guests Mohammed picked up at their hotel asked what he made of it all, and he was already glad of the time he'd spent informing himself. "Another one is supposed to be hitting any second now," he informed them, speaking perfect English in an accent that remained strong despite how long he'd been conversing with Western tourists. It was odd that this was all they wanted to talk about, even as the Great Pyramid loomed large through the window. But Mohammed's job was to entertain and humor his paying customers, so he gave them what they wanted. "The Prime Minister published the full list yesterday, and I believe—" Midway through a sentence, Mohammed gasped and desperately turned his car away from an oncoming electric scooter. He honked his horn and cursed the driver before disbelievingly turning to see another scooter crash straight into a car on the other side of the road. 2 of the tourists in the back of his car then shrieked out their own horrified reactions. He turned to see them urgently grabbing the phones from their pockets and throwing them to the ground. Getting a flashback of the first video that showed something weird going on in Scotland, one he had watched for research purposes only a few hours earlier, Mohammed had a depressing and terrifying sense of what might be going on. He tried to turn up the volume of his car radio, but found that the whole thing was dead. Outside, he saw people stopping their cars at all angles and jumping out onto the road to pat down burning thighs where their phones had burned the skin through their pockets. He touched his own phone, sitting securely in a cradle on the dashboard, and felt no surprise that it was burning to the touch. The radio suddenly came back to life, carrying an urgent and worried voice speaking very loud Egyptian. "They believe a pulse-like incident has occurred," Mohammed said, relaying the gist of it for his tourists. "A dispersal order is coming into effect for the area around Giza. We are here now, as you can see through the window, but I am afraid we have to leave. I am sorry. The tour cannot go ahead." From the expressions of his tourists, it was evident that this was the last thing any of them cared about. In an instant, it seemed as though everything had changed. Until a few moments ago, the danger of the pulses had been confined to the Scottish mainland. But now, in a lamentable escalation of the situation, the reality had become clear that nowhere was truly safe. P-37, 10 Downing Street, London, England. Deep inside Prime Minister Logan's residence, her head rested grimly on a desk. William Godfrey, struggling for the first time in his life to hold back physical sickness that seemed to want to purge the unprecedented stress from his system, was the only one of them looking into the computer as Alessandro Bonucci relayed what he knew. "I don't think it was a pulse as we know it," he stated. "Electrical interference hit within a very small area in the shadow of the Great Pyramid, but there is not a single report of any physical force being felt. There are reports of 2 fatalities from a road collision, but that's being attributed to the brief power surge. It's early days, but this looks to me like the kind of thing that happens in Scotland during a pre-pulse." Godfrey scratched his chin. "So, do you think we'll see a real pulse in Egypt before long? Jesus, this is the last thing we all needed. It's awful. The Italian finished, Emma and Dan McCarthy visible at either side of his head, with similarly dejected expressions. But I wouldn't take a new pulse site as read, because, like I said, the area affected is very small. It was busy at the time, too, unlike in Scotland, so we can see a clear visual snapshot of which electric vehicles lost control and which people had painful issues with overheating or exploding phone batteries.
Go on, Godfrey said.
Well, nowhere within the very small area of ground is there any sign of an upwards pulse. The first time a pre-pulse hit Scotland, there was a sign. Remember, the concentric circles appeared on the mound, which itself rose without the rest of the field.
So it might not be physically destructive? Godfrey asked. Diane Logan, slowly raising her head from the desk, sighed loudly.
It doesn't matter, William. This is going to change everything.
Just then, a knock on the door took Logan's attention and Godfrey's too.
Yes, she called. Look at BTN, came the grimly delivered interjection.
Logan took the video call off its full-screen setting and navigated to a live stream of the BTN News Network, Britain's largest.
1 minute, Alessandro, she said.
Of course, he replied. Within a few seconds, and as soon as the stream began, Diane Logan's heart sank to all new depths. She stood up and left the room, leaving only Godfrey staring at the graphic that filled the screen.
These air traffic control images are remarkably telling, the newsreader stated, also being heard by Alessandro and the McCarthys. We can literally see all of these empty planes turning around in midair, recalled by the governments who sent them to help evacuate Scotland, now that their own countries can no longer feel comfortably insulated from the effects of whatever our planet is dealing with.
It truly was a gut-wrenching visual that said more than 1,000 words ever could, with literally dozens of planes reversing their courses as quickly as possible. Godfrey closed the video. No one said anything, all knowing that the nuanced point Alessandro had made about Egypt experiencing only something akin to the pre-pulses felt in Scotland would have no bearing on public sentiment. Just when the group felt like they had a handle on the forecasts and some avenues to pursue with Piper's force fields and the continued excavation of the mysterious metallic object near the mound, the script had been flipped. Today it was a pre-pulse, and today it was Egypt. But as for tomorrow, there was just no telling. P-36, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. It was a rare thing for Mr. Bird to be inside Clark and Tara's house, but that was where the TV was, and so that was where he found himself for the bulk of this particular visit. Chaos was everywhere the news cameras went, it seemed, from New York to Los Angeles and everywhere in between. Panic on a scale Bird had hoped was consigned to humanity's past had been ignited by the incident in Egypt and the uncomfortable reality it exposed. That despite what everyone previously thought, nowhere was necessarily safe from the pulses and their effects. Clark's primary concern was his heavily pregnant wife, Tara, who he had been trying to protect from new sources of stress as well as keep calm and comfortable during the frequent pulses that caused more intense pain in her neck than his own due to her more hands-on history with the uplift powers. Tara was currently watching a movie with Aiden in the boys' bedroom, distracting both of them in a very necessary move now that he had heard some scary things on TV. When a call came in from Chip Petrovich saying that he was back in Colorado and would be there within the hour, Clark couldn't decide whether this was the best possible timing or the worst. Chip had been hinting at bad news for the better part of a week, and while on one hand any more of that was the last thing Clark needed, on the other, he thought it might be just as well to get it out of the way on a day that couldn't exactly be ruined, given where it was already sitting. The sometimes sketchy but always loyal lawyer arrived well within the promised hour and looked like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. He also couldn't hide his negative feelings that Mr. Bird was present, but it was clear to both Bird and Clark that this discomfort was related to the secret he had just brought home from Russia, of all places, and had planned to unload on Clark for his help with some aspect of dealing with it. "I know there's bad news, son," Mr. Bird said. He had known Chip's old man, Darko, back when the Petrovich family lived in Birchwood, and he had spent some time with Chip in the time around Phil Norris's death, when he'd been working as Phil's lawyer to shore up the estate. Neither Mr. Bird nor Clark could possibly have guessed at the tragic parallel to those days that was about to emerge. "I really just need to tell Clark," Chip insisted. "You get it. It's nothing personal." "Come on, man, it's him," Clark pushed. "He can know." Chip appeared to internally debate this for a few seconds, and the main reason he decided to go ahead was that they couldn't think of anyone poor old Mr. Bird still had around, anyone who he could have spilled the beans to, even if he wanted to do so. "I went to Russia to follow a trail that leads to Timo," Chip began, uttering a sentence no one could ever have expected to hear. He spoke quietly and carefully, as though the trio were in New Care Grillin's bar and grill, rather than indoors at Clark's isolated and high-security ranch. Mr. Bird shook his head. "Now listen here, Timo is the cleanest—" "You can't interrupt," Clark said softly but insistently. His heart was thumping, fearing just what the hell Chip might have been about to say. "Okay, Chip, spit it out, man. What's Timo caught up in?" Chip closed his eyes tightly, as though trying to wish something away. "Timo is dying, guys." He sighed, keeping his eyes closed as the bitter-tasting words left his mouth. "Just like Phil. He brought me in ahead of time to help with something." Clark was shaking his head over and over again. "No, man, no. He probably told you that so you would do something for him. No offense here, but Timo isn't Phil. Timo is the richest man in the world. He doesn't go to you to sort his affairs like Phil did." "You're right," Chip said, finally opening his eyes, which Clark noticed only now were badly bloodshot from a chronic lack of sleep. "Timo didn't bring me in to sort his affairs." Clark and Mr. Bird looked at each other uneasily, waiting for the punchline they would quickly wish had never come. "Timo brought me in to find out who poisoned him, and I came here to tell you that it was Nick fucking Mason." P-35, McDonald Hotel, Orkney, Scotland. Saturday morning's developments in Egypt, even more destabilizing than the joint Godfrey-Logan announcement on Friday, saw to it that Carrick and Serena didn't even get to Skara Brae. No one would be there, Gio told them, and the same was true at the nearby Viking Museum he had wanted to take them to for a look at some artifacts similar to one that had been an occasional source of speculative controversy in the field. Quite understandably, the whole world now seemed to be losing its mind over where a pulse might hit next. For days, and especially since Godfrey and Logan played Serena's gruesome birdcam footage of the first pulse's power squashing a fully grown human against a force field like an overripe tomato, people on every continent had been watching with trepidation for the people of Scotland, watching from what they thought was a safe distance and with a large feeling of relief that it wasn't happening where they were. That comfort blanket had been ripped aside by a sudden electrical disturbance in Egypt, one which ordinarily would have been an unusual news story rather than a cause for utter panic in cities across the globe. People really were going crazy in ways that hadn't been seen for years, and not since Carrick and Serena were young children. Il Diavolo was their only point of reference, and they had both been well under 10 years old when that comet's discovery, by none other than Alessandro Bonucci, had kicked off a countdown to destruction that saw shelves emptied by panic buyers and riots in every major capital. The messengers had ultimately stepped in to save the day on that occasion, but this time they were sadly helpless, having been stripped of their uplift powers on Earth's side of the gateway to New Kerguelen. If there was anything to be done about the pulses, it seemed like hopes were pinned on some combination of Piper McCarthy, whose telekinetic intervention the young couple had now been informed of, and the on-site drill operators who had recently been joined by a larger excavation team in a desperate bid to dig up and ideally disarm whatever metallic object was causing the pulses. Carrick and Serena, however, were perhaps the only two people in the world who saw the morning's developments as anything other than an unmitigated setback. Serena had been first to say it, and she said it well. "Maybe this is a clue, not a disaster?" They owed their presence on Orkney to a shared hunch that the pulse had to be somehow related to the ancient site of Skara Brae, to which they felt it was unignorably close. In their earliest discussion about the site, Carrick even explicitly pointed out that Skara Brae was older than the pyramids. Now that a small area of land within shouting distance of the Great Pyramid of Giza had apparently played host to a minor pulse-like event, the theory that the pulses were perhaps linked to ancient peoples and their key sites had just been strengthened. Along with it, so had Carrick's resolve and Serena's hopes that whatever she had felt calling her to Scotland, along with Carrick himself, who she was increasingly glad to have met, would soon be apparent. "If there's another one tomorrow, I call Machu Picchu," Carrick said, breaking the heavy air that followed on from a particularly glum news report on TV. Serena fully opened the door to their balcony and stepped out to the fresh air. She was smiling at Carrick's attempt to lighten the mood, which he was always good at, and as she joined him on the metal chairs of their balcony, a glance at the cloud made her wish he could lighten the sky, too. "We'll see the northern lights before this adventure is over," Carrick said, easily reading Serena's mind as she gazed upwards. She smiled back at him, and there they stayed for several hours, discussing their theories and expectations in a way that somehow made them both feel better, despite bringing them no closer to any concrete realizations. This would have been hard to explain to anyone else, but they both knew what it meant. P-34, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. "Timo was poisoned 6 months ago," Chip said. "The last time he was on Earth in Buenos Aires for an ICA summit. No one knows. Just Melly, the alien doctor they have there, and then a handful of Timo's own doctors. Not even Alessandro. I don't know when he's going to break the news, but the toxin they used starts to accelerate right around now, and takes hold fast once it kicks in." Clark and Mr. Bird were stunned. To learn that their close friend and one of the finest examples of humanity either had ever met was not only dying, but had been poisoned, was a kick in the gut like few others they had ever experienced. That Chip seemed positive the President of the United States was responsible took things to a new level, and raised far more questions than answers. "It's a modified Russian toxin," Chip went on, "but their involvement ends there. Mason wanted this to look like it was Russian, if it ever looked like it was anyone, but the way the toxin works makes it look like a natural pathogen is to blame. One of Timo's personal physicians up there specializes in toxicology, and he spotted some signs that raised alarm bells. Timo brought me in fast because he needed a particular set of skills that it's hard to find bundled with the discretion he knew he'd get with me. It wasn't easy, but once the doctor identified a toxin, I got talking to some people who got talking to some people who led me to a biochemical lab in Honduras. It turns out they had a delivery of this toxin, obviously way off the books, and then they modified it. A member of the Honduran ICA delegation happened to get a shipment of something from that very lab 2 days before he flew to Buenos Aires and shook hands with Timo." "And Mason?" Clark prompted, almost scared to ask. "Mason used to have a controlling interest in the company that owns the lab," Chip said. "He bought it in the wake of all the Emporion fallout, long before he had an eye on politics. He was a lot less careful about covering his tracks in those days. But that's not what nails him. No. Our boy Nick had a 2-hour one-on-one meeting with this low-level Honduran delegate in Buenos Aires the night before the guy met Timo. And here's the kicker. El Delegato died in a perfectly plausible accident on his way home from the airport 3 days later after landing back in Honduras." "It might not hold up in court without any actual proof," Clark said. "But that's way more than enough for me. The one thing I don't get is why you were in Russia." "Timo doesn't know I went, but I was looking for an antidote," Chip explained. "And when the money I was offering can't buy it, you know it doesn't exist. But the one last thing I want to tell you is that I think there is going to be undeniable proof, and I think we can find it. See, Mason met the Honduran at the ICA, not at the Buenos Aires Gravison. They had the meeting about poisoning Timo in Godfrey's building, and you know him. He's gotta have eyes and ears on every wall of every room. I think this could be even deeper than it seems, too, because there's talk in Russia that some of these Latin American labs are trying to do alien-related stuff." "And you really think Godfrey might still have the 6-month-old surveillance footage that could expose some of this?" Mr. Bird asked. Both of the younger men made affirmative sounds. So what's our move? Clark asked. I don't think there is one right now, just like when we couldn't tell Dan and Tara about Phil when they were about to go through the gate to Sanctuary. Everyone already has way too much on their plate, even Godfrey. Chip nodded. That's what I thought too, man, but I wanted your say. We definitely can't go to Godfrey without clearing it with Timo first, though. This is his news. I'm only telling you guys out of desperation because my hunch was that no one needed this right now. Not when they're all tackling something that's going to be over in a week, one way or the other. But I was so wrapped up in this, I didn't know if I was thinking straight. I don't know that I'm thinking straight either, Clark admitted. But what I know is Mason is going down for this. I will personally see to that. P-33. Control deck, Space Station, Il Cercatore. Late in the night before another warning and pulse combo was due to arrive at 7:12 and 9:43 a.m. respectively, it was difficult for the group on the Il Cercatore space station to feel as though the world wasn't collapsing far beneath their feet. A day of utter chaos had followed the bizarre electrical event in Giza, and although an extensive sweep of the area by Egyptian and ICA forces had revealed no sign of a marked mound or anything similar, the effects on the global psyche had been colossal. Diane Logan's allies had stopped answering calls about the planes they had been sending to assist in her evacuation. The planes they had then recalled when the news from Egypt made them wonder if their nations would be next, and thus whether they might need those planes to evacuate their own people somewhere else before long. The big problem with that line of thinking, of course, was that although no leaders could any longer be sure that their nations were safe from any pulse-like incidents, they couldn't be sure that wherever they might seek to send their evacuated citizens would stay any safer for long. The group was relieved that Logan and Godfrey were at least continuing unabated with their evacuation of the Red Zone, whose destruction in a matter of days had been mathematically forecast rather than merely speculated upon. It was now proving harder to persuade some citizens in the zone to leave, with a common argument being that since Giza showed nowhere was really safe, and especially since the so-called experts predicting catastrophic damage hadn't seen Giza coming at all, people would rather take their chances at home than flee when their safety couldn't really be guaranteed either way. This was very troubling, since the complicating factor of the Egyptian event didn't truly have any bearing on the fact that the Scottish Highlands would be wiped out if nothing could be done to stop the pulses. One promising piece of news from the ground was that the digging team within the safe zone had almost reached the point where the boring drill first hit metal. Their new shaft was apparently wide enough for a lift that could theoretically lower someone down to unblock the object if needed, and that gave the group hope for a fallback option if Piper's next attempts at halting the pulse with a telekinetic force field didn't come close enough to working to believe it was a strategy worth pursuing. Shortly after the girl left them for the night, setting an alarm to wake her at 7 in time for the warning jolt that she alone would feel and would continue to play down as only a little bit more painful than the last, her increasingly tired and weary parents remained awake at Timo and Alessandro's control deck. The Italians were there too, equally as unable as the adult McCarthys to turn off their thoughts in pursuit of a solid sleep, which their daughter seemed so laudably able to do on a consistent basis. The brain activity we measured during the last pulse, Alessandro mused. I don't think I told you all, did I? No, Dan said, speaking for everyone. Alessandro reached for his wireless trackpad and then pointed to the screen. Here it is. The activity in the region of Piper's brain that lights up when people use the uplift patches did light up when she engaged her telekinesis, as you can see. But then when the pulse hits, just a second or two later, the activity doesn't change there or anywhere else. But for you two, Dan and Emma, the sensors on your heads showed all kinds of lighting up in various regions. What I don't know is whether Piper's intense focus on the force field effectively prevented the pulse from affecting her neurological activity in the way it affected yours, or if her brain wouldn't be affected by the pulses like yours are anyway. She could have some kind of unique neurological immunity to any of the pulse's effects beyond those we can physically monitor. Emma turned her palms upwards, frustrated less with Alessandro than with her own lack of understanding.
Am I missing the part of this that means something?
I don't know what means what, Alessandro sighed in an uncharacteristically weak tone. I'm thinking out loud. I mean, we know she's different. I just wonder if she's less susceptible to elements of this. If I didn't care about her like I do, I might wonder what would happen if she didn't wear the earplugs, for example, or if she stood directly on the mound. As a scientist, I seek variables wherever I can find them, just as my eye seeks patterns and variations in data. I wonder if perhaps her brain would light up in these scans if some variables were different, and if that increased activity might increase the strength of her telekinesis. There are things we haven't tried, is all I'm saying. It's late, and I am certainly not saying I want Piper to try any of this. I won't mention any of it to her either, because I know just how selfless that child can be. Melly told me Piper feels like this is her problem to solve. I don't know where she gets an idea like that, but it's in her head. Emma shook her own head sadly at this.
She's always going to do whatever she can, sometimes without thinking. But I'm glad you're not going to tell her any of this, Alessandro, because this is when we have to remember that however different, or let's just say it, however better her brain is than ours, she's a 14-year-old girl. We're talking about brains, but the areas that deal with risk and consequence don't finish developing until well into the 20s. That's why she can't make decisions like this, because if the risk was on her, she would do it. She probably gets that from Dan, the selfless gene, but it's there either way.
No one said anything in reply to this. Not Dan, not Timo, not Alessandro, and not the 14-year-old girl who had heard every single word of it. Piper had been in the process of walking back to the control deck to tell them that for once she hadn't been able to fall asleep due to all the worries that wouldn't leave her head, and she paused at the doorway just in time to hear every single word of not only Emma's kind comments, but more consequentially, every single one of Alessandro's risky ideas to stop the pulse in its tracks. After a slow, deep breath and on 2 quiet feet, Piper retired back to her bed without anyone knowing she had ever left it. Sunday, P-32, Fraser Steading, Thurso, Scotland. When 9 a.m. rolled around, it was time to make the short trip from the station to Colin Fraser's field ahead of the upcoming 7th pulse. Fraser himself had long since been released by the authorities and was watching from a family member's house in Dublin, far enough away from his home to feel safe, but more dejected than anyone by everything that was going on. The gap between the preceding warning and this pulse was another hour shorter than on the previous occasion, down now to just 2.5 hours, as it decreased perfectly in line with Alessandro's formula on its way to convergence in a matter of days. The McCarthys saw the overnight news from Earth despite opting not to purposefully look for it, correctly assuming it would be even more demoralizing than the situation already felt, and the images of looting and rioting made an unwelcome imprint on Piper's mind in particular. She had been too young to see the fallout from other gravely concerning news, be it the initial discovery of the supposedly alien plaques in Argentina or Alessandro's discovery of Comet Il Diavolo's relentless path towards Earth. Seeing the scenes play out now felt far worse than any of the old footage she'd seen, and there was an unspoken concern among the group that things could get even worse within the hour. The world was now watching Egypt as well as Scotland, and if the electrical event in Giza, which coincided with the last pulse, was repeated with greater intensity this time, public order was only going in one direction. Descending to Earth was feeling more routine for the McCarthys with each passing trip, but their landing in the field never evoked anything but intense feelings. Dan and Emma were concerned, as they always were, while young Piper was not only determined but emboldened by some ideas she'd furtively overheard from Alessandro the previous night. The agreed-upon plan was for her to focus on as broad an areas as she could at the edge of the safe zone, rather than on the mound itself. When the crucial moment approached, however, she added to this by positioning herself directly on the mound before it pulsed upwards and by more than a little recklessly removing her earplugs. Both of these movements were so quick, there was nothing her parents could do other than watch and hope that she knew what she was doing, because they sure as hell didn't. As the pulse hit, moving the yellowed circle of ground upwards and making Piper's feet wobble, Dan and Emma felt the sharp pain in their neck right on cue. There was no getting used to that, even when they knew it was coming, and neither quite understood how Piper could always undersell it like she did. The girl, one hand in the activation position and the other outstretched towards the target, just like when she protected a balloon on the other side of the safe zone's boundary, focused intently on that boundary in an effort to prevent the force from reaching the pole-mounted wind speed measuring device directly behind the target area. An array of devices was set up, and to everyone's brief joy, the red light on 9 in a row did not turn red, while all of those at either side did. Piper was succeeding in containing the pulse along a fairly broad arc, but unfortunately this success lasted only a second or two at most. It all seemed to happen in slow motion as Dan and Emma first saw all of the lights turn red and then saw Piper being thrown backwards off her feet as though firmly pushed by two invisible hands. She didn't fly through the air and wasn't seriously hurt, but there was little doubt she had experienced some kind of kickback from the force field. She dusted herself down, no bruises aside from those to her pride, and put on the bravest face she could muster. "How are your ears?" Emma asked, too concerned in the moment to be angry at Piper for so foolishly exposing them. The girl touched them instinctively, as though surprised by the question and having forgotten she had removed the earplugs. This gesture was telling, and the words confirmed it. "I didn't hear anything, not even the buzz. It's back now, faint like it always is, but there was nothing during the pulse." Emma and Dan looked at each other blankly, and then back to Piper, all three seemingly with no choice but to chalk this down as one more mysterious point they would struggle to make sense of any time soon. "But I don't think this is going to work," the girl glumly continued. "Even if I could somehow hold it back across the full arc of the safe zone, I can't do it for long enough, and the more force I hold off, the more it's going to kick back." Dan put a hand on her shoulder. "You tried, darling, and we'll think of something else. Besides, look at the size of that hole. They'll be finished digging before long." Piper edged towards the wide shaft and looked down. They really would be finished digging soon, she realized. And then she really could try something else. P-31. Stonehenge, Wiltshire, England. Unlike on almost any other summertime Sunday morning at 9:43, the world-famous site of Stonehenge was not teeming with sightseers and tour groups as the seventh pulse emanated from a field on the outskirts of Thurso. The handful of individuals who were present, despite the somewhat justified hysteria sweeping their corner of the world, soon wished they hadn't made the trip either. Most of the sightseers had paused at 9:43 to watch live news coverage of the latest pulse, some of which came from telephoto lenses out at sea, and some of which featured experts in various research institutes around the world poring over the measurable data as it came in. The phones in their hands, however, stopped functioning at precisely the moment when the pulse hit. Many overheated to a painful extent, prompting scenes familiar to everyone from the previous day in Egypt. People began to scream as they realized what was happening, and even those phones which had stayed in their owners' pockets quickly came out as they began to overheat and, in some instances, explode. This would never stop being unexpected and horrifying for those who experienced it, even though they had seen it happening in Giza just like everyone else at home was seeing it happening again here now. The sudden and violent explosion of a security camera prompted much alarm, but this was nothing compared to the panic when a senior sightseer clutched his chest and fell to the ground. The poor man's pacemaker had suffered a malfunction, one that would fortunately prove non-fatal, but which underlined the power of whatever was going on. When car radios on the nearby road returned to life, stunned drivers heard that electrical outages had also been reported again in Giza, across a much wider area than the previous day. With the number of epicenters increasing with each passing pulse, and with the area affected by each seemingly set to keep increasing, global feelings of fear and trepidation were rapidly turning to abject helplessness. P-30, McDonald Hotel, Orkney, Scotland. In the aftermath of the Pulse-like event at Stonehenge, Carrick Thomas and Serena Cruz sat down and tried to make sense of what they knew so far. Both had been open to the idea that the ancient site of Skara Brae was possibly linked to the pulses near Thurso. This was, after all, why they were on Orkney at the moment, and everyone was suddenly speculating about the significance of ancient sites now that the Great Pyramid of Giza and Stonehenge had both played host to thankfully minor pulse-like incidents. What are the commonalities? Carrick wondered out loud. Call it obvious, but it seems like the sheer significance of the sites could be a factor, Serena mused in reply. You guessed at Machu Picchu when we were joking about it, but these are the kinds of places an average person would mention if you asked them to name a major ancient site. Dortelu Tepe, maybe Petra, places like that? My granddad wrote about so much of this, Carrick said. So much of what we already talked about, but also about what makes certain places endure in our collective psyche. If this is something like that, like if we've got it backwards and the pulses are happening because these places are so well known, rather than our old idea that ancient people built their key sites where some of them felt energy, maybe his list of those top sites will be a good place to start. Because if stuff like this is going to happen, clearing those sites of people could save lives. There were road crashes in Egypt and an old guy went down at Stonehenge, so even though this isn't on the same level as stopping the actual pulses like the McCarthys and the Italians are working on, maybe it's the part we can help with. Serena was intrigued. Do you have his list? I can find it, but I kind of want to talk to him. He recognizes me probably half of the time, and when he has a good day, his mind is still really sharp. Have you ever dealt with... You know... Serena shook her head. She had been fortunate on that regard, with no familial experience of anything in the realms of dementia or Alzheimer's. That seemed to be what Carrick was getting at, she figured, and she could only trust his judgment that a call to his grandfather might be a good idea. I should maybe be in the shot on my own, Carrick said. Just because, the less new things for him to wonder about. Like you, the more chance he can remember the old ones, maybe. If it's a good day and he's mostly all there, I can introduce you if you want. You can usually tell straight away what kind of day it's going to be. Serena smiled without speaking, not knowing what to say and readily leaving this, too, to Carrick's judgment. He sat up straight on the couch, just next to Serena, but alone in the phone camera's field of view. When Carrick's aunt answered the call, with his grandfather in the background, his spirits rose. Norman Thomas looked relatively bright in his armchair, with a quiz show playing on TV as one usually was. Where are you? Carrick's aunt asked, seeing the unfamiliar walls of his hotel room. And what was that you were playing at? Posting classified footage? Are you in hiding? Carrick didn't know where to start. That initial footage seemed so long ago, happening in a world in which he hadn't yet been pulled into a dramatic adventure beyond anything he'd ever deemed possible, and of course in a world before he'd met Serena. I'm safe, was all he said. He and this aunt, his father's sister, had never been close, and he wasn't surprised that she hadn't tried to get in touch before now. But listen, can I talk to him? She turned around to Norman. Dad, do you want to see Carrick? She called to him. Where is he? The old man asked, sounding lucid enough. He's on the phone, she said. Norman lifted his hands impatiently in a way that made both Carrick and Serena chuckle. Well, I'm hardly going to see him from here, am I? He complained. Carrick's aunt handed the phone to her father and stepped back. Hi, Granddad, Carrick said. It took a second or two, but the smile of realization came before long. You are Carrick, he said, before turning to his daughter and showing her too. He is on the phone. Give him a chance, Carrick pleaded, briefly talking to his aunt before focusing again on Norman. So, Granddad,
Do you remember your book about ancient cultures? The one I read when we drove up to see Uncle Kenny in Newcastle? How is Kenny? Norman asked, tipping his head back slightly at the memory of his older brother, who had been dead for the better part of 15 years. Same old Uncle Kenny, Carrick said, familiar enough with these kinds of conversation to know that the only kind way through them was by the path of least resistance and least emotional upset. But I'm wondering about the book. You told me there were some parts you took out before publishing it, remember? Parts about why things are where they are. The pyramids, Stonehenge, all of them. Norman's face lit up with more memories. Oh, it's a long time since I've been to Stonehenge. Marlene loved that place, so she did. More than anywhere else I used to drag her. We'll need to get back there. Did you ever take her to Skara Brae? Carrick asked. Norman exhaled slowly through his nose. I haven't made it that far north myself yet. It's a choppy sea, they say. But do you want to go? Of course. What was the boy's name now? Was it a Carl? A Callum? You must remember him. He was at school with Kenny. Carrick didn't say anything, giving Norman a chance to work through whatever he was thinking. I'm sure he was a Callum, Norman went on. Vikings at the museum he was into. He's the one who told us there were things at Skara Brae that shouldn't have been there. Medals they didn't have. But you know most of the museum types, no imagination between them. They said the artifacts must have been mixed up, and the stuff that didn't fit their ideas went in with all the Viking stuff. Callum will tell you. Was that Callum Stewart? Carrick asked, picking a surname at random in the hope it would get Norman's memory going. The old man shook his head. It was a funny name. Masher or Bouncer or something funny like that. Kenny will tell you. Thanks, Grandad, Carrick said, very glad he'd made the call, and even more so that old Norman seemed happy on one of his better days. Carrick shifted in his seat, moving the phone as he did so. This brought Serena into view for the first time, which in turn brought the widest smile from Norman they had seen so far. Marlene, the old man grinned. When are you back, darling? Serena froze for a second, completely out of her element. If Carrick hadn't played along with an earlier comment that suggested he should remember a man who went to school with his uncle, she wouldn't have known that the M.O. in a situation like this was seemingly to run with it. Soon, she replied, choosing a single word in an attempt to keep her accent to a minimum. She couldn't have done Welsh to save her life, but wouldn't have known if it was the right one to choose anyway. Norman nodded a few times. I was starting to wonder there, he said. The call was over within another minute or so, with Carrick's aunt going on to thank him in the end for brightening up Norman's day, and also thanking Serena for her tact when it was needed. Oh well, Carrick said, reaching for his computer to start looking into this Callum character and his intriguing idea about a relic found at Skara Brae, but considered out of place. It wasn't what we went in for, but it's a pretty solid lead. Serena's expression was a mixed one. It really was a lead, and a good one at that, but she wasn't as used to dealing with people fighting against conditions like Norman's as Carrick clearly was. It hadn't been easy to watch or hear, and she was surprised by how Carrick had taken so much of it in his stride. He seemed happy to see you too, she said. And you, Marlene, Carrick laughed. Serena smiled uneasily. He'd be laughing, Carrick insisted. You have to laugh, or it's just... Well, sometimes you just have to laugh when you can. And he would love to think of us following up on his leads. He never wrote any of his stuff for money. He researched it all for fun and figured there might be some other people who'd like to read it. Billy Kendrick was one of them, so he made his mark. Not just Billy, Serena said. You. He got you interested in all this, Carrick, and now you might have a chance to do something bigger than even Billy ever managed. Something huge. No, Serena, Carrick smiled.
we have the chance to do something huge. P-minus 29. Inner Forest, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. Towards the end of a Sunday like no other, Billy Kendrick's expedition on the Isle of Answers struck archaeological gold. His excitement over finding native fauna remained fresh in the mind, as did the increasing excitement over his discoveries of suspiciously unnatural rubble, and then an undeniable sign of habitation in the form of a two-pronged metal fork. All of that, however, utterly paled in comparison to the sight that awaited Billy when he first rounded the volcano and saw what was sitting in its shadow. When he saw the first edge, he was sure it was some kind of illusion. But when his feet sped up to carry him to an angle from which he could see the whole thing, Billy knew it was the realest thing he had ever seen. Casting an enormous shadow all of its own, an imposing stone pyramid instantly sent Billy's heart rate soaring. In one moment, the sight vindicated not only his urge to explore this island, but his lifelong commitment to never stop looking for the big find he had always dreamed was waiting for him. There was no ego in any of this, only a wholesome and all-encompassing satisfaction. If this didn't spark wonder in new generations of archaeologists and historian messengers, nothing ever would. Just as importantly, however, he thought it would be good for the messenger's psyche in general to know that their ancestors had clearly been very advanced before the architects came along and set them back. Indeed, thanks to some mobile carbon dating equipment, a huge advance for whom they had Timo's scientists on the space station to thank, Billy and his crew already knew that some of the rubble they had tested was a full 20,000 years old. Remarkably, this was over 5,000 years older than any other unnatural item that had ever been discovered and dated on the peninsula, which the messenger's civilization had always called home. The pyramid was well in the distance, probably a full day away, but Billy and everyone at his side were energized by the sight, and perhaps even more so by the thoughts of what else they might discover when they reached it. This was nothing like Dortlu Tepe, where he'd had to wait for excavations, Billy mused. Here, everything was lying right in front of him, just waiting to be seen. It was impossible to know what kind of buildings had once stood in the rubble underfoot, the scale of which made Pompeii's infamous volcanic eruption look like a breezy day in comparison to what must have happened here. Quite how the huge, shallow-pitched pyramid in the distance still stood so strong was anyone's guess, but Billy Kendrick had a determined mind to find out. The mood was as bright as the late afternoon sun, and as his group agreed to make camp for the evening before it got dark, Billy could hardly wait for the day that lay ahead. P-minus 28. Control Deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. Spiraling out of control was the best phrase to sum up how everyone on the station felt about the previous 2 days, which had seen hope about potential ways forward turn into dejection. Piper's full-hearted attempts to stop the pulse at its source had come up blank, which was a source of disappointment in its own right, but far worse had been the entirely unexpected multiplication of affected sites. Alessandro Bonucci was at a loss to explain what was happening or predict where it might happen next, and a short list of sites provided by Carrick Thomas and Serena Cruz regarding where they thought might experience disruptive electrical events next, while well-intentioned, didn't give him much to go on. Sites of ancient and cultural significance across the world had already been evacuated by concerned governments who didn't want to risk losing any citizens to the side effects of bizarre incidents like those at Giza and Stonehenge. In some cases, this brought security forces into conflict with the present-day equivalent of storm chasers who, for whatever unbalanced reason, wanted to see and feel it all for themselves. William Godfrey and Diane Logan had endured a particularly difficult day following the event at Stonehenge, which really was the last thing they needed. Everyone within the areas already hit by the Scottish pulses had been evacuated in time, but this was becoming more challenging to maintain with as the area continued to double in size every day and reach larger and larger population centers. International assistance was a thing of the past, with even closely allied governments now focusing entirely on protecting their own citizens, and no one was under any illusions that anything other than several dark days lay ahead. The one hope the group retained was that the almost complete excavation within the safe zone in Colin Fraser's field might offer an opportunity to disarm or even destroy whatever was causing the pulses. Doing this in as safe a manner as possible was crucial, of course, and all kinds of options had been tentatively discussed, including one of carrying it into space, or, more plausibly, perhaps onto a small island where its destructive power might be trapped by the emitted force's inability to cross water. News networks were having a field day showing eerily empty scenes from usually jam-packed tourist sites, as well as calling upon every relevant figure they could think of for their insights into the bizarre incidents sweeping the world. The first such individual to really catch the group's eye was a very unexpected one in the form of Miguel Perez, the elderly and now extremely frail-looking Argentine who had been the very first person to spot the often forgotten Kerguelen sphere being lifted from the coastline to the east of his home city. Miguel had become something of a minor celebrity back then, and was even invited to Birchwood, where he watched the ill-fated DS-1 launch with Dan McCarthy himself in the old drive-in lot that served for so long as a focal point of the world's media. On that fateful night, Miguel had grimly told Dan that he believed humanity had poked the bear by launching the nuclear-armed defensive space station. The truth and lies and twists and turns since then had been dizzying, to say the least, but the old man had essentially been right. Today, 16 years older and speaking from his home with oxygen being piped directly into his nose, Miguel looked happy to be remembered. The conversation played out in Spanish with English subtitles, and the British BTN News Network cut straight to the most impactful section, which happened to be the very end. "What do you think is happening in Scotland and elsewhere with this pulse?" the unseen interviewer asked. Miguel pondered the question. "People talk of weapons, they talk of this, they talk of that," he mused. "But when we know something is in the ground, when we know the ground is rising up, and when we know we have a countdown to a due date, to me it seems like perhaps our Earth is pregnant." This unexpected turn of phrase took everyone by surprise and had them wondering if a translation snafu might be to blame. "That's exactly what he said in Spanish," Piper stated, reading the mood of the room and setting things straight. As the interviewer stayed quiet to let Miguel continue in his unique verbal flourish-filled way, everyone in the station hung on his every word. The old man, who had been proven so terribly right 16 years earlier, then finished with a comment that would chill their bones and haunt their sleep. "We know the due date," Miguel said with a long and labored exhalation. "So the real question to my mind is not whether or even when our Earth will give birth. The real question is, to what?" Part 6. Overstretched. It does not matter what you bear, but how you bear it. Seneca. Monday. P-27. Machu Picchu, Urubamba Province, Peru. High above the Peruvian jungle in the dark of night, lights and security cameras at the world-famous site of Machu Picchu malfunctioned at precisely the moment of the 8th pulse in the Scottish Highlands. This marked the third new location affected by the pulses, following on from Giza and Stonehenge, and viewers around the world who were alerted to it also knew that larger areas of those other locations had been hit by electrical interference once again. An overnight disturbance of this kind at Machu Picchu, far more isolated from human population centers than those sites in Egypt and England, posed no immediate threat to human health. The nature of the disturbance also didn't damage the remarkable settlement itself, which was a small crumb of comfort, but everyone knew only too well that the fact the pulse's effects had now reached the Americas was only going to do one thing for a world already in disarray. No one knew quite what convergence would bring, even as the countdown clock featured in the corner of the screen on every news network from Thurso to Thailand and everywhere in between. But the tension of where might be next was by now getting so hard to bear that much of the world's population just wanted to get the moment over with, one way or another. High above the earth, Timo Fiori and his closest friends were doing all they could to ensure that the way it went was one that minimized destruction to the greatest possible extent, but even they were losing confidence. As the sun got ready to rise over Machu Picchu on this Monday morning, the group's number one priority was making sure as many people as possible lived to see the next one. P-26, Control Deck, Space Station, Il Cercatore. For the first time in several days, the McCarthys had not descended to Earth for the pulse that arrived at 11:21 a.m., perfectly on schedule, and just 1 hour and 38 minutes after Piper felt the effects of the pre-pulse. The latest pulse had caused major damage across a 15-kilometer radius, with only the success of the emergency evacuation procedures saving thousands of lives. A modicum of hope and comfort came from the fact that the wind speeds at the outer edge of this zone were slightly lower than those seen at the outer edge on previous days. No one wanted to read too much into this, but it was certainly better than seeing the force get stronger. It was still getting stronger at the inside of the affected area, so the working theory of Alessandro Bonucci and his colleagues was that whatever was powering the pulses didn't have enough energy to sustain a constant force over the increasingly larger areas they covered. Once again, Alessandro was quick to warn against overanalyzing this, particularly since it was so far only one data point. Any hint of positivity was welcome, however, particularly now that it was clearly apparent that the distant areas being affected by pre-pulse-like electrical problems at the same time as the main pulse hit Scotland were indeed doubling in size every time. Even from a small starting point, just like the epicenter in Colin Fraser's field, these disturbances would soon cover considerable areas. Alessandro had concerns over Giza and Stonehenge in particular, since 4 more doublings of the affected zones around those sites would encompass population centers as well as some very busy roads. The consolation was that these events occurred at entirely predictable intervals, which he hoped would at least enable local governments to completely clear the areas ahead of the next incidents. In truth, though, the atmosphere on Earth was now such that almost everyone was already actively avoiding any sites of perceived ancient significance when the pulses were due to hit. Conversations between the group on the station and young Carrick and Serena in Orkney suggested that the mood was particularly keenly felt there. So close to not only the pulse site, yet still safe given the firm buffer provided by the sea, but also the ancient site of Skara Brae that had brought them there in the first place. The new couple suggested that they had an interesting lead regarding a supposedly conspicuous artifact that had been discovered at Skara Brae many decades earlier, but had since been miscatalogued in another museum, if the story was to be believed. They were meeting the man who could help them the following day, which was the earliest he could possibly talk to them given that he was currently on a fishing trawler on its way back from the edge of the Arctic Circle. Timo's man on the ground, Gio Nunes, privately stated his belief that there might actually be something to the story and that the youngsters might not have been getting carried away by something of no major consequence. Quite what specific good an artifact could do wasn't something any of the Orkney-based trio could answer or even optimistically guess. Following it up was, however, the only way they could think to help, and it wasn't taking any time or resources away from the simultaneous efforts to excavate the metal object in Colin Fraser's field and to somehow blunt the force of the pulses at their source. The latest progress of the ground excavation was a large part of why the McCarthys hadn't ventured to Earth for the 8th pulse, since the drilling operators stationed in their small cabin inside the safe zone said there was a lot of dangerous equipment lying around due to the stage of the process they were at. They warned that any repetition of the previous day's incident, when Piper had been knocked off her feet by pushback against her force field-based attempt to contain the pulse, could this time cause her serious injury due not only to the increased amount of equipment that had been airlifted in, but also the increased size of the hole itself. The ominous words of Miguel Perez, about Earth being pregnant brought new concerns to mind when the group considered just what might be found down there. But they all agreed that it had to be seen. Closing their eyes to the reality was very clearly not an option, so confronting it head-on was the only way forward. That pushback incident had led to another minor bust-up between Piper and Emma, with the latter once again both angry and disappointed that her daughter had taken a dual risk at the moment of the pulse, removing her earplugs and standing on the mound, without even discussing it beforehand. Piper didn't reveal that she'd gotten the idea from eavesdropping on Alessandro, more to save him from any potential trouble than herself, and she spent most of Sunday night and Monday morning on her own trying to find some spark of inspiration in the deepest recesses of her mind. However hard she looked, it didn't come. A visit from Melly, who herself had grown concerned by some of Piper's risky actions, gave the girl pause. Melly had such a gentle way about her. Everything she said got through in a way the same words from anyone else might not. Perhaps some of it was down to the subconscious differences in thought that came with speaking aloud in the language of the messengers rather than English or any other human tongue, but whatever it was, Piper heard Melly's advice loud and clear. "Don't take any more foolish risks at the next 3 pulses," she said, "because we both know your world needs you there for the last one." P-25, Inner Basin, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. With a colossal pyramid in sight, Billy Kendrick was more than a little frustrated to wake up and find that highly unfavorable weather conditions were going to scupper his plans to cover most of the ground that day. With lighter tree coverage on much of the route, the crew were understandably reluctant to endure fierce winds and rain for the sake of reaching their admittedly enticing destination a day earlier. It was a safety and strategy issue, too, the especially excited Boone suggested with more than a little reluctance. Some of the excavation tools being carried by the crew were large but light, he pointed out, and thus capable of being blown away, or perhaps even being dangerously blown into another member of the team. Holding off for a day would have been much harder for Billy if his current camp wasn't surrounded by rubble, just begging to be sifted through. And since he certainly didn't mind a little bit of rain, he was more than willing to venture beyond the tree cover to engage in this consolation mission. With the presence of the pyramid looming large, his mind jumped right to imagining what might once have stood under his feet, and what kinds of other buildings had perhaps been destroyed. By what they had been destroyed was another question altogether, and one he hoped a closer look at the pyramid would illuminate. The age of the rock used in its construction would reveal a lot, he figured, when considered relative to the chunks of decimated structures that littered the ground under his feet. Since the first time he arrived on New Kerguelen, Billy Kendrick had mulled over more questions than he could count. And at last, after all this time, he was on the right island to get some answers. P-24, 10 Downing Street, London, England. With all that was going on, keeping their heads and those of their countrymen above ground was all that Diane Logan and William Godfrey could do. Giza had been a hammer blow, critically injuring their plans for a truly massive evacuation before it even got rolling. Stonehenge, however, was what tipped things over the edge. In the day and a half since the site was hit by a familiar burst of electrical interference at the very moment of the 7th pulse, Britain's travel network had been overwhelmed by people getting as far from the 2 apparent epicenters as they could. This was no bad thing regarding Thurso, of course, since although everyone within a 30-kilometer land radius had already been evacuated, the authorities were keen for a bigger area than strictly necessary to be cleared. The threat of amplification on convergence hadn't gone away just because the new spread of pulse-like events had taken attention from it, and Alessandro Bonucci's suggestion of evacuating all of Scotland, at least, hadn't left Logan's mind. If she had been able to do it, she would have done so. And therefore, when people in the Central Belt and Borders regions attempted to flee further from home, despite that home being just outside of the red zone, neither Logan nor Godfrey had any mind to dissuade them. Things had really come to a head following the Stonehenge incident, however, and the forecast of the area that would soon be covered by its effects was highly concerning, even though those effects would be electrically disruptive rather than kinetically destructive. Hospital and care facilities were at risk, most troublingly of all, and moves were afoot to move patients who depended upon constant life support, since the pulse-like events witnessed so far affected all kinds of battery and generator-powered electronics, as well as everything connected to the main grid. And as was always the case, the worst of times brought out both the best and the worst in people. In many cases, citizens were pulling together to help the vulnerable, but in others they were looting and price gouging and putting up roadblocks to keep evacuees from their safe-as-could-be coastal areas. Police and military resources were stretching towards breaking point under the strain of the evacuations in Scotland and now around Stonehenge, so low-level skirmishes were often being left to play out on their own and were frequently broadcast online by onlookers. This only served to further lower morale when it was already in the toilet, and neither the Prime Minister nor the ICA chairman, her ally for the moment, had a way out. When Nick Mason addressed the American public and spoke of the suspiciously absent messengers, neither could muster the energy to care. Mason wasn't responsible for this. Deeply embedded intelligence agents had confirmed that he was as mystified by the pulse's origin as anyone else, and right now he wasn't of any real importance. Both Logan and Godfrey knew Mason's time would come, and for now both were simply hoping that it wouldn't come along with everyone else's at 12:46 p.m. on Friday when the final pulse hit. Their levels of trepidation were unprecedented, but this didn't stop the two from delivering rousing comments at regular intervals in an attempt to keep the people of Britain and the world from feeling as low as they did. If they had known anything about either of the discoveries that were about to be made on two islands, one on each side of Earth's shared gateway to New Kerguelen, Logan and Godfrey's shared mood would have been very different. Which direction their mood would go, much like the fate of the world itself, would depend entirely on which was found first. Tuesday, P-23, Inner Basin, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. With the island's pyramid less than a day's trek away, and with gentle sunlight shining upon his team, Billy Kendrick was ready for his date with destiny. He would respect the pyramid and treat it as he would have asked anyone else to. But there was an undeniable gladness within him that no bureaucrats would be standing in the way and telling him things had to be done a certain way, as was always the case on Earth. There was a clear need for careful excavation, of course, but the maverick in Billy often wondered what the point was in discovering tombs that would never be opened due to fears over oxygenation destroying whatever might be found inside, or whatever other ideas the pencil pushers often used to justify their overly cautious approach. Billy had irked many by saying things like this, but to his mind it didn't make a lot of sense not to look at something at all for fear that looking at it might, only might, cause damage that would prevent it from being looked at in the future. The logic was backwards, he had always felt, and for that reason, rather than anything related to ego, he was glad that he was in charge of this expedition. Progress was fairly swift, and certainly as swift as Billy wanted it to be. Indeed, it was his frequent desire to look closely at one piece of rubble or another, not to mention several interesting animal tracks, that held the group up more than anything else. Around a quarter of the way to the pyramid, Billy's eye caught sight of a very long and straight white object. It looked very much like a bone, and when he moved the rubble from above it, this hunch seemed to be proven correct. Every other team member was quickly by Billy's side, moving rubble like their lives depended on it, rushing to get a full look at a bone that had to be at least 5 meters long. Picturing what kind of animal it might have belonged to was a challenge in itself, but their eyes weren't lying. "What is this place?" Boone asked, perfectly reasonably. Billy Kendrick smiled. "A whole lot of fun." P-22, Skara Brae, Orkney, Scotland. At long last, after days of unavoidable waiting while the man made his way back to Orkney from his monthly stint on a fishing trawler, Carrick Thomas and Serena Cruz were finally ready to meet the man Carrick's grandfather Norman had pointed them towards, a one-time amateur archaeologist and metal detectorist by the name of Callum Nash. Identifying Nash from the clues Norman Thomas had been able to remember was the first step in arranging the meeting, and was achieved by looking up the names of everyone who had gone to school with Norman's brother Kenny. Only one Callum emerged, and the surname Nash wasn't a million miles from Norman's best guesses of masher or bouncer, which made Carrick and Serena all but certain that they had their man. The almost was removed when they looked up Callum's employment history and saw that he had worked for 3 years as a volunteer guide at Skara Brae. That had been a long time ago, admittedly, but the fact that the man was still heading out to sea told them that he was going to be in a suitable state of body and mind to help them despite his advanced years. Entirely unsurprisingly, the area around Skara Brae was a ghost town when Carrick and Serena stepped out of their taxi from the McDonald Hotel along with Gio Nunez, Timo's man on the ground who had assisted in talking Callum Nash into coming along. Gio was very glad to finally prove his presence useful, in truth, since the aerial deep scanning procedures he had been sent to assist from the ground had provided absolutely nothing. This was no great surprise, since Skara Brae's position by the coast made it unlikely there could be anything else of note waiting to be discovered, particularly with the knoll which had enabled the village to be preserved so remarkably well, being as small as it was. When Callum arrived, a long-time Orkney resident with an English accent picked up in childhood and too established to ever fade, he came across as a serious and perhaps even dour individual. He wore the expression of a man as concerned by the events of the moment as everyone else, and became talkative only when Carrick stated his hope that something Callum could tell them might be able to play a part in putting things right. They strolled through the settlement as they talked, taking advantage of the all-access pass Diane Logan's orders had ensured was theirs, and Callum at times fell right back into the tour guide scripts he had been so used to rattling off many years ago. The gist of Callum's unique take on things was that a metallic artifact had originally been stored at Skara Brae when he worked there, but was later considered to have been put there in error and was ultimately placed in the island's Viking Museum. This occurred despite the absolute insistence of a senior guide at the time, as much older than me back then as I am than you two now, that the artifact had been discovered at Skara Brae. "It just didn't fit with this place and the established timeline," Callum said, "so they moved it. But it doesn't fit with the Viking stuff either. It just looks a little bit like some of the coins they keep it with. But believe me, it's no coin. Why is this so important to you guys anyway? Did old Norman think it might have something to do with what's happening down at Thurso?" Carrick shook his head slowly. "My granddad doesn't know about that stuff at all, but he mentioned you and he said you were interested in Vikings." "Well, he got enough of the details right to get us together, so we won't split hairs," Callum shrugged. "I was never interested in Vikings, though. I was interested in the guys who lived here. Their ways, their homes, their history. The artifact could be a sign of ancient trade, like old Norman and Kendrick always talked about. You know, engagement between cultures that the official history books say never met." "It could," Serena mused. "Or it could be a sign of ancient visitation. It might not be an artifact from Earth at all." Callum inhaled slowly through his nose. I suppose it could. I mean, it's nothing that screams alien. That's why it's down in Edinburgh in their Viking collection. It eventually got moved from the Orkney Viking Museum to a prominent collection because it's striking enough to get attention above the coins and the buckles and all of that. But the curators obviously never gave a thought to it being an alien artifact. Neither did I, to be fair. "So what is it?" Carrick asked. "Like a disc?" "Exactly," Callum said. "I'd say it's like a disc, but not a disc. You might see something like it in the shops these days as fancy coaster or a placemat. It's big, about the size of the palm of your hand. They've got it down as decorative, but it's got some real weight to it. I've had it in my hands, and let me tell you, I don't think anyone back then would make it so thick just for decoration." Back when, though? Geo chimed in.
Viking times, Callum shrugged. Certainly not Neolithic times, which is why I was so interested when the old boy insisted it was dug up here. Insisted. And his family had lived barely 2 miles away from here his whole life, so he would know. Now that you're bringing the aliens into it, who knows? Aliens weren't a thing back then, you know. Why would I think anything like that? But now that you mention it, and with Thurso being so close...
Serena and Carrick hadn't even shared their deeper theories about all of this with Callum yet, but he had certainly come around to the main part. And you said this artifact is in Edinburgh now? Geo pressed.
It is. At the museum with the Viking stuff. They're clear of the red zone, obviously, but everything's closed because of this whole, global chaos thing.
Callum let out a half chuckle along with his closing words, somewhere between wry and rueful. Carrick and Serena both turned to Geo. I can talk to Timo, he said. If this is going to be of interest, Logan will give an order to let us see it. The trouble might be explaining why it would be of interest to them right now, and to be honest, I could probably do with an explanation on that myself. This time, the couple looked at each other for a few seconds before Serena decided to field the question. Geo, we came to Scarabray on a hunch because it was too close to Thurso to be a coincidence. We just found out an artifact was dug up here that doesn't fit with everything else. This is what we came for. We didn't know exactly why we were coming, but Timo and the others agreed that we should try everything at once. Now we've only got a few days left, and we're close to having it in our hands. What if it has something to do with the metal thing in the ground? What if it's a magnet or something?
I almost don't want to say this, Carrick said, because I don't want to get any hopes up too high. But what if Serena's right, and it is a magnet to the thing in the ground? And guys, what if it's basically some kind of off switch?
P-21. Angkor Wat, Siem Reap, Cambodia. As the world's largest religious site by area and home to perhaps the most photogenic of all temples in the form of Angkor Wat, the ancient capital of the Khmer Kingdom was on many lists of the next likely candidate site for a pulse-like event. When the 9th pulse hit Scotland at 12:15 p.m. local time, less than an hour after Piper McCarthy felt the latest warning jolt at the time of the pre-pulse, it thus came as little surprise that electrical surges, or whatever precise kind of issue was at play, hit Angkor. The site had featured on many lists along with the Great Pyramid of Giza, Stonehenge, and Machu Picchu, and once again it was in their company. The fact that Angkor was affected fourth at a time when a new site somewhere in the world was expected to be hit meant that it had been cleared of all tourists. The relatively few people who remained on site were not the kind who carried phones in their pockets or spent their days watching television, so the effects of the surge were not immediately known by some of them. More than a little ironically, people thousands of miles away knew via their TVs before some people on site did, owing to the fact that the power being lost by security equipment and the flashing of lights had alerted some of the millions who were watching with their eyes peeled to see where might be next. As havoc was wrought across a 30-kilometer radius in the Scottish Highlands and problems mounted around Giza and Stonehenge, Angkor Wat was an ironic oasis of calm. Peace and solitude would be hard to find almost anywhere on Earth in the hours and days to come, so few would have begrudged the Cambodian people their small slice of it. P-20. Inner Basin, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. When Billy Kendrick's expedition crew finished unearthing the enormous bone he had stumbled upon, the truth revealed by their unobstructed view of the object was no less remarkable than the misconception it corrected. It wasn't a bone, as such, Billy realized, but it was the leg of a fairly large statue. The statue felt to Billy like it was made of some kind of calcite-based rock, but unfortunately the face was badly chipped. The proportions and detailed hands were enough, however, to confirm beyond any doubt that the alien was of the same race as the messengers. Whether the inhabitants of the island who created it were direct ancestors of the messengers who called the New Birchwood side of their planet home was a matter of conjecture at this point, as Billy couldn't be sure that they weren't of an entirely different civilization, similar to the difference between Earth's ancient Egyptians and Aztecs, for instance. Looking up at the imposing volcano which dominated the island, and considering the angle and position of the statue, Billy couldn't help but wonder if it had once stood upon the mountain top, not entirely unlike Christ the Redeemer looking down over Rio de Janeiro. There was no writing on the statue, but Billy was excited to await the results of the rapid carbon dating process which the crew's high-tech equipment would enable. Between Billy's rubble searching and the crew's careful analysis of the statue, a good chunk of the day was gone. To say it was lost would have been going too far, since much was learned and nothing was truly lost, but the fading light did make it disappointingly clear that the pyramid was too far away to reach without one more night of camping en route. The island was bigger than Billy had appreciated from the maps, and its history and mystery were deeper than anyone had seen coming. Every passing hour made Billy Kendrick more curious as to what secrets the pyramid would be ready to reveal, and he was now absolutely certain that tomorrow would be the day. P-19, Control Deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. How close are we to digging that thing up? Timo Fiore asked Alessandro as he walked by the desk, catching sight most clearly of the latest images from the ground and the ever wider hole in the safe zone. Timo's use of "we" was a fairly general one, since the two men doing the excavating were using some equipment he had provided, but were not under his employ. In the current situation, however, there was only really one side in the battle against the pulses, with everyone united in a common goal. Alessandro glanced around before answering. It was late, and the McCarthys were all in bed, and although he would never want to keep anything from them of all people, he did want to discuss his latest information in the morning, when they could do so fully. The news was fresh, and it was developing, and so far it didn't seem like it was good. Timo knew Alessandro well enough to read most of these thoughts from his expression, and looked at him very intently before asking again, "Alessandro, how close are we to digging that thing up?" "Further away than ever," Alessandro replied, speaking through a slow and uneasy exhalation of breath. "What does that mean?" Alessandro glanced at the screen before finally meeting Timo's eyes. "The drilling operators have been taking so long because once they hit this thing, they started drilling sideways to find the end of it. Days later, they're still looking for it. Timo, the initial surface they found wasn't one edge of a cube or a box like they first thought." "So what was it?" Timo pressed. "What is it?" Alessandro clicked out of the images he was looking at and brought up a new one, taken at the bottom of the open shaft less than an hour earlier. "Well, if you ask me," Alessandro gulped, "it looks an awful lot like a door." Wednesday, P-18, Inner Basin, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. Mere hours away by foot from the entrance to the pyramid that had called to him for days, Billy Kendrick was today spurred onward even more keenly by the overnight news that the statue he had discovered on the island was at least 18,000 years old. There would be no more delays and no more distractions, welcome as most of those so far had been, for the time had truly come. Before long, Billy would become the first human to ever set foot in the pyramid, and his good friend Boone would become the first of his kind for untold millennia. Everything the two had ever dreamed of was theirs for the taking, and they awoke with smiles on their faces, confident as could be that the takings would be good. P-17, Control Deck, Space Station Il Cercatore.
Echoes of the moonlight
Only one topic of conversation merited attention when the McCarthy family awoke on Wednesday morning: the recently received image of what looked for all the world like some kind of door or hatch at the bottom of the extremely deep hole in the safe zone. News that the object the diggers discovered stretched under the ground for at least 1,000 meters raised obvious questions about just what that object was. All kinds of words were tossed around without judgment or assumption, from corridor to vault and spacecraft to weapon. What went without saying, of course, was that doors tended to open. Now that it was light on the ground in Scotland, increasingly clear images were starting to reach the station. As the minutes wore on and everyone around Alessandro's computer passed comment on the latest photos to arrive, the Italian followed Emma's suggestion to open the call up to Diane Logan and William Godfrey. The duo, allies with their backs firmly against the same wall, rather than friends in any real sense of the word, were still together in London as they tried to firefight a myriad of issues caused by not only the ambitious red zone evacuation, but also the thankfully smaller-scale intervention that had been needed around Stonehenge in recent days. Nick Mason, seemingly humbled by the Machu Picchu event that showed the Americas weren't necessarily safe, had been uncharacteristically quiet in recent days. Intelligence suggested that he was holing up in an underground bunker before each pulse hit, which further cemented, if any cementing was needed, the whole group's total confidence that he had nothing to do with the origins of the pulses. The discovery of a genuinely colossal object under Colin Fraser's field, whatever its inner composition, would in any case have decisively convinced even the most ardent conspiracy theorist that no human had put it there. To the surprise of none of the adults, Piper McCarthy quickly and repeatedly stated her desire to attempt to open the object's door with all of the powers at her disposal. William Godfrey surprised many of them, however, by playing devil's advocate in suggesting that it might be better to let a sleeping dog lie and bear the brunt of the convergent pulse in the knowledge that the already sparse red zone would be fully evacuated before it hit. If we knew, or even had any real reason to think, that convergence will amplify the force to a level that could pose a major risk to many lives, well, in that case, and that case only, I would consider blowing this thing to Kingdom Come with all the firepower we can muster, he stated. I personally don't consider it wise to try to get inside something that seems like it's been trying quite persistently to kill us, but if anyone wanted to try that before we destroyed the thing, I personally wouldn't stand in their way. I have one chance tomorrow, Piper replied, and I'm going to ask the diggers if I can go down to the door and try to put a force field in front of that. I'm not allowed today because they still have the drill down there, and there's not enough space. But tomorrow, if that works, we won't have to worry about convergence anymore. As intelligent as Piper was, there was a certain childish naivete in the optimism of this statement that the others couldn't miss. Even though her birthday trip to Europe had descended into an unplanned stay on the station to participate in a defensive mission against a mysterious force of mass destruction, the girl seemingly remained unflappably positive about her own ability to do something that would significantly reduce, if not totally blunt, the pulse's force. And once that's behind us, then we can try to get into the door, right? She continued. No one replied right away, and when a voice came, it was Timo's. One thing at a time, Piper, he stated. It may not be the best idea, as Chairman Godfrey said, to enter something like this when we don't know what else is in there. For all we know, we could end up letting something out. One thing at a time is right, but let's be honest with ourselves here, Timo. Diane Logan piped up for the first time just as her and Godfrey's participation in the call was coming to an end. If there's something in there, it's coming out, whether we want it to or not. P-16. Pyramid entrance, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. When Billy Kendrick's entire body stood in the shadow of the Isle of Answers' imposing stone pyramid, he felt vindication of a type he had only felt on 2 prior occasions. The first had been at Myrtle Beach, when he stood triumphant as President Slater made the fateful announcement that she could no longer avoid. The famed "We Are Not Alone" speech that followed the discovery of 2 plaques in the ocean off Argentina. That the plaques turned out to be part of Richard Walker's incredibly elaborate hoax hadn't soured Billy's memory of the moment when he first heard those words he'd dreamed of for so long, largely because Walker's lie ended up coming true with the arrival of the messengers on Earth a short while later. The second had been when his work with Timo Fiore led to the unearthing of the most remarkable ancient site anyone on Earth had ever seen, Dortulu Tepe, where humans had recorded the same visit from the manipulative architects which had led them to deem humanity a dangerous and aggressive race requiring close monitoring. Billy realized on reflection that each of these cases was somewhat tainted by events that had followed, be it the revelation of the hoax or what was learned about the architects, and so it went that a simple phrase was the last thing to run through his head before he stepped into the pyramid, side by side with his alien friend Boone. Third time lucky. P-15. Boogiba Temple, St. Paul's Bay, Malta. When a famed heritage site in Malta became the latest to play host to a pulse-like incident, the damage was greater than at any of the preceding locations. This was because, rather than at a remote mountaintop, isolated temple, or even a sparsely occupied site of acute archaeological interest, this pulse-like electrical surge hit in a small area which included a large hotel with thousands of guests on site. It had been difficult for anyone to secure a flight out of Malta lately, due to so many governments having requisitioned aircraft owned by their flag-carrying airlines under emergency measures brought into force when the incident at Giza first displayed the pulse's effects beyond Scotland. These tourists thus had nowhere to go, and while very few were injured, and most of those who were would have only minor skin burns from electrical devices they had perhaps foolishly left in their pockets at the time when the pulse was forecast, the fear they felt as elevators paused mid-floor and underwater pool speakers began to crackle was intense. News networks, hungry for fresh footage, were delighted with the screams of panicked tourists as they ran around quite aimlessly due to the shock of the incident. Much larger areas around Giza and Stonehenge were now affected, with the regular surges affected zones doubling in size each time. This was similar to the doubling of the now enormous pulse zone in Scotland, and the Maltese authorities would have to act decisively to protect any vulnerable citizens and visitors who would find themselves too close for comfort when another surge hit their area the next day. There would only be that next surge and one other, since the ominous moment of convergence everyone had been worrying about for the better part of a week was now only 2 pulses and 2 days away. And while the Maltese authorities and a handful of other governments around the world were doing all they could to protect small numbers of citizens from relatively minor events, the unspoken understanding among just about everyone was that their current actions could prove akin to throwing thimbles full of water from a sinking ship. No one wanted to think like that, of course, but the closer the time came without any coherent or publicly announced plan to prevent the cataclysm that some feared an amplified convergent pulse might bring, the more such thoughts and fears were spreading. P-14. Pyramid Entrance, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. The islanders who built the pyramid were clearly master craftsmen, as Billy Kendrick already knew from the smoothness of its outer edges, but the layout of the small gaps left for light to enter and permeate was positively artful. The wonders didn't end there either. Far from it. The sheer size of the pyramid could only be properly appreciated from the inside, and this in turn led Billy to consider how big the volcano that so utterly dwarfed it must have been compared to Earth's tallest mountains. In any event, several exceptionally detailed statues stood at regular intervals along every section of the walls, giving the impression of something like a museum rather than a tomb. Billy had no feeling that this necessarily was a museum or anything like it, of course, with the thought only trying to draw some parallel between what he was seeing and anything he had seen before. The statues themselves were decidedly unlike anything he had seen, each having the body with proportions perfectly in line with the messengers, but each wearing a mask of one kind or another. There was a totemic vibe to some of the masks, and Billy's only request to his team members, both human and messenger, was that they shouldn't touch anything with their hands and should take great care not to step on anything either. The individuals split up, each going for a closer look at one statue. "Transcript," Boone called to Billy almost immediately after setting off. The other messengers in the crew were uplifted with the transcript reading ability too, and one by one they telepathically confirmed to Billy that their statues also had small transcripts next to the physically visible labels. No humans had been in the pyramid before Billy, of course, but the presence of transcripts, an architect technology shared with the messengers upon the two races' initial contact, suggested very clearly that some architects had. So they built these after contact? He wondered out loud. Billy's immediate assumption along those lines was quickly challenged by Boone, however, who pointed out that there was also writing on each of the statues. "I can't read it," the alien relayed, courtesy of his own telepathic uplift and the patch on Billy's neck, which painlessly granted the same power to him. "It's a different alphabet, but the letters are close enough for me to know that they're letters, and then the transcripts are short. This one is Protector of All, and that one over there is Bringer of Sustenance. It's very possible that the islanders built these, all of these, and then the architects left transcripts for future visitors of their own kind. You know, like the massive transcripts discovered above your polar regions on Earth all those years ago, or the transcripts visible from the sky over New Birchwood. Transcripts are notes from the architects to themselves. For all we know, these notes could have been left far more recently than the statues were built." Billy considered these words and stepped forward to join Boone, cutting across the middle of the floor rather than walking around the edge to peer at each statue up close as his colleagues had all done. More than a little ironically, given how recently and firmly he had advised everyone to watch their step, Billy then felt his right foot lose its footing on what he thought was a somehow loose section of the floor. The reality was very different, however, as Billy had to jump back to avoid falling straight downwards. He wasn't the only one to gasp in shock and wonder as it became clear that he had quite literally stumbled upon a hidden staircase which appeared only as a small section of the floor parted. Billy looked straight to Boone. "Well," he said, "we didn't come here not to look." P-13, McDonald Hotel, Orkney, Scotland. A day after meeting Callum Nash at Skara Brae and learning some extremely interesting details about an artifact, Carrick Thomas and Serena Cruz were itching to get their hands on it and share it with their friends on the station. The couple had spoken with Clark and Tara McCarthy for several hours in the early Scottish evening, with Serena keen to check in on Tara and Carrick excited to tell Clark about the potential alien artifact they were looking to source from its current home in Edinburgh before the convergent pulse hit. Like them, Clark had no idea what function such an artifact might serve, but like them, he had a very strong feeling that it was still a lead worth pursuing. As he said, "When it looks like you're going down a dead end, every single sniff of a way out is a scent you need to chase." Little Aiden joined the call for a while too, and took his opportunity to ask Serena if her brothers were still living in Jurassic Park, like she told him last time. The call didn't go on much longer and ended with a promise that they would all catch up again the next day, and as soon as it was over, Carrick mentioned his surprise at learning only now that Serena had younger siblings back home in Costa Rica. The two hadn't been together for long by almost any measure, but they had spent essentially all of their time together since meeting, and he thought by now that he knew her quite well. This seemed like a big thing not to have come up. "It's tough," the young woman replied. "I was making a life in Texas, which was what my dad always wanted for me, but I missed them. And then all this started. They don't know I'm here, just like your aunt didn't know you were here." "So you don't usually call them?" Carrick asked. "It's been a while. And wouldn't you have expected your dad to check in on you with everything that's happening in the world? Serena shrugged. We don't have to talk about it, Carrick said. No, she replied. It's nothing like that. It's just... it's tough. And I don't have a lot of space in my head right now. When we get through this, I'll have mental space. Do you know what I mean? Carrick hesitated. Is this where I'm supposed to lie and say yes? Serena playfully pushed his shoulder as he laughed. Jerk. In the minutes after the call with Clark and Tara, they found themselves stepping out into the chilly Scottish evening to sit on the balcony where they had spent a lot of talking time lately. In the hours that followed, during which time jackets and blankets were gradually added to the mix to assist in Serena's acclimatization with nighttime temperatures she wasn't very used to in either Costa Rica or Texas, a celestial spectacle like no other played out over the couple's heads. The northern lights, which had been promised by local weather forecasts for days but had never quite materialized until now, hung in the air with even more majesty than either of them could have ever expected. See? Serena said, smiling up at the purples and greens that were so vivid she would have cried oversaturated if someone had shown her the same thing in a photo. It looked like we weren't going to get to see it, and here it is. Sometimes things just work out. Carrick took his eyes from the sky for a moment to look in hers. We've been following our callings from the start, and it all brought us here, she went on. I saw Scarabray in the airline magazine, and you had the same idea I did, so we came. You wanted to give your granddad a chance to help out with this, and he led us right to Callum Nash. We don't know what the artifact is going to do for us or bring to us, but we knew it was calling. Sometimes, just sometimes, all you have to do is listen. Carrick leaned in and kissed her, not for the first time, but perhaps in the most tender and meaningful way so far. Her words about following callings really spoke to him, and so did the rationally optimistic mantra he knew he could do a lot worse than live by. Sometimes things just work out. But on the other side of a gate even higher in their sky than the magnificent light show the couple were enjoying together, another story was unfolding. Billy Kendrick, the maverick archaeologist in whose footsteps Carrick had always aspired to walk, was about to find stomach-churning evidence, with great and imminent consequences for Earth, that while sometimes things did work out, sometimes they most certainly, and most fatally, did not. P-12. Pyramid Chamber, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. The subterranean chamber of the island's pyramid was even more vast and cavernous than the main area, Billy realized with not a little shock. His eyes then caught sight of several large, concrete-like bunkers, which gave him an uncomfortable feeling that he now probably was standing inside a tomb. That looks like a book, Boone suddenly observed. Billy, look, and there's a transcript beside it. The book Boone was referring to was, in fact, more like a long piece of paper, but composed of a material that was closer to papyrus. It brought to mind earthly scrolls from centuries gone by, but more pertinently, it brought to mind some of the similar items found in New Birchwood's Hall of Memories. The writing was the same as that seen upstairs, and certainly nothing Boone or any of the others could read. The transcript next to it, however, revealed much. It was the static kind, which essentially functioned more like text than the information-rich, multi-sensory transcripts. For all intents and purposes, this was a translation. The nature of that translation and why it had been made, however, was nothing like Billy might have expected. He had a decision to make about whether he wanted to switch his telepathy patch for a transcript reading one, but his dependence on telepathy for understanding Boone, combined with Boone's willingness to share the transcript's story as he learned, it made that decision a relatively easy one. And so it went that Billy received the information secondhand, hanging on Boone's every telepathically delivered word. The Islanders did this, Boone began. Billy, the Islanders made these transcripts. They weren't just able to interpret them. They were able to make them. Billy inched further forward, staring at the parchment-like medium with its densely written letters. It says the Tall Ones came from above to warn of a destructive disturbance and granted the islanders the ability to communicate with them. This note is to warn anyone else who may have been granted this power that the Tall Ones cannot be trusted. Billy felt goosebumps beginning to make their way across his back. He was captivated by what Boone was reading from the transcript, and the mass of crew members tightly gathered around him suggested that he was far from the only one. Then it says they told us that... For no obvious reason, Boone's telepathic connection to Billy cut off. At least it seemed that way, and Billy's heart raced even faster than before as his mind went into overdrive as to why that might be. A few seconds later, though, Boone turned to face him with the most dejected face Billy had ever seen on any being from any planet. Boone then placed his left index finger on the back of his neck and put his right hand into the activation position before speaking aloud in the language of his kind. As Billy's telepathy patch did all of the necessary translation work in real time, the words he heard in his head were undoubtedly the worst he'd ever been confronted with. "Leisha," Boone began, "you need to get here right now and flash us back so we can at least try to do something about what we just found. Because if you don't come to get us, everyone on Earth is going to be dead before we even make it back to New Birchwood." Part 7. The Burden. Faith in oneself is the best and safest course. Michelangelo. P-11. Pyramid Chamber, Isle of Answers, New Kerguelen. Just seconds after Boone finished his horrifying call to Leisha, a once common blinding white light returned to Billy Kendrick's eyes for the first time in what felt like forever as Leisha answered the distress call and appeared in the center of the chamber. Before he even stepped forward to view the transcript himself, Leisha walked to his friend Billy and put a hand on his shoulder. "It's not too late, Billy," he told him. "It's almost too late, but it's not too late." Billy stood stunned, truly lost for words. To say it felt like the air had been taken from his lungs would be an understatement. Instead, it felt like the lungs had been taken from his body. Leisha looked at the static transcript for only a brief moment, turned to Billy, and shook his head. "What?" Billy asked. Leisha held Billy's eyes and clearly felt utterly dejected in relaying what he had just learned. "The architects, who the islanders knew as the Tall Ones, put something in the ground that progressively wiped out all life on this island with what the islanders called disturbances. They mean pulses, Billy. The architects did it here and they're doing it on Earth. A lone Tall One returned the night before the final pulse to apologize for what his kind had done and stated that the final pulse would be of a very different sort, one that would destroy all life across the whole planet, not just here on the island, other than the few who had been chosen to be shielded within the shelter beyond the distant shores. That has to mean our land around New Birchwood. The architects really did build that shelter to save us, Billy, but they were saving us from their own pulse, which they set in motion to kill everything and everyone else. Like we know from their other transcripts, we were the pliable ones they used to guard against humanity's supposedly dangerous evolutionary path." As soon as Leisha was finished, Billy removed his telepathy patch and replaced it with a transcript reading patch. Taking in the information on static transcripts like this truly was a lot more like reading than viewing the other kind, and he paid most attention to a part near the middle. "Those of us once imbued with the communications powers have felt warnings of pain that inevitably precede destruction, and the powers themselves have faded. We receive less warning each time. It is unknown what will become of our world and our kind, but increasing destruction from an initially small but rapidly increasing area has pushed us to the outer edges of our island. The Tall Ones have taken our vessels,
So if the disturbances continue, we will have nowhere to go, and these words may be all we leave behind. Already down from half a day to less than 1/100th, the warnings cannot get much shorter. We fear what might come, but can do nothing to prevent it. If these words survive to be read in the future, and anyone survives to read them, if the giants we first knew as the Tall Ones should ever return, do not believe a word they say. All that leaves their mouths are lies, and all that follows their intervention is death and desolation. A single individual among the Tall Ones, with whom we communicated most, returned one night ago to warn us that the final disturbance would be very different, covering air, sea, and land, and destroying everything in its wake across the entirety of the planet. He apologized, worthlessly, and left us to die. The part Leisha mentioned about the apologetic architect who returned the night before the final pulse came at the very end. The account stopped before the final pulse, which very clearly had eliminated everyone on New Kerguelen aside from the chosen few. Billy quickly changed back to his telepathy patch. "Why are they doing it on Earth? How long has the thing been buried under Scotland?" "Near the very start," Leisha said. "Did you not see it all, Billy?" "I rushed ahead," he admitted. "I don't think I see it the same way you do." Leisha filled him in. "The architects first told the islanders that they had been chosen to be shielded, and that they would be granted a key to open the vault that would be revealed underfoot just before the final disturbance. They were told not to put the key in place until after the final disturbance, and that point is stressed here very strongly. The key was not to be put in place before or during the pulse."
"Maybe putting the key in too early would stop the pulse?" Boone offered, thinking aloud. "Maybe that's why they warned against it and told the islanders to wait until after everyone they wanted rid of was dead?" Billy, feeling sick to the pit of his stomach, sighed heavily. "Well, it sounds like they didn't get a key anyway, so we don't even have anything to hunt for that could help out on Earth." Leisha nodded solemnly and continued.
"And then, at the very end, Billy, it also says that the lone architect who returned the night before the final pulse told them the vault would not be revealed to them because they had not been chosen. No protection would be put in place here against the final pulse. That must be what the underwater transcript was referring to. The architects considered putting a shelter on this island, but ultimately put one on our distant shores instead. It seems like the vault was here and the key was here, at least at some point, but no one was left alive to use them."
Billy could only shake his head. It was too much to take in, quite literally, and he could understand why his brain had glossed over some of the content. The long and short of it, however, was only too straightforward. The architects were responsible for the pulses on both New Kerguelen and on Earth. Everyone on New Kerguelen who wasn't shielded by the shelter had been killed, regardless of their distance from the island's pulse site. This was clearly the most troubling aspect, as to Billy's stunned and saddened mind, it seemed like a death sentence for his own home world.
"We have to go," Leisha said. "I can take everyone, but only what you are carrying. Any equipment we need, lift it and be ready."
Everyone left the pyramid they had been so excited to enter just an hour or so earlier, and no one would ever be the same again. The news was so harrowing and so foreboding, many wished they hadn't seen it. Leisha's claim that it wasn't too late for Earth was one Billy would have dearly loved to believe, but he just didn't see how it was true. Absent of a key, and knowing that even with one it would have taken a leap of faith to think anything could be done, the prognosis was fatal. While the crew gathered their equipment, Leisha used a powerfully projected force field to clear small pieces of debris from around the pyramid. With the ground clear, a mound of earth scarred by a series of small concentric circles became visible. Billy and Leisha were the only two individuals present who had seen images of an identical mound on Earth. The total destruction of everything around this mound, everything besides for the pyramid in its proximal safe zone, set a very uncomfortable tone in their minds for the convergent that was pulse set to hit Scotland, and even more tragically Earth as a whole, in less than 36 hours. Thursday, P-10, Control Deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. "Billy, how are you, my friend?" Alessandro greeted as a welcome surprise call came in from New Kerguelen's Planetary Research Committee building. As Billy's bloodshot eyes and heavy expression became apparent, however, the Italian came to think that this call was unlikely to feel welcome for long. As calmly and quickly as he could, Billy then relayed all he had just learned. Lisha stood at his shoulder, listening in and adding parts where necessary. These parts reached Alessandro via the intermediary of the station's vocal translator, of course, and after only 2 minutes, he asked them to wait while he woke the others. Tears welled in Alessandro's eyes as he woke first Timo and then Dan, who went on to wake Emma and Piper. He refused to tell either man anything until everyone was gathered in the control room, which didn't take long. Billy and Lisha showed no signs of impatience, waiting without complaint in the PRC office until everyone was ready. Alessandro couldn't help but wonder whether this was because their sorrow left no room for anything so trivial as impatience, and he imagined that was probably the case to some extent. All he knew for sure was that his sorrow was of a kind he had never known. On the night when he discovered that Comet Il Diavolo was on a deadly collision course with Earth, humanity had at least several months of warning. Now, faced with a convergent pulse that seemed set to live up to his own worst-case scenario of almost 2 weeks earlier, humanity had barely a day and a half. Tears were shed, and voices were raised as hopes were dashed with every detail Lisha shared. The devastated messenger naturally didn't have answers to the why questions, which would have been best directed at an architect were any of the hideous deceivers present to answer them, and perhaps most of all to the apparently semi-rogue and unusually empathetic individual who had apologized to the islanders before their deaths. There was no telling if this had been the same architect who conversed with Dan in New York, but the kind of open and broadly cordial conversation Dan recalled made Lisha think that it might well have been. "I just want to make sure I'm getting this," Piper said, although only Lisha was able to hear it immediately since she said it fluently in the language of his kind, and the others had to wait a brief moment for the translator to kick in. The fact that the girl was speaking in an alien language was perhaps the biggest currently visible sign of her difference from the others, but the calm focus of her question, while even her parents were all but emotionally breaking down, was certainly another one. "Stop me if I'm not," she continued. "But the basic story here is that the architects set up a pulse on the island and were going to build a shelter there to protect the islanders from it, right? But then they decide to protect your ancestors in New Birchwood instead, so the islanders all died. And there had to be a shelter at New Birchwood because the last pulse was totally different from the others. The others were like ours had been, with decreasing warnings and an increasing affected area, but then the last one just totally destroyed everything that wasn't sheltered. Is that the long and short of it?" "It is," Lisha confirmed glumly. "And the pulse was coming from the same place they called the vault, right? Which means that door in the shaft inside our safe zone leads to a vault, and it needs a key to open, which the islanders, if they'd been sheltered, were supposed to use only after the pulse. I think that absolutely has to be about what you said Boone thought. If you put the key in the door on the vault before the pulse, which, don't forget, comes from the vault, it's obviously going to stop the pulse." "I wouldn't say, obviously," Alessandro cautioned. "And I wouldn't get too attached to the idea of using a key we don't even have," Emma sighed, putting a hand on Piper's shoulder. Piper didn't flinch away from it. "But if we believe this, the bigger point is that it seems like if the door is opened, the vault is disarmed. So key or no key, surely we have to blow our way in. I mean, now that we know what happens if we don't stop it. Surely." No one replied right away, as if they were waiting to see whether everyone else agreed, too, or whether they were the only ones siding towards this bold, but perhaps only option. The only other option besides doing nothing at all and waiting for the end of all things would have been to evacuate as many people as possible to New Kerguelen. This would have been considered far more seriously if capacity issues hadn't meant the numbers wouldn't be anything other than tiny. The group themselves could have fled the sinking ship to the safe side of the gate at any moment, but that simply wasn't the kind of people they were. "We have to do something," Dan said, decisively breaking the silence and opening the floodgates to a wave of quick agreements. "I want to try first," Piper said. "I can go down there and try to prise it open with the powers, and maybe even be there for the second last pulse when it hits in a few hours. Maybe it's more susceptible to being opened then. We know it's not like the force flows through the door or anything, since it all goes upwards and since the door has been totally exposed in the safe zone without causing any problems there. So, you know I'll be okay," she added, directing the last part only to Emma. Once again, no one said anything. "We can't not try," Piper pushed. She kept looking at Emma, whose word would ultimately count. Emma looked proudly back at her daughter, who volunteered for everything in a bid to help in any way she could. It hadn't always been easy raising such a unique and special child, but it had always been rewarding, and never more so than in moments like this. "Okay," Emma said, "but on one condition." Piper's brief smile faded into a hesitant expression when the second part of Emma's comment came. "What condition?" she asked. Emma took a deep breath. "I'm going down there with you." P-9. Fraser Stedding, Thurso, Scotland. For the first time in a few days, Piper McCarthy and her parents made the relatively short and always quick journey to Earth in a cloaked alien spacecraft ahead of the imminent pulse. The drilling operators had been advised ahead of time to set up the rudimentary elevator they had mentioned once before, and sure enough, it was there in time for this penultimate pulse, which had a great deal more significance than any before it. Like everyone else on Earth, the men didn't yet know what had been discovered on New Kerguelen, and just how decisively destructive the convergent pulse would be if nothing was done to stop it. If Piper's attempt now, and all other efforts throughout the hours that followed, were unsuccessful, the group had a very serious moral and ethical dilemma to contend. That of whether to tell the world that death was coming, or to let people live their last few hours and minutes in hope that convergence would pass without catastrophe. Very early discussions, before they were firmly shut down by Emma, suggested that views on this matter, even among the small few who knew the truth, were varied and in some cases diametrically opposed. Emma had never been one to plan for failure, and with the stakes higher than ever, she wasn't about to start now. She climbed into the metal lift with Piper while Dan remained at ground level and watched one of the drilling operators carefully control the lift's descent. That man and his colleague hadn't left the site in well over a week, eating and drinking and doing everything else within a cabin no larger than a double-wide trailer. They had always avoided striking up conversation, in line with their direct and firm orders, but they had always been friendly with Piper and willing to either stay out of the way or assist however much was necessary. When this was over, Dan was going to lobby for them to get some recognition for all they had done. "How's it looking?" he called down when the man gave him a thumbs up to say the elevator had reached the end point of its journey. "Dark," Piper called back. Her voice was distant, literally and in terms of its tinny quality, and Dan was glad to see her and Emma much more clearly, albeit still small, given how far down they were, when the man lit up the string of LEDs that had been drooped down one side of the long shaft. "You can see everything in the cabin if you want," the operator said to Dan. "My mate Davy will have it all on the screen. We've got cameras on the lift, the walls. Much better view than this." Dan nodded. This did sound better. "Thanks," he said. "Stevie, by the way," the man said, extending a hand which Dan gladly shook. "Dan," he replied. "Aye, I had you down as more of a Kevin," Stevie said with a chuckle. He then knocked on the door of the cabin and told his colleague Davy that Dan was coming in. From then on, Dan saw everything as though he was right down there with them. Piper tried to open the door before the pulse hit, utilizing her telekinesis with no concern that the drilling operators would see it, given that they'd already seen everything else in the past week or so. Somewhat unsurprisingly,
Her attempts came up short. The door was black and had no handle, but the shape and the way it lay lipped against the rest of the purely flat object they were now considering as a vault left no doubt that it was a door. Of most interest to both Emma and Piper was the presence of a hand-sized circular groove around 1 inch deep. "That has to be where the key would go," Piper pointed out, and Emma couldn't disagree. When the forecast time of the pulse drew near, Emma put her earplugs in place, as did the 3 men at ground level. Piper didn't bother with her own, motivated by the knowledge she had been fine without them during the pulse when she stood on the mound, and even more so by the stubborn hunch she felt that having all of her senses active at the time of the pulse might somehow sharpen or strengthen her mental focus. When the pulse hit, Piper put every ounce of that focus into opening the door with her powers, but frustratingly got absolutely nowhere. There was no sign of movement or give whatsoever, and it was difficult to feel anything other than total disappointment. Stevie and Davy in the cabin would be authorized to try opening the solid door using various methods throughout the day, from compressive force to controlled explosives, but Piper and Emma, having seen the unbudging door up close, returned to ground level with the unfortunate acceptance in their minds that, with quite literally everything on the line, it really was the key or nothing. P-8, Mesa Verde National Park, Montezuma County, Colorado. Mercifully, barely a single soul was present in the World Heritage Site of Mesa Verde National Park when it became the latest and fairly surprising site to join the short list of epicenters for pulse-like electrical surges. Time zones played a part in this, since 12:46 p.m. in Scotland was 6:46 a.m. in Colorado, but a bigger factor was the general atmosphere around non-essential travel at times when the pulses were due. No one wanted to be out of their homes unnecessarily, and particularly near any potential epicenter. Although no one felt the immediate effects of this surge, however, the epicenter's proximity to 4 individuals who had already been feeling the effects of every pulse due to their historical use of uplift meant that they were hit quite considerably harder by this one than any before it. Some 80 miles south of the remarkable cliff dwellings, down in the small town of Birchwood, and at a nearby ranch in Eastview, those 4 individuals felt neck pain like none they could remember. And for one in particular, this level of nerve trauma was of great cause for concern. P-7, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. Word that the latest epicenter of a pulse-like event was as nearby as Mesa Verde explained to Clark McCarthy why he, Tara, and Chip Petrovich had felt a much stronger neck pain on this occasion than any other, but it did nothing at all to ease his mind. Mr. Bird had felt it too, just along the road in Birchwood, and he couldn't help but think that the increase in the strength of the feeling was bad news. Even Tara, who always put a brave face on everything, could no longer pretend she wasn't scared of what the next day's convergent pulse would bring. And all of this without yet having been looped in on what had been discovered on New Kerguelen. Chip was still around, at Clark's request, and would be until at least after the final pulse. He was keeping his head down and still trying to get to grips with his own blockbuster discovery that President Mason was responsible for Timo's soon-to-be fatal poisoning. Even that, however, seemed like a distant concern when the pulse hit. Tara called Emma shortly after the pulse to check if Piper was okay, in case the huge increase in neck pain had been related to the Scottish pulse itself rather than the simultaneous and related event in northern Colorado. Emma kept her cards close to her chest, selflessly desperate to keep Tara from any unnecessary stresses, but when she heard how painful the last pulse had been, she made an executive decision to bring them to the station as soon as darkness fell. That would reduce the chance of anyone seeing the craft in the moments it would have to be uncloaked, and it would also give her time to clear something with everyone who had to approve of it before she suggested it to Tara herself. In passing, Tara asked if Emma thought there might be anything worth following up in terms of the interesting artifact Carrick and Serena were pursuing. Emma couldn't pretend that she hadn't all but forgotten about those two in recent days, what with all that was going on,
but Tara's follow-up description of a palm-sized, circular, and potentially alien artifact sent her heart fluttering with a level of hope she hadn't felt in far too long. Palm-sized and circular sounded a lot like a certain shape she had seen minutes earlier on the door of the vault, and the implications were nothing short of stunning. "Tara, I'll call you back as soon as I can," she said breathlessly, already running to tell the others and get Carrick and Serena on a video call. "I think we might finally be on the right track." P-6, McDonald Hotel, Orkney, Scotland. As delighted as Emma was that Carrick and Serena had quite possibly tracked down the key to the underground alien vault in the absolute nick of time, she couldn't resist asking them why they had kept it to themselves. Quite understandably, they replied that they had spoken openly about the artifact in question with Clark and Tara, as well as having Geo ask Timo who they would have to contact for emergency access to an artifact stored in an Edinburgh-based museum. Rather than a breakdown in communication that could be attributed to anyone in particular, there had simply been a lot of partial understandings and a lack of context of how everything fit together until this very moment, and the couple in Orkney spoke very fairly when they said they would have told Emma they thought they'd track down the key instantly if she had ever told them there was a key to track down in the first place. No one felt any anger at things having slipped through the cracks, partly because there was still time to press ahead and succeed, and partly because it wasn't as though anyone had been resting on their laurels. On the latter point, after not hearing back from the understandably swamped Timo, who again would have paid more attention if he had linked a seemingly low-priority request about a museum to the station-based group's desperate longing for a key, Geo had already directly contacted Diane Logan for assistance in getting someone into the closed museum and then getting the potentially priceless artifact from its display case. Now that the puzzle was coming together and everyone understood the urgency of the situation, or at least would understand it in Godfrey and Logan's case since they hadn't yet been told about the seeming inevitability of doomsday if the key wasn't put in place at the right time, getting an artifact from a museum seemed like the kind of eminently achievable task the group were glad to be faced with. Things suddenly looked so much better indeed. Emma even asked Alessandro to pass on a request for the drilling operators on the ground not to try any physical methods of opening the door in case they damaged the mechanism by which the key would hopefully soon be opening it. Emma lavished Carrick and Serena with her most effusive praise for following up what might have seemed like an odd lead, and promised that she and Timo would take it from there, perhaps with a little help from Diane Logan. The duo were naturally proud that their investigative work looked like coming to such crucial fruition, but really they were just glad to help the family who had shown such trust in them. Needless to say, they were even more naturally relieved to learn that their connecting of various dots, with timely help from Carrick's grandfather and Callum Nash along the way, might just end up saving the world. "If either of you have any friends in Edinburgh," Emma said as she got ready to end the call and move to the next stage of the plan, "tell them to watch the skies. The only way to get that key from Edinburgh to Thurso is going to be by flying, and I hear the airports are closed right now." Carrick laughed at that, picturing a flying saucer soaring across one of his very favorite skylines and wondering what anyone would have made of such a concept before Dan McCarthy changed the world with his tireless pushes for both contact and disclosure. "Good luck with it all," Serena said. "If anyone can pull this off, it's you guys." Emma thanked them again and ended the call, leaving Carrick and Serena to mull over everything that had just happened. Within the space of a few minutes, they had learned not only about Billy Kendrick's ominous discovery on New Kerguelen and the effective countdown to extinction it made the group aware of, but also of the fact that the artifact they always hoped might be significant seemed in fact like it was going to become the single most significant object in the history of the planet. The stakes had risen in those few minutes to levels unimagined. But the likelihood of stopping the final pulse had risen too, they both felt. They were thus in an odd position of feeling like victory in the battle to stop the convergent pulse was more likely than it had been at the start of the day, but that the price of a potential defeat had not just risen, it had reached the highest possible point. Possible outcomes didn't get much worse, or indeed any worse than total annihilation, but as Carrick sat next to Serena on the edge of the bed in the coastal hotel room that had become their unlikely home of late, her words from the previous day echoed in his mind. Sometimes things just work out. Now more than ever, the whole world needed this to be one of those times. P-5. Edinburgh Castle, Edinburgh, Scotland. Bill Curtis found it hard to believe he wasn't having his leg pulled when the call came in, and when he found himself lifting a precious artifact from its display, he found it hard not to feel like he had been transported into some kind of heist movie. The metal disc was both thicker and heavier than it looked, and the annotated note next to its designated number, 17, now seemed to be more than a little understated. Bill had worked in the museum for most of his adult life, but just like every other worker in the history of museums, he confidently imagined he had never before received a request from the Prime Minister to obtain an artifact from its case and carry it to a waiting spaceship. Thinking about what he was doing made Bill doubt his own sanity, so incredible was the moment he found himself so totally caught up in, and for that reason he focused on one element at a time. First came the easy part of getting into the building with his key fob. Next came calling everyone he had to call for all the codes needed to disable the security system in the Viking display room. Lastly, and presenting most difficultly, came the task of very carefully cutting a wide hole in the glass to reach in and remove the disc. Waiting for the 3 key bearers was simply not possible, Prime Minister Logan had insisted, and so Bill had fought off every one of his curator's instincts in not only touching an exhibit, but literally cutting his way into a display case. From there, Bill hurried outside with the artifact in his backpack and climbed into the waiting police car. It then drove him the very short distance to his final destination, past Greyfriars Bobby, along George IV Bridge, and then up the final section of the Royal Mile towards the Castle Esplanade. The area had been cleared by the police ahead of time to ensure no one was around when Bill arrived, with the notable exception of Earth's chief planetary liaison, Dan McCarthy. The sight of Dan standing in front of a bona fide alien spacecraft set against the backdrop of Edinburgh Castle was the last thing Bill Curtis had expected to see when he woke up that morning, and it was a sight that would live with him for the rest of his days. Emma was in the craft, too, unbeknownst to Bill, along with young Piper, who had asked if she could come along to get a view of the castle she'd been scheduled to visit as part of what had become the most incredible birthday trip to Europe anyone could have imagined. Piper certainly hadn't counted on the rare treat of seeing the castle from above, but she still hoped to come back for a proper look around one day in the not-too-distant future. Today was clearly not that day, and with the artifact in hand, Dan thanked Bill for his help and hurried back up the ramp. Emma and Piper, who had been down in the shaft where Dan hadn't, took one look at the disc and nodded. "That's our key," Emma said first. Dan looked at Piper, seeking her verbal confirmation for his own peace of mind. 100%, the girl insisted, and that was good enough for him. P-4, McCarthy Ranch, Eastview, Colorado. After leaving the disc-shaped key in the safe hands of the drilling operators in the safe zone while she took care of something just as time-sensitive, Emma requested another stop-off before going back to the station. Indeed, when the craft did go back to the station, she hoped it would be fuller than it was now. Flying saucers had touched down in the cornfield in Eastview many times back in what were now generally termed the alien years of more frequent engagements and incidents, but Emma had never been in one when it did. This feeling of being on the other side of things was surreal, and not one she thought she could ever get used to. She hurried out alone once more, leaving Dan and Piper inside and promising she would be as quick as she could. She hurried towards the house and saw a man sitting on the porch. Unexpectedly, however, it wasn't Clark or even Mr. Bird. "Chip," she said, surprised to see him as the angle brought him into view. "What are you doing here?" Chip couldn't help but laugh. "Seriously, Emma? One of us is asking that question while you magically walk out of a cornfield, and it's not me? She smiled right along with him.
Touché. I'm here for Tara.
It's good to see you.
You too, I hope,
she replied, aware that his presence wasn't always a sign that everything was rosy. Reacting to Chip's voice rather than any other clearer indication of Emma's arrival, Tara then emerged from the front door with a shocked expression that quickly morphed into the biggest and purest smile Emma had ever seen on her sister's face.
"Oh my God,"
Tara said, wrapping her arms around Emma, side on to accommodate her own very sizable bump.
"Did you come in the craft? Is it in the field?"
Emma nodded quickly to both questions.
"But listen, there's something I need to tell you, both of you. Where is he?" "Clark!"
Tara called in through the door.
"Emma is here."
The sound of light and rapid footsteps followed, clearly not Clark's.
"Auntie Emma!"
little Aiden called, running towards her with glee. She scooped him up and hugged him tight.
"There's my guy,"
she said. Clark was there a few seconds later, looking quite predictably less amused by the nature of Emma's arrival than everyone else had been.
"You need to come with us to the station,"
she said directly to him, wasting no time.
"We want you to go further than that, but it's a start. It's not safe down here. Maybe not for anyone, but definitely not for Tara and the baby." "What's not safe?"
Tara asked. At last, Emma had no choice but to tell them. The whole point in keeping certain developments from Tara was to protect her well-being, and at this point the best way to do that was to motivate her into getting out of range of the next day's final pulse.
"Billy found an island," Emma began. "He went inside a pyramid and... I'll tell you all that stuff later, but the main thing is, there was a series of pulses on New Kerguelen thousands of years ago, and the last one killed everyone who the architects didn't put in the shelter. The pulses followed that exact same progression as ours, and the last one, which happened when the warning pulse and the main pulse converged, destroyed everything in a completely different kind of blast. We have less than a day until that could be us."
Stunned by what he was hearing, Clark said nothing. Tara covered her mouth with her hand in an instinctive display of her own surprise.
"It's anything but hopeless, though," Emma hastened to add. "We found a door in the field in Scotland, and we just found the key that we're hoping is going to open it. Based on what Billy found, Leisha and Piper both think if the key is going to work, it'll work just as the pulse is hitting, but you guys can't be here for that. Even another normal pulse, slightly stronger than today's, would be too bad for Tara, and that's what's going to happen now that Mesa Verde is in play."
Aiden was still in Emma's arms as she said all this, which was already a break from his parents' usual insistence on shielding him from anything alien-related, including discussion.
"I know you wanted to keep things normal," she said to them both. "But you can't. Neither of you are normal, just like none of my family is normal. We all feel this thing because we've been uplifted. Wishing that away doesn't stop it from being true. And trust me, I've done more than my fair share of trying to wish things like this away."
"Where's Dan?" Clark asked. Emma pointed to the cornfield. "Piper?" She nodded. After one of the deepest breaths of his life, Clark turned to Tara. "I'm with you, whatever you say," he told her. In turn, Tara looked at Aiden as he rested happily with his arms around Emma's neck.
"What do you say, kiddo? Do you want to go to space?"
The boy's gasp said it all, and at least 6 rapid nods underlined the answer. "Room for one more?" Chip asked.
"Always,"
Emma replied.
"Did you feel the last one more too?"
Chip shrugged. "Yeah, but it's not that. I want to get as far away from this thing as I can be, for sure, but mainly I want to talk to Timo about something." P-3. Control deck, Space Station, Il Cercatore. Tara's long-overdue reunion with Melly as soon as she stepped into the craft was one for the ages, especially since Melly fawned over the bump as though a baby was already in Tara's arms. Piper took it upon herself to make Aiden feel at ease in a spaceship that was understandably proving more intimidating than exciting for him until she took this task upon herself. The short journey was easy for everyone, and a warm welcome greeted them all on arrival at the station. Tara had been up there a few times in recent years, but Clark never had, so this was the first time he had seen Timo or Alessandro in far too long. The mood was an odd one, exactly as Emma had described. Broadly optimistic now that something could be done to prevent the convergent pulse from causing too much damage, but very tentative given everyone's new awareness of the colossal costs of failure. With the eventual unanimous agreement of the core decision-makers in the shape of Godfrey, Logan, Dan, Emma, and Timo, the world at large would not be made aware of the stakes. People were already going crazy thinking the world might end with no real supporting evidence, Godfrey had argued most passionately of all, so giving them any more doomsday fuel was the last thing anyone needed. It would be neither kind nor wise to disclose what Billy Kendrick had discovered on the Isle of Answers, he insisted, and agreement was reached before too long. Emma, having always favored this approach far more strongly than the on-the-fence Dan, was particularly glad of the decision. In any event, the argument now, if there was to be one, was going to be with Clark, and it was going to focus on Emma and Alessandro's shared desire for Tara and her family to wait out the final pulse on the other side of a gate where recent experiences confirmed its effects would not be felt. "Tomorrow, at minimum, we can expect amplification of everything," the Italian said. "The findings on the island make that much all but certain. For all of us, I expect it to be very painful, but for Tara, I fear it could be very dangerous." "More dangerous than crossing the gate?" Clark asked, not snapping back, but genuinely seeking an answer. "Back in the day, Tara went to New Kerguelen in the first place because Leisha said Emma couldn't go while she was pregnant." "Kam leets nu," Melly uttered from her position near Timo. The voice translator quickly told Clark what she was saying. Leisha was wrong. "Would the baby be safe?" Tara asked, looking directly at Melly. The two had always gotten along famously, and she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Melly wouldn't say yes to this question unless she was sure. The answer came quickly via the vocal translator. "Yes, there is no risk to crossing the gate. Leisha said it best. Truly it is safer than crossing the street." "You don't even have to leave the craft," Alessandro said to Clark, sensing he was the only one hesitating. "If you don't want the little man walking around out there or seeing a bunch of messengers, you can stay on the craft. You can be gone for all of 10 minutes, if that's what you want. It's all about missing the pulse." "I prefer the sound of that," Clark nodded. "What about you?" "Sure," Tara said. "I don't mind him seeing it all, but—" "But the main thing is you'll go," Alessandro said. "Yes? Tomorrow morning?" Emma smiled, delighted that the idea was being enacted. Ensuring Tara's safety during the convergent pulse, even if it was just an amplification without any global catastrophes thrown in, was an absolute priority. Aiden was already in bed, put down by the ever-attentive Piper, and Alessandro recommended that the others should think about following suit sooner rather than later. "I want us to be able to use every ounce of daylight to plan the exact moves with the key," the Italian said. "We only get one shot, and who's to say there won't be some kind of lockout mechanism or a certain way it has to be held? The sun rises early in Scotland at this time of year, so I want you to get some rest, everyone. Tomorrow, truly, is the biggest day of our lives." Everyone heeded this advice, more or less, with the sole exception of Timo Fiori and Chip Petrovich, who sat in the communal dining area for several hours. Alessandro, catching up on some rest he desperately needed in order to be at his most alert for the climactic moment of convergence, didn't see them or hear what they were talking about. After a discussion of U.S. President Nick Mason's hands-on role in Timo's incurable poisoning, the two men shook hands over the ominous words, "He'll pay for this," before ultimately calling it a night. Chip and Timo both played their part in bringing justice to some of those involved in the Emporion scandal of 13 years ago, particularly those responsible for issuing the orders to kill their old friend Phil Norris, and Mason's newly apparent links to controversial biotech labs and companies with potentially alien-related research focuses was bringing those days to mind. Both men would do everything in their power to make sure their words came true, but to bring Nick Mason to justice in front of the entire world, they knew that their group first had to nail down a bulletproof final plan to make sure there would still even be a world at 1 p.m. the next day. There was no one Timo would rather be depending on for that than the complementary double act of Alessandro and Piper. But as he gazed down from his space station at the blue planet below, he was quietly unconvinced that even they could pull it off. Time would tell, as it always did, but Timo Fiore would not sleep in the meantime. Part 8. Convergence. As you start to walk on the way appears. Rumi. Friday. P-2. Control deck, Space Station Il Cercatore. It absolutely has to be me, Piper insisted, uttering this phrase for at least the 5th time since breakfast began. Clark was the one querying it hardest, wondering why Piper couldn't hop across the gate to New Kerguelen to ensure her own safety while the pulse hit and someone else took their chances in the so-called safe zone. That's not ego talking, she went on. Because you know I don't think like that, but ask anyone who's been up here since the start. I'm the only one who can be down there without earplugs when it hits. I'm the only one whose brain doesn't light up like crazy when the pulses hit. If you're telling people not to go down there... Emma shook her head rapidly, reacting to Piper's overt insinuation. If you think I'm letting you go down there by yourself, if you think I'm leaving you to go down there by yourself... What? Piper asked. What if I think that? Then maybe you're not as smart as we thought after all, Emma replied. If you get thrown back or knocked down or anything, like the time you stood on the mound, I need to be there. It's too far down for you to be on your own. Ultimately, Piper knew a losing battle when she saw one. There was also no real reason to argue against Emma's protective urge to be there, other than that it was introducing a natural element of risk for herself that wouldn't otherwise be in place. No one tried to talk Dan out of venturing down to the safe zone, perhaps because they knew it wouldn't have worked. There was no chance in hell he was going to be anywhere else while his wife and daughter were in the lift trying to open the vault and prevent the pulse, and the only reason he wasn't insisting on being right there with them was an obvious lack of space in the lift, and an equally obvious reality that there was even less chance of Emma vacating her spot in the lift than there was of Dan staying put on the station. There turned out to be a lot less for Alessandro and Piper to plan and coordinate on than Timo had imagined the previous evening, with both of them stating that the two thus far reliable drilling operators on the ground would be the people Piper really had to talk to make sure the lift would be ready at the right time and that enough illumination would be in place. Piper had experienced no problems whatsoever with the men so far and didn't expect that to change. With the pulse set for 12:46 p.m., and no warning coming even a second beforehand, it was decided that Piper and her parents would set off for the safe zone before Aiden and his did so for New Kerguelen. They said their goodbyes when the time came, but didn't draw any of it out. Only a matter of hours stood between them and a safe reunion on Earth, and contemplating anything else was simply impossible. Dan and Emma's farewell for nows to the Italian duo of Alessandro and Timo, as well as Chip Petrovich, were equally brief. There really was a feeling of intense optimism in their minds that they would be together again soon. With the key ready for action in the safe zone, and with the note from Billy's island-based discovery crystal clear about how strongly the deceitful architects had urged the islanders not to insert the key before the pulse finished spreading its destructive magic, it struck them all as self-evident that the key, correctly placed, would stop the vault's pulse-emitting power in its tracks. After all, when the architect's driving motive was destruction, there really was only one way to read an instruction not to insert the key before the pulse was over, as the kind of deceitful lie they told like clockwork. And likewise, when not doing it would bring similar destruction on Earth as sure as night followed day, the possibility of making things worse by using the key, perhaps in fear of what might be inside the vault, was not even worth pondering. Even if the vault did prove to be a problem in some shape or form, it would be a problem the group would be glad to have, since it would mean disaster had been averted. Less than 2 hours before inaction would have seen the annihilation on a biblical scale, if the warnings and evidence found on New Kerguelen were anything to go by. Piper, Dan, and Emma McCarthy crossed the shark tunnel-like walkway through space to their waiting craft. Their next stop was Scotland. And after that, victory. P-1, Fraser Stedding, Thurso, Scotland. Immediately upon the McCarthy's arrival in the safe zone, Davy, from the operations cabin, handed Dan the circular artifact, now known to be a key, for the buried object, now known to be a vault. Quite what was or wasn't going to be revealed when the two were united would have been a burning question in Dan's mind in any other circumstance, but the tension and stakes of the moment left precious little room for such considerations right now. So far, the two drilling operators had been in the eye of the storm where no ill effects of the pulses were felt, aside from occasionally uncomfortable spikes in the volume of whatever kind of forces were at play. This was just one of several assumptions that was eventually taken as read over the course of a series of pulses that became somewhat routine, and like every assumption relating to previous pulses, it was out of the door. Now the convergence was almost here. According to Billy and Leisha, who had seen the epicenter and safe zone of the cataclysmically destructive pulse site on New Kerguelen's Isle of Answers with their own disbelieving eyes, the pyramid within its safe zone was structurally intact. They both said they saw no firm reason to think anyone in the safe zone at the time of the convergent pulse would have survived it, however, particularly given the warning the islanders had recorded from the apparently apologetic architect who had revealed that the final pulse would be of a very different kind to those that preceded it. Dan had neither the heart nor the inclination to tell the drilling operators everything he knew about the desperately precarious situation in which the world now found itself. The only hope of preventing the convergent pulse's powerful release of destructive energy, the circular key uncovered at Skara Brae, whose origin was a story for another day Dan hoped to see, was quite literally in the hands of a 14-year-old girl, and all things considered, Dan decided that knowing this might have made the men more likely to make a costly mistake due to the nervousness that could come with increased tension. As far as Davy and Stevie knew, the McCarthys were on the ground with them again in a proactive effort to blunt the effects of the convergent pulse in case it was stronger than and different from the rest. They were diligent workers, and Dan was glad to have them there. It would certainly have been a stretch to say he was glad about much else that was going on, but it would have been flat-out impossible for him not to feel pride swelling within him as Piper so willingly took on the responsibility that her unique attributes made her the best candidate to bear. The world was on his daughter's shoulders, and Dan McCarthy couldn't have been any prouder of either her or Emma. He kissed them both goodbye and wished them luck, then watched with a great deal of trepidation as their lift descended towards the alien vault Piper was about to try to open. When his mind considered it like that, Dan realized again how crazy it was that the momentous mystery of what might be waiting in the cavernous vault wasn't even getting a moment's focus. This was testament to the stakes involved, needless to say, and Dan couldn't care less if the vault ever opened or not, so long as the key Piper placed in the circular shape inlet on its surface would stop the pulse in its tracks. "You can do this," he called down. "I love you," they both called back, each quite correctly thinking he was talking to them. Davy held the cabin door open and tipped his head towards a seat he was willing to give up in front of the screen, relaying live footage from the countless cameras at all angles and all depths of the shaft. Dan went inside but didn't sit down. This was an on-your-feet moment if ever there was one, and his body was fidgety enough while standing to tell them that he would have been shaking like an old dog in an icy river if he was sitting instead. Catching him by surprise, Davy placed a hand high on Dan's back and patted it several times. "However it goes, we've all done all we could, buddy," he said, "and the wee one's already done more than any of us." "Thanks," Dan said. "And she really has done a lot, but there's more to come yet." Never before in his whole life had Dan McCarthy ever been so upset to be proven right as he would be in a few minutes. P-0. Departure point. Space Station Il Cercatore. High in the sky above Scotland, and with only minutes remaining before the convergent pulse everyone had been fearing for so long was set to hit, Clark and Tara McCarthy reclined in their chairs in the craft's so-called transition room and did everything to make sure their son was comfortable. In truth, young Aiden was by far the most relaxed of the three, excited for an adventure whose stakes he couldn't begin to understand. A journey across the gate was much newer to Clark than it was to Tara, but the no-sleep transition room was new to her too. On her earlier visits, it had always been necessary, or at least it had been deemed necessary, for humans to be unconscious during the moment of the passage. That was the kind of gate passing Leisha had ruled out as too dangerous for Emma back when she was pregnant with Piper, but today both he and Melly had given Tara every assurance that there were no such risks. The transition room had some elements in common with the calm room Tara knew well from Aiden's school, where uncluttered walls of pastel colors and soft decor provided an area of respite, particularly helpful to children with autistic spectrum disorders. Given the timing of the transition room's installation, certainly in the last few years, by which point human engineering and design had come to play increasingly larger roles on New Kerguelen, it seemed likely to Tara that the human psychologists on that alien world had done most of the design work. To this end, its similarity to rooms she was familiar with on Earth made a fair deal of sense. The gate-worthy mothership they were in hadn't changed at all in a functional sense since it first came to humanity's attention, although Timo's scientists on New Kerguelen now felt ready to start fabricating even larger vessels of their own and launching them on missions that would have struck all of them as not just science fiction, but full-on fantasy as little as 2 decades ago. All of this lay ahead, and as the seconds ticked by and Tara felt sure they must be nearing the gate, she began looking forward to catching up with some old friends on New Kerguelen and seeing how things had changed in the meantime. Billy's stories always kept her entertained during their frequent cross-gate video calls, and since he was now medically unable to cross the gate, he was bound to be especially delighted to see her and Clark on their arrival. The stay wouldn't be for long, of course, but it was a certainty that everyone on New Kerguelen would go out of their way to make it as enjoyable as possible. Tara also knew that the messengers would dote over Aiden like those who had visited Earth always did over Piper, and many would doubtless ask when she would be making the trip like her trailblazing younger cousin. Piper had never shown much interest in venturing across the gate, and on this occasion Tara herself had hesitated due to unjustified feelings of guilt that such an escape hatch from Earth's imminent flirtation with disaster was available to her family, but no others. Timo had put it most plainly in talking Tara out of such thoughts, reminding her that New Kerguelen wouldn't even be accessible anymore if she hadn't taken the brave leap to the world of Sanctuary with Dan and Billy all those years ago. And she had been a figure of borderline hero worship on New Kerguelen even before that, he stressed, on account of the selfless risks she had taken in the name of peace and unity during previous visits. Tara was often reminded that she was actively welcome on New Kerguelen in the same way Billy had been prior to his ultimately permanent move. She started to think that once she was through the gate and the last of her nerves dissipated, she might even be glad things worked out how they did. Avoiding the stress and risk of the final pulse was the only wise move, she reflected, since it was expected to bring more pain for the affected few, even if Piper's efforts to use the key to blunt its effects on the many were as successful as everyone hoped they would be. When a pilot knocked on the door to inform Tara and Clark that they had safely arrived in New Kerguelen's skies, neither could believe it at first. They hadn't felt anything upon crossing the gate, and nor had Aiden, which was testament to whatever technologies were in place to mitigate an instantaneous gate passing that Alessandro's mind-bending research had recently come to suggest most likely involved some kind of dimensional flux. However the gate worked, and Tara doubted she would ever come close to understanding that, she was more than sure that the transition room did its job perfectly. With the only part of the journey she'd been concerned about now behind her, Tara was able to fully relax and get ready for a gentle landing. Whichever way she looked at it, she still felt sure that taking a proactive measure in crossing the gate had been the wisest move available. In short, it was a good idea. A good idea in theory. Impact. Fraser Stedding, Thurso, Scotland. Piper McCarthy's goal was straightforward as she descended towards the alien vault buried deep within Colin Fraser's once nondescript field. Her task was daunting and her responsibility unprecedented, but she knew that she alone was best placed to fulfill the duty that had fallen upon her. No one else could retain focus in the safe zone without the need for earplugs during a pulse, for one thing, but similarly, if not more importantly, she was also the only person whose neurological pathways didn't go haywire when a pulse hit at close range, which, again, gave her the edge in terms of focus. She did feel the pulses in her neck more strongly than anyone else, but she had done a good job of hiding this fact for the better part of 2 weeks. Now that convergence was upon her as the 12th pulse was about to arrive, with no time for a pre-pulse warning jolt before it, Piper was in position at the vault's recently discovered doorway. With hope in her heart, she clasped an even more recently discovered key which looked as though it would perfectly fit the groove on the door. "Game face," Emma whispered, drawing a brief smile from the girl who knew how many times this simple phrase had been uttered to psych up her father and her Aunt Tara back in the day. "Game face," Piper repeated to herself as she placed the key in position. Sure enough, this key, initially discovered at Skara Brae and ultimately tracked down by Carrick and Serena, did fit. It clicked into place with a low sound that Piper's lack of earplugs allowed her alone to discern. She turned to Emma and gave a thumbs up. They were both standing in a square lift rigged to a fairly basic pulley system controlled by the drill operators at ground level, and while the depth of the shaft and the tightness of the earthen walls created feelings of claustrophobia, even in the normally untroubled Piper, the lift itself was relatively spacious. A regular elevator of the same size probably would have contained a sign warning against exceeding its capacity of 24 or so, the girl reckoned, but there would only comfortably have been space for maybe half of that number. Since the lift filled almost the entire width of the shaft, and not by accident, even 2 people felt like it was approaching too many. Emma reacted to Piper's thumbs up with a wide smile, delighted that the door seemed to have accepted the key even before the pulse was due to hit. On New Kerguelen, the messages left behind by the long-gone islanders suggested they were originally told that a vault would present itself on their island when the time was right, and that they should avoid putting their key in place too soon. Billy, Leisha, and everyone they had told about this firmly believed that the architects simply didn't want the islanders to stop the final convergent pulse before it cleared the planet of all unsheltered life for whatever sick reason motivated them. Since stopping the pulse before it got going was exactly what Piper wanted to do, inserting the key a full minute before the pulse's scheduled showtime was a move everyone had been firmly behind. 8 seconds! Dan's voice rang out through a speaker attached to one of the light bulbs on the lift. "Just make sure the key stays in the right place. You're doing great. We just don't want it to fall." From 8, Piper counted down in her head. On 0, she felt an indescribably sharp pain in her neck. Emma threw a pained hand to the back of her own neck, while Dan let out a horrible cry of agony over the speaker. As Piper's neck continued to ache, Dan's voice very suddenly cut off. At the same instant, so did the lights. Piper's world was plunged into darkness, and the only thing she was fully aware of was Emma's hand on her shoulder, at least until a faint blue light began to glow around the rim of the door. "No," Piper said as the light got brighter. "No." Within another few seconds, the blue light intensified to the point that it was painfully difficult to look at least for Emma. Piper, on the other hand, stared intently at the light, almost entranced. The next time Emma's hand reached for her shoulder, Piper knocked it aside and stepped towards the light. "There's someone else," the girl called, trying to make sure Emma heard. The high-tech earplugs were usually good at allowing voices through while blocking out everything else, but Piper couldn't count on that being the case now. "There's someone else," she repeated. "I can sense them. I can feel them. Mom, there's someone else like me." As Piper eventually glanced back towards Emma, her attention was recaptured by the vault and its light show barely a moment later. The girl could have sworn that the door was unmistakably shaking until she realized that there was a far more appropriate word than shaking for the rhythmic outwards movement that kept repeating. The vault's door wasn't shaking. It was pulsing. Piper barked an order for Emma to get back, hoping even harder now that a combination of her volume and her exaggerated lip movements around the sound would enable her mother to get the message loud and clear. Another jolt then hit Piper, and only Piper, somehow duller but heavier feeling than the last. Whatever was happening was nothing like any of the previous occasions, and that only became truer when, for the first time, Piper felt a burst of kinetic energy from the door. Emma, feeling it too, shot her hands out to pull Piper back. The blue light of the door was the only illumination they had this far down, and it didn't give much to go on. All Piper knew was what she was feeling, and in the moment it was a driving need to protect her mother and everyone else at any cost. As the pain in her own weary neck got worse, Piper held one hand out towards Emma and held her back against the far side of the small lift with an impenetrable force field. And just a few seconds later, when the pain in her neck faded and the blue lights went out, the force was almost instant. Desperately and recklessly, with no regard for herself and with a last-ditch determination to stop the pulse from getting out, Piper threw herself backwards towards the door and held both of her hands out in front to create the strongest force field she could between herself and Emma. She aimed one hand out and one hand up, imagining that she was shooting a web that the pulse's force wouldn't be able to escape. Emma desperately tried to rush forward to pull Piper away from the door, but all attempts were futile. The girl had effectively locked herself in with the force, blocking its escape but also her own. The only light now was a tiny trickle filtering down all the way from ground level, providing nowhere near enough for Emma and Piper to see each other's faces. If they had been able to, Piper would have seen her mother pleading with her to release the force fields, while Emma would have seen a look of strained focus and growing pain as the kinetic pulsing of the door grew stronger and stronger. Just a few seconds later, a sudden and explosive burst of energy propelled Piper into the air until she collided violently with a force field of her own creation around 5 meters above the lift. She then fell back to the ground, a dead weight, with Emma desperately lunging forward to break as much of her daughter's fall as she could. The lights all the way up the shaft came back to life in an instant, along with the speaker through which Dan's excited and triumphant voice rang out. "You did it," he said. "The cameras are fried, so I don't know what's happened with the door, but we're totally fine up here. Everything looks fine up here, even outside the safe zone. Piper, you did it!" Emma heard Dan's voice, but the words barely registered. Because while her eyes and ears were working well enough to know that the pulse had passed, the vault's door was open, and the world was still spinning. Her mind was blank of all thought. For Emma McCarthy, none of the signs of the plan's world-saving success meant anything, because Piper wasn't moving. Saturday, P+1, 10 Downing Street, London, England. At 12:46 p.m. on Saturday, precisely 24 hours after the convergent pulse, ICA Chairman William Godfrey and Prime Minister Diane Logan led their nation, and indeed the world, in a minute's silence to commemorate those who had lost their lives in unprecedented electrical surges across multiple continents. Due to issues with everything from planes to fires in the affected areas, many thousands had been killed. This solemn day was not the time to celebrate that Piper McCarthy's sacrifice had prevented thousands becoming billions, as several highly intelligent and informed survivors suggested could have been the case if she hadn't blunted the force before it could really get going. But that day would come. William Godfrey hoped with all his heart that the remarkable girl would wake up to see it, and he took solace from the fact that the attention she was getting from some of humanity's best medical minds on Timo Fiore's space station gave her the best possible chance. "Our planet has been attacked," Godfrey stated very plainly and very deliberately once the silence was over and the time for words arrived. "And to the good people of Earth, I assure you of one thing. I do not tolerate attacks lightly. We are a peaceful race, but we defend ourselves. When the enemies of peace use the ground under our own feet against us, they ask in no uncertain terms for a forceful response." Diane Logan, clearly shaken in a personal sense by the losses of recent days, stared straight ahead with an intensity rarely seen. "Rumors of a subterranean alien discovery near Thurso are true," Godfrey went on, "and I will handpick a team to get to the bottom of that as soon as humanly possible. What it is, where it came from, who put it there, and when we can do something about it. The past 2 weeks have been a challenge like none we have ever known, and I hope, with every ounce of my being, that we will never have to endure such a challenge again." Godfrey took a deep breath and gathered his emotions before delivering the final part of his very short speech. "The McCarthy family has asked for privacy in light of the well-publicized cost they have paid for the responsibilities they didn't ask for. Their sacrifices will never be forgotten, and for them in particular, I vow before the world today that this will not go unanswered." Godfrey, shaking with a rage that was anything but artificial, turned to Logan. "This will not go unanswered," she echoed, almost hissing out the words. And that was all. P+2, Emergency Medical Ward, Space Station Il Cercatore. "Emma," Dan called, reacting the instant Piper opened her eyes. He then turned to his daughter, cut and bruised, but breathing and awake. "What do you need?" he asked her. "How do you feel?" Piper shook her head slowly, though even this exertion hurt. "I don't need anything," she said, looking around and feeling soothed when she realized they were on the station. "But did we do it? Did we stop it?" "You saved more people than we could ever count," Dan replied, choosing his words carefully. The ones he went with were absolutely true. Piper's successful blunting of the convergent pulse did prevent the forecast levels of sheer devastation that had only been seen before on New Kerguelen, where no one had survived outside of the purpose-built Great Shelter. "But not everyone?" the girl pushed, following up in a weak voice. "We can never save everyone, darling. Even the first electrical surge in Egypt killed 3 people. There was some of that which you could do nothing about. Most of Scotland wasn't wiped out, and no one died due to the kinetic force, because you took that hit and concentrated it all on yourself before it could build and expand. Your mom's not too happy with what you did, but she'll come round." Dan said this last part playfully, and it made Piper smile, just like he intended. "Did the door open?" she asked, understandably full of questions. "It did. Godfrey is putting together a team of people to send in, probably including Carrick and Serena if they want to go, since they found the key. He's not messing around. I don't know where he thinks everything is going, but he's talking publicly about making whoever did this pay, and he knows it was the architects." Before Piper could ask anything else, Emma arrived from the kitchen area where she'd been gathering some more coffee to aid herself in the vigil they'd been maintaining at their daughter's bedside. The two looked at each other silently for several seconds. "You did it," Emma eventually said. "I wasn't exactly thrilled with how you did it, but you did it. You used your power to protect everyone else, in the most literal way possible, just like you said you wanted to. Piper, I couldn't be any more proud of you. I know we're firm with you sometimes, but—" "No," the girl cut in. "Mom, no sorries. You kept me safe until it was my turn. I know I haven't been the easiest kid to raise, but you got me here. Well, I don't mean here, but—" All 3 of them laughed at that until the various bruises and minor fractures Piper had accumulated made the physical motion uncomfortable. "So, how much do you know?" Emma asked. "Dad told me about some people dying from surges that we couldn't possibly stop," Piper sighed. "And about Godfrey looking for revenge. I know we saved a lot of people and that the door to the vault is open. How long have I been out?" "It was only yesterday," Dan said. "But say, do you remember what you said when the pulse started to kick in?" Emma asked, belatedly taking a seat beside Dan. Piper nodded. About sensing someone else like me? Yeah. Are the uplift powers back? I could feel someone's thoughts. No, there was no sign of any powers coming back, Emma replied. None of the patches are working on the station, and Melly still needs the vocal translator. But about this person you sensed, are you sure? Certain, the girl insisted. They were far away, and they were scared. It was almost like I saw some little snippets. There was a water tower next to a field. Not any of our fields, though. Not the field in Scotland, and not the cornfield at Aunt Tara's and Uncle Clark. Piper cut herself off, her eyes suddenly widening. Wait, are they here? She asked. If it's only been a day, did Aunt Tara and Uncle Clark and Aiden get back yet? They did go to New Kerguelen, right? They went, Emma said, sighing so deeply that Piper couldn't miss it. The girl's brow furrowed. And they made it, right? The craft made it through the gate and Aunt Tara and the baby are both okay? They all made it safely to the other side of the gate, Emma said, glad at least to have that modicum of comfort. But Piper, the gate is gone. Thank you for listening to Not Alone, The Awakening, Book 7 of the Not Alone series, written by Craig A. Falconer, narrated by James Patrick Cronin, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Michael Straza. Copyright 2021, Craig A. Falconer. All rights reserved.